Affected the LGBTQ community. Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for details. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance. Intelligent all-wheel drive standard. ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
Hey, it's Willard for Kalshi. Baseball season full swing and coming down the stretch, and there is no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Kind of got my eyes on the Cubs right now and PCA. Let's look at Chicago, trading at 14% probability to win the National League. So right now that means a $100 trade pays out $673 with a win. Not bad. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app. Use my code Willard to get $20 when you trade $20. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
San Francisco weather, partly cloudy, high is 74 this afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Rise. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Hey, let's go. Spadoni and Shasky. It's the morning roast. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got an awful lot to get into today for the next 4 hours. We got some Gigantes. We got some 49ers. We also have some Warriors conversation because the Warriors added not one player yesterday, but 2 different players that should shape out their final
and one's
roster.
Over 6'2".
Yeah, look at that. How do you pronounce his name? Niang? George Niang? There you go. I feel like I've heard around. Like he's been on like every team, I feel like, for the last decade. And now he's a Golden State Warrior. So shout out to them. And shout out to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. You know the number. And if you don't, it's 888-957-9570. You can call or text that number, 888-957-9570. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Hey, don't let the Giants get hot. They're going for their first sweep of the season today, Broseph, as you're decked out in your orange and black. You were at the game last night. 3-1. Look at that.
God bless anyone else who was there.
Oh, my. Was it that empty?
No. Yes and no.
Yes and no.
It was a bigger crowd than I anticipated. I mean, this team is like almost 30 games under 500. And the fact that they get the crowds that they do are quite remarkable.
27,000 announced in attendance.
There were a lot
of Tuesday
people.
Night.
That's what I'm saying. Against the Reds.
Against the Reds, who were 9 games under 500.
When school is already commenced for most people.
Yes.
Or I guess started for most people. So, yeah, I mean, I actually had a great time last night.
Nice.
I went on Ticketmaster, and I'm just going to go full disclosure here.
Okay.
I tried to get the homie hookup.
Always.
And then got ghosted. And so went straight to Ticketmaster, and I was like, So lower box, 135.
Nice. That's a
Four seats.
Third baseline?
Yes.
Nice.
$21 a pop.
No.
It was less than $90 before taxes. I couldn't believe it.
That's unreal
they
for a
had all
Giants
these
game.
Coupons and stuff. You know, when you it was 21 was what it said, and usually like 21, and it ends up being like 42.
Oh, that's like my order all the time on like DoorDash or Grubhub. It's like, oh, it's only $20 for like a burger and fries. Actually, it's $35.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks
for a burrito.
Yeah, for a burrito. Exactly. How hungry are you?
$88, or I think it was $88 or $89 for 4 seats total. Okay. I went to the crab stand, got 3 crazy crabs, and I got my wife a Coors Light,
$100?
$96.
Of course. Hey, but at that point, it's like worth it. So it's like, if you think about
felt
it.
like the crab was free.
Exact. Thank you. You got to rationalize it in your mind somehow.
And I know you guys say that there's something else I need to try. That crab sandwich
hits every time, doesn't it?
Is incredible.
Yeah.
Also, it was a very historic night. I don't know. Yeah. Are you a big into the stats of baseball?
Sometimes certain stats I am, like hitting streaks, stuff like that, like on base streaks.
What would you say are some of the most special records?
Joe DiMaggio, his hit streak, right? Ricky Henderson, all-time stolen base leader.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds, obviously most home runs. Those, right?
How about single game achievements?
Oh, okay, like Nicholas Kurtz last year, who had like 12 RBIs and like 4 home runs, 5 home run game. Has that ever happened? No, but
I was really disappointed this morning because I flip open MLB.com and I'm just looking at the game notes, and what I didn't see was the tying of an accomplishment last night. On April 30th, 1961, Willie Mays made history by hitting 4 home runs in one single game against the Milwaukee Braves.
It's important.
Yeah, he drove in 8 runs that day. Well, last night, LJ Shasky hit 4 home runs over the fence at the Little Field. At 2.5 years old, not 3 yet. I think, a 4 home run night is, pretty special. I became the dad that I can't, I am.
You became the very thing you swore to destroy. Thank you.
It's just... So I had told Michelle the last time
4 home runs, huh? So now where is this? This is a little ballpark in left field.
He lives for it. It's like his game.
Okay.
So now his big thing when we
it's not even going to the baseball game. It's like, no, we're going to go to the little field in the outfield.
That's his game.
Yeah, that's his game. Yeah.
He wants to size up the competition. and so I had told Michelle the last time I went to the game, I go, hey, he hit the wall. He almost hit one out.
Right.
He's going to hit one out either.
He's got a great swing. He's got a great swing.
Maybe at the end of this year, but definitely next year. He'll be parking them out with consistency. Well, I brought my nieces because one of them's going back to college.
Oh, nice.
And we swooped up Michelle. We went to the game, and we went in there, and all 4 of us were, watching him.
Right.
And he hit one to right center, farthest part of the ball yard in that little field.
In that little field.
And he hit it out. And I was
How proud were you?
Beaming. And all of the other people, 3 of them, in line were clapping for him. And I was like, that's my boy. It was incredible. And then he went on to hit 3 more after that. And I swear to God, this is the most proud I've been in so long.
In his 2.5 years on this planet?
Quite frankly, it's probably one of the saddest things I've ever admitted.
That's not sad at all. That's a memory you will never forget.
Dude, I was so
awesome.
Pumped.
No, that's fantastic. Shout out LJ. Maybe the Giants could use him, right?
Dude, Willie Mays and LJ, 4 home runs in one night.
Can he pitch? Have you learned that
yet? He tried to.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he was playing defense yesterday, and because there weren't that many kids there, it was acceptable to play defense yesterday. So it was fun. We had a great night, dude. Honestly, it was a great night. Ran into a roaster. Oh, God, his name's going to evade me.
Oh, no. Don't do that.
Really nice guy from San Jose. I had a great time last night.
Adrian Hauser didn't. He lasted an inning and 2/3 and
after
left.
the first home run.
What was it? Flexor tightness, Sam? Is that what it was? Thumbs up. Flexor tightness. So it's not a UCL like we got announced yesterday for one Carson Wisenhunt. He's going to be out for the season. On top of Trevor McDonald also being out for the season, not just the season, probably next season too.
Yes.
On top of already missing Randy Rodriguez for this season,
Joe, I have
amongst
the
other
list.
names. You have the list?
I have the list.
Oh God.
I sit down in my seats. I went and got food, chicken nuggets and French fries.
Smart. You should do that first.
Yeah.
So, get it out of the way.
By the way, the crab sandwich line looks like Disneyland. It moves quick.
Okay.
It moves quick.
Do you have to have a fast pass when you go there like Disneyland where you can go to the front of the line?
No, but I was really disappointed. My niece wore flip-flops to the game.
Oh, she's Spadoni. Let's go.
I was like,
that's a great look.
Her sister was just ripping her.
Was she wearing jeans too?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a strong look. It's strong. My flip-flop tan, by the way, is all-time right now.
You and a 19-year-old girl have the exact same...
It's called California Casual, Joe. It's NorCal or SoCal. It's California
Casual. Her sister
Casual.
literally said to her, what are you going to go get surfing lessons after this?
Maybe, right near the cove. Why not? Go out into the kayak.
Cove Dave.
Yeah, paddleboard. Have you ever paddleboarded, by the way?
What?
Have you ever done paddleboarding?
Yes, of course I have.
I've always wanted to. Is it difficult?
Yeah.
It looks easy, but it's not, huh?
Yeah, no, it's difficult. So I sit down. I got the crab sandwiches. I'm doling them out.
Yeah.
And I go, what? Is that Adrian Hauser bent over on the mound? What is going on? Tell me he's not hurt. And I text the thread and I'm like, is he hurt? What's going on?
No, Sam was so dramatic with it. I got to pull up the text thread. Because it was immediately, because we're all like doing the same thing. We're all like, you're either at the game, you're watching it, it's in the background. I was cooking some chicken thighs. And
what were you doing?
I was cooking some chicken thighs. It was fantastic. And it was, all I see is, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Where would you go? Well, hold on. There's no way. This is what it said. All it said, unannounced. It just said, there's no way. There's no way we're this unlucky. Shasky text, did he just get hurt? And then I follow up with the Alex Pavlovich tweet. Adrian Hauser is coming out of the game. Like Carson Whisenhunt yesterday, he was flexing his arm. This season is truly unbelievable. And then Sam, there's no way, un-effing real, and then you, OMFG.
Well, here's the thing.
And then Chase chimes in, I won't emotionally recover from this team. There's a lot there.
I've been watching baseball my whole life. I've never seen a team lose two guys in back-to-back nights who started the game with the same darn near injury.
Yeah.
It's unreal. On the same night where I'm flipping through, Instagram and Twitter, and who's the hottest left-handed reliever in baseball? Eric Miller.
No, Eric?
Yeah.
Well, we couldn't use him.
Joe, I have been watching Giants baseball for pretty close to 40 years. And this year is unlike any year I can ever remember. Drew Gilbert ran into the wall. What an unbelievable catch.
That was gutsy.
I thought he tore his shoulder off.
I know.
I legitimately thought he hurt himself. Rafi Devers hit a bomb into the water. LJ thought that the fireworks were for him, but no, it was for Rafi hitting the ball into the water.
Right.
That was spectacular. He actually had a nice little run here.
Don't let Rafi get hot.
But the injuries, forget the performance for just a second. We'll get to the performance. Rowan Wick, Trevor McDonald, Matt Gage, Jose Buto, Joel Peguero, Hayden Birdsong, Randy Rodriguez last year, Carson Whisenhunt, and now Adrian Hauser. Okay? That's for the year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9 guys out for the year from your pitching staff. 9. Now, Brew Baker is on an injury leave right now, and Keaton Wynn is on an injury leave right now. Now, guys get injured throughout the year. They get tightness. They get this. They get that.
Sure.
9 guys, the season has concluded because of injury in that rotation or in that bullpen. Then you add in Daniel Susac. How many times did Daniel Susac get hurt this year?
Oh, a bunch.
The poor guy. I like him. There's something there. I don't know what. Maybe he's a backup.
But
maybe he's a starter.
It's not a good sign for a catcher of all positions.
He hurt his back.
Yeah.
He's hurt his forearm. He hurt his leg. The Chapman injury. He's been injured pretty much the last couple of years. Last year he had the wrist injury that really hampered him pretty much all year. Right?
Yeah.
Casey Schmidt. Rounding the bases?
Rounding the bases. Actually, it was rounding and then coming back. Yeah, exactly. Is buckled. Night, tore meniscus.
Victor Barracoto, 2 injuries on one play?
Knee and the ankle. My neck and my back.
Jesus Rodriguez is hurt. Eldridge has been battling a wrist injury. Adames isn't even on the IL for the bad back. He's
for the elbow that we didn't even know was a problem.
Well, I did because he's throwing scud missiles into the ground every other play.
I just thought he was bad.
We haven't even begun to bring up Scooter Man. Harrison Bader.
Oh, not Marco Scutero. Scooter Man. Got it.
Joe, what the hell is going on?
I told you for months. It's a season from hell.
No.
It's a season from hell.
We've been talking about the wrong team when it comes to injuries. We've been talking about the Niners, and I get it. The Niners are very injured.
They're more relevant too when it comes to like competing. That's why. Yeah.
9 guys from one rotation plus the other 2 that are on the IL. That's 11. Okay. Adames is 12. Schmidt is 13. Chapman is 14. Susac is 15. 16 guys basically have had their season ended.
Can I give you their active infielders right now?
The NFL is a 53-man roster. You have a bunch of practice squad players. I went to that game last night, And you know what Michelle turned to me and said? Who are these guys? I said, Michelle, they're not good. They're a bunch of minor leaguers. She goes, I can tell everyone has the same country song. Walk Up, because she loves the Walk Up songs.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Drew Gilbert is one of your more accomplished players. They got him last year. He had barely played in the bigs.
Yeah.
Hill in left field, Buddy Kennedy with his 132 robust batting average, pitch hitting.
Just look at these infielders. Basabe, Devers, Furman, Kennedy, Koss, Whitcomb. Is that a law firm?
I don't even know.
Who are these people?
And McRae's batting like
Patrick
111.
Starr coming home. Who are you people?
You got Christian Koss playing a better shortstop than Adames.
Yeah.
He's not very good.
He's not.
Okay. I mean, like, some guy named Molina made his Major League Baseball debut yesterday. And
Anthony Molina, yeah.
Everyone was turning around like, which Molina is this? Is this one of the Molina brothers? Like,
is this one of the Molina brothers?
No relation to the Molina brothers.
It's not Yanni's or Benji's brother or cousin. Oh, my
Carson
God.
Seymour got his first save last night.
Yeah, that was cool. Giving up a bomb.
I mean,
did you guys, once that home run happened in the ninth inning, were you guys all like, oh, God.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
I think we should call this the Scooby-Doo team because they pull off the hat of the player, and I have no idea who's who.
Oh, did you ever see the live-action Scooby-Doo movie?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it didn't age very well.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Great cast, though. Elite cast. Hey, I can't wait to talk to Dave Fleming at 820, voice of the Giants.
I'm not even mad. I'm just saying, like, this is just...
It's unbelievable. No, it's unbelievable.
I've been watching Giants baseball my whole life. I cannot remember this many injuries. And you could say it's a lost season. So this might be the worst season to have a lost season. Let me just throw a couple things at you, and we'll dive deeper into this.
Sure.
You don't get your pick because you picked so high the last couple of years.
They're only one of two teams not to be eligible for a top 10 pick. It's the Giants and the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Because they've been in the top 10 the last few years.
Correct.
All right. To unload all these mega deals, it's possibly the worst season ever with the looming lockout and every single team not knowing the financial security of where they're going to get their revenue. What does the salary cap look like? Just not knowing that unknown.
Sure.
All your minor leaguers, what do you do with them? Do you call them up? I don't know. If we put them on the 40-man, we won't be able to contact them because of the lockout, which to me is I just
that whole loophole in that is stupid. So if you don't call them up, you're still allowed to be. They're under control of the team because they're minor leagers and not major leaguers. Is that the whole thing?
They can show up. I'm not even sure. We don't even know if the minor leagues are going to be a part of the strike because remember, major league and minor leagues, they wanted to combine unions, or at least have equal representation.
So we don't even know there.
We have no idea.
But Joe, they don't have the bodies right now. They need starting pitching. Who's going to start for them? They have two guys. They have Webb and Roop. Hauser's down. McDonald's done. They traded away Malley. Who do they got? Seriously.
Jonah Cox came in to pinch hit for Furman last night. And I was like,
what a sentence you just said. Oh my God.
He got struck out in like 4 pitches.
Oh my
and I was just like, this is sad.
And then we got Brady Singer throwing at Jung-Hoo Lee and Drew Gilbert for what?
I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't know if Drew Gilbert will ever amount to anything. He can play on my team any day.
I like the energy.
Honestly, Drew Gilbert's a gladiator.
He left a dent in the left center field wall.
I love Drew Gilbert. I'm a Drew Gilbert fan. He has got a fan for life. Lost season. We're playing the Reds. Michelle turns to me and goes, are the Reds good? I go, they were supposed to be.
They were supposed to.
But they suck too.
Stink.
But at least their young guys are playing.
Right. They have some pieces to be excited about.
Yeah, Sal Stewart hit his 28th home run last night.
Yeah, look at that. I can't even sound excited. Yeah, that guy, huh? He's the Reds, by the way. Yeah, they're 9 games back of the Wild. What's the division look like over there?
Graham McCray got a hit last night to increase his batting average to 114.
That's really sad.
He's 3 for 33 in his last 15 games.
Dave Fleming told us last week, he's like, hey guys, I hope next week we can be have some positive stuff to talk about. Well, I don't know what positive. Hey, Rafi Devers, huh? Another home run.
Well, and like that's a nice silver lining. But everybody who's want to like parade that around,
don't miss that break, doggy.
Is it? I don't even know. Is it?
Well, all I know is that this segment is sponsored by Safeway, and it's a giant season from hell. But we'll talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select pork loin chops, bone-in packages. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Toyota's national sales event is on. Save big on Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 1.99% APR on the all-electric 2026 CHR. Or get 0% APR plus 500 finance cash on that fully electric 2026 BZ and the BZ Woodland. Toyota's national sales event is on now. Stop by your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/31/26.
My name is Amanda Klutz, and I'm a widow. You enter a different reality when you lose your husband, especially as a parent. Life insurance doesn't fix it, but it helps. With Ethos, you can get covered in minutes. No medical exams, up to $3 million in coverage, and it's all online.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
He's got an opening down the middle. He scores!
Every game is better when you watch it together. At Laughing Monk, every seat feels like the front row. It's where friends meet for pregame, strangers become teammates, and every big play is celebrated. Because game day isn't just about what you watch. It's about where you watch it and who you watch it with. Great beer, great food, wall-to-wall games, and the best fans in the nation. It's more than a place to watch the game. Laughing Monk. It's where the faithful come together. From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th Annual Charity Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Bay Area, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game. Valhalla, we can't hear you.
Shout out to Valkyries taking on the Connecticut Sun this afternoon. Tip-off at 4 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. And nice little rejoin there. Rest in peace, Dolly Parton, 80 years old, passed away yesterday due to a brief bout with cancer. Icon, Grammy Award winner, actress. I think icon is deserved. Like, you don't say that lightly. And I'm not going to pretend like I was like, listening to her music all the time. I know this song, and I know a lot of her songs, but I'm not like, putting her on my Spotify list. But you recognize Dolly Parton. You see her on your television screen or anywhere, just puts a smile on your face. So rest in peace there. Meant a lot to a lot of different people. And just a good person overall. So yeah, tough news yesterday for a lot of people. Dolly Parton, rest in peace.
I want to have like a legitimate conversation about like the change in sports.
Sure.
And why a guy like Drew Gilbert is important.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he's even good. I'm not sure if he's good. Like, we'll see.
That was an incredible play yesterday. He's done that a lot where he just puts his body on the line for this team.
So who are two of my, I know, plucky white guy off the bench, but who are my two guys in the NBA that I love?
Peyton Pritchard and Pat Spencer.
TJ McConnell was the other one.
Okay. But you do love Pat Spencer, too.
I do love Pat Spencer. Both Peyton Pritchard and TJ McConnell have said the same thing. In the modern NBA, one of the skill sets that was not a skill set 20 or 30 years ago is playing hard every night. Because so few guys can do it.
Yeah.
With the modern landscape, load management, easing the body in and out, like, it's just the days of guys playing 75 or more games at max effort, it just doesn't exist. And I'm not just talking about the superstars.
Sure.
I'm talking about everyone. Everyone. I mean, we're load managing random guys.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just going to, and I'm not the biggest Derek Jeter guy. I'm not. There are a lot more people that are like Derek Jeter truthers.
Number 2.
From age 22 to age 38. From age 22 to age 38.
16 years.
He averaged 152 games played per season.
God. Unbelievable.
Okay?
That's unbelievable.
Bobby Witt Jr., all right, has basically every year that he's been available played 150, 150. He would have to do it for how many more years, Joe? He's been in the league 4. This is his 5th season.
12 more years. He has to do that 12 more years in a row.
So what I'm getting at, and you see it with like a guy like Adamas, and again, they're different players. I mean, Bobby Witt Jr. is clearly superior to Adamas. It's hard to play 150 plus games back-to-back years, let alone do it for 5 years. let alone do it for 10 years or 15. And with these mega deals that you have in baseball, Devers is relatively healthy and plays a lot of games. Played technically 163 last year.
Yeah.
But those guys are very few and far between in the modern landscape. So I go back to TJ McConnell and I go back to Peyton Pritchard and them saying playing hard every single night is the new skill set. I hang my hat on playing hard every night. And that's going to give me a competitive advantage, not every night, but on most random nights against these other guys who just don't play hard.
And I love that you're doing the cross sports analogy because it goes back to what, I don't know if you saw the sound the other week ago because Sam and I played it, but it was Brock Purdy on a podcast talking about, hey, once you get to the NFL, it's not about talent. It's not. Like, everyone's talented 100%. Once you get to this league. Same with baseball.
Effort.
It's effort, it's training, it's do you want it more than the other guy? Tom Brady talks about this forever, right? What made Tom Brady so great wasn't because he was Lamar Jackson with speed. Wasn't because he was Josh Allen with the cannon of an arm. No, it's because he was maniacally obsessed with trying to win.
Yeah.
And sacrifice is a big part of that.
And treating every game like it's a playoff game.
Yep.
Right?
And that starts in practice.
100%.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to Krug and Kipe. And I love Krug and Kipe. This is not Krug and Kipe slander. I just think I love those guys. I think they're a little out of touch. And on this element. And we're talking about Drew Gilbert maybe a week ago. And they were like, when he first came up, he was real rah-rah and super energetic. And I think he needed to dial it down a little. In the bigs, we don't do this. And I'm thinking, I love you, Kipe. I love you, Krug. Now, look, their bona fides are their bona fides. Both played in the league, covered the game forever. I just think that they're giving a perspective that doesn't exist in the modern landscape. Kipe, you quit baseball, retired 40 years ago.
Yeah.
40 years ago.
It's not the same anymore.
It's dramatically different. And I actually think that they're wrong on the Drew Gilbert thing. I actually think it's desperately needed. I look around baseball and I look at all these other teams like Boston. Drew Gilbert would fit in chef's kiss in Boston.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely he would.
Now, Duran is like a Gilbert in the way he plays with fire and passion and everything. Way weirder. I mean, he is a weird guy.
Sure.
And he's had a really up and down year. They love him in Boston.
Absolutely.
Because he plays really, really hard. Right? And I look at Drew Gilbert and I say to myself, I don't know if he's a starting player, but that guy's going to have a spot on my team for a long time just because I know he cares and he's going to go to war and he's not going to mail it in at any time. Whether the team's 30 games under like they were last night or whether everyone on the planet is injured on the team, he's just going to go out there and ball hard. And look, I know at some point talent overrides effort and I get all that. Not all 25 guys, 26 guys on your roster are going to be performance-based guys. Some guys give you stuff between the margins that can't quantify in the box score. I think Drew Gilbert's one of those guys. And I can't express enough my appreciation for him, and I just want him to continue to be himself.
I love the comp for, not a six-man per se, because I don't even think he's that on this team, but just the guy that comes off the bench and knows his role.
Yeah.
That's what you need at the end of the day. A guy like Jose Alvarado, not saying he's Jose Alvarado who just won a championship with the New York Knicks, but a guy that on that team felt like an afterthought, right, for the general public. And then all of a sudden, his number gets called in the NBA Finals. A couple minutes here and there, it's like, oh, man, he made a difference. Energy, effort, peskiness, because he was a shrubbery amongst redwoods in that. He's 6 feet tall. And in the NBA, that might as well be 5'5".
Exactly.
And he knew his role, knew what the team needed him to do, and he did that. I think Drew Gilbert is finding his role. And listen, if it's a fourth outfielder, so be it.
Well, that's
I'm
what
trying to get pieces for the future right now that can contribute.
Well, think about the last couple of World Series. We'll get to the Dodgers. Kiki Hernandez.
Yeah.
Guys, Scott Taylor, or what was his?
Chris Taylor, once upon a time?
Chris Taylor, excuse me. Shout out my boy Scott Taylor. But no, Chris Taylor, you got to have these kind of random dudes that can contribute on a variety of ways when it comes to energy.
The hero
and effort.
last year was who? Miguel Rojas?
Yes.
Out of nowhere on that team?
Look on the Niners. There are random guys. Juwan Jennings was that before he got an opportunity to start.
Yeah.
Kendrick Bourne, I think, brings a lot of energy.
Yeah.
To a team. Some want to say it's a little too much when you're losing. And that's kind of why I compare him to Drew Gilbert. Like,
it's not bad.
When you're losing, I know people look at the shenanigans and they're like, but like, this team needs a little life. I don't know. I'm watching him crash into the wall last night, given like nobody was at the game. Well, more than I thought. We're at the game, and it doesn't matter. It's like, dude,
he's going out there and he's trying.
I appreciated that guy, and I just wanted to highlight him this morning. Not everything is the end of the world when it comes to the Giants. There are some silver linings.
888-957-9570 is the number. You did mention the Los Angeles Dodgers. You were pretty fired up about something before the show today in regards to how the Dodgers have been covered, all the Mark Walter stuff that has obviously come to light under a federal investigation for Fugazi, loans, all that sort of stuff. And I'm not going to go down to the nitty gritty because I don't want to bore people with the details. But Jeff Passan has been under heavy scrutiny in the last, handful of days, weeks, if you will, since this Mark Walter stuff has come out in regards to his coverage of the Dodgers and how he's kind of propped them up in a certain light and kind of shamed other teams for not, doing what the Dodgers have been doing. And as we've now learned that the Dodgers have been playing with an advantage and been dealing with an advantage that other teams just don't have. And you've talked about this in regards to...
And now it's found out that everything was built on fraud, bank fraud.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Fugazi loans, yes.
And on top of that, like basically they said, we'll just use this credit card and then default on it and sell the team and never have to pay off the debt.
Well,
ever.
It goes back to, and it's not like for like the same thing, just the coverage from the big boys, the Passons, the Schefters, the Rappaports. When it comes to ownership, man, why is it so much different than when we cover the players, the coaches, the general managers? We'll discuss that more on the other side. Plus, Kyle Shanahan did speak on the Jed York arrest over this past weekend over in Ohio. He also spoke about some other things injury related, and Mike Evans, it's not looking good. A groin injury now. I am officially concerned about his status heading into week 1 in Melbourne, Australia. Oh, and we got a preseason game number 3 tomorrow in Las Vegas. Don't miss the sound off every morning at 8 right here on the Morning Roast. Call 628-400-9880 and leave a voicemail sounding off on whatever is bugging you in sports or anything else. And let's see if we replay it at 8 o'clock. Again, 8 a.m. every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right here on the Roast, no matter what. You can call, leave a voicemail whenever you want. Call 628-400-9880. And this segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Set your will upon them. The best you've ever given right now.
And we can't get enough of it.
The more physical team go win this game today. Go send it to them from the first whistle to the last.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan! Shanahan!
45% of new members are referred to Stanford Federal Credit Union by friends and family. Experience that trust with a limited-time 8-month certificate at 4.10 annual percentage yield. Open yours with as little as $100. Hurry, this special offer ends September 14th. Visit sfcu.org to open online today. New money required. Early withdrawal penalties and additional terms apply. Federally insured by NCUA. sfcu.org.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
The sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead? Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection. You object to what? Erroneous. Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel? You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget. Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home. It just smells like nostalgic breakfast memories. Hey, I'm Ellie.
Hey, I'm Taylor.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken and waffles breakfast sandwich is
it's the perfect mix of sweet and savory.
The combination of crispy, juicy, savory chicken with the sweetness and fluffy softness of a waffle.
And the bacon just makes it better.
Plus the fact that it's handheld, 10 out of 10.
Every bite is a home run.
Order the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles breakfast sandwich with a caramel cream cold brew on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Ricky Vaughn, Willie Hayes. I never heard of most of them. Mitchell Friedman? Who are these guys?
Valhalla, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
You didn't need to insert the Valkyries.
Yeah, you didn't need to. I know who Veronica Burton is.
I hit the wrong button.
Veronica Burton's Q rating is higher than anyone else on the Giants locally right now.
Had you ever heard of Turner Hill?
No. I told you yesterday that sounds like a board game company. Okay. What is that, Milton Bradley, right?
I mean, other than the fact that he's
was also
annoyed the hell out of everyone, have you ever heard of Buddy Kennedy?
Any relation to John F. Kennedy?
No.
Who the hell is John F. Kennedy? You get that reference?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, Drew Kavanaugh, I'm enjoying him, but I'd never heard of him. Had you ever heard of him?
No.
Why did they pick him? At least he's 24.
Okay, I got a funny story because we're talking about...
Kind of sneaky, looks like Nick Friedel, by the way.
We're talking about the Giants season.
That's actually a really good call.
Giants season from hell. Spadoni and Shasky's The Morning Roast.
Nate Furman?
They have potentially to get their first sweep of the season in the last week of August, mind you. They're going for their first sweep of the season. It's August 26th. That's almost unheard of.
Shea Whitcomb? I'd never heard of him.
Whitcomb?
Can I ask you guys a question sincerely about this sweep?
Real quick. Chase came in before the show and was like, oh, did you hear about Bud Clark? I was like, Bud Clark? I was like, is he a new Giant? Is that who you're talking about? He's like, no, for the Seattle Seahawks. I was like, oh, that guy, the rookie over there. He said a name. I just assumed it was some random San Francisco Giant. That's not the rookie for the Seattle Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champions. I thought it was like a first baseman to be named later for single A affiliate for the San Francisco Giants. That's how down bad we are.
Was at the game. She was one of the most popular people out there.
Who's that? Kyle Juszczyk's wife?
Yeah.
Okay. Just for the audience, I know who it is.
She was selling merch or something.
Oh, was she? Was it anything good?
I'm sure there was.
Okay.
All right. So, sincere question to Giants fans out there. Does a part of you want them to not get the sweep today?
You're sick.
What?
You're a sick individual.
What?
Come on.
I'm just asking. Like,
we want some positivity.
No. Like, would you rather the whole year go by and they don't get a sweep so we can just keep bringing it up? Or do you want it?
Oh, are you asking like the fan or the radio host?
Serious. I'm asking dead serious Giants fans. 888-957-9570.
Can I answer that question, Chasky?
Relax. Do you want the sweep or not? Because is there a part of me that is so sadistically like looking at this that I actually might, in my mind, not want them to get the sweep?
So if they don't get the sweep today, that's fine. What I want them to do is win this game in Atlanta on Monday. That's a makeup from their trip to Atlanta when they won the first two games. So their only sweep of the year is this weird broken up Braves series.
It's not a
sweep. I don't consider that a sweep either.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
But if that's the only sweep they get all year, I think that's kind of better.
That's like a hit streak that like ends one year
and then starts the next year.
Back up.
Isn't that what Arise did this year?
Yeah.
Like a hit streak.
Again, if that's their only sweep this year, I'm cool with it.
Like I'm asking sincerely, Giants fans, like, there's a small, tiny part of me that's kind of like, am I kind of rooting for them to not get the sweep?
It's an obscure stat, and the radio host and me does not want them to get a sweep at all this season, so we can talk about it. Is there a stat out there, Sam, if you could look up? Has that ever happened before in Major League Baseball history? Not having a single sweep?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, like legitimately, I'm like, maybe we have to go in the archives of the worst teams.
I am rooting against the Giants.
That's actually a great call. I forgot about
that's
that.
An old one.
This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Do you not want to see the San Francisco Giants have a sweep at all this year? They're going for their first sweep of the season today on August 26th. We have a month to go in the season, and they still haven't swept anyone.
Punching air, me even like suggesting that?
He is, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, last night, I'm sitting there with the family, and look, it's a lot of older people that are working at the Giants games. So I don't want to pick on anyone. That's not what I'm trying to do.
You're talking about the ushers?
Can we do this with a twinkle in our eye and with a little fun?
We're having fun this morning.
I want to have fun with this.
Yeah.
This is a hypothetical conversation. I understand she's got a job to do. She's got bosses and they're, raining down. It's like the middle of the 6th inning. And these usher walks up to this group of boys. There's 4 boys.
Yeah, man.
There's nobody at this game and where we're sitting. I mean, there's just nobody in the section. They're not bothering anybody. They're not doing anything. And she goes, I need to see your tickets.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, really? We're 30 games under. It's Tuesday night against the Reds. So
it's the 6th inning.
So I want you. Yes, it's the 6th inning. That's the other part. It's the 6th inning. And I go, and Michelle got really mad at me. I can't believe I'm admitting this. Boo! And Michelle's like, what are you doing? And I was like, this is kind of weak. I felt bad for the kids. Right? They're probably 17, 18, 19. Right? And I'm thinking
so they're young men.
These young men came to the Giants game. Could have been girls, doesn't matter.
Sure.
Came to a Giants game and they no one's sitting anywhere in this section. They're not bothering anybody. They're not obstructing anyone's view. Yet he who has not jumped to a better seat in a Giants game cast the first stone in this situation. Isn't part of being in a lost season, buying bleacher seats for $2 and then moving into some lower box seats. And granted, I want to be honest, these were not behind home plate seats we had last night. We were in section 135. We're way down the left field line.
Right. No,
we're
you said the
25
picks.
rows back.
Yeah.
These were not the greatest seats in the world. I spent $21 on them. So I kind of felt bad for the young guys. I'm not mad at the usher. I'm not, because clearly they were being asked.
But you booed them.
Yeah, I did.
I'm not mad at the usher, but I booed their ass.
Blow it up. I felt bad for the boys.
I'm with you, though.
I felt bad for them. And these poor kids had to go back up and all these runs. I'm thinking who is snitching on these kids?
Well, but at some point, those people aren't coming to the game. They're not going to all of a sudden, oh, wait, I forgot to go to the Giants game. It's the 6th inning.
Isn't part of the ambiance of going when the team sucks and it's a Tuesday night is we're going to buy an upper deck seat and then we're going to sneak our way down. Isn't that part of the fun?
Doesn't it also look better aesthetically on the broadcast?
Oh,
when you go forward. They used to do that at the Oakland Coliseum when there was 100 people in the crowd.
Yes.
I was like, guys, it's not this serious. Come on, I want to try to get some foul balls for my son, for my daughter. Come on.
So
you're getting mad at my 4-year-old. Imagine bringing LJ down.
My booing was tongue in cheek. I want to make sure that's forgiven.
Oh, okay. It's also fine.
But I did boo.
It's fine. It's not that serious.
But in a smiling way. You
yeah.
know? But come on, guys. Am I tripping on this?
No,
one?
Actually, I'm with you on this.
I felt bad for the usher. Maybe she's just playing super cop. We all know that there's certain individuals, but the Giants, what are they doing? Are they really mandating their ushers?
They got jobs, the ushers, to do. I understand.
I'm not blaming the usher.
Yeah.
I'm saying, who's the authority figure? There's 4 boys sitting in lower section 135.
They got flock cameras around the ballpark watching them.
We'll get to the flock cameras later, by the way.
Come on. And I'm not mad at the woman. I want to make that clear.
I'm with you. If they're minding their own business and they're just moving up to sit down, I have zero problem with that. If they're moving up and you're acting like knuckleheads and the tarp's off and you're disturbing everyone, you're blocking people's views, then get the hell out of there. I understand.
The girls were asking LJ to go tarps off.
Oh, that'd be funny. It'd be too cold for the little guy, though. Come on.
He was having such a great time.
Little LJ just doing his little t-shirt. That'd be cute.
And look, these people that are older that are working at the game or younger, doesn't matter. Dude, they've got bills. They've got, people to feed. I acknowledge and I understand all that. I'm having a fun, baseball-y, go to a game conversation here.
Yeah.
I'm just asking sincerely, is that really what we should be doing? If I was running, whoever her, supervisors are, hey guys, after the 6th inning,
it's just, don't.
As long as nobody's complaining, as long as they're not bothering nobody, who cares?
Okay.
Am I tripping?
No, I don't think you are. They do have a legitimate job in that
I acknowledge
make it an enjoyable experience for everyone around you. And if someone's not making it an enjoyable experience, then you go over and then they're gonna tell you to either move, relax, whatever. They're there so that people don't block other people from watching the game. You keep it clear, right? You keep
you don't want to be in the aisle.
You don't want to be in the aisle, the doorway, whatever.
Up, throwing things, saying explicit words.
That's it, though.
They weren't doing anything.
Exactly. If you're just sitting and enjoying the game and those seats have been empty the entire time, I have zero issue because you know what? If they are blocking someone's seats, those people will come back and say, hey, you guys are in our seats. And guess what? They'll get up and move. That's what happens. And if they don't, then you go to the usher. And then they tell you to get the hell out of there. If they're not bothering anyone, then don't do anything.
Well, that's kind of my thing, you know? And like, I don't know.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I think baseball too is unique in this because it's not timed. And like, to your point, it's August 25th last night. It's a Tuesday night. If this was August 25th and you're in a pennant race and you're against the San Francisco, it's against the Dodgers,
This is one of those situational awareness times. Like, Joe.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
I think after the 5th inning, it's pretty much fair game.
What if they were Reds fans? Would you have a problem with it?
No.
Okay.
There actually were a sneaky, decent amount of Reds fans.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever met a Reds fan in my life.
There's some pretty cool merch.
Well, that's not true. I've met people who love Reds hats.
Yeah.
That's a very popular hat, the white C, the red cap. Not for you?
No.
Okay.
I will say
you have a St. Louis Cardinals one, right?
What?
That's the SFYBL. That's right. Never mind.
Yeah, and what?
I said that once and you got really upset.
Joe, good luck finding some friends.
Can we ease up? I know, like, the other stations, like, lower the beer prices. Okay. Lower the beer prices.
So get them more rowdy and antsy so we can have more mosh pit brawls like we had a couple weeks ago with the Raider fan of the Khalil Mack jersey.
Can we just ease up on the whole usher? Have you noticed this trend this year, Lubman?
Sam's he's in the media.
No, not really. Unfortunately, I'm not in the seats.
After the 5th inning, isn't it kind of like,
Oh, I agree. Yeah, at that point, like once it's like an official game, not that should be the determiner, but like, yeah, there comes a time in the game where at this point in the season, like, read the room.
I think baseball is unique in this. You're not doing 100%. That in basketball. You're not doing that in football.
No.
Baseball, it's fine.
Baseball's
it's wide
different.
open. It's wide open.
Yes.
It's supposed to be more of like a welcoming environment too. It's America's pastime, baby. John in San Francisco wants to join the conversation. You threw out to the audience 888-957-9570.
Dude, $21 and I was 20 rows back.
That's insane. I need to take Benny and Nordy to a game. John wants to chime in on like, do you want the Giants to have a sweep this season or not?
All right.
Good morning, John.
Yo. Good morning, guys. Yes, I'm with Shafsky. I've been a Giants fan my whole life. Went to my first game the day of my kindergarten graduation. Nice. Love the Giants. But we need something to remember this terrible season by. And I think being able to look back on the year 2026 and say our SF Giants didn't sweep a single team the entire season, I feel like that's the perfect thing to remember this Giants team by. And then with regards to the fans and the moving up towards the middle or the end of the game, I think that's totally okay, especially given the fact the stadium isn't packed most nights. And the Giants are terrible. Let's lose today. Go Giants.
Okay, I found the list. Someone did the deep.
I want you to know.
Someone did the deep dive for me on Reddit, and I have the MLB history of teams that completed a season without having a sweep.
Joe, the 62-71 Reds versus the 54-78 Giants on a Tuesday night. Young men, I need to see your ticket. It's the 7th inning. Like, I just want you to say that out loud.
It's the equivalent of like the person, like, you know how they used to have at movie theaters, like the person to check tickets, like at the movie theater. That's the equivalent now.
I do remember those days.
It's like, hey, did you buy tickets to the Star Wars event? Let me see them right now. Let me see those tickets. Let me see them.
Well, the other thing about checking tickets going into the aisle, and I get why they do it. I especially early in games, that totally makes sense. But like, once you've seen me 2 or 3 times, and I'm carrying like 50 things, like. I was carrying multiple crab sandwiches, trying to hold a beer for my wife. Like, then you got to pull your phone out and show.
It's ridiculous.
Ticket. It's a little ridiculous.
I hate that too. All right. Only 8 teams in Major League Baseball history have gone an entire season
8 teams
without completing a series sweep. Now, I'd really want to say 7 because one of these teams is the 2020 COVID year.
That
doesn't really seem fair.
So 7.
So let's go 7 there.
How many in the modern era? In the last, let's say, 60 years.
All of them. It's from 1983 on. I'll start there.
83 on.
83 on. You got 7 teams. And by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Giants.
No, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give you random teams.
Can the Giants
1993 Rockies.
1993. No 1990 team, actually.
Really?
There's one team in the 80s, and all the rest are from 2000 onward. Yeah. 7 teams in Major League Baseball history have gone an entire season without completing a series sweep.
All right, just give them to me.
All right, 1983 Seattle Mariners.
Okay, I would never have guessed
83
that.
Mariners, all right. We've got the 2004 Arizona Diamondbacks.
What? Just 3 years removed from a World Series?
2004 D-backs. 2004, same year, the Kansas City Royals also.
Would not have guessed that.
And then some of these other teams, you might be like, okay, that makes sense.
Rockies.
2018 Miami Marlins.
Okay, that makes sense.
And
They
2019
just traded Stanton and Ozuna and
Yelich, yeah. 2019 Baltimore Orioles, they were bad, I think, at that time too. 2020 is the St. Louis Cardinals, but again, the 2020 COVID year, I don't know if I want to count that. The 2021 Pittsburgh Pirates,
really,
they finished 40 games under 500.
Jolly Roger.
And the 2022 Washington Nationals. Could the Giants join that crew of teams that went their entire season without completing a series sweep? I kind of want to ask Dave Fleming about that. He's going to say, I don't want to see that happen, of course, because Dave loves the Giants, obviously.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
No, it's been here. It's been here.
Lovin, do you want them to win today?
It's part of you.
I always want them to win.
Do you really want the sweep?
Yes. No, I always want them to win, Joe. I don't care what the situation is. Every time the Giants are playing baseball, I want them to win. Am I expecting it? No. Do I want it? Yes.
You cheer in the press box, don't you?
Not loudly.
No, he only does the...
I do the silent, yeah, there you go.
No. You, in the press box, you do the Take Me Out to the Ball Game song. You record it and post it.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, that's your thing. I appreciate that about you.
I'm the only person who stands up and sings in the press box. Weird.
You're the only one having fun, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, technically you're supposed to be working there, so that's probably why.
No, but you could do both. See, like, I have fun talking about sports with Shasky on a daily basis.
Like after
and I'm also working.
You do the Take Me Out to the Ball Game?
I mean, I don't sing it loudly, I sing to myself.
The media usher comes over. I'm going to have to check your credentials.
You have an usher walk up there. Someone complained in the booth. Sam, you got to take a play off here.
I mean, it's not that crazy of a story.
Oh my God.
Something similar may or may not have happened already.
All right, this fraud, Jeff Passan.
Yeah, this is what you really want to get into.
Well, I just want you guys to understand that I put out a post on. I'm looking at the day.
Tariq Skubal.
8/3/2026. All right. 8/3/2026.
That was 23 days ago.
The comments are destroying me. And here we go. I basically said, and I laid it out, and I've been talking about this for like 3 or 4 years now on air. The regional sports network collapse, meaning stations like NBC Sports, Bay Area, all of those things imploding has ruined a lot of the financial revenue streams for 15, 16 teams in Major League Baseball. And just because you own a team does not mean you have billions in the bank. Some do, most don't. Just because you're running a business and you happen to be rich doesn't mean you can keep pouring money into your business venture and lose money year after year after year. Eventually, you have to be able to turn a profit. And what the Dodgers have been doing, because of not sharing their TV money, unlike the other teams in the league who all have to divvy up the pie to some degree.
And why was that?
Because they had an antiquated one-off deal because of their former owner.
There you go.
Who basically went bankrupt.
Yes.
And they tried to set them up to be more financially stable. And what ended up happening was they created a loophole for the Dodgers. And for the last, 4 years, Jeff Passan, who covers Major League Baseball for ESPN.
He's the guy. He's like Adam Schefter for football.
Has been a mouthpiece for the Dodgers and continue to just say, anyone in baseball could do this. Anyone in baseball could do this. All these rich owners are crying poor. Anyone in baseball could do this. And in the last 24 hours, has basically gone on a Twitter tirade, deleting all of these tweets, defending the Dodgers, because now he's come to the epiphany that they have a competitive advantage that not every team in baseball can even come close to replicating. Now we're finding out that the Dodgers owners have basically borrowed all this money fraudulently, and because of all the way that they've structured these contracts where they're paying everything down the line, they're basically using a credit card that they never intend to pay off. Now Jeff Passan is trying to distance himself from all of these opinions that he's had for the last 3 years, riling up fans to hate their owners. And look, there are many reasons to hate owners. I'm not here to cape up for all these owners. I have plenty of issues with Giants ownership, Pirates ownership. Like, you pick the owner.
Sure.
Like, there's many things we can be mad at. But to say that they all could operate the way the Dodgers have operated is factually and intellectually dishonest. And Jeff Passan and others, Ken Rosenthal, who else, Sam? Who else that covers the game has said over and over?
Only in Kirchen.
Okay. And I respect these guys for
John
what they've
Heyman.
accomplished. All right? I respect them. They have been wrong. And now they're all coming to their own defense saying, oh, I didn't know this and I didn't know that. It's like, this has all been public record. And everybody wants to shame David Sampson, who used to run the Marlins and has been talking about this openly for over 5 years on his podcast. He has been right the whole time, David Sampson. I've echoed what he has basically been saying on his podcast because this guy is informed. Do you know how we find out about mobsters? Do you know how we find out about gangsters? We get people that are in that life to turn and to sing and basically tell us about these individuals. How did we find out about steroids?
We had people,
like Jose Canseco, who we can all say is a clown and a whack job. He told us the truth.
Yeah.
Did he not?
He did. And alienated himself from baseball basically because of it.
And look,
and
Jose
his former
Canseco
teammates.
is a very, he's not the greatest person. No. But if you want to get steroid information.
Oh, he's the one to ask.
He's the guy to talk to.
Oh, yeah, he's the poster child.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is David Sampson the greatest owner of it?
No.
Not even
No.
close. He's done a lot of bad things.
Yes.
But if you want to find out about where the bodies are buried when it comes to ownership and who's making money and who's not and who's doing thing on the up and who's not, he's going to tell you.
The double standards when it comes to all these guys, Passan included, Schefter, Rappaport. We were talking about it yesterday with Jed York and how it pertains to the information that gets passed down to you from some of these guys. It's almost always ties back to the ownership.
Always.
And when they're not reporting on something, that's also speaks just as loudly to me. So like Jeff Passan on one end, Schefter on the other, it's the same thing for me. Either you're spewing too much positivity about something or you're silent on it. No matter what, it's caping up for ownership.
And your silence,
and that bothers me.
Your silence is deafening.
And it bothers me because of I know how we treat the players. And there is a double standard when it comes to that.
You're 100% correct.
The players get crucified and the owners skate by more often than not. 100%. And that pisses me off because the owners should be held to a higher standard, and yet they're not. Florio talked about this yesterday. It was a fantastic interview, Pro Football Talk, and all of this, and how owners in sports, it's a fugazi level of higher standards that we try to put them to, and they skate by, and it's the players that end up suffering. We'll dive more into this because Kyle Shanahan did have to speak on the Jed York stuff.
I think it's weak that he had to be the one to stand there at the podium.
I think so too. And Fred Warner.
Look, I want to talk about this.
Yeah. Let's go. On the other side, Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media after all the stuff that took place with Jed York getting arrested over the weekend in Youngstown, Ohio. Check that. East Palestine, Ohio, excuse me. It's all sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for details. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
This Labor Day, save 30% on everything at Lazy Boy. Everything, because after doing it all, nothing resets you like a Lazy Boy recliner or kicking back on your Lazy Boy sofa. From workday to wind down, it's comfort that never quits. Don't miss the Labor Day sale, 30% off everything. Visit your local Lazy Boy today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone. Ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs. Always in stock, ready to ship same day. And backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline. We warehouse for you.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Bahala, it's Kia Stokes. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Valkyries, let's go. Oh, also, the WNBA playoffs. The playoff teams are officially set. We got the Lynx, Valkyries, Aces, Dream, Fever, Liberty, Mystics, and the Dallas Wings to round out the top 8 there. And now it's all about seeding the rest of this regular season. But the playoff teams are now set for the WNBA, and the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun this afternoon. Tip-off is at 4 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. Dave Fleming going to be joining us at 8:20. Voice of the San Francisco Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, and our guy in 95.7 The Game Giants Insider. Also, it's another day. That means another sound-off, 8 a.m. Can't wait to hear what we have cooked up for that. Because some of these calls have been out of left field in the best way possible. And this hour is brought to you by Front Bank, which is here for you, here for good. We're talking right now Dodgers, we're talking Giants, and Jeff Passan in particular, who is Major League Baseball's insider for ESPN.
So, okay, one thing that I think frustrates me, I consume a lot of other people in media. I consume a lot of other, experts, if you will.
Sure.
Nothing bugs me more than when someone is in their field, whatever their field of expertise is, and they're either uninformed or they're being disingenuous or intellectually dishonest. For example, when people used to tell you, Jimmy Garoppolo's the number 1 quarterback in the NFL, just look at this, and this particular metric.
Yeah. Cherry picking is what we would call that. Yeah, stats.
It's intellectually dishonest.
Sure.
Right? At no point was Jimmy Garoppolo the best player in the NFL or the best quarterback or anything. Like, that's ridiculous. I don't care what statistics you're going to throw at me. Like, that's crazy talk, right? When people used to tell me Austin Slater is one of the most feared bats in Major League Baseball off the bench.
Left-handed.
Because these stats support it.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mason Miller is very scared to face Austin Slater.
When I hear people talk about the NBA and they don't have true comprehension on how a trade works regarding lining up salaries or the salary cap or what you can and can't afford, and you cover the sport,
sure.
I'm ready to cross you off.
Right, because at least with fans, like I'll give them a pass because the CBA and the tax bracket over in the NBA is so convoluted. What makes sense and what doesn't, I'll give them a pass. But if you cover the league, you should know. Yeah, and you're being dishonest if you're trying to get a fan base's hopes up when you know it won't happen.
Yes. Yeah. Now I get to Passan. Passan covers baseball. It's all he does.
Yeah.
All right? When you cover the game of baseball, and I've talked about this a lot, the media does a very bad job of understanding the financials in all these sports. He knew that the biggest issue in baseball, which is why we're going on this collision course to a lockout, is the finances of baseball have been broken for a while. It's not just how much players are paid. It's not how many years. It's not how many years it takes to get to free agency. It's a combination of lots of small details regarding finances on the player side and then on the ownership side. How do we divide the pie? How are we getting money into the pie? Who's getting the bulk of the pie? How do we divvy it up? How do we increase how big that pie is? How do we take our television rights, jump them all together, and then sell them so that we have more pie? Like, these are all the questions that are bandied about. And if you just paid attention and did your job, Jeff Passan, everyone would have told you who was in the know what the Dodgers are doing, other teams cannot replicate. And I would always hear this thing, well, the team is worth X. And I would give you what examples, Joe? If your house is worth X, but you don't have that kind of income, just because you bought it at $100,000 and now it's worth $1 million, all right? You don't now have $900,000 in the bank. You need to either sell the asset, refinance, or find investors to buy in at the $1 million valuation.
Which is what we see a lot with currently with the NFL. Jed York, obviously, 100%. Mark Davis, the Raiders, like these teams that are not as financially, well off as some of these other owners have to sell off stakes of their team to have the influx of cash.
Exactly. Now, I was talking about Giants attendance last night.
Yeah.
All right.
Announced 27,000 on a Tuesday night.
That is a near homestand for the Sacramento A's.
Yeah.
That's one night.
Yeah,
on
because
a Tuesday against the Reds.
Yeah, and I think they could only, their capacity is only like 12 or 13,000.
Yeah, but there's not 12,000 people at those games.
Oh, hell no. No.
The Pirates would die to have 27,000 on a Friday night.
Yeah. And that's a beautiful ballpark.
Giants got it on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
When they're 20-some-odd games under.
Awful. And a bunch of no names for the average fan.
Now, you'll hear things like, well, they have the money. They should be pouring it in. Now, same thing with Joe Lacob, because we've talked about this with Joe Lacob. It's got a pencil. Like, I can only go into debt so deep to where I have got to make some of that money back. Just think about yourself. Like, how many of us have bitten off more than we could chew regarding a remodel? A vehicle. Some sort of vacation, right? At some point, you got to pay down your debt, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, what do you end up doing? Filing for bankruptcy and having to sell that asset.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was intellectually dishonest from Jeff Passan time and time again to say that the Pirates could replicate what the Dodgers were doing. That is you're not even dealing in reality. You sound like an idiot. And then what you do is you get a lot of uninformed fans. It's not their fault. You get them all riled up and angry when the whole entire crux of your argument that anyone could do this is actually factually incorrect.
So Jeff Passan actually was responding to someone on Twitter that basically said exactly what you just said in a couple sentences. This guy's name was Vaughn Dawson, who replied to one of Jeff Passan's tweets when Jeff Passan put out yesterday a link to his YouTube page about everything you need to know about the investigation into Dodgers owner Mark Waltrip and Guggenheim, why it's happening, what involved, et cetera, et cetera.
It's him admitting he was wrong.
So Vaughn Dawson replied, hey, you should at least acknowledge your own naivete in declaring that the Dodgers, quote unquote, cracked the system. That was the phrase that had most of us baseball Twitter roasting you. All you had to say was financial fraud does not equal cracking the system, but alas, your ego got in the way. And Jeff Passan replied, I'll give Jeff his, very well thought out response. And I want your response to it.
Yeah.
Jeff Passan, I have no evidence, and no other media member has reported any, that the Dodgers did anything that ran afoul of the CBA. Beyond that, the government is focused more on procedural questions, the mismarking of affiliated investments, and the web of companies under Guggenheim's umbrella, than anything specifically related to the Dodgers. You are well within your rights to assume whatever you want to assume. And if you want to suggest there was some kind of fraud that specifically impacted on-field performance, you do you. I'm not going to do that because I have no idea how the money they received from selling the debt on their television network, for example, was used. I wasn't being naive when I said the Dodgers cracked the system. They did. They recognize that the cash is a grand separator in terms of securing talent, and that the CBT, which is the collective bargaining, tax, right?
Yeah.
The CBT thresholds should be no impediment. You know who else did? The Mets, and they stunk. Every billionaire has access to cash. Not as much as the Dodgers, certainly, but if they want to get more capital to invest in their team, they can. They choose not to, and that is well within their rights. But to suggest that because Mark Walter is under investigation for one business's tactics, that it automatically ties into another's with zero hard evidence showing that's the case, is simply a case of you fitting what you think you know to a conclusion you already made. What do you say to that?
I say to Jeff Passan that he's being purposefully putting his head in the sand, and he's just wrong. Again, their television deal, is that the same type of deal when it comes to sharing their money as everyone else in the league?
No, he did say that the Dodgers have more cash than anyone. He said that in his response.
And they don't have to share their television deal in the same way that all the other teams do.
They do not. They have more money than everyone else. That is true. But other teams can get more cash if they wanted to, like selling off portions to other investors. If they wanted to do that.
Sure. But
they choose not to.
But Joe, getting back to the same conversation, okay? In the NFL, all right, the Jacksonville Jaguars can afford anyone they want.
Yes.
Because everyone shares every dollar.
Yeah, and there's a hard salary cap in the NFL.
Yeah, well,
yes.
It's a soft cap.
Well, actually, in fairness, no one even knows what it is.
Yeah,
the
it's a
NFL,
soft cap.
NFL, it's so convoluted.
Can the Jaguars afford any player on their team they want?
Yes, they can.
Right?
Shad Khan, absolutely.
The Pirates cannot afford every player on their team if they want.
Well,
at some point, they've got to be able to have revenue that is profitable.
Yeah.
All right? Every NFL team in baseball, every NFL team in football is crushing it.
Yes.
They're making money hand over fist.
Yes.
Look at the price for the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, it's outrageous.
The Marlins are worth under $1 billion. There are MLS teams that are approaching what the value is on the Marlins.
Inter Miami, that is in the same market, might be worth more than them.
Why is that?
Well, there's a Lionel Messi attachment there, but they also have their own stadium too.
Everyone always diminishes operating costs and things like that. Like these are real expenses. You've got to have it penciled. So, and then I always hear this one. Oh, well, they cut a big check to the league, the Dodgers, because they do. They cut a big check and they hand it out to everyone. Did you get a stimulus check?
Yeah, didn't we all?
Yeah.
During the pandemic you're talking about. Yeah.
What'd you end up buying with that stimulus check?
Diapers.
Yeah. Necessities.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So when the Pirates get a stimulus check, right, everyone's like, they're putting it in their pockets. And no, they're literally putting it back into their team. Now, maybe they're putting something in their pocket. You wouldn't own a business without turning a profit. I ask any one of you, how long would you run a business without turning a profit?
Not long.
How long would Odyssey run a business without turning a profit?
I'm not going to respond to that one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I
plead the fifth.
Look at America. I mean, look how things work, you guys.
But you get what he's saying, though, in that every billionaire does have access to cash, and if they want to get more, they can. They don't want to give up some of the percentage of their ownership, though.
Okay,
to
if
do
they
that,
want to get
right?
cash, okay, just to get cash. But at some point, you still, just to get that cash, you still have to have revenue to match whatever your salaries are that you're paying for.
Sure.
So in the NFL, for example, no matter what the Niners do right now, their payroll is around $300 million. They're getting a $600 million check at the end of the year.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
$600 million check. That covers the whole payroll.
Sure.
Yeah. Who's giving that to the Pirates?
No one.
That's the problem.
But you know what? If you want more cash, whoever the owner is, the Pirates, you can get more if you want to.
No,
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but that's intellectually dishonest.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Every billionaire has access to cash to get more.
At the end of the year, the Dodgers will get a $400 million check from Time Warner.
They have more money than everyone else. We understand that.
But they have a $400 million check.
Yeah, they have more money. They have more.
No one else has that.
Okay, but they can get more money if they want to.
Who?
Any of these owners can.
By selling what?
By selling portions of their team.
Okay, and so now you're giving up team control?
Yes.
Okay, so now you have more money.
Show that you care more.
But just because you took out a loan doesn't mean you have the money to then pay for future payroll. Just because you took out money, right, and took a loan, right, does that mean that you have money to then pay off all the loan and everything like that?
Well, no, someone's going to own a portion of the team to buy into that and give you the money, right, and give the team the money, right?
Yes,
10%,
and now you're
5%.
sharing profit with who?
With these new people coming in.
Correct?
Absolutely, and you got to take a sacrifice if you care about the franchise winning. That's why we see this in the NFL, don't we?
Joe, just because you get a chunk of cash and then go out and spend it doesn't mean you're making your money back. And it doesn't mean that you're automatically profitable.
It doesn't mean that, but if you want to have a winning product and have a continually winning product, which I would assume would help a lot of these markets and teams if you continue to win. But you don't think that the Pirates, would be looked at different if they've been winning the last 5, 6, 7 years?
The NFL is filled with two teams at the top of the market.
The NFL's just it's different, though.
Hear me out.
NFL's king.
No, the Jets make money every year.
Yes.
Tons of money.
Yeah.
What is it? They're still bad. You still have to be well run. Just because you have money doesn't mean that you're automatically going to be successful. But in this sport, right, in baseball, it gives you a big competitive advantage. Last year, 7 of the 8 playoff teams had the highest payrolls in baseball. I mean, like,
no, that's a fact. That shows you spend, and it's going to equate to winning.
It doesn't
guarantee it. Look at the Mets. Obviously,
Yeah.
they're the prime
But
example
it helps
of all
you
this.
when you have multiple relievers and everybody going
Trust
down.
me, we've done the compare and contrast with the A's and the Giants forever when it comes to this stuff. I mean, the A's have skated by for some years in playoff years because of the money ball, and then there's that whole thing. But ultimately, they weren't able to secure the talent because they would cry poor, and we don't want to pay these guys. So
you think it's a level playing field?
No, I think the Dodgers have more money.
No,
yes.
It's not just have more money.
Yes, they do, though. Isn't this what it comes? Yes.
No. Well,
they do.
It's not real, but.
Yeah, no. Well, that's what this is all coming down to.
Who has the most money in the NBA?
Who does?
I mean, Ballmer?
Ballmer, probably Microsoft. But again.
What's he won?
Well, but no one wants to go to the second apron in there.
No, but I'm just saying, like, what has he won?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Well, but they have a new stadium. They do have that. They're out of the Lakers' shadow in that regard. Sure. And they're over in Inglewood now.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Like, you caping up for the whole, like, money
I'm not
aspect?
caping up for it. It's just I'm playing devil's advocate because.
Yeah, but if every player goes to one team, how is that fair? This is the same thing that happened with the Yankees in the early 2000s. It drove everyone nuts. It drove everyone crazy that A-Rod and Giambi, you're getting him and him. Oh, my God.
You don't think the Dodgers are good for Major League Baseball? I actually think they've been great for Major League Baseball. I think they've been a great villain, and I think the dynasty has been awesome for the league.
I don't think it's
and
great.
I think Rob Manfred would agree on that.
I don't think it's great that Tariq Skubal went there. No, I don't. I don't think it's great that Kyle Tucker went there. No. It's one thing to be really good. It's one thing when it's like guaranteed every guy on the market who's available is going directly to you. That's not like that's why Bama in college football was kind of boring after a while. Like, can someone else win this?
Right.
That's what made Clemson so much fun.
Well, now we're realizing, too, like, and, you know, I don't know if Kalen DeBoer, I know he's never going to replicate what Nick Saban did there. Coaching matters, too. College football, I think, compared to the NFL, compared to all these other ones, it's a little bit different. But now with NIL, I mean, that's changed the whole landscape of just paying more. If you have an exorbitant donor to your school, like what was Texas A&M, right? Or Texas Tech. It was one of those. I think it was Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Like
they had the most expensive defense in football.
Did a guy like paying, like giving like $50 million, like writing them a check? Here, go bring in, here's your NIL pool. Go get whoever you want, Texas Tech. And traditionally, they were never in the conversation with, you know, top 10, top 8 school. They have a year occasionally, like a Crabtree with, you know, Mike Leach, but never. And now that's opened up the floodgate.
Joe, like to say that any team, like in this hypothetical, let's say somebody, the Pirates, let's just use them. What's their value? What do you think? Couple billion?
Couple bill, probably.
Okay,
Do they own the ballpark?
Okay.
I'm assuming they do.
How much of this team should he be selling off to someone? I'm just curious.
I don't know. How much is it worth to you to do that? How much is winning important to you, owner of the Pittsburgh Pirates?
All right, so let's say it's $1 billion. I sell half my team. Let's go.
Can we do 49% so he still has the majority stake? Let's do that. Yeah, 49% of the team.
So $1 billion. I get a $1 billion influx. That's 3.5 years of revenue for the Dodgers. Right? Like, do you see how this?
But you can spread that out. Like, they just gave.
I understand that.
They just gave it Connor Griffin $100 million for what? 8 years, 9 years, whatever it was.
Decision.
Smart.
Yeah,
very smart.
They can't do that for every single player on their roster.
Well, the next guy, right, in this conversation, Paul Skeens is going to have to get it broken off. Although, have you seen his numbers this year, Paul Skeens? I don't know what's going on with him. 3.79 ERA. Yikes. We got Aaron from San Rafael who's been very patient.
I want to land this real quick.
Before we get to Aaron from San Rafael,
just 1 second.
He's a special guest, by the way.
Okay, you brought up the $100 million, deal for Connor Griffin.
Yeah,
this is Glass now making $32 million. Tariq making $32 million. Shohei making $30 million. I don't even know if that's real or if that's deferred. $28 million for Blake Snell. $26 million for Mookie Betts. $23 million for Freddie Freeman, which is a deal. $20 million for Yamamoto.
Yeah,
and that's just the active roster. Edwin Diaz hasn't even pitched to them right now. He's making $18 million large.
He stinks.
I mean, Joe.
Buster Posey dodged that bullet.
It's not just having one contract. I mean, it's over the top.
I know.
It's over the top.
All that being said, I do think they've been a net positive for the league.
Oh,
I do.
Yeah, you could possibly be right. It's a big brand.
I know we like to. They're the evil empire. They're the Death Star. Like, I understand that. No, I understand all of that. At the end of the day, I'm going to look back and say, wow, man, them versus the Yankees, them going back to back, them trying to three-peat this year for the first time since the Yankees, in the late
You
90s.
love big brand dynasties, though.
But it's good for the sport. That's why. No, it is. Dynasties have always been good for the sport. The Chiefs have been good. The Patriots were good for the sport. The Lakers, the Celtics, the Heatles, the Warriors. We love a dynasty. Don't act like we don't.
Did you love Alabama?
Yes.
I don't think people.
I loved rooting for Alabama.
I think people got tired after a while.
No,
I do.
You want a villain to root against.
No, I thought it got real regional.
Did you love watching the Seattle Seahawks versus the Patriots this past year?
It got old watching Alabama pretty quickly. I'm agreeing with Shasta.
Yeah, it got old quick. That's all. And I remember what it was like with the Bulls. You guys were too young. Everyone hated the Bulls.
No, people love Michael Jordan.
We loved the Bulls, and it was Homer. We were sick. We were like, please, John Stockton win one.
People were sick of the Warriors too.
People were dead sick of the Warriors.
Yeah, but they turned into villains. And they tuned in to watch them lose.
No one is dismissing you on that aspect. What I'm saying is this is over the top. This is grotesque.
I disagree. I think it's great. I would like them to continue to win.
Nick Kurtz should go there. Nick Kurtz, come on down.
He's well within his rights to do so.
Yeah, and you'd be happy?
No, that would suck. But he's within his rights to maximize his talent and skill set. If they're not going to pay him $300 million.
Yeah, if this were any other sport, there'd be 10 other teams lining up to be able to pay him.
Yeah,
right?
The Giants should go after Nick Kurtz. They should.
I agree, but the amount of teams in baseball that can do it, that can actually do it, is fewer than everyone wants to admit. And that's the problem with Jeff Passan. Everyone can do it. No, they cannot.
888-957-9570 is the number. And our Red and Gold Summit is back for another year, September 3rd. That's going to be next Thursday live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Dids from 2 to 6 and all the hosts from 4 to 6 getting you ready for another football season. And our very own Brian Baldinger will be there as well. Can't freaking wait for that. Food, drinks, and autographed merch you can win. Wow. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products.
I mean, I think everyone got real tired of Red Sox Yankees real quick. I know I did.
Did you?
Yes.
I mean, the Red Sox, they had their early 2000s run, and then they were okay for a while, and then it took a while to get back to 2011, 2012, 2013.
04, 07.
07, and then it was like a 6-year gap.
04, 07, 13, 18.
13, 18. There was gaps in between.
Yeah, but I got real tired of Yankees and
Did you get tired of the Spurs when they were doing their thing?
Yeah, but the Spurs were boring.
There were gaps in between.
No, I know. But what did most people think? The Spurs were boring.
But I love their brand of basketball.
But people thought Pistons Spurs was boring.
Oh, for sure. Because they weren't major markets, right?
Not every dynastic run is equal.
Apparently we have a family member of yours on the line.
Okay.
That we got to get to because I don't want to get in trouble here. I don't want to break up the family. Aaron from San Rafael, the floor is yours.
What's up, Aaron?
What's up, JoJo? Okay. Speaking of dynasties, here's my hot take.
Oh.
When Robert Kraft was arrested for prostitution, the Pats won the Super Bowl that year. So I'm thinking that this is an omen. And alleged, please. This is an omen, and I think the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl this year. Thankfully for our buddy Jed York, who Papa Joe loved, right, JoJo?
I don't know. That's a strong sentence.
Speaking of the name Joe, Aaron, apparently that was the name that Jed used on this website. He changed his name to Joe. What do you think of that?
And I also just read, I don't want to be intellectually stupid here on my media training, but it was he was picking up a dude.
Okay. I don't know about that. Thank you, Aaron from San Rafael. It's your cousin?
First, last, and only
That's
call.
your cousin? Again, alleged. I don't know. And I don't. Just get us in trouble. Jeds might be listening right now.
Look, I think when I bring up the
and by
Dodgers,
the way, the solicitation of that for Robert Kraft was in 2019. That was 7 years later after all this. So,
I would say that I know when we bring up the Dodgers and all this,
alleged.
You're like, oh, you're a Giants fan. It's the Dodgers.
I didn't say that.
I felt the same. No, I'm saying if I'm the audience.
Yeah, sure.
Right? I felt the same way about the Yankees after a while. Didn't you guys feel the same about the Yankees? And I didn't even I don't care about the Yankees, and I didn't care about the Red Sox. I literally did not care one way or the other. And I'm like, God, everyone's just going to go to the Yankees? Everyone?
I mean, that's just everyone. It became their mystique, though, right? And didn't it make it that much sweeter when they lost to a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks, when the Red Sox completed the comeback down 3-0 in the ALCS? Doesn't it make it more special that you
Red
beat
Sox
a team?
fans?
Yeah, it makes it special,
It just
though.
felt like all the players were going to a couple of teams, and I don't think that that's great.
Okay.
I don't think that's great for the health of the league.
We could disagree on that. That's okay. But I'd like to throw that out to the audience.
Think about this. Right? I'm a big Niner fan. I acknowledge no salary cap in the NFL. 94. Look at that 94 team.
Yeah.
How the hell are the Chargers going to compete with the Niners and the Cowboys, whoever won that NFC Championship? It's impossible. The league is in a much healthier spot today than it was in 1994.
Who were like the top teams or the top players on that Chargers? Did they have
Stan Humphries was quarterback. Sean Means was the running back.
Junior Seau, was he there yet?
Robbie Harrison was a rookie. And yes, Junior Seau was their star linebacker.
There you go.
And Gary Plummer had left them. Gary Plummer was a Charger and left them and came to the Niners. I'm just saying, and I love that 94 team. And again, I'm stepping back and I say to myself, you know who else could have won it, by the way? Like the Jim Harbaugh Colts and like the Steelers. Those teams weren't even close to the Cowboys and Niners. No. Cowboys and Niners were super teams.
Yeah.
The league was not balanced. The way it is now, Joe, you just said it yesterday. Look at the NFL.
It's wide open. Yeah, it is.
No idea who's going to represent either conference.
But it wasn't that for, in the AFC anyways, the last handful of years. It was a shoo-in probably. It was going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. And hell, it might be the Chiefs again this year.
A lot of people counted them out.
They did.
A lot of people counted them out.
They nearly three-peated, which is insane.
But here's the fascinating thing I like about football, and I think this is very important. Even though everyone has money, everyone can cut their quarterback today, and it's like, no big deal.
Yeah.
Right? And spend $100 million in dead money or whatever it is.
Except the Cleveland Browns, I guess.
Don't even start there. But what separates them now? Now that everyone has money, are you well run or are you not?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And the language in some of these contracts are fascinating. Whether you could have incentives in there. Like, I think of guys like Howie Roseman and Les Snead and how they've been able to circumvent the cap. It's pretty incredible. And again, it goes back to how savvy are you when it comes to these negotiations? Are you going to let it bleed into the training camp? Are you going to nip it in the bud early? Like, I think the Niners have been a perfect example of all of this. And going back to Parag, your boy, who's no longer, going to be a mainstay here with the 49ers. He's over doing the Leeds United thing. And apparently Max Crosby's a minority owner there, which I thought
weird.
Which I thought was interesting. Huh.
This Jed story is just getting more weird.
But it goes back to what you're saying. Like, it does separate the men from the boys in regards to how you're able to build your roster. In the NFL, more so than any other. And now, even in the NBA, we're going to see what Mike Dunleavy's made of heading into next year when he has this, quote-unquote, financial flexibility. That's great having that. What are you going to do with it? And for baseball, for the longest time, it was like, oh, well, if you just have money, just spend it. Do whatever you want. And now, with this looming, lockout, we're going to see if they want to get a salary cap and how that's going to change things going forward.
I think one of the things that bugs me when I hear about like dynasties and whatnot, like for the Warriors, for example, I mean, they just paid whatever. Yes, the last one they did, they went deep into luxury tax.
Yes.
When they brought in Durant, it was all because Curry was put on basically a steal of a deal.
Yeah.
If they don't have the steal of a deal and the salary cap exploding the way it did right at that time, there's no way they afford Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
No one ever brings that nuance up. It's always like, oh, they landed the best player. Like he took like a discount or something.
Well, no, and they benefited, and I hate that this has become a thing. Like even we're seeing with the Oklahoma City Thunder, they benefited from hitting on their draft class. Like they developed young talent,
drafting and developing, no doubt.
And then all of a sudden now, fast forward,
Spurs.
Yeah, exactly. Fast forward 10 years later, you're going to get punished for that. Well, you can't keep Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, we're assuming here that one of those guys is going to leave. Probably Jalen Williams if you can't stay healthy. But like we even talked about that in the finals of the Spurs. Oh well, Wemby's going to have to get paid, and he took a discount. But what's that going to mean for Stephon Castle? All this stuff, right? Like it's become so convoluted, and I hate that about the league. That's become an issue. But it goes back to, hey, well, you're getting parity now. Is that a good thing? Do you like what the NBA's become?
Well, I would say this. I think the New York Knicks story this year was a great one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great one. It's team building. Like, were they the most expensive team in the league? No.
But they did go out and trade and acquire a lot of talent.
Moves.
Yes. Yeah.
But what separated them? Individual players, individual coach, the GM making shrewd moves, fitting everything under the cap, right? And then guys taking big sacrifices, whether it be on the floor, at the on their personal pay home check, take home check. Like Jalen Brunson taking the deal that he did, I think is one of the coolest things of the last 5 years in sports.
Are teams like the Dodgers good for sports in general? Like I think they have been a net positive for Major League Baseball solely because, we're talking about them almost on a daily basis, and that's good for the league. They love that.
Gratuitous. I think it's gotten to the point where it's a little over the top.
But were we saying this, and again, I'll lean on you because I was 7-8 years old when the Yankees were doing their dynasty.
Yes,
we were saying the same thing about the Yankees then. When
Giambi went to the Yankees, I'm not even an A's fan. It was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And then they traded for A-Rod. Now that one, they beat the Red Sox to go get him.
Yeah.
But it just, to me, it felt like every potential free agent was going to Red Sox or Yankees.
But I feel like
that was it.
But I feel like we look back on that era with such wow, what an incredible team. Incredible. Like, can the Dodgers do something that, only the Yankees have done in recent memory?
Why
they're looked on it fondly is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but why is this Giants team so beloved? That 2010 team came out of nowhere.
It did come out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of sports. Look, I'm sure that there's room for all of these in the wide world of sports. What I'm saying is the current Dodger model is gratuitous and it's unsustainable.
Unsustainable, I would agree with.
It's just, and then here's the other thing that people always want to say: oh, they draft better than everyone. I mean, do they? Freddie Freeman was a free agent. Shohei was a free agent. Blake Snell was a free agent. Right? I'm not saying that. Yes. A lot of their draft farm system has enabled them to make shrewd trades. But how many other teams have similar farms but don't have the financials to be able to give Tyler Glasnow this $200 million extension? And if Tyler Glasnow gets hurt, then it really doesn't matter. Because you know why? We just spent $300 million on Yamamoto.
We got the sound off in 10 minutes. Can't wait for that. We got some calls I want to get to. 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming joining us in about 30 minutes, voice of the Giants. We'll ask Dave about all this, quite frankly, as well, because he's also covers the Major League Baseball at large for NBC. Let's start with Trashy Mark in Alameda.
Okay.
What's up, Trashy Mark?
Hope you're a garbage man.
I handle solid waste for the city. But anyway, Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I just wanted to refute some of your points there, Shasky. Mookie Betts was traded to the Dodgers.
Yeah, but he was also. Wait. But why did the Red Sox trade him? Why?
That's because they didn't want to spend the money.
No, because they had the money players, and they didn't have the money to pay him.
But yes, they did.
They chose.
But they also chose not to invest in Mookie Betts, who was also a World Series champion, Gold Glover. I mean, that's on them. They could have made that investment. Maybe it hurts them in the pocketbooks a little bit, maybe to take a little bit less home, but they could have done it. Tyler Glasnow, traded by the Rays. Blake Snell, not invested by the Rays.
No one was traded. Wait, I want to make sure no one was giving him a $200 million contract in baseball. He's always hurt. His name is the Glass Man. Only the Dodgers would have done that deal.
But it's like the A's. Listen, I'm from LA. I'm a Dodgers fan. I will say that. But I've been in the Bay Area. But I've been in the Bay Area since 97. I adopted the A's as my local team. Loved going to the Coliseum. They never reinvested in players. How many times do you say, I love this guy, and then the next thing.
But do you think that they're working with the same deck of hands? I said to the boss, last night I went to the Giants game, there was 28,000. That is a series, maybe 2 series of attendance for the Sacramento A's. Yeah. How can they compete? Come on. We have to be realistic. You can only go so deep into the red. You know this. You seem reasonable.
Yeah, I do. But we know, but back in the day when we were at the Coliseum, they had a chance to invest in that team.
I don't deny that. You're right on that.
So I don't feel bad that they're in a minor league stadium and leaving to go to a new freshie so that they can, get all the corporate sponsors. That's on the owners. If you really want to win, you can invest in that team. And you said it yourself, Freddie Freeman, a steal. The Atlanta Braves could have re-signed it. The guy is a Hall of Famer.
They're smart. They let him go, and they got Matt Olson.
Yeah, they are. Well, and they're smart for me because I got 2 World Series championships and a bottom of the 9th or bottom of the 10th Grand Slam home run to put it into history. So I think you're letting these owners off the hook. Is it a little unfair the way the Dodgers do it?
Wait, you really think the Minnesota Twins could afford Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Freddie Freeman, and Yamamoto if they wanted? You really believe that?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean that there are going to be certain limitations, but you have these other teams that could have been investing in these players so that they're not even a part of the Dodgers, right? You could have defied the whatever, what do we call the Russian
if I just
people?
say, blindly bid 300. I want you to think about this. Blindly bid $300 million and pay his exit fee for Yamamoto without throwing a pitch in Major League Baseball. We all were going to say the same thing. Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox, Mets. Those are the only 4 teams that would be in on that guy.
I do think the unique circumstance of this, and you bring up like Twins and these other teams, like the market matters here too.
Yes.
Especially.
Yes.
They're the Los Angeles Dodgers.
No doubt.
This couldn't work in, the middle America, in Topeka, Kansas.
The Kansas City Royals are not spending $300 million on Yamamoto sight unseen.
No, and Yamamoto's not going to Kansas City.
No, I
agree
on
not.
that.
Like some of these players are going to the Dodgers because of where they play. That's just a fact. No, same with the Yankees. It's the same.
It's the only reason why the Angels have gotten players is because it's in L.A.
Shohei's the only reason he went there is because of that.
But I would also argue to you, like, doing that same exercise, even the Angels, and Artie Moreno has spent a lot of money. Even they have a threshold.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Even they have a threshold.
And it's why teams like the Lakers will always get. It's like teams like the Heat.
I watched the Reds last night. The Reds were the big red machine in the 70s. They were great in the 90s. Barry Larkin, late 80s, early 90s, Eric Davis. Those teams were awesome. Yeah. You really think the Cincinnati, seriously, you really think the Cincinnati Reds can afford Blake Snell on the open market and then go, you know what, we'll take Edwin Diaz. And if he's not good, it doesn't really matter. Oh, and while we're at it, we'll trade for Tariq Skubal. We know he's got this arm issue. We'll give him $300 million. And while we're at it, let's extend Ellie De La Cruz $200 million. They haven't even done that yet.
Well, I know the history of the Eds ownership in the past is not looked at kindly once upon a time.
Yeah.
But I don't know who their owners are now.
Yeah. Sal Stewart's sweet.
No, they got some young.
Ellie De La Cruz is sweet.
They got some young players to be excited about for sure. And I do remember the Reds, they paid people. Yes. They paid Joey Votto.
They did give Joey Votto money.
They paid Brandon Phillips.
I think it's interesting. Yeah, they got Joey Votto, but Jay Bruce fell off.
Jay Bruce, exactly.
And they paid Jay Bruce.
Yeah.
And for the small market teams, 1 or 2 of those guys not performing matters a lot.
Yeah.
For the Dodgers, if Kyle Tucker doesn't perform, it means nothing.
Exactly.
And
he's been bad this year.
That's where it sucks.
At least
now, if you're the Washington Commanders, right, in football, let's go to football. If you're the Washington Commanders and you pay Jaden Daniels, let's just say hypothetically $200 or $300 million, if he's not good, you're in trouble.
No, you're screwed. You're screwed.
Look at the Dolphins.
That's why you need to maximize now on the rookie contract window, right, et cetera. Or you have a cost-effective contract for your quarterback like Sam Darnold with the Seattle Seahawks. And guess what? If Sam has another good season, he's going to want more money, especially heading into next summer, which, again, they're going to have financial hamstrings, or you're going to have to count on other young rookies, developing. And it goes back to the 49ers. We're going to get into the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan spoke after practice yesterday. Fred Warner spoke after practice. That's why they're relying on a lot of these young talent, and that's why Niner fans have been so frustrated, because when you don't land on young talent in football, it cripples you down the line. It's not unique to that sport because we're seeing that with the Warriors right now, too.
Replenish.
You got to replenish. Dwayne from Stockton. What's up, Dwayne? You on the roast?
Hey, good morning. What's up with the homies?
What you got, man?
Hey, I got a few thoughts. Hey, but your girl Erin, she's gangster. Boy, ooh-wee.
Don't tell her that. She's
gangster
probably
in the
still
morning.
listening.
Boy, she's gangster at 8 o'clock in the morning, man. Go ahead, Erin. 2, I want to talk about the 49ers culture, bro. I'm going to tell you guys why it all matters. 1, these guys already have a tall task in front of them, bro, in the NFC West. They got a big challenge. Don't you think they should be fully focused? I mean, don't you think this requires full focus with the task that they have at hand?
All I kept thinking yesterday was, thank God we have Kyle Shanahan.
Exactly.
And I said that to you guys yesterday morning before he had a press. I was like, how many coaches in the history of the Niners could have handled yesterday?
Well, and this is a guy that was in a serious car accident recently. Concussions and lacerations. Like, my God.
I think they'll be focused. No,
they have the infrastructure in place. I think they're fine. Yeah, on the field, they'll be fine.
The greatest hire Jed ever did was get Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and you know what? He gets credit for that. He does.
I mean, Joe, how many guys in the NFL?
And John Lynch. Don't forget, John Lynch has been very important. Yes.
I consider them a duo.
I know.
So,
yeah.
I mean, how many coaches yesterday are pulling that off?
Not a lot. Not a lot. There's going to be a lot of next questions. And I actually listened to a coach yesterday that almost annoyed the hell out of me. I'll explain on the other side.
Nick Sirianni in that same setting.
Well, I got a guy.
And Sirianni's got a Super Bowl.
Let's hit the injury report because
Sirianni, you boob.
Thank you. Where's Fat Dom at? Oh, what do you know it? The Giants have some bad pitching news. Carson Whisenhunt has a torn UCL in his throwing elbow and is headed for Tommy John surgery. By the way, rest in peace, Tommy John. Whisenhunt left Monday night's start after experiencing visible discomfort in his arm after throwing a pitch. This news came hours before Adrian Hauser left his start early yesterday after showing discomfort in his throwing arm. Hauser said after the game he was experiencing flexor tightness. We'll see what that means heading forward for him if he has to go on the IL. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Halfway home here on a hump day. Dave Fleming joining us in 20 minutes, as he does each and every week. Voice of the San Francisco Giants. But it's 8 o'clock, Sam. You know what that means. I love this beat. Do you really think the Minnesota Twins can afford that? He's like, no. I'm like, thank you. Let's go. Sound off, baby. This is, I'm just hearing, people are hitting me up in my DMs. This is taking off. This might be the fastest growing segment in Bay Area radio. Those are other words, not mine.
All right.
People are saying that. All right. Again, it's the sound off. It could be about anything. Get it off your chest, sports or otherwise. And where are we starting today, Sammy?
This guy was complaining about something in youth sports. Shasky, you might be able to relate to this.
I'm sounding off on this reclassification of youth sport athletes going on. It's getting ridiculous. You have these older kids playing against younger kids. I don't know what the game is in that, and some of you parents should be ashamed and embarrassed that you will hold your kid back to have an advantage in sports. Like, it's not a good look. I don't know what the game is for these kids that do that. And honestly, what you're telling your kids is that you're not good enough to compete against kids your own age. And you have these kids that are older, bigger, more advanced, staying a grade or two back just so they can look good. Because at the end of the road, when they, eventually get to high school, it's going to even out regardless.
He's right. It will even out eventually.
It always does, Sam. It always does. What's next?
Unless you're the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's true. Or the Twins. Guys, I don't know. So have you heard the story about Jed York going on lately? Well, someone called in to sound off about it.
I got to leave my guys on Jed York. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong where he needs to be embarrassed like this? And, I wake up to a picture of him in a jumpsuit, and I'm thinking, dang, did he murder someone? Did he drive drunk and kill 10 people? No. He hired a $100, $140 prostitute. He's not married. He's going through a divorce. What is the problem? Oh, my God, I cannot believe the attention this is getting. And look at what Robert Kraft did. Look at the difference of what Robert Kraft was doing. Not did one time. And I'm not saying Jed just did this one time. He's probably done it multiple times since he's been divorced or separated. But look into the Robert Kraft case and then compare the two. And Robert Kraft is probably the most respected owner in the NFL today. So it all got past him. So it all gets past Jed. And people just need to settle down. My gosh.
I have no idea if that was real or not.
I think it was real. The difference is one was charged and one pled no contest. The other was charged, one pled no guilty, and those charges were dropped.
They also both did things that are also just, against the law.
Yes. Allegedly.
The $140.
Allegedly.
Dude, the details that are coming out on this thing, the 140 is just going to stick with him forever.
Why did the name have to be Joe, his secret alias? Come on, man.
A new number to retire?
Come on. We don't like that. As a Joe, you should also be offended. What are we doing? What's next?
We live in the golden age of whataboutisms and false equivalencies.
It's insane.
It's really fun, actually. Here's one for you guys.
Dude, how hard is it to wipe a couple swipes of deodorant in the morning? Some of you stinky pigs. Just wipe a couple little swipes of deodorant before. You don't even have to shower, dude. Just wipe the deodorant on your stinky pits. It's gross, bro.
1,000% agree. That's actually a really good drop. 1,000% agreed there, especially because we are the early shift of the day. So you know if someone forgot to put it on. You always know.
How do you forget?
Maybe you're rushing and you forgot. And you know?
Never in my life.
Rushing or dragging. You get that reference? You don't. It's okay.
Whiplash.
Thank you.
What?
It's a movie. J.K. Simmons on line 1. Miles Teller. Diversify your portfolio. Continue. What do we got next?
Another one.
Man, is there anything better than Coke in a bottle?
There you go.
That's it?
Hey, I feel him on that.
Okay, Coke. No.
Yeah. The real sugarcane Coke
in a
is
glass bottle. He didn't say that part.
Yes.
Not in a plastic bottle.
No.
I assumed he meant glass bottle.
Okay. Glass bottle. It's the best.
The hierarchy
it's
goes.
The Mission Street special.
The hierarchy goes McDonald's for me, straight out of the machine. Then it goes glass bottle. Then it goes can. Then it goes plastic.
No, I'm so out on these rankings.
No, it hits
McDonald's at the top.
No, it hits different when it comes.
You're wrong.
No, it's different syrup. You haven't heard about this? They use different.
I know,
it's different.
It's different concentrate.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. Coke in a glass
Chase
bottle.
gave me the thumbs up. That means I won.
Coke
he
in
never
a glass
agrees
bottle
with
is
me.
the GOAT.
No,
it is.
I'm going to disagree.
You know what? I think we have to do a blind taste test here.
I think we might have to
someday
on air. We might have to do that.
We'll have Gooby the judge.
The fact that like McDonald's, I love McDonald's, but give me a break.
No, I'm saying like it doesn't have to be just McDonald's. It's just any vending machine that has Coke. When it comes out of there, it hits different. The bubbles, it's just you feel it. That burn in the back of your throat from the carbonation. It's different, man. It does.
Gross, bro.
That's really good. By the way, the people at this station that drink soda at like 6 a.m, I know I'm not one to talk, but that's something I could never do, is drink soda that early.
Best thing I ever did was cut soda out of my life.
I don't really drink it much anymore either.
The last time I finished a soda was 6 or 7 years
ago. I'm a guy that like, if I am getting like fast food or something, or like, let's use In-N-Out Burger as an example, I get like the unsweetened tea with the lemon. That's what I do there. Oh. Yeah.
Nice and simple. All right, there's your sound off.
That's it. There you go.
Now,
I wanted to keep going. I was getting more excited. It was like my juices were flowing, baby.
I do want to get into Jed York, but just one last little thought exercise for you to chew on. When the regional sports networks were a thing, there was one guy. I want to use Minnesota as an example, okay? And I was just thinking about this. This isn't something that I thought long and hard yesterday about. It's just while we were talking. Joe Mauer. He was a twin lifer, right?
Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
he's a Minnesota guy, too.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, if this were the modern era where the Twins are really broke because of this situation, they built their own stadium, Target Field.
And so apparently, by all accounts, it's beautiful.
Agreed, right? Like they're kind of like a model mid-tier franchise in terms of like nobody ever thinks about them, right?
Never.
Would Joe Mauer be able to be afforded at maximum value on the market today? Now, and the reason why I want you to think about that, I want you to think about what else is in Minnesota right now in the other sports. Ant Edwards. Do we even question whether they can afford Ant Edwards?
No, we do not. And they just actually had a new ownership change with the Minnesota Timberwolves. So there you go.
Okay. Minnesota! Who's the other star? Justin Jefferson.
Yes.
Is there even a hint that they couldn't have, and they did?
Oh, I thought you were going to say LaMelo Ball on top of that, by the way, with Minnesota Timberwolves.
I just used the two best players. I'm just using the two best players. Like, Justin Jefferson, is there even a whiff that they couldn't afford him?
Nope.
Okay. If Joe Mauer came up today,
also a team with a rookie contract with their quarterback, yes.
Would the clock not be on Minnesota to try to find a way to get him under an 8-year, $115 million deal?
Absolutely.
And every day that went on that they couldn't do it, what would the chatter be? Well, he wants $400 million.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do it. It's what you referenced the name earlier. It's what's happening with Nick Kurtz over with the A's.
Exactly.
They tied up all these other young guys, the Lawrence Butlers of the world, the Soderstroms of the world, Jacob Wilson, et cetera, et cetera. Kurtz is the guy who's like a top 5, top 10 player when he's healthy.
Exactly.
And he knows it because I believe he's a Scott Boras client. So
now, we acknowledge the Timberwolves and the Vikings have paid Ant Edwards and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
Now, what is the question? How do we build around them?
Yep.
Okay. Right?
Yeah.
Is that stopping them from spending?
No.
Actually, I'd say the T-Wolves spent a ton of money.
They did.
And made a lot of crazy moves.
And you didn't even mention Rudy Gobert, who's making a bunch of money.
Exactly. And they've made some bold moves.
Yes.
I think the Vikings have been pretty bold, and they've spent a lot of money around them.
Baldsy's really, we talked Baldy yesterday. He's really high on them with the Kyler Murray acquisition.
Right? But like in this hypothetical, let's just say Mauer signs for $250 million. Today he's 25 years old with the Twins. Could they afford anything else?
Well, I was going to say in this example, going back to those old Twins teams, bye Justin Morneau, bye Torrey Hunter, yeah, bye
Francisco Liriano,
Francisco, yeah,
right,
for sure.
And so like they did, by the way, retain Carlos Correa at a way cheaper deal than what they initially had thought from the beginning. And have you even thought about the Minnesota Twins?
No. Isn't Correa on the Astros again?
Well, he left.
Okay,
he was on a short. I'm saying a couple years ago.
No, for sure. Yeah,
I'm saying a couple years ago. They did end up landing him. So like, I'm not even going to, let's stop using the A's as an extreme or the Rays. Let's just go mid-market. And like, if that doesn't tell you the dire situation baseball's in, and I'm removing my Giants cap. I just use Minnesota as an example. Look how the NBA operates. Look how the NFL operates, and now look how that Major League Baseball team operates. We're not, something's off. I'm not saying that the Dodgers can't be the Dodgers, because look, in the NFL, the Rams are still the Rams in the New York market, right? In the NBA, do the Lakers still operate like the Lakers?
Yes. Even with all their ownership up in the air.
They're going to have inherent advantages no matter what.
No matter what.
Because it's LA.
And people want to go there on their own free will, and they're well within their rights to do that.
It's always going to have an advantage.
And that's a question mark for the Warriors going forward once Steph leaves, is how much of a destination is this going to be?
The Dodgers
we know they'll spend.
The Dodgers will always have advantages.
Yes.
The problem is all these teams in the middle are losing any little bit ability they have to retain and build around players. It's making it imbalanced.
I want to ask Dave Fleming about this. Can we do that?
Yes.
Let's ask Dave and bring him into this conversation with the Major League Baseball at large, with this lockout looming. And Dave's going to be calling some of these games for NBC Sports come playoff time. I'm happy for Dave on that front, because it's always good to hear Fleming when big games are on the line, and it's been far too long in regards to the San Francisco Giants. So Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, going to be joining us on the other side. He's going to be sponsored by the River Islands Guest Line, obviously. And this segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go.
Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. Be there.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? Yep, a brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on right now, and this offer is built for game days, school drop-offs, road trips, weekends, and everything else that life might throw at you. For a limited time, get 0% APR financing for 36 months plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and you'll get a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. And we're talking about the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or you can get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Coleman, Daly City, or anytime at ceremonyford.com. That's the winning play call, Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conéctate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale means summer is winding down, but our biggest sale of the year is just getting started. Now through September 8th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let summer end without a floor you love. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
That's Elena's family group chat. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always on the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. And from now until September 1st, get free activation by skipping the access charge. Go to your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Bay Area, it's Kayla Thornton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Valkyries taking on the Connecticut Sun this afternoon. Tip-off 4 o'clock local time. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. And like I mentioned earlier, if you didn't hear, the 8 teams in the WNBA playoffs have already been set. You got the Lynx, Valkyries, Aces, Dream, Fever, Liberty, Mystics, and Dallas Wings to round out the top 8. And now it's just playing for seeding heading into the playoffs. We're going to be joined momentarily by Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants. Oh, we got him. Let's bring him on right now for NBC Sports Bay Area in our 95.7 The Game Giants Insider. And Dave, I don't want to jinx it. Can they do it, though? Can we get the sweep today, potentially, the first one of the year on August 26, 2026? Because I looked into it, and there's been 8 other teams in the history of Major League Baseball to complete a full season without having a sweep. Although, I'm going to say 7 because one of those teams was the Cardinals in 2020, and I don't think that counts. But can they do it, Dave? Good morning.
God, we don't want to be on that list. We do not want to be on that list. So this might be the best chance. We got a lot of. I'm looking at the schedule coming up. There's a lot of Dodgers on there. The chances of a sweep in one of those series doesn't seem all that great. Road trip coming up. I guess if they win the game on Monday, that would count as a sweep, right, of the Braves, even though it was separated by.
Come on, Dave. Chasky's not giving that one to you.
If they won all 3, then you got to count it. I think that counts. But, let's hope so. I mean, the Reds are scuffling, and they're scuffling on offense, and give the Giants credit. They've pitched really well these last couple games, take advantage of a team that's not swinging it real well. They got to cover some more innings today, probably, with a bullpen that's been pushed hard. But it's been a fun couple days, actually. Get a couple wins and feel a little better about things.
Let me float something by you. I opened the show this morning, and I was talking about how, Krug and I just disagree on this. It's regarding Drew Gilbert. And they were talking about, you got to act like a big leaguer. And this is a couple weeks ago. And I respect the hell out of him. But I was listening to like TJ McConnell, and I was listening to Peyton Pritchard, and a different sport. But he was saying like back in the day when everyone played 75 or more games, like everyone played with max intensity all the time. And one of his skill sets, TJ McConnell was saying to Peyton Pritchard, is playing super hard every night. And that really has an effect on the modern NBA because not a lot of guys do that anymore. And I was just talking about Drew Gilbert, and I know some of the antics and stuff that people didn't like, but he plays so hard every night. I don't know how good he is. He's hitting righties really well. He's a guy I want on my team. And I don't know where. I don't know if he can be maybe one day a starter or if he's just simply a 4th outfielder. But his skill set of just really caring and trying really hard all the time, every single night, it really hit home to me last night. I took the family to the game, and I'm watching them, and I'm like, this guy could play for my team any day. And I don't know, like, if you see that same kind of comparison, but he just brings a little something every single day, and I really appreciate that.
Not a lot of guys are painting eye black on the outfield fence, I mean, I will say this about Drew, and I don't think that was the case earlier this year. I got on him a couple times on a couple telecasts for not running out ground balls, for playing like a guy who'd been in the league for 10 years. This version of Drew Gilbert is a lot better than that version. The version of Drew who's pushing the pedal to the metal and playing really hard and maybe getting under the skin of the opponents. I don't, it's hard to know what happened last night, but it's hard not to feel like those first 2 pitches of the game had some intent behind them.
What was that?
Very
know.
strange. Is that back from April? Yeah.
I mean, I maybe, but I mean, like, maybe the fact that Eric Miller's not on the team, not that they can go after Eric Miller, but maybe they just felt like something had to be done. Maybe. By the way, one of my favorite moments of the year, Eric Miller and that whole thing. Every time I see that, I laugh so hard. Tough guy Eric Miller.
Well, he's looking pretty good in Boston. He's looking pretty good.
I really like Eric. I'm rooting for him hard. But back to Drew Gilbert. He has definitely changed the perception of his ability level inside this organization with the way he's played over the last month. And it's a really good example of living through growing pains at this level where there's only so much development you can do down in the minor leagues. The last step of development has to happen here. And it's painful sometimes when you're trying to win and there's pressure to win and you want to develop at the same time. And it's hard to tolerate some of the mistakes and learning moments that come with that. But when you come out on the other side of it and you've got a guy who looks like a real contributor, I mean, I think the Giants are going to go into next year penciled in with Gilbert as the strong side of a center field platoon. And whether it's Jonah Cox on the other side of that or whoever, I really believe that the Giants feel like they have a guy who can help them going forward. And that's a cool thing. That's what this is about. When you have a season that goes sideways like this one has, find some answers for the future. And it doesn't have to be 10 answers, but if you find two, if you find two players in this last month who you really not only feel like can help you, but give them the chance to show that they are going to help you, that can be a real positive in what's been a negative year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be the Debbie Downer. I really don't. But last night, Hauser, I come back with crab sandwiches, and I'm like, what? He's hurt? And I'm like texting the group thread, like, what is going on? And I feel for all these guys. I've never in my Giants watching life seen two starting pitchers go down in back-to-back nights. And I just wrote down the list for Ryan Wick, Trevor McDonald, Gage, Budo, Peguero, Hayden Birdsong, Randy was last year, obviously, Wisenhunt, Hauser, Brubaker's on the shelf right now, Keaton Wynn's on the shelf right now. And that's before I get to the position players. I mean, I know the Reds have this kid who's going to have Tommy John in Hunter Green. So this is not just a Giants conversation. I do think that needs to be said. But, like, what is going on with all these arm injuries?
I think in some ways it's just the odds coming back against the Giants. The Giants have kind of, in a way, avoided this, where every other franchise seems to me over the last 10, 15 years has been plagued by this. The Giants haven't had as much of this. Now, part of that is the Giants haven't had quite as many high-octane arms. And, not all of these guys are high-octane arms. Some of these guys are the Wisenhunts and the McDonalds who are not sort of pure power pitchers. But I think it's just, I hate to sound callous because I'm not being callous. In the race for velocity, in the chase for power in today's game, this is the consequence. And these players all accept it, and the players all understand it, and they all chase velocity anyway because they know that's their avenue towards stardom. It's not to say that every pitcher has to have that, but the vast majority of the pitchers who are having big-time success in the big leagues are guys who are throwing as hard as they possibly can. And so players and teams and organizations are willing to take those risks. That is, you push the envelope with power and velocity, you're also pushing the envelope of what the body can handle. And so I think some of this is just we with the Giants avoided this for a while and it was bound to happen. That doesn't mean that on a personal one individual level, it's not very, very painful. I mean, I feel for all these guys and position players too. It stinks that Daniel Susac cracked his kneecap and can't get reps down the stretch. Daniel was really showing a lot of positive things, and he needs to be in there to learn and grow, and he's got a chance to be a big part of the Giants' future, and that's been taken away from him. Casey Schmidt's established himself. I mean, Casey's not a guy who needs to learn at the big leagues anymore, but we've seen with Casey how more playing time equals better. Those reps are really valuable, even for a player of his experience level. And so the whole thing's just a bummer. This is the most injured players I can ever remember. I've only been around for 25 years. I haven't been around for 50 years. But in 25 years, I can't ever remember a team that has this many injuries all piled up at the same time.
It's crazy. And now, has Javi ever, when you work with Javi Lopez, does he ever talk about maybe like the spin rate stuff too? Like, because I know velocity and max velocity is absolutely a factor. But I've heard a lot from guys about seams, meaning how prevalent the seams are or how big the ball is in comparison to the seams, and then how much they're trying to spin it and the grip and everything. Because, just all these forearm things, I don't know. I look at it as a sport. I take a step back and as a sport, and I'm like, we've got problems here. Like, how do we Is it the schedule? Is it conditioning? Like how do we preserve our union here?
I don't think it's any of that. I think it's purely pushing the envelope of what's physically possible to try to get to that top level performance. And when you do that, you push the body sometimes beyond what it can take. And I don't know. I mean, I've thought a lot about this, because you're right. This is like an existential thing for baseball. It is. And the inability to keep pitchers healthy is a threat to the success of the game. It's part of the reason why, if you ask me what's the number one thing that baseball could fix and improve, because baseball's fixed a lot and improved a lot, and it's a game that we all love and have loved. It's not like I've stopped loving it, but it's better now than it's been in a long time. And, what is the last thing that I think is the missing piece of the puzzle? And that's the prevalence and prominence of the starting pitcher, and making the starting pitcher the center of the drama on a lot of nights. We miss that. Like when all three of us were growing up, that's what you open the paper in the morning and you looked at those starting pitcher matchups. That's how you determine how good a game was. It wasn't really, in a lot of ways, it wasn't what the standings said. It was who those starting pitchers were. And so, I remember as a kid, where's Dwight Gooden going to slot in, and wanting to find, who's he facing on the other side. Look, we've kind of lost that in baseball. And a major reason why we've lost that is injury. But okay, so that's the groundwork. But how do you tell teams and players, stop chasing elite performance, stop going for your ceiling? You can't. Like you just can't regulate that. You can't say you're not allowed to throw over 95. If you throw over 95, it's an automatic ball. Like that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? I mean, that would be the type of thing you would need to do, I think, to not like that would prevent all injuries, but something like that would, at least put you on the path to maybe having these players not push themselves to the brink of collapse. And you can't do it. So I don't know that it's a solvable problem. The physiology of the human body doesn't want to get along well with guys trying to throw as hard as they throw now.
Talking about Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line. And we've actually been talking about a lot about this with the 49ers, obviously different sport, it's football, but the Niners have obviously had their fair share of injuries. And obviously George Kittle is a big name coming back, activate off the PUP list, just tore his Achilles back in January. And Shasky, rightfully so, is like, I don't want this guy playing week 1 in Australia. Well, I think we might need to slow play this. He's 33 years old. Like I hear his concern on that, but it's how are you going to tell a guy like George Kittle, Dave? Impossible. Hey, you're going to be on a snap count. You're not going to go balls to the wall. Yeah. Like you might have to be, more of a receiver, and you're not going to block as much. Like it's easier said than done when these guys are just wired differently.
Yeah, that's impossible. And look, I think the thing that all of us struggle sometimes to really comprehend is this is pro. These guys are getting paid big money. And the attitude of everybody in those rooms, in those locker rooms, in those clubhouses, in the front offices is we're cutting you big checks to play. And we're handing you all this money. This is your job. All these people are here in these stands to watch you play. So play. And, it's easy to sit back and from I got the guy on my fantasy team and I want him to play 15 games and I care about the team and I want him to be ready for January. And okay, but they're paying him $1 million a week to get out there on the field and play. And these guys, the coaches and executives take that seriously, but the players take that responsibility very seriously. And we've seen it with Adames. Adames needs more time off.
Yes.
He does.
100%.
And somebody needs to step in and force that to happen. But you also appreciate the sentiment from Willie. Willie's like, this team is paying me $28 million this year. I'm going to play. That's my job. You signed me to play. I'm going to go stand out there at shortstop every night. And you appreciate that. That's a great attitude to have, but it doesn't mean that it's conducive to peak performance all the time. So it's a really hard balance to strike. It's a massive challenge of running a pro sports organization, baseball, football, whatever. And, the Giants have struggled with that at times this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really well said. We're talking about all these fun. Let me give you a fun one. All right. No, I'm not mad at anyone. I want to make that very clear. Okay. I'm not mad at any usher or anyone. I'm not mad.
He's fake mad.
We're at the game. We're sitting in our section. And there's 4 boys in front. There's no one around. I mean, it was a good crowd for a Tuesday night, but it was not, heavily populated. It's 2 teams under 500. School has started. 4 young boys. They had to be 17, 18, 19. And it was the end of the 6th inning. And one of the ushers, and she's doing her job. I'm not mad at her. She, hey, let me see your guys' ticket. And we weren't right behind home plate. And I felt bad for the kids. And I gave a boo, like almost kind of jokingly, mockingly, like booed her a little, just, smiling, tongue in cheek with my kid in my lap. And I'm just curious, Dave Fleming, if you were the arbiter of Oracle, okay, what would your rule be regarding moving up for the youngsters? Like, is there a hard and fast rule? Is there some leniency? Like, what would your rule be for moving up to get closer views?
I think by the 6th inning, I'm good with anybody moving. If seats are empty in the 6th inning, you can move. I'm okay with that.
You and I are in agreement.
I'm okay with that. Maybe you can't move to a suite, or you can't move to the special food or whatever, but you can move if it's after a certain point in the game on a night like last night. Now, if it's a jam-packed Friday night, exactly. I don't want people roaming the ballpark, hunting for 4 open seats and, wandering around in front of everybody while the game's going on.
Yeah.
So I think there's some feel and nuance there, but it's always hard to blame these ushers and people for doing their job. Some supervisors telling them this is the rule, you got to enforce it. And these people take their job seriously, but a little nuance is always for me.
I'm always like watching like Diamond Notes. Make sure to kind of squeeze in there somewhere. There was a record-breaking night last night. Not only did Willie Mays hit 4 home runs in one night, LJ hit his first ever home run in the little field in left field, but then also went on to hit 3 more. So he had a 4 home run night as well, wearing the black and orange on the baby field last night. So it was a record-setting night.
4 home runs, huh?
Yeah, 2.5. Yeah. I think he's the youngest to hit a home run ever in the history of that ballpark.
What he's not telling you though, Dave, the bat was corked. Unfortunately, there was a secret substance there. Plastic. Yeah, it was a corked bat. Sandy Sosa actually dropped it off to him before the game.
Reminds me of this. I recently rewatched the umpire scene from Naked Gun, and they're emptying the corks from the bat or whatever. That made me laugh. I hadn't seen that in a long time.
We were having a long conversation before you came on regarding just baseball as a whole. And look, the Dodgers are very well run. There's a variety of reasons why they are where they're at. And I'm not trying to say the only reason is because of the money or whatever. I was making a longer-winded argument, and it's tough to put it into a question to you, but basically that the system, the baseball financial system is off in comparison to the other sports. And I used Minnesota as an example, not the extremes of Tampa or Sacramento A's. And it's like, hey, Justin Jefferson can be retained, no problem, for the Minnesota Vikings. Hey, Anthony Edwards is retained, no problem. And you're building around those players. In the modern era, I'm not sure if Joe Mauer came up today that the Minnesota Twins, given they don't have an RSN, could be able to afford him. And if they could, well, they wouldn't be able to afford the rest of the team around them. And it's a larger question regarding how the Dodgers go about business. And my thing to Joe was, hey, the questions would be, well, what team's trading for him? The clock's starting and the Dodgers are going to get him and they're going to give him $400 million. And I'm not saying that the Dodgers are the big bad guys. They've obviously found loopholes and found ways through it. I just think the business of baseball needs some adjustments, and they are an example of it feels gratuitous when I look at their salaries.
I think the Minnesota one, that's a pretty good example, actually, of how the disparities in the sports play out with superstar players. I think one of the main issues, and I don't know how you solve this without a salary cap, if you could somehow limit contract length, I think that would go a long way towards the biggest advantage, in my opinion, that the NBA and the NFL teams have in terms of retaining those players is there's no such thing as a 15-year deal. There's no such thing as we're paying Juan Soto for the next 2 decades just because we don't care about the second 10 years. We don't care. That's hard for a lot of franchises to pull off. And I think if it were the case where you could only sign a 5-year free agent contract, I think a lot of those smaller market teams would be willing to go to a high number each year for 5 years to keep their players around. Now, maybe without a salary cap, maybe the Dodgers would just say, we're going to pay you $100 million a year for 5 years. And who cares? So maybe they would work around that. But I do feel like the length of these contracts is often what has thrown off the economics of baseball. And it's really hard to be a front office executive on a team where you can't afford a huge mistake. Some teams can afford mistakes, and some teams feel like they can't. And it's really hard to pull the trigger on a 12-year contract when you can't make a mistake. And there's lots of nuances to this whole, argument and discussion and debate. And the player's perspective, which I fully understand and agree with to a large degree, is the game is doing pretty darn well right now. Like, how do you look out and watch baseball and think, this is a broken game. This game needs to be totally overhauled. Like, I'm looking around, the Brewers are playing great. The Rays are playing great. They're leading their divisions. They're churning towards the playoffs. You got big market teams. You got small market teams. You got young players. You got old players. You got attendance is up. You got TV ratings are way up. It's like, so I kind of get the argument but I also am sympathetic to the idea of it's not a great system when half of your franchises feel like they can't keep their great players around. That's not, that isn't conducive to long-term success either. So I'm hoping that everybody can find some middle ground to where we can come together and preserve what's right now and also maybe help fix a few of those issues.
Very well said. And there's only been 6 players in the history of the NFL to have a 10-year contract extension. And the most current one is obviously Patrick Mahomes for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think we would all agree that's a good contract for them over there.
That idea.
Thanks, Dave. That was really good stuff. Well said, and something to chew on going forward. We'll talk to you next week.
4 home runs, LJ. Let's go.
Let's go.
Corked bat. I don't know. We're gonna call that in.
When Devers hit the splash bomb, he's running around the bases, and the fireworks went off, and he thought they were for him, and I just shook my head and said, "I've created a monster."
Yeah, son. Let's. We need to talk here.
Keep them humble.
Fireworks. You gotta wait a few years for fireworks, man.
Start with the sparklers. There you go. Thanks, Dave.
Let's get the sweep today.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
How sweep it is. Thank you, Dave.
Dave's the best.
There
I
he
love
goes.
that idea on contract length.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've heard that kind of brought up, like limiting it to like maybe 6 years.
Well, they need to get to free agency quicker.
Yeah.
That's something I'm a big advocate for.
Well, in the sport of football too, like unless it's a quarterback, I don't know if I'm doing that for any position, a 10-year contract.
No,
right?
No.
I'm not doing that. Patrick Mahomes is unique. Like there's unique circumstances. Yeah. And he's one of them. Outside of that, like I'm not giving Purdy a 10-year contract.
I mean, how many in the NBA were you really giving out?
I don't even think, like, what is the highest contract? Wemby.
7. I think you
Wait, what's the length? Like, there's
5.
a limit.
I think it's 5 or 6.
Because Wemby just got 5 or 6, I think, here.
Like, we did the CBA, and they attached it to if you stay with your team, I think it's 5. If you go switch teams, I think it's 4 maximum.
Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday.
Yeah, we got
said a lot. There's a lot to get into, obviously. Jed York, he spoke on that. He spoke on the team at large when it comes to the left guard position battle. What's going on with Nick Bosa? Oh, and by the way, another injury has cropped up with the 49ers' number 1 wide receiver. It's not good. And it's all going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Gross, bro. This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Into the Giants game, 12:45 first pitch. Heading downtown from the Bay Bridge. Once you're downtown, you should be fine. 280 southbound, we've got congestion at King Street, so expect some delays.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Need plumbing, heating, or HVACR work done right that very first time? Call a UA Local 38 signatory contractor. Their craft-certified professionals complete over 10,000 hours of hands-on training, so you know you're getting experienced experts who know their trade inside and out. And with Local 38 contractors, you get quality work, dependable service, and clear pricing from the start. There's no shortcuts and there's no surprise add-ons. Whether it's your home or your business, trust the professionals who invest in skill, safety, and accountability. Visit UALocal38.org to learn more.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any two offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/Inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car, switch anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame, spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. Toyota, the MVP of MPG.
With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Good morning, Rose. This is the Morning Rose with Joe Saboni and Joe Swasky. We'll be right back after the break.
And we are back after the break. Look at that. Funny how that works out. I like how that's somehow a rejoin, but it's supposed to be like sending us to break. It doesn't.
Anything could be a rejoin if you really believe.
Is this Dolly Parton?
It is.
Rest in peace. 80
All
years
Dolly
old.
rejoins today.
That's great. I don't think that's true. You've had a lot of like.
Well, I did Pen of Fever the one time. It's been all Dolly's. The other.
Oh, since that? Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the bed that you had at one point. That was the sound off. That was like techno. You can't change that for Dolly Parton. 80 years. It's a good life. 80 years. But it felt like it's someone like I was just going to keep going and going and going. Just full of life and energy and happiness. That's how I choose to remember Dolly Parton, who passed away.
That's it?
No, just someone that's an icon. No, she's someone that when you look at her, she puts a smile on your face.
No doubt. But I'm
like
just
that's
saying.
How, isn't that like? Hold on. When
know,
your
like,
life is over, if I remember someone that I was happy whenever I saw them, that's how you want to be remembered, is it not?
Sure, but like
she did a lot for charity. She's done a lot for the LGBT community. How do you want to remember her?
Chase, I mean,
are you going to go physical? Are you going to do that? Huh?
Yeah. I think most people are going to think of
that's
boobs.
not me. See?
Among other things.
I don't do that.
No, look.
I'm not going to surmise someone's entire life to a physical skill set. I'm not going to do that.
So when Babe Ruth dies, you're not thinking of home runs?
That's different. That's what he did. That's his career. That's his career. No, a lot of people are going to say he was fat. That's how they're going to choose to remember him.
Robust life.
Oh, yeah, robust.
Yeah, robust.
Yeah.
He was.
I mean, what?
Come on, you guys.
Now you're being disingenuous.
You guys, just come on.
I mean, I feel like both things can be true here. We can remember Dolly Parton for one thing. We can also remember
like
Dolly Parton for another thing.
Yeah. I bet it's like the first sentence of her Wikipedia. Close to it.
Actually, did you know she had 12 brothers and sisters?
Did not know that.
Big family, like me.
Got you beat by what, 3?
By 2. 2. She's 1 of 12, excuse me. By the way, football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
You're making me out like if I said Willie Nelson, what's the first thing you think of?
Oh, incredible musician.
No, weed.
Country, legend. See, that's the difference between you and I. That's the difference.
By the way, first sentence of Dolly Parton's Wikipedia page, she was dubbed the Queen of Country. Parton was one of the most honored country performers, earned 11 Grammy Awards and 3 Emmys, as well as nominations for 2 Academy Awards, 6 Golden Globes, and a Tony Award.
There you go. Icon.
Yeah, those are the accolades.
Yeah, they say that's the first sentence of Wikipedia. That's what she's known for.
She's also just hilarious. I know, it's hard to believe. Hilarious. And I sent you a Johnny Carson clip that was all time. And only Dolly, she had the gift of gab in the best sense possible. When, we do this for a living, we're talking for 4 straight hours. She can talk anything. That truly separates, the ladies from the women, if you will. When you could talk about any given subject, no matter what, not just country music.
You guys are just too funny.
What?
You guys are just too funny. It's just like ridiculous. We can't even have like adult conversations.
We're having an adult conversation. She was obviously remembered for being also a beautiful person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
She was beautiful to look at.
Now you're being
and
more
she was a
realistic.
beautiful soul ultimately too. She's the whole package. All right? The package deal. You ever gone to Dollywood? She's a theme park.
When
she
Pam
has a
Anderson
theme
passes,
park.
you know, when Pam, she was such an actress.
Baywatch. Incredible. Just, great chops. Come on. Did you see her in the most recent Naked Gun movie? She was funny. She was good.
What's the most recent Naked Gun movie?
With Liam Neeson, who plays the lead cop detective guy. Yeah.
Frank Drebin Jr.
There you go.
Yeah, but when did that one come out?
Like last year, I think.
You didn't see it?
I did not see that.
Oh, they did a good job.
It was actually
very funny.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
It was funny. Although I put it on how if you're, at the hospital, they have like a TV and you can put on different things.
Jed.
Wait, what?
My buddies.
They call who Jed?
They're all relaxed there, Jed.
That's you.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's
Come on,
you.
that's funny.
Well, he did change his name to Joe,
That's
so
funny.
It could be both of you.
That's funny.
this is going to be a horrible transition.
I just don't know why we're so afraid. Because association.
She just passed away with the 24 hours. We're talking about her physical makeup. I don't know.
Well,
Doesn't that feel like a little classless?
No, I'm just saying some people are known for what they're known for.
Yeah, but she's not just that's not what you think about with Dolly Parton. Yes.
Just like Jim Carrey isn't just comedy, but the first thing I think of is comedy.
Sure.
Right?
But that's his career. Dolly Parton's career is not her chest.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, no, but that's what you're insinuating.
No, I'm saying we're doing associations.
How do you associate Jed York?
Look at great example.
I tried to transit. I tried.
O.J. Simpson. For older people, they might think football first. What do younger people think?
Okay, come on.
What? I'm just what?
That is not the comparison you're doing right now. OJ? You're going OJ on me?
I'm saying that there are some people that are synonymous with other things other than their full robust.
I see where you're getting there, Shasky. I just love the fact that you used OJ as the example to play off of Dolly. It's just such a wild contrast of people
I think you are completely underrating her music career and filmography as well.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't, but you're not saying it. Dude, how you're choosing to remember.
No, you said it, and I let you say it, and now I'm saying what I'm feeling.
Okay, that's fine.
Name one song.
Jolene, 9 to 5.
What is going on here?
There you go.
Yeah, I picked it up.
She actually wrote, and I will always love you. She had the original one on that. Yeah. She actually wrote 3,000 songs.
Did you know what movie that was in?
The Bodyguard.
Let's go.
Kevin Costner. Come on.
Shasky's learning a lot of new things this morning.
Pop culture.
Let's go.
Come on.
I didn't know those either.
Steel Magnolias. Come on. You know what some of the movies she's been in? Also, she was in Hannah Montana. Great show on Disney Channel. Really, I get the thumbs up. Chase is giving me a lot of thumbs up in the back today. I feel like I'm crushing it.
Chase was literally bobbing his head to what I was saying. He was looking at you with hands up like, what is he talking about?
But now he's come on my side, and that's all that matters. His mic is off right now. It's all right. Hey, Kyle Shanahan, did you talk to Jed York?
Yeah, I got to talk to Jed the last 2 days and today. Obviously, it's a very tough situation. Views for the organization going forward is the same as usual. There won't be any difference in that. But I know it's extremely fresh. I think it's a very, very personal situation. I got a lot of respect for Jed. I got a lot of respect for Danielle. Their family does mean a lot to me. So with it being this personal, I'm trying as hard as I can to keep it that way.
I'm not trying to turn this into a bit. I'm not trying to like poke fun at it. I'm being serious. How do you think that conversation starts? And who called who?
I have no idea.
You think Jed hit up Kyle and was just like, "Yep, this is what happened, and I'm gonna be out for a while." How did I'm curious. I don't know how you talk about something like that with your head coach. You just say this is what happened. And then just move on.
Look, I'm taking them at face value, but they might not even have talked directly. It could have been on a text message.
Interesting. Oh, that's
right. And you say, "Hey, we
that's
talked."
True.
But you didn't talk. I don't know. In 2026, when people say, "Hey, yeah, we talked,"
yeah, sure.
I don't even know what is that? Did he leave him a voicemail?
Like a voice memo or something like that?
Joe, who knows? Could you? What do you think? You think Jed picked up the phone? Was like, "Here's what I want you to say." I have no idea.
No, I take Kyle at face value when he said it's a very personal matter, and he's obviously been very close to him. And Jed's been very close to his family, and I'm sure they've had cookouts, they've had dinners together, 100 times over. Him, John Lynch, part of that.
Remember, there's famous photos that Jed tweeted out of all them and their wives in the kitchen.
Exactly. So they are close. So they are close in this, and I'm sure Kyle is reaching out to him as a close family friend. and is checking on him, and he's, keeping his cards close to the vest. And I thought you put it, perfectly early in the show when we were kind of discussing this. Like, thank God they have Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch as the leaders here to get them to Australia and to get on with this, season that's about to start.
There's like the personal relationship, then there's like the employment relationship. So who knows what the, if or what, the conversation, text message, whatever it looked like. I got no clue. I will say this. I don't think much changes for Kyle at all. Like you're running things. If anything, it's like you're really running things.
Right.
Not only am I out of the picture, Parag's nowhere to be found.
And he said,
that's actually a good thing.
He said as much yesterday. He's like, this is not going to have effect on the football team.
My view is, as the coach, does it have effect on us as a team? And that's what I continue to answer on. From a football standpoint, it has no effect on us. I mean, as far as what we do day to day, what we talk about, and hasn't been mentioned in a meeting today, it doesn't have to do with what happens on the field. Everything outside of there, I think you guys can judge that better than me.
Now, you just have to be more careful if you're a player getting asked about it, like, because this is a touchy subject. But at the end of the day, it's like these guys have been going through this since college days. Just don't say anything. Like that. They are coached this up in college on not to say anything to the media. Like, so for them, this is nothing new in that regard. But, I think it was very well put. Maybe it was Kawakami. I forget who asked him yesterday. It was like, yeah, they probably have to be extra like safe and cautious because they're going to be asked about it when they go to Australia from local media there. That's probably going to ask them about that. But at the end of the day, these are...
Can you imagine that?
No, it's true, though.
Tell us about the owner. That's hey, the owner Lenore.
You don't think they're talking about that in Australia? It's like, hey, by the way, the team that's coming to play the first NFL game here, the owner just got caught soliciting a prostitute.
No, what I was thinking
the
about
talk shows there, the Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni over there in Australia
we used to do
are
those
talking about
calls.
Yeah, you're down under.
I used to do them at 12 o'clock after our show signed off.
A Joey over there means something else. It's a marsupial.
Townie acted like he gave me like a key to the kingdom.
Oh, really?
He's like, I'm going to let my guys in Australia, I'm going to give them your contact. I can only record at 12:15 at night.
Wait, at midnight?
Yeah.
That's the only time?
I thought I was the man, dude.
You think Andrew Bogut's going to be over there?
Him and Patty Mills.
Him and Patty Mills. Della Vadova.
Crocodile Dundee.
There you go.
No, but like, what are the player group threads looking like?
Oh my!
Because if our friend group threads are the way that I think that their friend group threads are, like,
do you think they're sharing memes also?
100%. The players are sharing
when
memes.
The news came
100%.
out, when the news came out, there was a group thread with just emojis. That was it. Just face palm. No, like just
be careful.
Yeah, no, there's emojis.
Know, just be careful listing the emojis off. Just
well, you think I'm going eggplant? Relax. I wasn't gonna say that.
I don't even know who.
Come on, you can stop. Apparently they're called aubergines elsewhere. They're not called eggplants. Did you know that? Aubergine. That's how they're
size matters.
Hey, Kyle.
Poor Kyle and all these guys having to deal with this. It's just, has any team had an offseason like this ever? Star wide receiver and the owner both get like misdemeanor violations in the same offseason.
I heard the two sides of the argument yesterday. There was Evan Giddings on one side that said this is one of the most like worst off seasons you've ever seen.
I don't know about worst, but it's chaotic.
It's chaotic, embarrassing.
Yeah, embarrassing.
And then you got Willard
Headline
saying,
filled.
And then Willard on the other side saying, this isn't going to affect the team. It's really...
No, that's different than what the offseason is.
But he's saying, like, at the end of the day, this is not a worst offseason because it's not going to have tangible effect on, like, the team's regular season. Like, that's what he's saying. That substation, the substation talk, the Kyle Shanahan accident,
no, he's
the
right.
Jed York stuff.
No, he's right.
What does it really mean for the team at the end of the day?
Well, I mean, he's right in one sense, but Evan's right, too.
But when you say worst offseason...
No, the worst offseason was... the 2014 to 2015 offseason.
There you go. When like it had a tangible effect on the team.
Now that up to this point was as close to it as you could find.
For sure. And this is Kyle again saying,
like, let's think about this though.
Yeah.
Your head coach got in a crazy accident.
Yeah.
Lucky to be alive.
Wasn't reported on for a while.
Okay. Nick Bosa hasn't practiced forever. Yeah, I know.
Third ACL.
Your star wide receiver returning from a rehab thing. Actually, we found out all of these details about he's crazy, wants out, doesn't even have an agent. I don't even know where we're going with that one. Okay.
John Lynch tried to approach him, tried to go to his house, and
I mean, Maybe you should have been checking in on Jed. The rest of the team there's a lot of injuries that they have to navigate. I guess Kittle falls into regular season of last year or playoffs of last year.
Yes.
But he's rehabbed from an Achilles injury. It has been it's a headline-filled offseason. There's no doubt.
The word I would use to describe the 49ers, summer offseason.
Sloppy?
Noteworthy.
Noteworthy is a good one.
It's noteworthy. I'll keep it at that. I don't know, and no one knows what the effect is on the regular season. How could you know? The games haven't been played yet.
Yeah.
We'll find out the tangible effect, if any, come week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, early on in the season, where they play a lot of big boys, Joe. Like this is a interesting little stretch to the 49ers season. As I pull up their schedule right now, you got Rams week 1 in Australia. All right, Dolphins in your home opener. We all think the Dolphins might be pretty
bad. At
bad.
the end of the year.
Yep, sure. Cardinals, I don't know what to make of that.
I like their weapons.
We'll see with Jeremiah Love, high ankle sprain. He might not be available. We'll see.
On them.
Broncos, everyone thinks, hey, they're top dogs in the AFC potentially. That defense is loaded. And then you got the Seahawks. So 3 of your first 5 games are against teams that were in the conference title game last year. That's not easy. And then a divisional rival on top of that in the Arizona Cardinals. Division games are different. And then you got the Dolphins. So I'm not sleeping on that. Those first 5 games may tell us a lot about where this team is at early on in the season, health-wise too. And I say health because all of a sudden, Mike Evans, his groin is tight.
Mike had his groin is tight, hoping to get him back next week also.
Next week. All of a sudden, Mike Evans, who played in 8 games last year, is questionable.
This is a big one for me.
Why?
He played half the games last year.
Yeah.
He has not participated in 2 full practices the entire offseason.
Say that again.
He has not participated fully in 2 consecutive practices since training camp opened.
That's concerning.
Concerning?
That's concerning.
It's a major red flag.
He's 33 years old, and he just turned 33, and you don't get better as you get older in the NFL. You get worse. You tend to. Unless you're Brady. Brady.
Unless you're Brady.
Or Jerry Rice even. Like we're talking about maybe the 2 greatest players in the history of the sport. You get worse as you get older. That's usually how it goes, especially for a guy in Mike Evans that 1,000 yards, 1,000 yards, 1,000. Like he had the streak going forever. It was snapped last year, in his 11th or 12th season, whatever it was. He had that 1,000-yard streak going. He tied Jerry Rice. He's had some injuries. Even though he's played in a lot of games, he's had a lot of injuries. And I appreciate Sam doing this deep dive on Mike Evans, who is going to be out maybe until next week. We'll see if he comes back for practice. 2014, missed 1 game. He had a grade 1 groin pull. 2015, grade 1 hamstring strain, missed 1 game. 2015, grade 1 abdominal sprain, did not miss a game.
This is 10 years ago.
But he also had a grade 1 groin pull. 2016, he had a concussion. And then you go a couple year stretch, he didn't have anything. Great. 2019, grade 1 hamstring pull, missed 3 games. 2020, grade 2 hamstring strain, but didn't miss any games. 2021, this is where a lot happens. Ankle sprain, grade 2. Grade 1, knee strain. Grade 2, hamstring strain, missed a game. 2022, grade 1 hamstring sprain, did not lose or miss a game. 2023, grade 1 hamstring sprain, didn't miss a game. 2024, grade 2 hamstring strain, missed 3 games. 2025 had the hamstring strain, missed 8 games total, 3 with the hamstring, and then had a clavicle fractured, that's your collarbone, missed 5, only played in 8 games. So injuries have been a part of his career, whether you like to admit it or not. Going back to the games played, it's been a thing.
Well, and they had a much younger player, not as good overall, Juwan Jennings, obviously in terms of resume, but I'm talking about just last couple of years. I think Evans, even though last year he was injured a lot, he was still really productive. Would they have been better served just keeping Jennings? I didn't think so. I actually applauded them for signing Mike Evans. I could be wrong. We'll have to allow this thing to play itself out. But now I get to Deshaun Stribling, and it feels like Deshaun Stribling's got the most pressure on him. that I can think of a rookie in a long, long, long time. I mean, he's basically going to have to carry the passing game for them at the wide receiver position. I don't trust Debo. I don't trust, Demarcus Robinson. Do you? Not that I should trust Deshaun Stribling, but he's the only one that can, separate a little.
I didn't trust Demarcus Robinson until he had an amazing game in the playoffs, where they desperately needed him to. And I do think
he had more big game drops than he had big games
for
as a
sure.
receiver.
No, for sure. I'm not saying
that playoff game was great.
I'm not saying he's a wide receiver one. I'm not saying that at all. I do think the momentum that he had, according to reports, and we saw it in training camp last year, was lost with that 3-game suspension early on. So maybe he could carry any momentum he has this year and actually pays off early on in the season. And it is hard to miss the first handful of games in the season and all of a sudden get thrust back into action and try to work your way and work with a couple different quarterbacks. That's a part of the conversation too, where you have Mac, you have Brock, you have Matt. They had to go back and forth a couple times there early on in the season. It's hard to gain a rhythm, if you will. But you asked, would they be better served having Juwan Jennings over Mike Evans? No, I'd rather still have Mike Evans than Juwan Jennings because
this injury is I'm not trying to say, oh my God, this guy's falling, but guys, this is a big one. And they signed this guy to be their number one wide receiver.
But didn't you have concern when they did sign him?
This was in the back of my mind.
This was in the back of every Niner fan's mind.
In my eyes.
Yes.
There's a big difference. Well, and then the other aspect, you have to factor in also, does this put more pressure on Kittle to come back quicker? I saw a video from Mark Willard yesterday. It's one video. I want to preface it. It's one video. And he's the caption was, Kittle looks great. And I looked at the video and I was like, he don't look that great to me. And maybe I'm the only one. I'm not at practice. I'm going off what I've seen from other people. He did not look spry and quick. And now maybe he's going at a pace that I wasn't unaware of. But I'm just going off one of Mark's videos. I looked at that video. I watched it over and over because it was his story. And I was like, yeah, I don't think he looks quick. And maybe I'm alone in that. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's one video that doesn't represent the whole day. I'm just going off of that video. I didn't see explosive.
He's old. These guys are getting older. Injuries are a part. We'll get in more into this. The way we talked about the Warriors heading into last season,
feels
relying on a lot of old guys, 35 years old or older, and in the NBA, that's ancient. Maybe we should be talking about that with this aging Niners core. I'll explain more on the other side. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always are from the Free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. One more segment to go here. More of your calls, more of your texts. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Evans, groin injury, tightness, they're saying, right? Well, Kyle Shanahan hopes he comes back next week for practice. How concerned are you, Niner fans, in regards to what you thought was going to be your number one wide receiver this season? And here's a win-win. Spend a day golfing with friends at Harding Park on Friday, September 11th, and help support local families through the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Learn more at pettinellifp.com. It's a great, great cause. Shasky and I are going to be taking part in that. Again, Friday, September 11th, to help support the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. This segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it. Niners! It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
Laughing Monk Brewing is taking over the Bay one beer at a time. Whether you're meeting friends for happy hour, getting a bite to eat, or catching a game, there's a seat waiting for you at Laughing Monk. Great food, great beer, and even better company. Join us in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, Bayview, and Nopa in San Francisco, and at State Street Market in Los Altos. Laughing Monk. Grab a plate, grab a brew, and share a few laughs with us.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit stanfordbloodcenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Bay Area, it's Tip. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe, Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Not Joe Shiesty. That's what they call Joe Burrow out in Cincinnati. Spadoni and Shasky, one more segment here with you on the Morning Roast before handing it off to Steiny and Guru. And the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun this afternoon. Tip-off is at 4 o'clock. And listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. And is brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. It reminds me of where's that deodorant drop? It kind of ties hand in hand with
gross, bro.
Yeah, use Unstoppables if you don't want to be gross, bro. I lather my body up. You got to do that too. Got to have that soap. We had someone DM us on Instagram, Joe. Did you see that guy who DM'd us both on Insta, like a group message? And he was washing his dishes. He's like, I'm like Spadoni in the shower when it comes to washing my dishes. I rinse the top and let the soap drain to the bottom of it, and it's clean. I was like, that's good.
Excellent.
That was really funny. That was good. I think his name is Jay, so shout out you. We're talking about this Mike Evans injury, and if you're just joining us, Mike Evans is dealing with tightness in his groin, and Shanahan hopes to have him back next week at practice. But as you referenced, he hasn't had full back-to-back practices this entire training camp.
Which is crazy.
He only played in 8 games last year. It was his most injured season in his NFL career dating back to 2014, where he only suited up and played in 8 games. This is a guy that turned 33 less than a week ago. That's not a recipe for success early on in the season for a team that has had injuries everywhere.
Well, and like, let's further it. You've seen nothing from Christian Kirk.
No.
Demarcus Robinson barely. I don't even know if he suited up in any preseason games.
I can't recall him doing. I can't recall him doing anything in any preseason games.
Jordan
if he did
Watkins
suit up.
very unproven.
Dribbling, shown flashes though. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Dribbling is obviously regular season unproven.
Can I say ascending early on?
No, I'm very hopeful.
Yes. Okay.
Kittle. I haven't been to practice. You haven't been to any practices. No. Sam, have you been to any practices? Chase, have you?
Has.
Chase, you've been to practice.
I've been to a bunch of practices.
What does Kittle look like?
Hold on, I can't hear him.
Yep, we got him.
What did he say?
I said, what does Kittle look like at practice?
For me, so I saw him running around maybe about like 2 weeks ago. He was literally just jogging around the practice. He wasn't even suited up, and he was limping. I saw a limp for sure 2 weeks ago. I think a lot of the news coming out is that he's looking better now, but how much really does 2 week difference make? I don't know.
Were you the only one that noticed that?
Nope. Me and Grant Cohn were literally together, and it's like, wow, you see that limp right there?
Limping ain't easy, baby.
How happy did that make Grant?
Stop. He
definitely wasn't bummed. I'll say he wasn't bummed out.
Stop.
No, but I guess look at modern medicine is remarkable. I'm never going to doubt George. And
I just referenced Mike Evans with all these injuries. I want to give some credence here. He had incredible seasons, even given some of these injuries in the past. I am skeptical given what happened last year, but last year was also not just the hamstring. He did break his collarbone. Yeah, that was a huge part of it.
That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate, yeah.
But also, he's extremely important this year.
How important is he to this offense, though? Ultimately, this is a run-first offense.
Look, we just take the quarterback for granted. But if Christian's 1, Brock's 2, I think he's 3 or 4. Because people put Trent, obviously offensive line.
Putting him ahead of Kittle?
Heading into the year, yeah.
Okay. All right.
You didn't?
Kittle's so important for like multiple aspects of this offense in the run game and in the pass. So I'm not sure how to quantify Mike Evans being a number one wide receiver on a run-first offense.
Love Kittle. They're better with Kittle. They did put up some big wins without Kittle last year.
They did.
Thursday night against the Rams, no Kittle. Bears game where they dropped 40, no Kittle. Playoff game, they played 3 quarters of that without Kittle.
Yeah.
They won week 1 without Kittle. I'm not saying that he makes them way better,
right?
But they can overcome it.
Sure, but it doesn't.
They had a healthy Juwan.
But does it not limit you when you're missing a guy like Kittle and Warner in a big divisional round against the Seattle Seahawks?
Yeah, but can you navigate the regular season? I think you can find ways around it.
Well, that's what I feel like with the wide receivers too. I know Kyle Shanahan could wheel and deal with the best of them with the wide receiver. I saw Kendrick Bourne off the streets going over to SoFi Stadium and balling out.
Jennings was really good last year.
Sure.
Like, even though he battled a lot of injuries.
But what was the ultimate, the deciding factor on why the 49ers obviously couldn't go up against the likes of the Seattle Seahawks? Was their athleticism offensively was just not where it needed to be. And God love Juwan Jennings. He's not a separator. He's just not.
But he's younger than Evans.
He is, although he's going to be 30 in his own right.
No, I understand that. And he plays through injuries. Evans, I've always thought, is a better player. The question isn't like whose resume is better. It's like, who's going to be better this year? I thought it was Mike Evans, and we'll have to see on that.
Well, and obviously Juwan Jennings is going to be the wide receiver 3 now in Minnesota. It's going to be different with Mike Evans being wide receiver 1 here. And you referenced it earlier. How much pressure does this put on a rookie in Dejon Stribling? We'll find out.
A lot of pressure.
We'll find out.
I mean, I'm thinking about like rookie pressure heading into a year. Nick Bosa had pressure to save the whole D-line.
Right.
The year that he was a rookie. Like, what other rookie has had this kind of pressure to carry a unit for a bulk of the season? Debo with the wide receivers that same year? Because he was their number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah.
Headed into 2019.
I mean, I guess you could go.
Even Trey Lance started on the bench.
And we're excluding when Purdy had to get thrust into action, correct?
Yeah, he started the year as the third
straight, and then he was, and then there was pressure on him though.
Sure,
there was like,
but I'm going heading into the year.
Sure,
like heading into week 1.
And actually, that's not even fair because I don't know how much pressure in real time. I think a lot of people thought the season was over once Jimmy went down.
Oh yeah,
so it was
We're
like
playing Tampa Bay and the Bucs.
Exactly, it was like whatever happens. We'll see.
Who
was it? It's not on air.
Kinlaw's a good one.
Oh yeah, Kinlaw.
Kinlaw is a good one.
Because
what happened there?
Yeah, because it was supposed to be the DeForest Buckner replacement. And
he came in with a knee injury. He came in like with a ton of red flags.
And he came
COVID year.
He came in with a lot of Niner fans saying, "Oh God." Like you weren't happy about that pick when it happened.
I hated it.
I know you didn't.
I did it live on air.
I know. I was there. Yeah, and Bonte did not like it either. Steven SF wants to talk about the Mike Evans injury. What's up, Steve? You're on the roast.
It just sucks.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
God, it's August, 26th? They're already exhausting me. It's unbelievable. I just honestly feel like this team has a black cloud and are screwed no matter what they do. Like, Evans, I'm not surprised that he's hurt, and I wasn't like, I think people were ecstatic over the signing because of the name Mike Evans.
Yes.
And they go, oh, well, last year it was just a collarbone, which is a freak thing. And that, like, the rest of his career, he's been pretty much like an Iron Man. But you can't discount the fact that he still had a collarbone last year and that he's 33 years old. Like, when do those wheels fall off?
And real quick, Steve, it wasn't just a collarbone. He did have the hamstring strain that limited him as well. So there was soft tissue.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Exactly, which, I mean, that's like a prerequisite for the Niners, so I guess it kind of makes sense. But I can't fault them for how they approached the wide receiver position this year because, yes, the signing was – I don't think – if they just signed Mike Evans and we're like, we're putting all our eggs in that basket. But they really didn't. Like, they signed him and they go, all right, let's roll the dice that he's got one more really solid year in him. We'll get Kirk as a depth piece. That's why I couldn't understand when people scoffed at the Stribling pick. Where are those people now? He's thrust in. They're relying, like you said, all the pressure's on him.
Steve, I was one of them, and it wasn't necessarily that guy.
Thanks, Steve.
No.
Oh, you want to keep him on?
Keep him on.
Okay.
They had Pearsall. They signed Evans. they were bringing back DeMarcus Robinson, which we knew, and we had a feeling they were bringing in Debo. So I didn't know if this kid was going to play right away. I thought offensive line, pass rush were immediate needs. So I'll be the first to raise my hand.
I totally agree, but then I think in this case, and it's not like I couldn't have seen this happening, my hope was throw everything that you can at the wide receiver position and see what comes out of it. And I'm glad that they're in that spot now, because even doing all that, they're still behind the 8 ball. Because you go, okay, well, Pearsall, hopefully he gets right, and it's a prove-it year for him. But I think they kind of hedge their bets, and they go, well, hopefully. But if he doesn't, and he didn't, look at, they had Evans and Pearsall, and before they knew that there was any injury concerns, they still went out and got Stribling. So it did seem like overkill at the time, but think of who they were. I think it demonstrated and communicated that they were like, we're not just relying on these two guys, and we still need to get younger and bigger and faster. Steve,
I'm glad you said the dark cloud, because look, Willard could say him has no effect, and I agree with him. I don't think that Marquise Siegel's in coverage, oh my God, the offseason we've had.
No,
but that being said, Steve's an old school Niner fan, so I wanted to ask him, this Bosa not practicing, Evans,
McCaffrey, they have to ramp him back up.
McCaffrey, I'm not I don't know how, but I'm not as worried about. I'm really not. Kittle coming back. There's just a lot. They're banking on a lot of this better work out.
I know it's what have you done for me lately? So Christian McCaffrey playing in every game last year makes it so I'm not worried about him.
Your argument 2 days ago was George Kittle could stay healthy because look at Christian McCaffrey last year.
No, it was. But I will also say this. I'm not going to try to talk off both sides of my mouth here. But if we're going career-wise, Christian's injury history is much more prevalent than a guy like even Mike Evans, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Mike Evans is a one-off. But we can only react to what we're being told. And what we're being told is Mike Evans has been hurt a lot this training camp. So we're reacting to it.
So let me ask fans, today, do you regret not bringing Juwan back, regardless of whether you were going to keep Evans?
I don't know. It felt like Juwan.
Something was up.
Something was up. And he also wanted to get broken off. And he thought his own market was bigger than it ended up being.
I agree.
I think he knew his time here was over.
He was kind of unhappy, I felt like, last year.
Yes. And maybe that's the product. Again,
that's just my sentiment from watching on my couch.
But this offense, too, wide receivers kind of have a problem with, the ones that want to get broken off.
Yeah.
They kind of have a problem with the lack of targets they get at times. So if you have a diva kind of personality, it's not going to jive here.
I want you to think about this. Week 1 could be Debo and Stribling.
It could be. Thank God they have Debo now, right?
It could be Debo and DeMarcus.
Good. Is Christian Kirk? Are they going to keep him on the team? Is he going to be an IR candidate?
How could I even know?
We don't. That's the thing in all this. And we bring up
Stribling. Did he practice yesterday because of the shoulder? I don't know.
They didn't ask him about Stribling, I think, yesterday. I don't see any here, so I'm assuming everything's fine.
I do think Kyle did say yesterday that Christian Kirk is an IR candidate.
He's an IR. Oh, so great. One practice, and he's an IR candidate. One.
Jed didn't even know we signed him.
Well, he's doing other things. He has other things on his mind. Give the guy a break, right?
What more details? Matt Barrows' article on The Athletic had every detail. Then he texted him at this time, and then he did this, and he only had 116 cash in his pocket, and it's just getting. And then the mobile home people hey, he was not coming here.
He was pulled over there. Well, apparently he was
searching a fake lot.
Apparently he was going to a lot that didn't exist.
I love this story.
Wait, how do you go to a fake lot that doesn't exist? You have a phone putting a map. What?
Shows like The Wire, that's where you get murked out, right?
Yeah, that took place 20 years ago before smartphones.
I'm just telling you.
Could
you imagine him, by the way? Just in this hypothetical, him if it was the equivalent of the Sunnydale projects, he's driving around
oh my God.
Which apartment do you think it is? What do you think it is? Of all the people on my bingo card to get lost in a mobile home park, I didn't have Jed at the top of the list.
He's one of those guys like my dad would do when we're driving around, just squinting, looking is that he's slowing down. Hold on, I gotta turn down the radio to see better. Let me squint around here.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, it's just.
I'm gonna be honest. The more and more, and what else can I be but honest?
You have to not trying to take the seriousness of the situation personally for him, but they've become a punchline around everywhere.
They're
they're a laughing stock right now.
I walked to the bleachers, ran into some good friends. Shout out to Lucy's. They were out there as well. And they were like, bro, Jed's cooked, dude. Like, forget, like, we're not saying he has to sell the team or he's going to get suspended by the end. We're talking about in the court of public opinion amongst Niner fans, he will never overcome this.
Should I I'm going to be at the Raiders-Niners preseason game tomorrow in Vegas, and I have a feeling I could get some A-plus content for the station if I just walk up to Niner fans and just ask their thoughts on Jed York. Just tomorrow. Jed, I say Jed York, you say what?
I would create a folder right now. An online folder and just drop all those videos in there.
I might do that tomorrow. I might. And if you're going to the game, come say hi if you see me. By the way, our Red and Gold Summit is back for another year, Thursday, September 3rd, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6, and all the hosts from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. Yeah.
And like
all of you will be there.
All the people that say, like, oh, it's not a big deal. You're right. It really isn't. Like, criminally, it's not.
And the Red and Gold Summit is going to be presented by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products.
My bad.
No, you're good.
For all the people like, oh, it's not a big deal. I had the girls in the car, my nieces and my wife, and somehow the phone rang and someone brought up Jed York. Oh. And all the girls said, and I thought this was the greatest way to describe it, yuck.
Gross. Yeah. Ew.
He's guilty of yuck.
Yeah. Ew.
He may not be guilty of any like serious crimes, but in the court of like public opinion amongst lots of people, it's like, oh, yuck.
Steve just called in earlier and he used the word like dark cloud. Remember that's what Steve Kerr said about the Warriors with the Jordan Poole punch? No, that was the phrase.
I know.
There was a dark cloud over the organization all season. Mike Florio, who joined us yesterday, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, also used that phrase to describe what's going on with the 49ers via PFT Live with Chris Sims.
And holy crap, the 49ers. I mean, it's just one damn thing after another. It's unreal. I mean, it's electrical substation. It's Christian McCaffrey. My back is tight, a.k.a. I think he probably wants more money. Nick Bosa's back's tight. Mike Evans' hamstrings are hurt. Kittle might be able to play. Shanahan got in a car wreck. The team is older. We got Mykel Williams, the first-round pick from last year. He's still not out there playing. I mean, if there's a team that's got a laundry list of problems and issues outside of the field right now, the 49ers are leading the league in that discussion right now with this especially.
Brandon Ayuk's been pushed off the board.
Yeah, we don't even care, right? You're right. I didn't even name that. You're right.
You know, every once in a while, it feels like a dark cloud just hovers over a franchise and stays there for a year. But it's usually a dysfunctional franchise. That's what's so stunning about this. We spent a lot of time talking about the Browns opening segment. They're the kind of team that this should be happening to. The fact that it's happening to the 49ers with all the success they've had over the years, and they've been to 3 Super Bowls since 2012, it's shocking that it's happening to them, where they feel like the team that nothing is going right, everything is going wrong, and we haven't even gotten to week 1.
So when I hear him say that, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, but like, you know, like the Browns are like the person you see that's crazy on the street, like bashing their head into like the pole.
Sure.
Like,
the ones I evade on my scooter.
Yeah,
every
everybody
morning.
can see them a mile away, right? There's a lot going on there.
Awful lot.
Right? And you're just like, oh, I want to avoid that.
Yeah.
Like in the I'm going analogy here. I mean, the Niners kind of, at least they look like to people like Florio, like the functional alcoholic.
Oh.
You know, where you just peel back a little bit.
And holy crap, the 49ers.
That's a great drop. That's exactly how fans are feeling right now. Holy crap, the 49ers.
Exactly. You just peel back the veneer a little and you're like, oh my God, what a nightmare.
Gross, bro.
You know, it's like,
and holy crap, the 49ers.
Like, it just, I mean, they've been really good for, you know, a long time. They haven't been able to kind of like push through.
And they might be good this year. They might be. Like,
Joe, if you told me they won 5 games, I might buy into that right now. If you told me they won 15 games, I might buy into that right now.
That's how up in the air you are with this team.
I have no clue.
That's crazy.
I know what's going to happen. We're going to get to the summit next week, and Willard on his little podium, they'll be like, Joe, how many wins? I'm not going to tell you how many I think, but I'm going to ask you guys to put your name on it, and we're going to keep record of it for later. Dibs, pipe down. How many wins for you guys?
Thanks.
That's a 4, by the way, for your Willard. It's too much swiveling, though. Leave that to Steiny and I. No, that's what we'll do. We'll give our predictions because, you know, Baldy will have his.
And
we'll have ours.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell right now. I'm not giving one, so don't ask.
I'm not going. Oh, you're going Saban? I'm not going to, so quit asking.
Not doing it this year.
I
refuse to give one.
I predicted 10 wins. I think we were more pessimistic about last year's Niners team.
Oh, sure.
Than infinitely more than this year's.
Yeah, but this year already comes in with some very weird things.
Yeah, but last year it was, you didn't do enough in the offseason. We didn't add enough. We only re-signed Kittle and Warner and Purdy, and we'll see with Purdy. You didn't have a good year last year.
But
Christian
I ended up being
McCaffrey.
right about their draft class.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, draft class wasn't good.
Was not good.
It wasn't.
I feel much better about this year's draft class, but I feel less pumped up about some of the veterans.
Heading out of the positive takeaway last year was wow, they overcame a lot of adversity. That was the positive.
Yeah, but heading into last year, having Kittle, I'm like top 2 or 3 guy at his position.
Yes.
I knew that going in. Trent is in that argument, and who else?
Fred Warner. Yeah, Fred Warner, we were very happy with Fred heading into last season.
He's had 2 kind of...
No. Heading into last season, we were saying.
But I'm saying, heading into this year, who do you feel good about? Who do you feel top 2 or 3 at his position?
I still feel that way. I think the 49ers linebacking core, again, if healthy...
Greenlaw, I don't...
You don't trust Trey?
I'm in wait-and-see mode on Greenlaw.
Okay, but I'm not in wait-and-see mode.
I love him.
I'm not in wait-and-see mode with Fred Warner, but come November 19th of this year, he'll be 30 years old. So... there are question marks about this aging core. And Bonte joined us last week. You were out. It was with Sam and I. And he was like, what is all this doom and gloom energy? You need to feel good about this 49ers core and these veterans going forward. I was like,
you should be on post.
You should be happy about them. I was like, whoa. I should be happy about Nick Bosa coming off his 3rd ACL. I should be happy about Christian McCaffrey turning 30 years old and still dealing with bilateral Achilles tendonitis and having 400 touches last year. I should be happy with George Kittle coming off an Achilles injury this calendar year.
No, not happy with those. You should be happy you have Shanahan and Purdy.
I am happy about that. But I'm questioning all the other stuff, just like I questioned the Warriors at our Warriors Summit at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, when we were talking about this aging core of Jimmy over 35, Draymond over 35, and Stephen Curry over 35, there was boom or bust there. We were happy about Kuminga. Well, we're like, okay, Kuminga's be in the starting lineup early on. That could be great. That could be something.
Lasted 5 seconds.
Lasted 5 seconds.
But I think the problem was that I had unrealistic championship expectations going into the Warriors season. I shouldn't even have thought about that.
Why did you, though?
I was stupid.
No.
Because they went on a run the year before.
But they went on a run, yes.
But that ended up not being as real as I thought. Now I go to the Niners. This year, I have 0 thoughts of the S word, Super Bowl.
Are you viewing
this
past Niners run?
Nope.
Like you did with the Warriors last year?
Seasons, because I don't think
interesting.
Football, there's not. Yes, there can be carryover. They're all individual seasons.
Okay.
And this team is dramatically different this year than they were last year. So who knows this year? I have no Super Bowl anything. I want them to entertain me, have fun. If they win 11 games and take a wild card spot and host a game, I'll be thrilled. If they just miss out on the playoffs, that'll suck and I'll be ticked off. But they just probably aren't good enough. If they win 5 games, I actually don't think it's the worst thing in the world because they need another young draft pick considering how old they are.
Right.
I'm just going to kind of inner tube this season and see where the lazy river takes me.
Okay, you're on the river rat, chilling.
Joe, I just want to be entertained this year. I don't even want to hear I've been in that Super Bowl and anything less than that makes me angry. That was 3 years ago. I'm past that.
Okay.
I am. Because I don't think this is a Super Bowl roster. I think I need to be reasonable, and it's not.
If they stay healthy.
And if they surprise me, great.
Yeah, no, if they stay healthy, and again, they're allowed to do that. I know Willard likes to bring that up a lot. They're allowed to stay healthy.
Okay, but name me a team that does.
Exactly, it doesn't happen. Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, maybe they could, some of their core could stay healthy. Maybe the Rams have a significant injury. Maybe the Seahawks have a significant. They've already missed 2 of their guys that are going on the IR. Jake Bobo, who was a part of their wide receiver core last year when they won a Super Bowl. And their guy, Bud Clark, who was their second-round rookie this year, is already out for the season. So injuries happen, and hopefully Bosa's there week 1, Evans is there week 1, and George Kittle could be there week 1. K Bueno from Hayward. What's up, K Bueno? You're on the roast.
Yo, what's up, guys? My expectations for this year, same thing. I want to be entertained. The whole leading with the quest for 6 or bust. Yeah. That's been gone, dude. Let's be real.
Thank you.
The optimist in me, the Niner faithful in me is we shoot for the Super Bowl. Yeah, we can do it. But let's be real, too, is like injuries happen. They're part of the game, yes. But going into the season, going into week one, man, it's like, oh, my God. You know, again, injuries are going to happen. But it's just like the dark cloud of, like, impact guys getting beat up before starting the season already. So it's just like it forces me to have to back and just kind of let go of the high expectations that we've been accustomed to having. So just I want them to be competitive. Yeah, cross my fingers, both hands, cross my toes even, that we can stay healthy, that the key guys are not going to be getting ACL or Achilles injuries again. If that happens, then, yeah, we could talk about, okay, let's make a Super Bowl run. But that's a big if, okay? Also, just really quick, wanted to circle back on the analogy you were making earlier, how, yeah, like an organization like the Browns, they're like the crazy dude on the street that's banging his head on the wall, yelling at the telephone poles and all that. The Niners, I would compare them to like Patrick Bateman, okay, which for those who don't know, Christian Bale and American Psycho. Okay, yeah, I would say the Niners are like American Psycho. They were very well polished. Very well polished, look in great shape, physical shape, look good, you know, yuppie, very much with the yuppie crowd, clean, well-spoken and all that. But inside, man, it is a storm going on behind closed doors. So that would be my perfect comparison for the Niners.
That's a good one. I
American
actually really
Psycho,
like that.
You know.
That movie was so bizarre.
It's very strange.
I love it.
There's a lot of really famous people in that movie, like that are young. Like Reese Witherspoon is like the love interest of Christian Bale. She's super young in that. Jared Leto is Paul Allen.
What year is that?
What? I want to say like 2000, 2001. Yeah, I was like,
how old was she when that came out? You said who?
Reese Witherspoon. She had to be super young. Right?
I mean, I don't know.
American Psycho.
When I was around when Legally Blonde came out, when she got big, so I think she was like 24-ish around that time.
She was that young. Wow.
I'm not great on my Reese Witherspoon history, though.
Nor am I.
Came out in 2000, yeah, but it takes place in 87, so they all look like and dressed older. Willem Dafoe's obviously
I love Willem
the
Dafoe.
detective.
He's everything he's in, I'm in on.
Yeah, there's a bunch of
Jared Leto.
Yeah, Jared Leto, I mentioned him. Yeah.
I love
Paul
Dafoe.
Allen. Let's see Paul Allen's business card. Let's see Jed York's business card.
I'm not. The facial expressions he makes, we have a lot of jokes, me and my boys.
Yeah?
I'm just going to keep it.
Are you talking about the one where he looks in the mirror?
I'm not going to tell you which ones.
You've never done that?
I refuse to disclose.
By the way, hey, the Giants are going for their first sweep today. I know we've been all Niners here, but we got a little update. Logan Webb is not pitching today. They're switching him with Landon Roop. So Landon Roop is pitching today, not Logan Webb. Is that good or bad for the sweep?
He's got the 7th worst ERA in baseball, so we'll see.
Sam, is this put the sweep in danger now?
Actually, no, it's the other way around. Spadoni. Roop was scheduled to pitch today, and they're flipping it. Webb is starting today's day.
Oh, so now it's a must
Well,
win.
it's funny you say that, Shasky. I'm reading Susan Slusser's tweet. Obviously, she's on top of it. Giants are hoping for their first sweep of the season.
So I butchered that. Excuse me. I had it mixed up. Thank you, Sam, for clarifying. So this is a must-win now.
Oh, no, there's more.
Oh.
It also puts Webb in line to pitch Monday in the makeup game in Atlanta for the possibility of another sweep.
They need this. Oh, so it's a thing. They want this.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're a player, there's probably something about, like, if you're one of the players, you don't want to go through a season and be one of those 8 teams. Like, there's a competitive desire in them.
Okay, we just spent 2 hours talking about all the injuries, and you're going to move up Logan Webb? Let's
play with the fire. It's fine.
No, dude. They've had 2 consecutive guys go down as their starters in back-to-back days on the mound.
Does it sound like a hater if I say this is a meaningless game?
Oh, it is a meaningless game.
And what if moving up Webb does something?
It would be the dumbest thing they've ever done.
That would be one of the worst things ever. I agree.
Why are we even talking?
Well, no.
I know. Why are we putting this evil out there?
Well, no, it would be peak Giants to move him up to try to get a sweep, and then he gets just lit up today. That would be peak Giants, right? It would. It's just so on brand for this season from hell that I've dubbed it for months now.
Sure.
Exactly.
I mean,
what? It's not the worst.
Him be in line for the win and then them blow the save. Remember, this team.
You want to react to it tomorrow morning?
That would just be
chef's kiss.
And then he reactivates his Twitter account and goes at the Giants.
Oh, no. Well, no, not the Giants. The people covering the Giants.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
There you go.
Remember, it could always get worse, Joe.
No, wait. What's the Logan Webb performance? He's going to give up 6 runs, but those 6 innings later, after that one bad inning,
he's been great.
I love Logan.
Last night was Grateful Dead night.
Oh, did they have a giveaway?
I guess they did, but I didn't get the shirt.
Gotta have the special ticket.
What do you mean? What is
There's 2 kinds of giveaways they do. There's the main promotional giveaways where you give the thing out at the front gate.
Yeah.
And then there's the special ticket giveaways. Like Irish Heritage Night is another one of them where you buy the special ticket, you sit in the special section,
I think,
and you get the special hat or the special shirt. So there's special giveaways and there's promotional giveaways. Last night was a special giveaway. And if it all seems arbitrary, probably.
My dad was a huge Deadhead, like huge Deadhead. I'm not.
My mom is too.
I'm not.
Everyone's parents were.
He loved the Grateful Dead Giants like gear, and I would have wanted to get that. You know.
Well, maybe you can.
I didn't know it was.
I'm
Grateful
sure someone's selling it somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
the money you saved on the ticket you could use towards buying that because you saved so much. It goes back.
eBay?
You saved so much yesterday. Those crazy crab sandwiches, am I right?
Guys, tickets are just a steal. I don't ever want to hear anyone say like it's not affordable to go to a Giants
game. It's more affordable now than it's ever been.
You could get in for less than a Starbucks coffee.
Hey, you know the ticket prices that are up right now? Valkyries, man, because that is a playoff push now. Doesn't surprise you, yeah.
Bandwagon jumpers like you.
Can you be a bandwagon fan if they've only been a franchise for 2 seasons? I don't think it's allowed. Okay, I'm saying this right now. You are not allowed to gatekeep Valkyrie's fandom. It's too early to do that.
Oh, there's already
You are not allowed to do that. No. Not allowed to. Final thoughts? Let's go.
Gross, bro.
No. That's gone too far.
All right, what do we got, gentlemen?
I got nothing.
Thanks.
So you know what? So I'll start off, but I'm following up on my final thought from Monday where the Jed York stuff came out.
72-hour tease.
It's a tease, Chase.
No, I know. And I brought it up basically at that time where I said, what if the body cam footage comes out of what happened with Jed York? How would that change the situation? Shasky, props to you. You brought it up to Mike Florio yesterday when we interviewed him, and he texted Sam after the show and said, I had never thought about that. I'm actually going to go through. Apparently, you can get public record of body cam footage if you request it. So that's what he's going to do with the Jed York situation. So we may have actually done something here.
Butterfly effect.
Just like Whirlett and Dibs. Some happen on their show that led to the substation. Something happens on our show that leads to something else.
So Pablo Torre is going to be all over this, what you're saying.
But I'm saying a Stein Guru need to start doing some work if they want to start making ripples here in the Niners.
Will Pablo Torre do a deep dive on this?
You haven't.
What?
Deep dive.
The internet, dude. Pablo is arguing with Clay Travis about who's a woman and what. It's just. You want to talk about the ultimate internet experience? Just look at that exchange.
I'm out.
Yeah, that's exactly how
it's a crossover I don't care about.
I'm out.
Yeah. But he was like, you should do a deep dive on this instead of the Clippers. And then he was like, yeah, well, you should go hang out with this guy. It's just.
Oh, yeah. I love internet arguments that go like that.
I was out on Clay Travis right there. I'm out. Continue.
Yeah.
Trey Clavis.
Exactly. That's exactly
he sucks
who he
too.
is. That was a pseudonym that Jed York used in Ohio.
One of the many. Yeah,
exactly.
It's different in each state.
Continue.
I guess my final thought is, there's so much doom and gloom over the 49ers right now in the preseason that makes us think, oh, man, this regular season could suck. I don't know if this is a like for like, but final thought to chew on here. Back in spring training, everything felt very hunky-dory and great around the Giants, and every vibe felt great, and we're thinking, they're going to be good.
The manager
we're talking about
leaving Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, but that happened the one time, and no one really cared. And everyone's like, this could be a great season. We go to the playoffs. It's going to be a fun time, and, that didn't happen, so.
Gross, bro.
All I'm saying is, just because the training camp is bad does not mean it is written in stone by law that the regular season has to be bad.
That is true. There's been a lot of help.
A season, now let me ask you.
Okay.
Name me a season, maybe where a bunch of stuff did go wrong in the offseason. And we hung a championship.
Yeah, I'm sure it's happened.
I'm just asking. I can't
think of it on the top of my head, but I'm sure if, someone could in the YouTube chat could say one right now.
Well, it's not like for like the same. There was a lot of drama between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts the training camp before they won the Super Bowl.
That's a good point.
No, there was a lot there with A.J. Brown on top of it.
Yeah, but Jeffrey Lurie didn't get.
No, that's true. No, he's getting.
Nor did Sirianni get in a car crash.
I remember this is going way back. Another one jumped off the top of my head was the year Tiki Barber retired. He went on like a blazing path criticizing Eli Manning, saying he wasn't a leader. Then Eli led him to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, so I mean, again, not exact like for like, but again, we're looking for
subway crash with his red reindeer nose.
He turned into
and the Maras, I don't think did anything that off season. So, but
that's because people drive them around.
Must be nice.
But anyway, so again, could be okay.
In that.
It might not be all bad.
What's the name of that show?
Which one?
Hard Knocks. When he's like,
"Oh no,
I just can't let Saquon go to the Philadelphia Eagles."
Joe Shane,
I
right?
just couldn't live with myself.
Another Joe.
That's the place he ended up going.
And that's where he goes.
He hangs up the phone. He goes, "You got to come in. He's going to the Eagles. $26 million guaranteed." He's like, "Really?" And that guy's still employed.
He's still employed.
How?
Well, people are high on the Giants. Baldy's high on them.
I'm not.
I think they're going to be a dumpster fire this year. I think they have dumpster fire written all over it.
Can't go 2 quarters without getting blasted.
Well, and he also gets upset when the officials are trying to protect him.
I am rooting
Well,
against the Giants.
What's he worried about?
Podiums with Trump and God knows what's going on in that locker room. I do like Reese, though.
Gross, bro.
That's all the time we have for today. Evan and Guru next. Evan filling in for Steiny, doing a hell of a job. I'm going to Vegas tomorrow. Vegas, baby. Apparently it's supposed to be 110 degrees. Should I put on some sunscreen or should I just get the tan on? We'll
Gross,
see.
Bro.
We'll find out. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
And holy crap, the 49ers.
You've heard me talking about him over the last year, and now Jason Beam from Beam Law is joining me. So, Jason, after an accident, I got to imagine most people have one question. What do I do now?
Exactly, Matt. You're hurt. Your car may be damaged. You're missing work. And suddenly the insurance company is calling and asking questions.
And that's when mistakes happen, right?
Absolutely. People are overwhelmed. They give statements or agree to things without knowing how it could affect them later.
So when exactly should someone call you, Jason?
As early as possible. Even if you're not sure that you have a case, talk to us. We'll help you understand your options and figure out what to do next.
Beam Law has recovered millions for Bay Area clients and been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured, call today for a free no-obligation case review. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones. Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Journavx suzetrigine begins. Journavx is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Journavx with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Journavx may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Journavx, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit journavx.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Dana, listen, I want to talk to you about something. Every Thursday, you do know that we're hanging out with some of the biggest names in comedy and entertainment, right?
Are you kidding me? Who's been on this show?
We have great people, a lot of fun. And Mondays, it's you and I to ourselves. We riff on life, pop culture, clips online, every stupid thing. So everybody out there, join us Mondays, Thursdays, Fly on the Wall, wherever you get your podcasts. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of laughs, and it's a lot of stupidity.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's not the way you want to start the show. You can't hog the coffee machine when everybody is in line to try and get some caffeine before we got to go to work.
And then you bring in, Kenny, your lemonade jug from home. So it's like the big jug. And we're just sitting there like, dude, other people are in line, man. I want my French vanilla.
First of all, how do you hog a coffee machine when it's 1 by 1? And 2, Goo, it was just a double shot of espresso. Lay off me.
It took too long.
It takes 45 seconds per shot. That's a minute and a half. We only have a 6-minute commercial break, and there are 3 other people that need to get coffee. And we're not going to jump to the front of the line because that's not who we are as people.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's all I heard.
It is.
I don't think in the history of Steiny and Goo we've ever did a prediction this fast. I have one. Put this in the cap.
Right off the rip?
Cincinnati Reds have quit. And the Giants will get their first sweep of the season. Now that Logan Webb has replaced Roop, he'll be picked. This is a done-data. Liquidate all assets, Dibs. Anybody out there that needs chicken, the Reds, they're lifeless, and the Giants will get their sweep today. I mean, the Reds are done. They quit,
Please
the Giants are about to get the sweep. And they did it, and that's why I believe Webb is pitching today.
I hate myself.
Put it all on the Giants, man.
I hate myself. You know what the first thing I thought of as you started that rant? I'm rooting for the Reds today.
Now
I'm sorry, man.
Must be the chair.
I know it's who I am.
You want your boy to be wrong.
No. It's not. It's not about you being wrong.
But you're being honest. Wow.
No, it's who I am. Sorry.
No, wow. The people you think love you.
No, I'm like Kyle Shanahan. You're just John Stribling. There's something about you that bothers me. I don't know what it is.
What was that, E? We got to get to it.
Well, it's kind of what's been happening all preseason. I don't know, Goo. By the way, all right, this is what we got coming up today. 11 o'clock, Steve Weish of the NFL Network, Chief National Reporter, is going to join us. It's actually 10 years to the day that Colin Kaepernick sat in a preseason game against the Green Bay Packers. Steve Weish broke the story, interviewed him first.
Wow.
So we're going to talk to him about that, along with the Niners. Look back, look ahead. So that's coming up in an hour. But you're right. Outside of the Giants going for their sweep today, there's something that's a little strange. And is it just Kyle Shanahan and receivers? Is it Kyle Shanahan and rookies? Like, what's going on here?
I got to believe, and I'm trying to channel my inner Bill Parcells and great coaches to where they don't want the youngster Stribs to read his press clippings because he's definitely getting them, right? I mean, the dude's been out there catching everything that's come his way. And I get it, people. It is preseason. And a lot of love has been going his way. But I will tell you this, a couple years ago, Steiny and I got into a 15-round bout in regard to young Brandon Ayuk being in what we thought was a doghouse or a doghouse. I kind of didn't understand it then because I didn't know what Ayuk had done. So I know you're going to play this sound, but I'm like, damn, Kyle, give the youngster some love, or is this channeling his inner tuna to where he's just like, I don't want to give Evan too much credit, because he's a rookie.
So here's what we're talking about. Yesterday, we got into a lot of the sound from Shanahan on Jed York, update on Mike Evans. He'll be back in practice next week. And there's also some stuff about, I believe it was Nick Bosa, who's also going to be out, and then he'll practice next week, and hopefully he and Evans will be good to go for week 1 in Australia. But this sort of slipped under the radar, if you will, and it caught the boss's ear, and he threw it on social media last night.
Had 40 responses.
It generated a lot of reaction, and we're going to get into it. So here's Kyle Shanahan on the standout rookie receiver DeJon Stribling and his progression in preseason.
Encouraging, I'm sure it is encouraging to see what DeJon Stribling has been able to do through the first 2 preseason games. And is it more than you guys expected at this point in the preseason?
No, I mean, the preseason games that don't mean that much to me. And the coverage just went that way. He happened to get targeted, and he made those plays. But he's been doing that in practice too. So he's where we expected him to be, and we hope to not have to use him quite as much early on with Ricky and stuff out there. But we believed he was talented enough and made it the right stuff that he could be if needed. And just losing Ricky just ups that a little bit. You have to use him a little sooner than you prepared. But that's stuff that happens all the time.
Sooner than you prepared. Well, what were you prepared for? He was your first overall selection. I know he's a second-round pick, but he was the first guy you took. And this was a wide receiver room that without Brandon Ayuk, and I think with the inability of Ricky Pearsall to stay on the field.
I mean, man.
Did you not think that Stribling was going to be a factor this year?
That's what's perplexing. And again, then what about the part, and tell me if I'm doing my Dick Tracy a little wrong, the fact that he kind of made it just seem like it was easy because it was preseason. And when we're talking about just a young receiver and the mentals, right? Shout out Marshawn Lynch. Just catching the ball is a thing. I don't care if they're not giving you the attention or whatnot, but just catching the ball, which Stribling has done pretty well in the in the preseason. I feel like Kyle's like, yeah, he's catching them because it's just preseason, nothing to see here. Like, I don't get any excitement from him.
No, and it doesn't sound like... I understand Kyle Shanahan trying to downplay excitement around a guy who has not caught a pass in the regular season of an NFL game. But if you're a fan of the Niners, we talked about this and have been all week, what is there to get excited about in terms of the young upcoming talent? There's one guy right now.
What's his name?
Dejon Stribling. Dejon Stribling is going to sell there's going to be a lot of 15 jerseys out of Candlestick come week 2.
I wish he had a different number, but you're right.
I know you don't like the number. But my thing is, why is Kyle so hard on, it feels like wide receivers specifically. We pulled some sound from earlier of him reflecting on what he thought about Brock Purdy, which we'll play coming up in just a little bit. And I want to sort of compare and contrast the answers because he seems to have a higher standard for wide receivers. And I don't know if it's because it's the position he grew up playing and played in college. I don't know if it's because he's got a particular way that he goes about things, wants to run the ball first. Guys got to put their hand in the dirt and get, hat on the outside in order to prove themselves before they can catch the ball. There seems to be a different standard that Kyle Shanahan has for his wide receivers. Do you think that's fair or foul?
I think, look, I'm going to answer your question, E. I don't want to go Sesame Street, and you guys could come for me and say I'm sounding soft, but whatever happened to, and it is the wide receiver position, building a guy up, propping him up. Like, what's wrong with that part? Unless Kyle is thinking he doesn't want this young guy's head to get big, and he feels like he's been getting a lot of love. I think he's earned it. But damn, Kyle, don't slap fans in the face. We all understand it's preseason, but we still can be excited. And my question to Kyle, to answer your question, Evan, is why don't you sound excited? It's okay.
Well, because in his mind, this is his 10th year as head coach, and this is preseason. That's why I don't think he's that excited.
But this same kind of thing happened too, and this was the 15-round bout with Steiny. Hope you're having fun, man. But the bottom line was Ayuk, it was kind of weird the way and it was his prerogative, shout out Bobby Brown, Kyle's, to how he deals with young receivers. But I'll just say this, I can't even remember Ayuk's preseason being like this with Strib, but whatever happened in the season with Ayuk, it wasn't good. And I don't know now, is that a Kyle thing or is it just in my heart, Evan, I just believe maybe he doesn't want to just keep giving this guy what Kyle believes his flowers before an actual NFL game that matters and Strib doing what he's done in the preseason.
No, I mean, I don't think Kyle Shanahan has anything against Dejon Stribling. I think he's probably downplaying his performance because he doesn't want him to get a big head. But
give the brother some love.
I just feel like after what people are throwing the numbers around, no one's caught this many passes and had this many yards in 2 preseason games before as a rookie receiver. And again, it doesn't mean diddly squat when it comes to catching passes in a regular season game, but it looks like this is a guy that you're going to need this year. And if I'm looking at the wide receiver room, Mike Evans is absolutely wide receiver 1. Dejon Stribling is your second best guy, in my opinion, even though Deebo Samuel's back. I would expect Stribling by the end of the year to be the number 2. And it almost sounds like Kyle Shanahan he has reservations about that. Despite him looking borderline unstoppable, he's been targeted 11 times and 10 catches.
Man.
Every time the ball goes to him, he catches it. I know he dropped a touchdown, but...
Yeah, I'll take you, because you mentioned Stribling, and that's the subject matter that we're talking about here, but I'll take you to Atlanta. And there's a rapper out there, a great rapper, got hits, Future. And that's what Stribling is when you talk about this quartet of wide receivers.
That's a 4.
He is the future. I appreciate it. He is the future. So I just thought that was not sour, Evan, but damn, Kyle. Hey, get a little more pep in your step on my man.
Well, especially because the team's been pretty much built around the past, if we're being honest. There's a lot of older guys. There's a lot of experience. And, that does win in the NFL. But the question for the Niners is how many guys are over the hill at this stage in their careers.
Shout out Bonte.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it took me a minute. You're right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Why is Kyle Shanahan, why does he sound so hard on Dejon Stribling? Is it due to the position? Is it because he's a rookie? Is it because that's who Kyle Shanahan is?
Or is this a nothing burger to some?
Well, it might end up being a nothing burger.
Yeah.
But I do think it's just interesting to hear the way that he talks about Stribling. And again, on the other side, I want to play for you a piece of sound of how he thought about Brock Purdy.
And we can't forget about George Niang.
The roster's finalized for the Warriors.
I thought it was done.
You didn't sound this excited about it last night. All right. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Again, Steve Weiss, chief national reporter of the NFL Network, is coming up at 11 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this on Steiny and Guru, brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
School season is here. Remember your driving ABCs. Stay alert for bicyclists and children crossing. Stop for students getting on or off the bus. Look out in school zones. Follow the posted speed limit. ABC. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Yeah. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off the 280 in Coleman, Daly City, or anytime at CeremonyFord.com. That's the winning play call. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice.
Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Was that a horse?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm in a good mood, E.
Yeah, that's what I told you. My favorite player was Miguel Tejada growing up. Come on.
Because we got the TVs on here in the studio, and the Little League World Series is playing, and every batter at the bottom of their profile, their favorite player, one youngster had Juan Soto. So, of course, like when I asked Steiny, what'd you have for dinner, I asked you, who was your guy? And I thought it was Ricky, but that was my era.
Yeah, Ricky was, he was still playing when I was young because he played for like 25 years.
Ricky.
But he wasn't in his prime, you know what I mean? A lot of guys in the East Bay, obviously Bonds was a huge guy. Jason Schmidt was actually someone who I really liked watching pitch when I was younger. But then for the A's, everyone always loved, Shabby was a fan favorite. I also had a soft spot for T. Long.
Tears Long.
Yeah, he was nasty. Barry Zito was big. Any one of the big 3, basically, but Miguel Tejada was my guy.
What about the Giambi, Jason?
Jason Giambi was cool.
He didn't do it for you, though.
No, he was a great player. Don't get me wrong. He was ahead of his time in terms of the analytics and stuff, but Jason Giambi was, I don't know.
Why his brother didn't slide in that playoff game? Like, he acted like he was at the company softball game. Like, come on, you got to slide when Jeter made that play.
Yeah, rest in peace, Jeremy Giambi. All right, Goo. So, again, we got Steve Weish coming up in about 40 minutes here, getting in for Steinmetz with Guru. We're talking about Kyle Shanahan, and he got into a bunch of stuff yesterday. We talked about the York stuff. We'll kind of leave that on Tuesday, but there was something that the boss kind of pulled and I thought was interesting, and it was about Dejon Stribling and just how Kyle Shanahan doesn't seem that excited about him. And I think everybody is. If there are 3 things that people are feeling electric about in the Bay Area when it comes to young players.
I know where you're going.
It is Bryce Eldridge for some, Yaxel Lendeborg for others, and Dejon Stribling for San Francisco 49ers fans.
I like the big 3, the young big 3.
And Kyle Shanahan was asked about him during his presser yesterday.
Somewhat encouraging. I'm sure it is encouraging to see what Dejon Stribling has been able to do through the first 2 preseason games. And is it more than you guys expected at this point in the preseason?
No, I mean, the preseason games that don't mean that much to me. And the coverages went that way. He happened to get targeted, and he made those plays. But he's been doing that in practice too. So he's where we expected him to be. And we hope to not have to use him quite as much early on with Ricky and stuff out there. But we believed he was talented enough and made it the right stuff that he could be if needed. And just losing Ricky just ups that a little bit. You have to use him a little sooner than you prepared. But that's stuff that happens all the time.
It was really that first part where he kind of said that.
To me, I'm like, am I overreacting? But to me, I just got Ken's ear, Evan. I guess it was the no right away.
Well, for me, it was the part about.
Shout out Aaron.
Well, the ball came to him because of the coverages. It wasn't really on him.
Right, exactly.
It's like, I don't know. He caught 7 passes in the first preseason game. Caught another few in the second game against the Chargers.
Yeah. Evan scored 15 points, Coach. Yeah, they don't got good defense. That's right. They're not good. They're not good defenders.
Well, he did it against the backups. We'll see what he can do week 1 against the Rams. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Trent McDuffie's not going to be on it. It's like, okay, yeah, so week 1 in Australia, if Dejon Stribling has a nice game, not a big game, because I was looking at the 2 rookie receivers that I think have popped for the Niners. Deebo Samuel had a good year in 2019 when they went to the Super Bowl, and then Ayuk the next year in 2020, a year derailed by injury. But Deebo had 2 100-yard games in his rookie season, and Ayuk also had multiple 100-yard games. If Dejon Stribling has a big game against the Rams, not 100 yards, but maybe catches 5 balls for 55 and looks like a dude, couple first downs, is he going to give him his flowers then? Or is it still going to be, hey, hold on, young buck, because you still got a lot to learn in this league?
And I'm going to give Kyle the benefit of the doubt and say, Evan, if that pops off that way, and let's just say he strings together 2 or 3 games, Kyle will be more excited than anybody. But I guess the biggest compliment and why I feel like now, talking to myself, are you overreacting because he drafted him, right? That's the biggest blessing you could give anybody, right, Evan? I saw your tape. I saw your film. I think, and I want you to be a part of our franchise. That's what's happened. So maybe I'll just call the dogs off in a sense. But I'll say this about Stribs. I think the fact that you got a bona fide Mike Evans, number 1, when healthy, like that's where the majority of the focus on the defense will be. So I'm thinking, man, maybe Stribling will be able to eat going up against, not the top corners.
Yeah, no, and look, the text line is bringing up the idea that Kyle Shanahan, like, how would it look if he was giving all this praise to a rookie for a couple of preseason games? I'm not saying he's got to tell you he's the next Terrell Owens or that he's going to be Jerry Rice, but
I love me some T.O.
Can you just be excited about the guy? So this is what Mike Evans said. By the way, during that preseason game, I believe it was with Vern Glenn on KPIX, he told him, Strib gets the job done. He's a rookie, but he's a pro, and he's been a pro. He's going to make a lot of plays for us this year. I don't think that's glazing. I don't think that's...
But that's better than what we're playing yesterday.
Yeah.
That makes me feel a whole lot better.
Mike Evans is not saying that Dejon Stribling is going to lead this team in this receiving core. He's not saying that he's going to go on to get a gold jacket the way that Mike Evans is. He's not putting the cart before the horse, but he's telling you that this guy looks like he has the potential to be a dude. And I guess I just don't hear that from his head coach.
Yeah. What about my take on the biggest compliment Kyle could say, not in that moment, would never supersede the fact that Kyle drafted him. You know what I mean? That means, dude, you got the goods. Forget the verbal stuff, Goo and Evans saying, I didn't go over my skis and serenade you. But the bottom line is you're a 49er because we like what you can be and what we project you to be.
And I think part of it is his history, right? The incident with Brandon Ayuk early in 2021 wasn't really getting snaps or was splitting them with Trent Sherfield of all people.
Man.
And Kyle said it was related to performance, practice habits were a big one, and also he cited a hamstring injury from the preseason. But there was one that I did not remember this, and it was at the scouting combine after Kyle Shanahan got hired as head coach of the Niners.
Oh, so you going back.
And he was asked at the combine, to be fair, I think Torrey Smith was their most veteran receiver. They didn't have a lot of guys, and they weren't very good. But he was asked if there was anything about, if there was anyone that stood out to him, hey, Shanahan, you come in, head coach, any of the wide receivers that excite you? And he said no one in particular.
So that's Kyle being Kyle.
It's who he is.
Yeah.
It is who he is. But I just find it interesting when he finally does have a talent. There's still that side of him that just can't say, yeah, we're excited about Dejon Stribling.
Yeah, listen, I got to say this.
You just got to look at his numbers and stuff.
Yeah, we got someone in the chat that gets on my nerves, but I love him. Austin in San Jose. What's he supposed to do? Cartwheels over some catches in the preseason? And I just picture Kyle doing cartwheels.
No, but he can acknowledge them. He literally said, he got the catches because of the coverages.
Right. And then he said, no, he wasn't excited. But
I believe after the first preseason game, he said that there was something wrong with his route running. Like his routes weren't crisp.
Oh, see, I didn't hear that.
So it's like I'm not saying he's got to throw flowers at his feet, but just a little bit of credit.
Now, on the flip side, if Kyle was in here off air and he was like, hey, that's just me. I'm not, rookies are rookies, not tough love, but something on that street to where I'm not going to go above and beyond to tell Evan his stuff don't stink too early. He balls out the first 3 or 4 weeks or whatnot, then I'll give him his stuff. I'll give him his flowers.
Just saying. All right, so this was Kyle Shanahan, and it was on, I believe he was on with Tom Tolbert earlier this offseason, and he was describing when he knew that Brock Purdy was legit. So, again, this is not in the moment, but this is him looking back on what he thought. And I want to play it for you and then kind of compare and contrast.
Now it's been so great. But, he impressed us the first day he got there. We really liked him coming out of college. Just going through the whole draft thing that year. He was one of our favorite quarterbacks in the draft. But you go off, what people say. Off your experience of a guy with his height, weight, and speed and stuff, where they usually get drafted. And so we gave him a 4th-round draft pick. We would have rather taken him in the 4th round than, I don't remember who the guys were, but I believe than any quarterback we would have taken in the 1st round. It's about that. But It's like, well, why don't you take him in the 4th round? Based off our experience, I don't think he'll get drafted. And we said that. But maybe we will if we're in the 7th, we have an extra one. When he got here, the way he looked with his few reps was so impressive. And we were trying to get Jimmy ready. We were trying to get Trey ready. And Jimmy was competing with him to see who went. And I've told this story before, but I remember Jed coming in after a lot of training camp practices and always say, who's looking better, Jimmy or Trey? And it was a couple of days I was frustrated. And I was just like, I'm just telling you, it's the 3rd guy. It's that guy and he's like, what? Who? I'm like, I'm just telling you, it's him.
Evan, were they cleaning out a fish tank? What was going on?
Sounded like he had his foot in the pool and was just swishing it around.
You might be right, in the sauna. But I'll say this, because it is fascinating. It's so fascinating. I text you and Kenny this morning when you brought this up, this sound. Just the inception of Brock Purdy after what the disaster, the Trey Lance pick, what you utilized in regard to capital to get Trey Lance, it shocked everybody. But Evan, I can't think of too many more examples to where Kyle and John might be out of a job had they not hit the ultimate Geico and drafted Brock Purdy. So as bad, I can say as bad as the Trey Lance debacle was, I could almost make an argument the pick of Brock Purdy was better than the mistake of Trey Lance, because now this dude is your starting quarterback for the foreseeable future. You paid him. He's took you to a Super Bowl, a couple NFC championship games. But I will die on the hill that had you not hit on Brock and you still kind of were looking for another quarterback for the starter for the next 12 to 15 months, these dudes might have been ran.
They could have been, because they were left with a 3rd-string quarterback.
Think about that.
Who wasn't just Mr. Irrelevant and popped immediately. And again, this was Shanahan talking about before he even saw him against, I think it was Brian Flores' Miami defense that he kind of dissected immediately when he had to come in for Jimmy. He was talking about preseason. But Brock Purdy was also the best bargain in sports for the first 4 years of his career, effectively, which allowed the Niners to keep paying guys, to keep dudes. And eventually now the bill has come due for them in a sense. But he could tell immediately that Brock was the guy with just, and he said, with limited snaps, with limited reps. I just think it's interesting now hearing the way he talks about Stribling, who is expected to be a guy, who's expected to be a dude. And maybe expectations play into this for him. But, Kyle Shanahan it sounded like behind the scenes, head over heels about Brock Purdy to the extent that he was telling the owner that he was better than the two guys in front of him, being Trey Lance and Garoppolo. Whereas Stribling now is, and I know he's not going to be better than Mike Evans out of the gate. He probably never will be in his career. But
yeah, Mike's a dude.
Is that what's preventing him from, I don't know, just, again, giving the kid some credit?
Let me ask you this, to your take. Do you think the fact that Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, nobody expected anything, that's why he felt Kyle more compelled to kind of prop him up? As Stribling is, we drafted you with our first pick, we shocked the world lightweight again. Expectations are out there. I'll dial it back as opposed to Brock needed to be propped up.
Well, let me ask you this. What if Dejon Stribling ends up being the pick that makes you forget about Ricky Pearsall? Because so far he's been a bad first-round pick.
And I'll give them all the credit in the world.
I mean, Brock Purdy saved their jobs and saved the quarterback position, turned their seasons into multiple NFC championship appearances and a Super Bowl appearance. I don't think that Stribling has that sort of potential. But one of the reasons why I think folks are so excited about his preseason performances is because the guy who he is effectively replacing is out for the year and was expected to be this. I mean, Ricky Pearsall has had a couple of big games in the NFL. He looks like a good receiver when he's on the field, but he leaves you wanting more. I think Stribling has the potential to leave everyone not just content, but excited on Sundays. And I feel like there's not that. That's what I'm not hearing from Shanahan.
Interesting. So, yeah, we'll definitely watch this. And, I don't forget anything, Evan, from our listeners, texters. But our guy, Wes Oakland Holloway, reminded me last Friday, as dynamic as I dubbed Ricky Pearsall when he played last year, he didn't get in the end zone. And I hope, and I'm not putting that all at the doorstep of Pearsall, but I hope Stribling, and you know this, watching football your whole life, some guys just have the knack for the end zone. So I hope Stribling, that's a part of his DNA is when he gets those catches, some of them will be in the end zone to where we see him dance or give the ball to the ref or whatnot.
We've kind of had the same conversation about Yaxel Lendeborg a bit because, I don't know how you compare a Summer League MVP to, umpteen catches in the preseason. But again, it's not a regular season game. He hasn't done anything in the pros. What if Steve Kerr, after Lendeborg, raised the Summer League trophy, an MVP trophy, and he came out and said, well, yeah, he was only scoring because it was Summer League.
That would be foul.
Like he just kind of poo-poos it.
Yeah, not a technical, but that'd be a foul.
It's a similar line of thinking to me. I don't understand why there's a need to, I don't know if put a guy in his place is the proper way to describe it, but to just downplay it. I mean, people are excited about this guy, and I know Kyle Shanahan doesn't give a rip about what fans think. That's been apparent from his time over a decade. But if you right now are a 49ers fan and you're looking for a jersey to buy that you don't have, I have to imagine that Stribling is towards the top of your list because of his potential. That's just me.
Yeah, no, and I'm not mad at you, but I got to believe, again, I said I'm giving Kyle the benefit of the doubt in this, that this is just a method to his madness. What about the first time you got from behind the producer board and did your first show? You probably were excellent. I'm sure here I go. Nahegan probably wasn't going to tell you were excellent. Hey, you can work on this or that, because that's how it was when I was coming up. Maybe I wasn't excellent, but you know what I mean? Like, you got to leave you thinking you need to do more. Maybe that's just what he's doing, but you don't like my example of the biggest compliment Stribling can get from Kyle came with the drafting of him.
No, I think that's fair, especially because it sounded like the Niners thought more highly of him than other teams. Although there's the Schefter report that the Rams, had him really high too, and there's some teams that would have grabbed him. Who knows if that would have happened or not? What we do know is that the Niners traded back twice and then still ended up getting their guy. And, it's funny. It's like, I think it was Trent Williams who was asked about him earlier in camp. And Williams said, he's Juwan Jennings, but he runs a 4.3. And he said he's going to be a player. I promise you that. And I know these are his teammates, and they're trying to hype him up. And maybe that could be what I'm missing, is the fact that that's the player's job, is to hype up their teammate. It's the coach's job to say, young man, you haven't done anything yet.
Yeah, no doubt. Keep you grounded. Now, I will say this about Trent, because, it's like, players are always going to say something, positive about their guy. But I'll never forget the practice that was over, and Kyle, Warner, and Trent were walking off the field, and Trent and Fred said to Kyle, I'm talking about Brock Purdy before he was a starter, this dude's got something. And I'm just saying, I ain't saying he's Dan Marino. I know he wears the 13. That's his dude. But they were kind of right. You know what I mean? Because he took over and did what I had just previously mentioned, Super Bowl visit and 2 NFC championship games. And now he's your future.
Yeah, and you're right. He was the best insurance plan that they could have got, even though they didn't know they had it.
Man, like the Warriors, if they would have had, here I go, revisionist history. Hey, Marcy, there was no Geico for Wiseman. Like, we're still paying for that now. And you brought up 2 great examples, both at the quarterback position, one with Tom Brady when Bledsoe got hurt. Like that, wow, count the bucket.
Yeah.
And then you went to St. Louis when they were the St. Louis Rams.
For Warner.
Man.
Yeah.
So it has happened, but I just felt like Bledsoe took you to a Super Bowl with New England. He was your guy. Lance didn't do any of that. It was just all bad from the start.
No, but Garoppolo did. Mm-hmm. And they decided that the moment Brock Purdy was the dude in San Francisco, he was not going to give up that job. It was kind of interesting. I think, when we were talking about it before the show, and, Brock Purdy's this insurance plan and, stepped in and whatnot. Actually, one of the first guys I thought of recently was Dak Prescott, because the Cowboys, due to injury, had to bring Dak in, and they didn't lose a game.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that eventually they got beat in the postseason.
Lost to the Rams.
Yeah, but Dak Prescott
13-3
captured the attention of the Cowboys, and to the point where they moved off of Tony Romo.
But
who is a lot better than Jimmy Garoppolo, by the way.
And now you got me with you one-up me with the Garoppolo, but I just keep going to the Lance, at least for the Cowboys, obviously not a Super Bowl. Romo was a guy. He had took him to the playoffs. He was their franchise quarterback. So it ended bad. He got hurt, but you got something out of the Tony Romo experience, as opposed to John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and Niner fans, Evan, not getting a damn thing from Trey Lance. But, man,
they got a 4th-round pick.
The prize in the Cracker Jack box was, we got a future franchise quarterback.
Yeah, but you didn't know it's funny. So Kyle said that they had a 4th-round grade on Brock, and they still took him with the last pick in the draft. See, it's funny. The Niners, I struggle with this. How much credit do you give them for drafting Brock Purdy?
A lot, man.
A lot?
Yeah, man.
He was the last pick of the draft.
Yeah, but he was your last pick. And Evan, what if that pick would have been a punter or any other position? You would probably be EDD. You'd probably have a job now because you would have lost this one, or that cloud would have followed this franchise. And these NFC championship games, the Niners being dominant, all that goes away. And I'm just thinking to myself, how can you not give them that credit, even though it was the last pick, like you say, because you had to see something, and it's more than fair. Did they see this? Probably not. But who knows? Because you called his name, and he saved a whole lot of asses in the organization with his play, and now his new contract.
Yeah, I guess that's where we're a little different. I don't give them as much credit for the drafting of Brock as I do for the willingness to move the 2 guys in front of him to allow him to become your starting quarterback. I know he took the job because of injury, but that next season, you're just like, I'm sorry, this is our plan. We're going to put the franchise in the hands of an undersized, underarmed, underrated, underdrafted, Mr. Irrelevant quarterback. To me,
that's from a Super Bowl.
That's gutsy, I think.
Mm-hmm. But I guess after you make a blunder that big, that's what you got to rely on. Like at that point, you're you're behind the 8 ball.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter how you got him as long as you recognize it. I think that's
Imagine him not working.
If a golden ticket falls in your lap, you got to take it.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Simons alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got Steve Weish, Chief National Reporter of the NFL Network, coming up at 11 o'clock. It is the 10-year anniversary of the first time that Colin Kaepernick, who, by the way, has a book coming out in about a month. I believe it's called, let me see here, The Perilous Fight. Pardon me. A memoir and manifesto. It's coming out next month. But we're going to talk to Steve Weish about it because he was the first man who interviewed Kaepernick after it happened. So we're going to look back at that. We're also going to get Steve Weich's thoughts on Kyle Shanahan and Jed York and where they go from here. So all that coming up again at 11 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Hey, our Red and Gold Summit is set for Thursday, September 3rd. That's next week. All the hosts, including special guest Brian Baldinger from 4 o'clock to 6 p.m. They're live at Jackson Pleasant Hill. You got great food, great drinks, your chance to win an autographed item, multiple, and much more. So Willard and Dibbs get the party started at 2 o'clock, and then the summit is from 4 to 6. All brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. Also, the Valkyries are back in action tonight, taking on the Connecticut Sun at 4 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for the action.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser. Alpine Spring Water still have metering lights on at the Bay Bridge. West 80, a sluggish trip from the toll plaza to the island. If you're taking 280 northbound into the city, you're going to be slow and go from Cesar Chavez to Mariposa, where there's a crash at the exit.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're in the game, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you started telling me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off, every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to primemalemedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Second down and 4. Kaepernick keeps it. Fooled everybody. Colin Kaepernick. What a game. Touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Joe Buck
I want to know what happened to him, E.
Well, he's coming out with a book.
No, his
the perilous
career
fight.
Before the knee. And real quick about the knee, he was doing that to show the soldiers love, troops love.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it in about 10 minutes with Steve Weish.
That went bad.
He's the one who helped break the story. Yeah, 10 years ago, Colin Kaepernick was, dude, he was...
How many coordinators you think he played for in his 9 or 10 year?
Believable in that game.
Coordinators, if you had to guess.
How many offensive coordinators? How many years was he on the Niners?
Boy, this is bringing me back to yesterday. Leonard Floyd.
My guess would be 5.
3.
3?
Yeah. Greg Roman, Cheap Chris, and Curtis Modkins.
Oh, I was just picking one for every single season.
But, dude, he was a star, E.
Yes, he was. That game against the Green Bay Packers in 2012, by the way, that was Joe Buck on the call for Fox Sports, is one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen in a playoff game.
Man.
I know it wasn't a Super Bowl. I know they didn't end up getting it and lost to the Ravens, but that, like, I just put down a couple off the top of my head that I can remember. Do you remember in 2020, the Chiefs on their way to, beating the Niners in the Super Bowl? Patrick Mahomes had a quarter against the Houston Texans in the divisional round where they were down 4 scores at the end of the first quarter. I think it was 28-3.
This is at Kansas City.
And by halftime, they were leading 31-28.
I remember.
He threw 4 touchdowns, 5 total in that game. It was unbelievably dominant. The 2016 NFC Championship, people probably don't remember because the Falcons obviously blew a 25-point lead to the Patriots in the Super Bowl. But Matt Ryan had 5 touchdowns. They led 31-0 at half against the Green Bay Packers. Seemed to be at the hands of a lot of these. But Matt Ryan was dicing that defense for the Atlanta Falcons. And, of course, that was with Kyle Shanahan as his offense coordinator. Also, Steve Smith was one that I remember when I was a kid. He had like 220 and 2 touchdowns against the Bears in not the year they made the Super Bowl. I think it might have been the year after. But Steve Smith, as a young wide receiver, I remember for the Panthers, just could not be stopped.
Man.
So, yeah, Kaepernick's up there for me. Absolutely. He had like a $183 on the ground and 2 touchdowns. Kissed the bicep, ran all of. He made it look so easy that you couldn't play man defense against him because he would just take off.
And and then the kissing the biceps thing, that was the one for me. It was like, not only am I just going to get you with my arm, my laser arm, I'm going to do it with the legs. And Evan, I got in my bad car accident. I should be checked out of here. I shouldn't even be here in 2013. And that Super Bowl is still, that NFC Championship at Seattle against, at Seattle, Niners Seattle, and Richard Sherman got the interception in the end zone. That could have possibly been another Super Bowl visit for the Niners, but one of the greatest games I've watched, and he had dudes in the flat that he didn't hit. But, man, I just would love a case study on what happened to Cap on the field. Was it the adjustment to him and him not making the adjustment? But how did you get to that far up top on the mountain, Evan, to kind of fall off?
Well, look, obviously there's a lot that happened off the field that sort of led to his career getting shortchanged. But I mean, you're right. Towards the end of his time in San Francisco, it looked like the league had just figured him out. I don't know if he would have gone on to be as dominant of a player as he was at the start of his career. But in 2016, he was 1-10 as a starter. And I know they weren't a great football team as a whole. It was the year before Shanahan got there. But Colin Kaepernick, I don't know. He wasn't a flash in the pan because he was the starter for 4 or 5 years for the Niners, and then obviously at the beginning he took over in 2012. But that first season, and then the next one in 2013, I don't know if there was a more dynamic player.
Man, and 7 jerseys were just running rampant here in the Bay. They were playing at the Stick. And how about this? Tell me if this is am I doing too much here? I know in the NFL, that old adage, I think it's done now, Evan. You can't lose your job to injury. Well, Alex Smith did. But for Jim Harbaugh to have the guts and cojones to make that switch, I mean, the Bay Area, it was an earthquake in regard to Hatfields and McCoys. People, half were Alex, half were Cap. And Jim Harbaugh made that switch, man, and it was the right one. Got him to a Super, even though they weren't ready to play down, against the Ravens. They had to come back when the lights went out.
Yeah, and look, I think it was he took this place by storm, the Bay Area. You couldn't talk football at the time without thinking about what Colin Kaepernick did for the San Francisco 49ers. But unlike Brock Purdy, I think over the course of time, it was proven that he didn't have staying power. Now, I think as an opportunity to play as a backup, that absolutely should have been on the table.
No doubt.
And I think that is what was taken from him. Right. The ability to still be in the NFL, even if it wasn't as a high caliber starting quarterback.
Or do you think I'm being too sometimey with this? His ability to make the adjustment to the adjustment the league made, if I'm correct, and that has something to do with this subpar play.
Yeah, I mean, that dude threw the fastest football.
Evan, it's a laser
I have ever seen, and there was only one speed. He didn't throw it slowly and then dial it up. He just threw it hard.
Yeah.
It was one of the reasons why I always thought that Michael Crabtree was a little underrated. I know some people think about him differently.
I love Crab,
but that dude would catch heat-seeking missiles from Colin Kaepernick. It'd be like a 5-yard slant.
Except in the NFC Championship game against Seattle in the Super Bowl. Those were some of the worst passes by. They weren't even close.
No, they weren't.
Give it to Frankie. Frank Gore got you down there. Let me stop. But that was the start of the spell in regard to the losing streak in the bowl, Evan.
That's true. The 415 brings up a good point. Kaepernick's downfall was when the Niners tried to turn him into a pocket passer. And again, we're talking about him right now because we're going to speak with Steve Weish of the NFL Network, who spoke to Kaepernick after he began sitting and then eventually kneeling for the national anthem, which began 10 years today, back in 2016.
Real quickie? Yeah. Oh, good. Will you read this book?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The last book I read that was about Kaepernick, I believe it wasn't solely about Kaepernick, but it started with him, was Full Dissonance, which is written by Howard Bryant. It's a really good
Howard
book.
is big boy.
It's just kind of about the history of social justice matters as they pertain to NFL players, and Kaepernick is kind of the most recent reminder of it. All right, Manny, quickly, let's go to Manny in Union City. Wants to talk about Cap. What's up, Manny? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Hey, real quick, he was nothing but Cordell Stewart 2.0. You guys are reliving the hype that Jim Harbaugh bought into. That's why we don't have a Super Bowl. Instead of giving the rock to Frank Gore, he trusted in the hype of Kaepernick. And like I said, Cap, his longevity in the NFL did not even exceed the quarterback he replaced. Alex had lived a prosperous NFL career based on his skill set. And Cap, he was nothing, man. Cordell Stewart 2.0.
Manny, he got you to the Super Bowl, bro. Come on.
What I find funny about this, the guy that couldn't read defenses wrote a book. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'm mad.
That's kind of a cheap shot, man.
I'm mad. I'm sports mad at Manny.
Yeah.
He got you to the bowl. Damn. And was running on. Ask the Packers about Cap. Damn, Manny.
I mean, nobody's saying he's Steve Young.
Alex Smith couldn't complete a pass against the Giants at home in the NFC Championship game. I know my boy fumbled, but come on, man.
Yikes, Manny.
Man, he didn't.
Sounds like he still hasn't got over 2012.
Let me tell you who's not reading that Cap book. Yeah. Manny. Damn. People feel how they feel.
Yeah, I understand. It's like you can't deny that there was a time where that dude was a bad, bad man.
Good Lord.
Again, he had 180 rushing yards, which I believe is still a quarterback record in an NFC division round game.
Man.
He also threw for 240 in that game, too. He's a really good quarterback. Yeah. Just because he didn't have staying power doesn't mean that he wasn't good at one point.
And for the people in the back that think I'm not dogging Lance. He went to Dallas. They let go of him. I'm not saying Lance has a job. He's with the Chargers. But, Evan, I can look at you with a lot of confidence and say, Lance ain't the next. You know what I mean? He'll probably be a backup. But he had a chance in Dallas. They said night. And again, you got Justin Herbert in L.A., so I don't see a barring injury. But miss me with Lance he's got the goods. I don't think he has the goods.
Trey Lance?
Yeah.
Who's talking about him?
Some people on text line.
Oh.
Yeah. Saying we're being too hard on him. He's not I'm just, come on.
Oh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Yeah,
that's timeless.
I'm sorry. Trey Lance is.
Speak to him,
He's not in this conversation. God love him.
And then when he went to Dallas, I'm like, maybe.
By the way, he's the highest paid backup in the league. So he's got that going for him. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're going to talk to Steve Weish here in just a second. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. But, we're talking about Colin Kaepernick today, who, again, 10 years ago sat against the Green Bay Packers in a preseason game and then eventually took a knee. And Steve Weish was the one that spoke to him after that game. So I'm excited to talk to Weish again in just a moment here. And
you think we'll ever see anything like that again?
Protests in sports?
Or something to that degree before the game? Or do you think, guys might be reluctant to do that because of what we deem the fallout of Cap?
I mean, it's happened throughout sports history in different fashions. I think it will happen again. But we do have him on the line, so I want to get right to him. Again, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's bring on Steve Weiss, Chief National Reporter for the NFL Network. Again, 10 years ago today is when Colin Kaepernick sat in a preseason game against the Packers. Steve Weiss was there to talk with him about, what ended up becoming a big part of his story along with the NFL, really. And Steve, we're very pleased for you to join us today. What's going on? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Well, if we can take a trip down memory lane with you, I know you've probably been asked a lot about it recently, especially in light of Kaepernick's upcoming memoir and manifesto, The Perilous Fight, coming out next month. But could you just take us into, what you went through, what you felt like Kaepernick went through, and just remind people how big of a moment that was 10 years ago?
Well, that's loaded to think what, especially what Colin went through. But look, when this happened, I got a phone call from a colleague, Mike Garafolo, who said he was speaking with somebody with the Niners, who said, look, if you've got somebody at that preseason game, have them check to see if Kaepernick was standing for the national anthem. So I just happened to be there only because Cap's career had kind of fallen down a little bit. Everyone thought Chip Kelly was going to be the guy who ran the scheme to get him back on track. So I was there. Cap had been inactive the first two games because he was recovering from injury. He had not been medically cleared. And so he apparently had not stood for the national anthem in those two preseason games, but because he wasn't in uniform, nobody could really tell. So, I saw that he didn't stand for the national anthem. It was confirmed by a picture from a media person up there, Jennifer Lee Chan. And so after the game, or during the game, I had asked the Niners PR, like, hey, look, if nobody asked Cap about not standing, can I speak to him in private? So that was arranged. Nobody asked him about not standing during the anthem. And, my curiosity in those 3 hours between when he didn't stand and when the end of the game came was piqued a lot by his social media activity during the summer. Remember, this was 2016. We had a lot of videotaped police shootings of unarmed black men. Philando Castile, Michael Brown. There were so many more. And it was kind of this wave of shooting after shooting. And Cap's social media that summer, he was really active in speaking out in recognition of this and in opposition of this. And we hadn't seen that before. So I was just kind of like, maybe one has to do with the other, but I'll ask him. And so sure enough, when I got him in that private hallway and I asked him about it and he said what he said, it was kind of like, okay, so this was a protest. This is going to be a big story because this is a former starting quarterback of a Super Bowl team. We haven't had quarterbacks do this stuff before. So the backdrop of what was happening in society with these shootings, with the fact that Obama was on his way out of office and Trump and Hillary Clinton were each party's candidates, and there'd been this incredible societal and political divide going on out loud, really, I think, kind of enhanced that moment that we've seen has stayed with us for 10 years, which is why I say you cannot write modern American history, and frankly, American history, not sports history, but American history without this moment and what Colin Kaepernick did to absolutely disrupt the way we thought, the kind of way we kind of pushed that moment.
Steve, always a pleasure, and that's some heavy stuff. And, I'm kind of disappointed and mad that, Cap's career ended the way it did. And my partner and I were just having a discussion just about life in sports, and Cap was at the top of his craft. You can let me know if I'm doing a little too much. He was at stardom, kissing the biceps, quarterback in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
When you process everything Colin Kaepernick, the finality, do you think, was it football related, the slippage, or do you think, this gesture and him kneeling cost him his career? How do you, because I felt like he fell off a bit, but was robbed of the opportunity to kind of make an adjustment.
You nailed it. Look, you just go back over the following year or even 2 years and look at how many teams had starting quarterbacks go down to injury, ineffective play, and look who replaced them. And you can't sit there and say Colin Kaepernick wasn't more deserving than some of those guys. I mean, there were teams, I'll let you do the homework. There were teams that lost 2 or 3 quarterbacks that year. and the people that they put on the field, there's no way those would even be Kaepernick's backups when he was at his peak. So you can absolutely say these teams were afraid to bring him in their locker rooms or afraid to put him in their fan base or their ownership, not the football guys. Their ownership stood in such opposition to what he did and not in accordance to why he did it as to why his football career ended the way it did. And that's why when I wrote the story, when I talk about the why, and we have 5 journalistic principles that we're all taught from journalism 101 all the way through our careers to who, what, when, where, and why, right? Those are the 5 pillars of journalism. I felt that the why was equally as imperative in telling his protest story as to actually what he did. I thought the why was hugely important in the moment of where America was in society. Say, here's what he did, but here's why he did it. Because we had all seen video after video after video of police shootings of unarmed people of color. There was no way to run from it, right? We'd seen it over and over again on the news, on social media, whatever. And I think those two coupled together were really the impact of what he did, whether you agreed with what he did and why he did it.
Steve Weiss joining us here on 95.7 The Game, chief national reporter for NFL Network. I do want to bring it to modern day now, and obviously the Niners have been in the news, for off the field subjects. When you saw that the owner, Jed York, was arrested on 2 misdemeanor counts, 1 amended for engaging in prostitution over the weekend in East Ohio, I understand that it's hard to make the connection to, all right, how does this impact football and their game against the Rams in upcoming week 1 in a week and a half? But how big of a deal is it, do you think, that much of the storylines about the 49ers this offseason, particularly this last one, have not been good and have not been a good look for the franchise?
Well, specifically to the most recent one with Jed York, that's more embarrassing in whatever way you want to take it to him personally than probably to the franchise because of a decision that he made, not the 49ers made yet. Even though he's the principal owner and all that with the 49ers, they're going to be bound to that. But I don't think it's going to have a significant impact on the way that their football organization is run. We've seen owners have issues before. You can go back to Jim Irsay. You can go back to Robert Kraft. Those things have not necessarily impacted what the players and the coaches and the scouts and all of those guys do. It's a personal issue that Jed York is going to have to deal with. It is an issue that the club is going to have to, or not have to in this case, discuss, but it knows it's going to be there and talked about as we're doing now. But in terms of what's going to happen on Sundays or what's going to happen in a week plus over in Australia, I don't think that's necessarily going to have, I don't think one connects to the other.
Steve, I want to take advantage of this opportunity. I don't get to talk to you much, and you've covered this league with the best of them. And on that front, on this Niner off season, Kyle Shanahan got in a car accident, and thankfully he's okay and looks like he'll be coaching week 1. But can you share with us, just to your core, what you thought on how this situation was handled and reported with the delays?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have all the details right in front of me, but Kyle had an accident. It sounded as if the way it was recorded by the police department led to the delays in the actual public disclosure of it. Again, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it sounds like there was some type of handling with the way it was legally recorded as to where, again, it led to the public disclosure. And look, part of this goes to show you the state of where the media is right now, too. When I was coming up in the newspaper game in Miami, in Washington, in Atlanta, we always had somebody who would check the police reports every day to see if something was there. A lot of media outlets don't have those resources anymore to have somebody go do that. So that could be a reason why it wasn't necessarily automatically out in the media. Again, there was a Metro reporter, there was a police reporter who checked the blotter and the stuff all the time. These people used to travel with those monitors where they would hear police calls. You don't have those people around anymore. So I mean, there's those different elements where things slip through the cracks now. Whether there was anything intentional, I don't think so. It doesn't seem that way. And I can probably be safe in saying this. There's probably been other accidents and things like this that have happened to people that we've never known about. But this just happened to be a very severe accident in which the head coach suffered some injuries, including a concussion, which did impact his ability to fully do his job.
Steve Weiss joining us here on 95.7 The Game, chief national reporter for NFL Network. And my last one for you, Steve, is about the team and kind of the expectations. I know they've gone through a lot this offseason, a lot of stuff that, as you mentioned, doesn't necessarily pertain to football, but you still got one of the best head coaches and play callers in the league, one of the best established now quarterbacks in Brock Purdy. George Kittle's coming back. Nick Bosa, hopefully, and Mike Evans will be ready soon. What are your expectations for the San Francisco 49ers, especially on the heels of a season in which many people believe they overachieved due to all the injuries and still winning 12 games in a playoff game? Where do you see the Niners and where they're at right now?
Well, and it's always the caveat, right? It's always an asterisk. If they remain healthy, they're going to be in the Super Bowl contention. I mean, the conversation around them is who gets out of this brutal NFC West. I mean, you talked about a stacked division with the Rams and the Seahawks, coming in with these all-star rosters, and the 49ers are right there. The bigger difference is, even though the Rams have some age on them, the 49ers have age and players who suffered injuries with that age, the Boses, the Kittles, the Warners. Dre Greenlaw is coming off of an injury, but he seems fresh. Can Trent Williams continue to be as dominant? There's no reason to doubt that he couldn't. But you just look at some of the numbers there, and people can draw 1 and 2. But I think if they stay healthy, they'll be right there. The big question for them is going to be the depth and the ability to get things done at wide receiver. I think Deshaun Stribling has got a lot of deserved attention. He's been fantastic, but can over 17 games you keep that up, right? Can Mike Evans stay healthy and keep that up? If they can keep their receivers, upright and continue to develop, they should be, again, a dynamic offense. But, you can't give Christian McCaffrey 400 plus touches this year and think he's gonna be good again. It's just, a lot of things have to break in their favor. Every team's got to have things break in their favor, but because of the injury history and the age on a lot of their key players, that 4-leaf clover needs to be passed around and touched by a few more guys.
No doubt about it. Steve, I'm telling my partner at every turn, I just feel like the Niners and Kyle, and I'm disappointed that they built something so strong and powerful. And the Rams were there and actually beat you to win their Super Bowl, but they were the class of the division. Seattle was trying to find an identity, but now I just feel like has the Niners, their best opportunity for them to win it all, Steve, has that passed? And with that being said, how big of a gap do you think it is, or if there is at all, between Seattle, the Rams, and this version of the Niners?
You can, what was the measurement that the referee used for a first down thing in the sticks? It's a credit card size gap, right?
Okay. Sterator.
Yeah, I think it's a very small sliver, but again, I think the margin of injury error or some type of error like is much more minuscule for the 49ers. Again, look at their receiver depth. It's not there like some other teams may have. You look at their running back depth. It's not quite as there. Their O-line depth, not quite as what it is maybe with some other teams. But again, if those frontline guys can play the majority of the games, and I'm not talking playing 10 games, they can play at least 14, 15 games, they should be right there. It's going to be tough for Seattle. It's always tough for those Super Bowl teams to repeat, but that's a really, really, really good football team that the majority of their stars are young and on the come up. The Rams, we know it's almost unfair especially once Aaron Donald comes back, how loaded they are on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they got Trent McDuffie and guys like that to go with Myles Garrett. So, again, there's always things that happen during the season which jeopardize teams that look like they're the front runner. And for the 49ers know that more than anybody with their injuries. But all things being equal and everybody being durable, they're going to be right there in the mix.
Hey, Steve, thank you so much for joining us and walking down memory lane, highlighting something that ended up, as you talked about, becoming a seminal moment, not just in sports but in American history. So thank you for doing that and for joining us here today to talk about it and more.
No, I appreciate you having me on, guys.
All right, that's Steve Weiss joining us on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Evan, can I just run something by you? That was great, man. And the Cap part was just hit me all over. Could I make a case? And again, I'm Monday morning quarterback with all this, but he was making a stand, a hell of a stand, right? That cost him his career. Could I say maybe some of the players, black players, didn't have his back as much as they could have?
Well, Eric Reed did. I think Eric Reed took a knee with him. And in fact, I was reading that there was some discussion of who actually came up with the idea to kneel, because a lot of people attribute it to Nate Boyer.
That's who I thought it was.
He was an Army Special Forces veteran, who, by the way, from El Cerrito.
Look at you, dude. That's
my hometown. And he wrote an open letter to Cap, which then they had a discussion, decided that it would be better, more respectful to the troops. But I think there was, I'd read that, Eric Reed had also talked about it.
But like a big star somewhere, you know what I mean? Like, it had been, I'm trying to think of somebody during that duration, but guys like that, like, faces of the franchise. But I don't feel like that happened. I don't know, but now I'm thinking about it all, like, did anybody really have his back?
Well, I'm not saying whether it was right or wrong, because it's people's individual choices, but clearly there was a lot to lose. I mean, Colin Kaepernick ended up losing his career.
Man, that part.
So, it's what he stood for. And what made it so powerful was the consequence. I think that a lot of times when people protest, like, for example, I was looking at some of the instances throughout the past in which there's been social protests in sports.
Right.
So, in 2012, Dwayne Wade and LeBron James, they wore hooded sweatshirts, and they posted a video on social media saying, "I am Trayvon Martin."
Okay.
And they were obviously protesting the killing of Martin. There wasn't a consequence for doing that. And it doesn't...
The league actually embraced that.
Exactly. So, other people joining them, I think Chris Paul, Carmelo Anthony at the ESPYs, they
Clippers,
made...
Well, that was down. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, they did. But to me, that's why you saw more of a gathering of support, not just the league embracing it, but there wasn't a consequence. Like, LeBron wasn't going to lose his career, and neither was Wade, by doing what they did.
Right.
Colin Kaepernick did not know, but had an idea of the backlash that he was going to face, and still did it. That, to me, is courageous and commendable. So that's probably why other players were looking around like, dude, this guy's not on a football team.
Man.
And you just heard Weiss describe the amount of teams that went through backups who are not as good as Colin Kaepernick. So I think that's what
black eye
separates
for the NFL, no doubt. Because he's right. Evan, I can remember some of the names that teams were signing in regard to quarterbacks, and Cap was out there. It's like, come on, what are we doing? But it was obvious at that point. The cat was out the bag.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it's not the exact same thing, but there's been examples of players that have lost their careers due to standing up for what they believe was right. Curt Flood was from Oakland, famously sued the league in 1970 because of the reserve clause, and compared baseball players being forced to remain with their teams. He compared it to slavery, and he lost his entire career to that. And oh, by the way, 2 years later, the U.S. Supreme Court created free agency for baseball. It's like some players don't get to reap the benefits of what they stand for. And I'm not sure if there's a complete comparison between Flood and Kaepernick, but I have to imagine that's why other players were not as up in arms as Cap, is because they knew what it would cost.
Man, I got to be careful. You can't tell, and you guys can't, but I'm lightweight getting emotional, man. And I just think of that time where we're at now. And Evan, I don't want to put you in a bad spot, and I know you're down for the cause, but man, I sent you a thing on Instagram, and I'm sorry if I know you didn't get offended, but we got black people getting hung from trees in Mississippi and North Carolina. And if you looked at the TV or not and the internet, it's like it's not happening. So I'm just saying, man, I will read that book, and I'll tell you this, because reading's always good, right? I almost wish I could hear from him verbally just about his experience in the NFL now that this time has passed and still where we're at dysfunctionally as a country, especially when it comes to racism.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be doing a press tour. I'd imagine he wants to promote his book. And again, it's coming out next month, a memoir and manifesto.
I'm going to get it.
That's what it's called. Yeah, I'll read it, absolutely. It's a big deal. But Colin Kaepernick, the quarterback, real quick, I wouldn't call him a flash. I know that's what Manny earlier called him about, and some people described him as.
Right, damn.
I don't know if it's a flash, but definitely,
it was legit to me.
Well, it was legit until the league figured him out, and then it all went away. I think that's what separates a lot of quarterbacks is the fact that they can adjust to the adjustment.
But who gets to those heights? Multiple championship games, a Super Bowl, and you probably could give me 10 people, but I'm drawing a blank. Like, when you get to those heights, normally it doesn't revert back like, yeah, you did that on the fluke. They were winning divisions. He was beating good Packer teams, showing out, coming back in the playoffs. Like, that's what's so uncanny about it is like, normally you find out or you get knocked off your throne early, not after.
Well, it wasn't a fluke for those 2 seasons. I mean, the first guy that I thought of, we're talking about just quick, great seasons was like Robert Griffin III. I mean, that guy was dominant until he completely tore his knee up and became a different player. Yeah. I know that's not what happened to Kaepernick, but my point is, was Robert Griffin III great? He was his rookie season. And then after that, he could never get back to those heights. By the way, with Shanahan as his OC.
Yep.
What were you going to say, Ken?
I was going to say that one was malpractice in my mind because he was falling apart and they just left him out there for dead.
But they also, in that same draft, the Redskins, his daddy and Kyle drafted Cousins. So a lot of people, Evan, say, watching your quarterback go down, RG3, who Snyder wanted on the field, was it the worst thing in the world to have to bring Kirk in? I'll leave that there, And in that draft, I'm like, damn, you drafted 2 quarterbacks? so I'm just saying RG3 is the one, shout out Baylor. But then here comes Kirk Cousins. It's like, well, did you need 2? But maybe they weren't so excited about RG3. But I'll put respect on Kyle's name. He had him Rookie of the Year, and they went to the playoffs.
They did. He was special that season.
Well, he wrecked it against Seattle.
But teams draft multiple quarterbacks. Held the Browns.
Well, the Niners did it, right?
Oh, the Niners drafted Curtis Rourke last year in the 6th round. He was a higher draft pick than Purdy was.
That's amazing.
It happens. Mm-hmm. Kirk, by the way, so he's going to start for the Raiders this year?
Yeah.
I want you to.
I kind of understand it.
So I'm going to ask you where he ranks among active earners in the NFL. I want you to think on it during the break, and then I'll tell you on the other side. It's unbelievable how much money that guy has made in his career. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I also do want to get back into what Steve Weiss said towards the end of his interview. You can go check that out on the Odyssey app about the wide receiving core. Because Steve Smith on ESPN, I believe it was last week, talked about how the Niners might have the best receiving core under Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
And it's not that Weiss put a pin in that balloon, but there's something fragile about it that I want to dig into on the other side. All right, our football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Evan Ginnings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Goober Johnson. Back after this on Sunny Ingu.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers Sign up with code 957THEGAME. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Set your will upon them. The best you've ever given right now.
And we can't get enough of it.
The more physical team, go win this game today. Go send it to them from the first whistle to the last.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan! Shanahan!
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity Cybersecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Yeah, I miss Guru, but you're also good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We got trouble brewing.
That's my line. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, how?
Because I came out, started the show with the Giants will get their first sweep. Like Logan Webb, they bumped him up. He's pitching today. The Reds, listen, Evan.
They're done.
If words come out of my mouth, they have quit. They look like it's surgery to be out there on the baseball field. The Giants get it done today. And during the break, you make a bet on the Reds and you're smiling.
You're
like,
going to air me out like
weird.
that?
Yes. Like, why do you want me to lose?
No, it's not that.
It's the chair.
Well, no, it's not that I want you to lose. It's that I want to beat you. I'm just competitive is really how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, just like the Devers bet over the weekend. Okay, why'd you bet against Devers last weekend?
Because I thought he wasn't going to hit one, but that was a bump. What about last night?
And see, I didn't really care if he did or didn't, but the fact that you thought he didn't means that I believe now that he does. So this is how it works.
Yeah. And it goes back to, we got to talk about you and Willard. That was for Ali Frazier. That was good sparring.
No, that wasn't Ali Frazier. He put me at the kids' table. He's probably listening right now. It was a great combo.
Dibs and I just sat back, but that was good for you.
Well, I'm glad it gave him the material for his show.
Will, I do have to ask you this, though.
And also the morning show is talking about it, too.
Oh, did they bring it up?
Yeah, they were like, Giddings and Willard on opposite sides of the fence in the crossover yesterday. What do you guys think? 888-9570.
They clipped Spadoni. That was the one I heard.
Yeah.
The two sides. You guys were both in both ends of the spectrum. But in regard
it's just an opinion. I don't know.
To Devers.
What?
And it's not just Devers. It's when you play on a bad team like the Giants are, and then one guy starts balling. Evan, I could hear Steiny. I know his answer. But do you say, now the pressure's off, so player A or B is balling? Because I'm just asking. Because that homer he hit last night was Bonds-like. And Kuiper said it. And Kruko Kenny coming at me on the thread.
Yeah.
They said it was Bonds-like. He golfed that baby.
Yeah, see how much effort he had to put into that one? He almost fell out of his shoes.
He slid across the plate.
By the way, Goo, some news from the Giants. Jung-Hoo Lee, he's scratched today.
We'll be fine. Yes, okay. They're playing with AAA dudes everywhere.
I promise I didn't know that.
I'm like, who's the Norm's calling? Who's this? Who's that? It's working. The Reds have quit. Put it all on the Giants for their first sweep of the season, Evan.
Okay, all right.
I can't. Ooh, it's going to taste
This is just who I am. All right, if the Reds have quit, what does that make the Giants? They're 25 games under 500.
They're playing hard. I can see life. Even if they don't, I see life. I'm looking at
obviously not a good day.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Daily Cruz. They're going through the motions.
They made about 16 web gems last night, the Giants did.
That they did.
They had who's my guy last night?
He was at the game with the fam.
Yeah, so was I. It was a fun game. It was a good game. That was probably the cleanest game the Giants played.
You went to the game?
Yeah, I went to the game.
Oh, I forgot.
Night. Yeah. No, it was good. Yeah. No, sorry, 24 games under 500 after the win last night. Reds have one run in the first two games.
So they can, you feel like right now somebody would have bet you are the Giants going to lose 90. You're like, that's destiny. They're on the fast track.
Yeah, the one thing they can do, I think they have to win 10 of their next, Yeah, they have to win 9 games of their next 30 to avoid losing 100 games, which would only be the second time in franchise history that's happened.
Oh, my God. You got the makeup game with the Braves Monday.
Yeah. Which, so they have a chance to sweep today. If they don't, then technically the makeup game, if they won on Monday, would be a sweep of the Braves because it dates back. And
doesn't count. Not for me.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You got the Reds, baby. I hope they get blasted.
No, the big picture here is that Devers has arrived and you guys want to ship him out. That's fine.
I do not. Austin said,
He's just a walking
Guru
30 home
the
runs.
math is still there. It's not.
He's just a walking 30 home runs, but we're going to ship him out.
Yeah, he crushed that ball, man.
Yeah.
And he's got no protection in the lineup, and he's doing damage.
Okay, real quick. We'll get back to the Niners in a second. I'll just say this. Dwayne Kuiper can say it's Bonds-like. You two cannot. Neither can I. We can't say that.
How come?
Because
I watched every homer in Bonds' career. Saw his first at bat. WGN.
That's Kuip.
Oh,
he's got some weight.
All right.
That carries weight. We can't say that.
Why did Steve Weiss interview in this Cap anniversary have me feeling emotional?
Well, it's an emotional day.
And
it's almost Thursday.
Like, whatever you're dealing with in life, stand up to it. Like, have courage. I don't like that you said, and Kenny was right, if other black players didn't have his back because they were worried about, their neck and chest, I get it. But, man, Evan, if it were, I'm talking about top-tier dudes in the league, maybe it hits different.
Yeah, I mean, I think if people stand together, it's certainly louder than one voice, but that's what made what he did. That's why we remember it. It's because there was nobody else at that time that was willing to speak out the way that Colin Kaepernick did. And again, Steve Weiss was the first person to interview him in the aftermath of it. So 10 years later, that's why we're looking back on it, because it was a big deal, not just in the Bay Area, but as you heard from Weiss, around the country. He also said something about, towards the end of the interview, and this is what we've been sort of dancing around all offseason. I think there are two schools of thought when it comes to the 2026 Niners. And it's either you believe that they will stay healthy and contend for a Super Bowl because who is on their roster and the talent they have, if they're healthy, will put them in contention with the Rams and the Seahawks. Or the other school of thought is, well, they're old, they're injury prone, and they're very top heavy without a lot of depth, which means that inevitably, because of the nature of football, when they get hurt, the Niners will fall off a cliff, a la what I think Colin Cowherd said yesterday, comparing them to Thelma and Louise driving off the cliff.
Oh, damn, I missed that.
Yeah, so I think those are the two sides of the aisle.
All right.
And if would be the middle that we're trying to walk down.
I'm going to go with the first one, and I'm going Beyonce on you. I've been drunken in love with the job that Kyle and the players did just as an organization last year, winning 12 games. Miss me with who they played. That was 6 and 12 written all over, 6 and 11 written all over it, and they won 12 games. So I feel like with all the reports, okay, I'm giving them the BOD, the benefit of the doubt, health is wealth. And just like Steve answered, maybe the gap's not that bigger. The gap is the injuries. But if the Niners can remain upright, I think they got some action.
Well, where do the Niners stand in the NFC West? Again, this was in our last segment. You can check out in full and in its entirety on the Odyssey app. Here's Steve Weiss.
I think the margin of injury error or some type of error like is much more minuscule for the 49ers. Again, look at their receiver depth. It's not there like some other teams may have. You know, you look at their running back depth. It's not quite as there. Their O-line depth, not quite as what it is maybe with some other teams. But again, if those frontline guys can play the majority of the games, and I'm not talking playing 10 games, they can play at least 14, 15 games, they should be right there. It's going to be tough for Seattle. It's always tough for those Super Bowl teams to repeat, but that's a really, really, really good football team that the majority of their stars are young and on the come up. The Rams, we know it's almost unfair, especially once Aaron Donald comes back, how loaded they are on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they got Trent McDuffie and guys like that to go with Myles Garrett. Again, there's always things that happen during the season which jeopardize teams that look like they're the front runner. And for the 49ers know that more than anybody with their injuries. But all things being equal and everybody being durable, they're going to be right there in the mix.
You buying that?
Yeah, and I'm buying that. And you kind of just asked me before we played that sound just off of last year, but he got me to thinking. We're talking so much about Stribling, and again, you can say I'm being negative, but Evan, in regard to that depth at wide receiver, if somehow he were to go down, I mean, how much Jacob Cowan, can he stay healthy? Demarcus Robinson, I love what you did in the playoff game. Jordan Watkins, are those guys going to truly ever pop? So when you talk to me about the Niner receiving core, my gosh, what do they have if something were to happen to Evans and Stribling?
Well, if something happens to those guys, you got Deebo Samuel and Christian Kirk, assuming Kirk can.
And I don't like that.
Well, then you have the same wide receiving core you had last year when you won 12 games and beat the Eagles in a playoff game.
That happened.
DeMarcus Robinson. But I do want to discuss that on the other side because that's why I think that Stribling is so important. It's because of the if we're talking about. The if surrounds all of the older guys.
Yeah.
That's why I think he has the potential to be exciting. 888-957-9570. Do you think the gap is not as far as we're making it out to be? And if so, why? Again, 888-957-9570. The gap between the 49ers and, of course, the two top-heavy teams at the top of the NFC West in the Rams and the Seahawks. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hey, if you're still making plans for September, we've got you one. Great golf, great people, and an even greater cause. Learn more about the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park Friday, September 11th, benefiting the Autism Society SF Bay Area at PettinelliFP.com. We're back after this on Steiny Guru.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you are making your way into San Francisco for the Giants game at Oracle Park, coming in from the East Bay, at the Bay Bridge at the Toll Plaza, a little bit of a backup. Metering lights are on. You'll see under the speed limit across the bridge into the city.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. Who wins the division? Who makes the playoffs? Who's lifting the trophy at the end of the year on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform? You can trade those predictions in a live market. Right now, Buffalo is trading at 16% to win the AFC Championship, meaning if you trade $100, it would pay out $590 if, in fact, they won the AFC. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you could buy in and out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS and get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, go to kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale means summer is winding down, but our biggest sale of the year is just getting started. Now through September 8th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let summer end without a floor you love. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Save 20% at Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. And suddenly, your home's a fall destination. You start greeting guests like they're checking into a bed and breakfast, offering foliage tours of the new throw on the couch, and suggesting local attractions like your Martha Stewart Dutch oven. Save on fall prep and more at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. 5 stars. Would shop again. Select styles. Offer ends August 30th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, Flex Car. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
Flex Car is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. Flex Car. You drive everything.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
San Francisco weather, partly cloudy, high 75 this afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
It was Guru till I die. It's all Guru all the time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It is this week.
Yes,
You're holding it down.
I owe you an apology. I got to be better.
For what?
I go out in the kitchen, and so do you. And I get my second cup of coffee, French vanilla.
Yeah, and Ken wasn't hogging the machine.
Okay.
It was great.
And you bring out this out of the fridge, plastic white bag, Kenny.
Careful.
Goes, my better half made this for me last night. And it was a salad filled with chicken, beautiful chicken, nice greens, everything. And I looked at it and said, can I have a piece of chicken? And you said, take as much as you want. Kenny, I took one. I feel bad, man, but it looked so good.
Of course, you wanted some chicken. It's not...
You took a piece of chicken from a salad?
Yeah, it
was a big piece.
It was a big piece of chicken.
A big piece.
It looked great.
Wow.
Whoever put that,
No shame.
man.
Well, I don't know.
That.
Does that make me weird that I offered him some food?
No, I'm weird for asking.
Oh, no. I think it's perfectly normal.
I mean,
hungry.
If that's the relationship you guys have, I have no problem with it.
He told me to take more. I was almost going to take
Yeah, we shared just about everything.
From a salad, it's kind of weird, but hey, whatever. Whatever floats your boat.
Go Giants.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I cannot wait.
You're making me dig in even more. By the way, so last night when Devers hit that home run, the one thing that was Bonzian, if you want to say, It was the fact that he kind of swung out of his shoes.
It slid
Bonds
like
used to
Michael
do
Jackson across the plate. Like, oh, I got it.
When Bonds used to turn on pitches, like his back foot would end up almost on the plate because he gets right on top of the dish, and he's got that short bat with just godlike hand speed, and his back foot would spin out so hard that he would just end up on top of the plate. That was a little.
Am I nitpicking if it hit the arcade?
I was going to say, you got to get to the water if you're going to be Bonds.
There we go. You said it. That's all.
So
I was just like, it wasn't a splash.
There's 110 splash hits now, I think. Bonds got about 90 of them.
There's a joke in there for Norm. He says there's a reason Bonds has 90. So I'm like, Pops, lay off. He loves Barry, but Barry he's incredible, man.
Oh, my God. Yes, he is.
When will they find their next one, or is Bryce it?
They'll never find a Barry Bonds.
I got you.
Won 4 straight MVPs and it's 73 home runs. That guy got walked intentionally
Bases loaded
131 times in a season.
Yeah.
You will never see another player like that.
Just incredible, man.
Ever. Oh, my God.
And we got to see him in one World Series. Unfortunately, Dusty jinxed it.
You can't put that on Dusty.
You don't give Russ Ortiz the ball when the game's not over. That was when that went to Game 7. I said it's over. Angels won it, Evan. Don't even show, man. Dude, I love me some Dusty.
It was Game 6.
But the psychological warfare was over that they blew that in that fashion. Game 7 was over before first pitch.
No, I'm sorry. It's like when people kill Bill Buckner. It's like you still had a chance to win Game 7. You can still win the World Series. It wasn't over.
No, but that's like the Draymond. Yes, you feel that. It's a wrap. Gosh.
Oh, so the Warriors are going to lose Game 7 because Draymond got suspended in Game 6?
No, I don't want to hear how great he was in the game if had you not done what you did.
No, he was great in the series, though.
Cavs were fighting.
Okay, what
Andy
about,
was on the staff. They were infighting. It was over.
Who's my guy? Who's my guy in Chicago? The fan, Steve Bartman.
Oh, I'll hug that dude if I see him.
So why do you hug him, but you don't hug Bill Buckner? It wasn't his fault.
They weren't.
It wasn't his fault.
Lou wasn't going to catch that ball.
You still could have gone on and won the next game. Get off Dusty.
But what happened to him? Chet Bartman? You see that 30 for 30?
Yeah, it's called catching hell.
I damn near cried.
You didn't cry.
Evan, they came to the house. They were looking for him.
Yeah, I know. You had to go into protective
I'm not
custody.
laughing. You are.
Or witness protection. I'm laughing in hindsight. Yeah. I seriously hope he's doing a lot better. That city of Chicago was that man a debt. All he did was just go for a foul ball. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Getting it for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru John. So let's get this segment started with Irving. Irving's in Berkeley. What's up, Irv? How you doing?
Hi, I was calling. I just wanted to, everybody keeps saying that the Rams are so far ahead of the 49ers in Seattle. But the 49ers beat those two teams last year, and then we know what happened later on in the season. So what's the big difference from last year's team to this year's team that where the 49ers couldn't compete with them? Well, so we lost all pros. We lost all pros and Pro Bowlers, and we beat those guys with the same players that they had when we were healthy.
I got you. Appreciate the call.
And I got to be careful. I was just going to jump in and tell Irv why I'm so or you can sense the trepidation about the Seattle matchup with the Niners is the two meetings they had with everything on the line. One was to go home in the offs. We saw that played out. That's still weird to see a kind of Kyle Shanahan offense dominated like Seattle did in the playoffs. And then they did the same thing just a couple weeks before at home for the number 1 seed. But to Irv's point, you didn't have Kittle. You didn't have Mike Evans. You didn't have Stribling. So maybe I need to slow my jets, Evan, and watch it play out their first game against Seattle. But on the flip side of that, out the chute, you get the Rams with their new toys in the secondary and D-line.
But if there's anything we learned last year, and I'm not trying to downplay week 1, it's going to be big. And if the Niners win or lose, we'll obviously have our reactions to it. But again, I bring up week 1 of last year because the 49ers went into Seattle and beat what ended up becoming the Super Bowl champions.
But you understand.
That was a different Seattle team. And I understand why people are like, well, that was week 1.
Right. But the Rams are going to be good whatever they are week 1 in Melbourne, and they're going to be good at the end. That's how talented they are.
Well, we don't know they're going to be good at the end. Maybe Myles Garrett gets hurt the way that Nick Bosa did. Maybe Trent McDuffie goes down the way that Fred Warner did. Maybe Matthew Stafford misses some games the way that Brock Purdy did.
To that point, and this is #random, guys, I'm telling you, we all laughed at McVay and that drafting of Ty Simpson when they did it, why they did it. And I'm starting to think what they got, and they got a lot at their disposal offensively and defensively. Ty Simpson, I see what Brock Purdy is with the Jedi Master Kyle. We saw what Jimmy was. I'm just saying, I thought the Rams season was over if Stafford went down. I know it's preseason, but I'm just talking about who Ty Simpson is as a quarterback with the tutelage of McVay. I'm like, the Rams, Evan, might have action if something were to happen to Stafford with Ty. Hey, I said it.
Do you think that Sean McVay is talking about Ty Simpson the same way that Kyle Shanahan's talking about DeJon Stribling?
I'll give you that, no doubt. But they saw something to draft.
No, I think he's being more complimentary.
Dude, but they're different guys.
Even though McVay didn't seem very excited about the pick.
I'm just telling you, I like Ty.
Like, in a way, it makes more sense to me why McVay wouldn't be juiced about Simpson lighting up preseason football, because he seemed kind of pissed that they took him in the first place.
Meanwhile, you're saying that he wasn't on board.
Well, meanwhile, Kyle Shanahan, who has, essentially control of the roster and is a large factor in who the Niners draft, is not that excited about DeJon Stribling.
But see, now now you're moving me toward the other side. We got to be careful, E. He drafted him. That supersedes any verbal compliment he could give him or not give him. The bottom line is they saw his skill set and said you could fit in. And with the injury to Pearsall, now he's going to get more of the pie, and hopefully he can answer the bell. But I guess at the end of the day, E, I'm like, Kyle's just tough love on a rookie. I ain't going to kid,
Well, no,
whisper sweet nothings.
I think you're right that the biggest compliment is the draft selection.
No doubt.
But that's why it stands out to me, because Sean McVay was in the war room wondering, it felt like he was wondering why we took a quarterback. You only get so many first-round picks. You just traded most of them away for McDuffie and Garrett. It's not like you're going to get a crack to get a dude in the first round for some time.
Yeah.
And you took it on a position, spent it on a position that is not a need right now.
No.
But back to the Australia game, let me ask you this.
I can't wait.
Well, you're going to have to, about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Would it shock you if the Niners beat the Rams week 1?
It would not. But now, Evan, I got to ask you, is Bosa playing?
No.
Then it would shock me, because I feel like the Rams are going to be able to do. Remember, they were up 21-0 that second game of the series last year here, at Levi's, 21-7, something to that degree. It got 21-0 early. But now I just feel like they're enhanced on both sides of the ball. And if you're telling me Bosa's not there and we're expecting Raheem Morris and that new defense out the chute to be able to keep up with that Ram offense, I could be totally wrong. I'm just giving you my answer. You asked me a question. So if there's no Bosa, hell yes, I would be shocked, Evan. You got to make it dirty and muddy on Stafford, and you got to get happy feet. But if you get no pressure on him, man.
Well, I'm looking at Thursday night, week 5, 2025. Luke Gifford, Alfred Collins, Sam Okawanu, Jordan Elliott, Kalia Davis, and Yetur Gross-Matos. Those are the guys getting after the quarterback last year when they beat the Rams. So
Rams almost scored 40 points, but I got you.
Oh, you're talking about the second meeting. I'm talking about when the Niners beat them.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about when they beat them 26-23 in overtime. That's my point is I think if the Niners are going to get the Rams, it would have to be early in the year. That's just the way that I'm looking at things.
But how's this O-line going to hold up? Now I'm going on the other side of the ball. Myles Garrett, you got studs, in the secondary now. And the Rams were already a good team, a couple plays away from a Super Bowl. So, hey, I'll throw it back at you. Your question. Would you be shocked if they beat them?
No, I wouldn't.
And is because when it is, you're more likely to say anything could happen because it's week one?
Yeah, I think because it's early, the Niners have as good of a shot as any. They're going to be, most of the guys will be as healthy as they'll be all year because you're going into the season fresh.
Interesting.
I know they can get more guys back, particularly Nick Bosa and maybe George Kittle throughout the year. But it wasn't as if the Rams didn't have a quality pass rush last year. They didn't have any player as individually great as Myles Garrett, but the player they traded, Jared Verse, damn good player.
Oh, yes, he is.
Byron Young is still there. He gets after the quarterback. Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk is also a quality edge rusher for that. Like they had a pretty good defensive line. They got better.
They got a lot better.
But in that game, they only gave up one sack. The Niners did.
Yeah.
So clearly, they're going to. I think the Niners can go win that football game. And I think that this idea of if the Niners are healthy, how long are we going to play that game for? Because I still think that even if Nick Bosa doesn't play, they can win that football game. They can beat Los Angeles.
Wow, I don't see it. And I hear what you're saying, and I'm sitting here whispering sweet nothings about what they did last year with all those injuries and without Bosa. But, man, I just think of the rivalry that is. I don't care. I don't even need to hear from McVay and Kyle, and I know they're cool. But the bottom line is there's so many similarities. But this is a division game. You want to get off to a good start. And I know it's only one game, and I'm not saying the loser's out the playoffs by any stretch. But if you tell me, do I think right now the best team in the NFL is the Los Angeles Rams, and I'm being real and fair, I think they're better than Seattle with the additions that they made. I just can't unsee it. So, Evan, I can't wait for Thursday. I'll have my popcorn if they can pull this off. But I just don't feel like on the Rams side of the ball, and I haven't watched much of their preseason or know their injury situation, but I don't feel like, to Steve Weich's point from the NFL Network that joined us at 11 o'clock, I don't feel like we're saying if Myles Garrett is going to play, if Stafford's going to play. It's like that's assumed. But here we got 3 or 4 questions on good players that I think would have an impact on the game if they were to play, and you miss that impact if they don't.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. So that's interesting because what I took from Steve Wyche was he was more worried about the depth behind the big boys. I think he –
and I get that.
From what I interpreted, he was saying that the star power of the Niners is as equal or close to the star power of the Rams. But behind those guys, the Niners are not in the class of Los Angeles or Seattle.
No doubt. But even if we just stay at the star power for a minute and talk about the receiving core, and again, your boy over here, and it sounds like you are too, I'm excited about Stribling. I love me some Mike Evans, but I'm looking at that receiver core of the Rams, and that's hell on a secondary.
Well, yeah, because you got Puka Nacua, who's
arguably
the best guy on the field.
Okay, there.
He might be one of the best receivers. He might be the best receiver in the NFL.
Man.
I know he wasn't last year, but... And it doesn't look like he's going anywhere, by the way.
He talked about his diet. He eats in and out. He just eats what he wants. You called him Ocho Cinco because Chad said, that's why y'all getting hurt. You eat all the, all the drinks and all that rabbit food with the salad. I eat what I want.
Well, okay, so real quickly, because there's a lot of dietitians, TikTok, Instagram, food experts.
Okay.
Why is Chad Ochocinco's strategy of eating crap so that his body has to adjust to it any less valid?
I love the thought.
I'm just saying, if flax seeds are going to make you smarter, then why can't McDonald's?
Yeah, I got you. And then you always hear the body needs carbs so it can burn. It can be bad carbs, but I mean that dude's body was a temple. Ocho Cinco.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he didn't get hurt like these guys are getting hurt now.
And there's probably a lot of licensed people who actually know what they're talking about. They're saying, you're an absolute idiot, Evan.
I know you don't partake. I haven't seen you. But if I said rank your number one hamburger chain or joint, who's number one on your list? It's Wendy's for me.
Oh,
the double Baconator at Wendy's is the best. In and out. I've had a habit. I've done it all. From here to Texas where Wendy's patties are the best hamburger going.
They're in squares.
Yeah.
That kind of throws me off a little bit.
Baconator.
So this is a tough question because I am of the belief that when it comes to fast food chains, the West Coast, they just don't have it. The best burger in the country belongs to Culver's.
What? Where is that?
It's a Midwest chain. When I lived in North Dakota and Minnesota, Culver's stands above the rest. Right. All must answer to Culver's. Have a burger, come back to me.
People say Wendy's kangaroo meat. Stop it. It's the best patty going.
That's pretty
Kenny,
good.
real quick, your number one burger place?
I mean,
It ain't In-N-Out no more for me.
No, In-N-Out's fine. I like the Habit. If we're gonna
I'm
pick,
not mad.
that's like
No, it's okay.
if In-N-Out's the McDonald's of California, Habit is the Burger King.
Give me some grilled onions on a nice Habit burger, but Wendy's. Oh my God!
You're about to unlock Pandora's box. Let's go to the San Francisco. We'll stay in San Francisco and talk to East Bay Jay. What's up, Jay?
Jay,
how you doing? East Bay Jay.
I'm well, man. Hey, good. This is the guy that seen you on that street on First.
Oh yeah, where you heard the brakes. Hey, look, I had no side mirror, so I was just listening to Snoop Dogg, trying to stay focused, so I didn't get pulled over. If I would have heard you, I would have stopped and hollered at you, baby.
Hey, dap me up next time I see you, baby.
All day.
Hey, so you was talking. I remember when this Jet thing came out, you was talking about, it may even be good cred amongst the people. Like, oh man, he's getting a piece. You know what I'm saying? But does this feel the same when he's going for a guy?
Yeah. And we had a caller call in and say his son called him from school. Remember that? Said Jed's one of us.
Oh,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
Careful. All right. Well, didn't really appreciate that.
Don't call
material.
us. We'll call you.
Yeah.
And that had to be the guy I saw.
Well, you made
he sent me something on Instagram. It was like, I called your name 5 times. You were listening to the homies can't have none. I'm like, hey, whoa.
Oh, I thought he said that he couldn't hear you over the breaks.
Oh, no. Brakes are fine. But okay. I had the music.
I know there was one day where you came to pick me up and it was like,
the
caddy's coming. Sorry.
Your last ride. It's over. That's it. You can walk to the ship. Wow.
No, actually.
You wanted to get that out there.
No,
I'll say it enough.
It isn't the Cadillac. It's the whoever you were on the phone with this morning is what's bugging me. Early, what's bugging you on a Wednesday?
I need new car insurance company.
Whoever you were talking to is pissing me off because it took you about 38 minutes just to get on the phone.
That was Susan. That was a version of Susan.
Well, it was a different Susan.
I can't hear you. Will you say it again? I can't hear you.
I talked to Susan. Susan doesn't exist.
Guru was explaining. I'll never forget your birthday now, by the way. You said it 17 times because you were. They asked you, all right, what's your date of birth? And you're like,
Malcolm
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And you said it, and the response from the AI machine was, we can't understand you. And finally, Goo goes, umpteen days, 19 days. I'm like, oh my God, man, I got to get out of here. It's about time for the show.
Man, I need new insurance.
Thank you, 707. The Culver's Butter Burger, absolutely fire. Thank you. Someone who's experienced part of this country.
We wanted more of a popular opinion. One we'd be out here on the West Coast, we'd have experience.
Well, if you lived in Minneapolis, you would know that Culver's is absolutely the bomb.
Your burger, real quick. You gotta
okay,
be real
fine.
quick.
What do you want to go to?
Your burger spot in the city.
In the city?
Yeah. Like, where do you go? Like, ooh, let's go get a burger.
How about we take a call and I'll come back to it. Maybe even get to it on the other side because we got to hit a break in a few minutes. But I want to make sure we get to Frankie Eyelashes in San Rafael. What's up, Frank?
Frankie Eyelashes.
What's happening?
I'm okay. I'm doing good until I heard you saying that the Seattle Seahawks and the Rams are better than the Niners. That kind of blew me away.
Oh boy.
I don't agree with the Rams in Seattle being better than the 49ers. The 49ers loaded up on Nate Hobbs, Mike Evans. They loaded up on a bunch of players. They're going to be a scoring frenzy. And this is the year, everyone. This is the year they get that ring.
Wow.
They get that ring. Absolutely. Let me tell you something. I don't hate McKay because he traded one of my dear friends' son to Detroit. You know who that is, Jared Goff. I dislike his arrogance, and I don't like, what's that quarterback's name? I don't even know.
Stafford, yeah.
He watched the lady. Yeah, he's a piece of he's a pile. He watched the lady reporter fall off the
We
Sorry,
getting
what
him
is it?
today.
I know he texted. What is going on with this call?
Man, he started something, man. That was cap related, but man.
This is like 2016 energy coming back all over again.
He said the scoring is going to be the frenzy, man.
You asked my favorite burger in the city. I had it recently
I'm excited about
for the
this
first
answer.
time. It's Ganem's Market in Potrero Hill. I know it's kind of an off-beaten path place.
At you, but
they make an incredible cheeseburger. They do. It's actually a Royale with cheese.
Wow.
Shout out Pulp Fiction. It's really good.
Hey,
Anyways,
quick,
that's mine.
What about Sam's over on near Broadway?
Oh.
Isn't that the place that Anthony Bourdain went to?
The one that we go to?
Yeah.
Is
We're
that
known in
it?
there. Yeah, Mayor Brown. That's our guy.
Yeah. Do you remember the story? Goo walked up to Mayor Brown
to
introduce himself in front of me and Siney. Said, "Hey, Mayor, glad to meet you. I'm Daryl the Guru Johnson, 95.7 The Game. I work. We have a show from 10 to 2." And Mayor Brown looks at him and says, 10 to 2.
Puts his arm on my shoulder first.
That's a long shift.
Oh, we all laughed like, damn. The mayor.
Oh, that was timeless. I'm not going to forget that.
Oh, man.
All right, 888-957-957. If you feel like Frankie Eyelashes, call in without the vulgarity. We'll take your call. Niners, Rams, Seahawks, rank them. And we also got to get back into this wide receiver room thing.
And what about the new Warrior edition? We didn't make no move. Jordan Yang.
Iowa State. Brock Purdy University.
If this was 5 years ago, I'd be excited. But yeah.
He shot 40% last year. All right, our Red and Gold Summit is set for Thursday, September 3rd. That's next week. All the hosts, morning, midday, afternoon, and Brian Boldinger will be at Jackson Pleasant Hill from 4 to 6 p.m. live. There's great food, great drinks, and your chance to win autographed items and much more. Willard and Dibs get us started at 2 o'clock, and then the summit commences at 4, 2 hours, 4 to 6. It's all brought to you by Ashby Lumber, Humboldt, Sawmill, Redwood Products. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Back after this on Stein and Goo.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Lock in a hot summer rate with Stanford Federal Credit Union's limited time 8-month certificate, earning a sizzling 4.10 annual percentage yield. Open yours with just a $100 minimum deposit. As an 11-time Reader's Choice Best Credit Union on the peninsula, Stanford Federal Credit Union delivers the stability and growth you deserve. But hurry, this special offer ends September 14th. Visit sfcu.org to open online. New money required. Early withdrawal penalties and additional terms apply. Federally insured by NCUA. sfcu.org.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense.
Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton, a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Tennis's final event of the year is set to take center stage in Flushing Meadows, New York. Starting Sunday, August 30th, the world's top tennis stars will battle it out with 2 weeks of high-stakes action on the hard courts, culminating at the championship matches September 12th and 13th.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Interesting. High drive to right. It is out of here. Number 28. And that is one that if that doesn't remind you of Barry Bonds, I don't know what is. They sure did.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crook and Kipe on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. I know why he said it. Did you know that was Rafael Devers' 16th home run of the season at Oracle Park. The last person to hit that many home runs at home in a single season was Barry Bonds.
But that's not.
That's why he did it.
Nah.
That's why he did it.
I'm irritated, Evan.
What?
We were talking about Ayers and Buckner earlier. Open the phone because I don't have it open during the show because I'm focused on you.
Okay.
Our main man, 49er Frankie. Buckner's error would not make it a wrap. The game was tied. I knew that. It still was a blunder and gave the momentum to the Red Sox. Stop.
No, I know, but it's like it's not exactly the same thing. But okay, what's the most recent one that the 49ers fans bring up? McCaffrey putting the ball in the turf in the Super Bowl.
I thought you were going to say Tart dropping the interception in the NFC Championship game where they would have went to another Super Bowl.
That was a pretty big one, too.
Wouldn't have had his.
Well, they were up 17-14 in that situation.
That would have been it.
9.5 left in the fourth quarter. You still would have had to go down and score. I mean, if they go 3 and out, the Rams score and go on and win the game the same way they did. The other one was, well,
where you going?
Jimmy Garoppolo overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
I let that go. Steiny hangs on to that.
Emmanuel Sanders.
I flushed that out the system.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy overthrows Stribling this year against the Rams. It'll come right back up.
Man, we are so close to football, man. And we got a game Wednesday. Remember that? Rematch the Super Bowl, right? Wednesday before the Thursday that the Niners play. Yeah, Seattle.
Seattle and New England.
Yeah,
the Super Bowl rematch.
That blew me away. Wow.
Well, the Super Bowl wasn't much of a game.
On Wednesday and Thursday before Sunday. And then college Saturday.
The Thursday.
Relationships are in trouble. Get it in now.
You know when relationships will be in trouble?
I'm serious.
Is Super Bowl Sunday 2027. Now, if you know, you know.
Missing?
If you have someone in your life that is committed to you and your sports fandom,
okay,
your NFL fandom, you already know that Super Bowl Sunday is Valentine's Day.
Yeah, for you youngins. Oh, geez.
If you know, you know. All right.
That's a good pull, E.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've been made aware.
You're stressing already.
I've been made aware. All right. So this is what we were talking about earlier with Steve Weish. NFL Network joined us, talk about a bunch of things. Check it out in the Odyssey app. Colin Kaepernick, the 10-year anniversary, as well as these 49ers. And the key word, which is 2 letters, they've been the 2 letters hanging over the Niners season, are if. And this is what he believes the Niners can do if they're healthy.
Well, and it's always the caveat, right? It's always an asterisk. If they remain healthy, they're going to be in the Super Bowl contention. The conversation around them is who gets out of this brutal NFC West. I mean, you talked about a stacked division with the Rams and the Seahawks, coming in with these all-star rosters, and the 49ers are right there. The bigger difference is even though the Rams have some age on them, the 49ers have age and players who suffered injuries with that age, the Boses, the Kittles, the Warners. Dre Greenlaw is coming off of an injury, but he seems fresh. Can Trent Williams continue to be as dominant? There's no reason to doubt that he couldn't. But you just look at some of the numbers there, and people can draw 1 and 2. But I think if they stay healthy, they'll be right there.
You said it. If.
But I think that's what makes me excited and why I want John Stribling to be good for this team. And it's because when I hear Steve Weiss say the biggest gap between the Niners and the Seahawks and the Rams is not necessarily the stars that they have. It's the guys behind them that are going to have to play if and when the Niners get hurt, which happens in football.
But what about last year when the Niners did it with their 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th at times to win 12 games? That doesn't give you any confidence?
Well, the gap was 41-7 in the NFC division round. That was the gap.
Hello.
So if the stars are healthy, then that gap is closed. But what Stribling gives me excitement about is that if by the end of this year Stribling is a dude or looks like one, that to me is how I would measure the gap being closed between LA, Seattle, and then San Francisco, because the thing that separates the 3 teams to me, and namely the Niners out of that top two would be their young players and their depth, is that they don't have playmakers behind their stars, whereas the Rams, along with the Seahawks, do, in my opinion. That's what I think.
You know, I'm not mad at that, but I guess my worry is not even what's behind the stars, because that doesn't give me much confidence. But you're telling me either you don't know or you're concerned from a Niner standpoint who's behind them in regard to the depth. But if you're telling me Bosa's not going to make it, Warner doesn't look like, 54 that we know and love, and I don't expect that to be the case. But even Kittle, if they're going to have to deal with other stuff than just their opponent trying to remain healthy, and we'll never know, Evan, 70% of the version of themselves, then that's going to have an impact on the outcome of said game. So to me, I just give the Niners, and you're right, they're thin right now. And to some first-year, second-year dudes continue to pop. But the bottom line is, if guys go down from the Niners, for the Niners, that have just come off being injured, and we're talking about just icons of the team, and again, Kittles, the Bosas, the Warners, then I'm like, man, what are we really doing here? Do they have a chance? And what will you give me for this? Evan, this has been my one constant throughout the offseason for the San Francisco 49ers, and it's the signing of two former players that you said bye-bye to. You said for whatever reason Greenlaw is over here, and the same with Debo. I just don't feel like that talent train has moved along smoothly for you to do a U-turn, and things have happened, and you double back and bring those guys back, and then we're supposed to expect, and I'm going to ask you, do you? I was Greenlaw's biggest fan, but is it fair for me to expect him to be the Greenlaw that was, causing havoc before he got hurt in the Super Bowl? And the same with Debo. And I have an example of Debo's last year not being sufficient, and you can blame whoever, but man, to me, those dudes are back in jerseys, and there's expectations for them. How realistic is to think those two dudes are going to be able to provide what they used to?
I don't think it's wise for you to expect that. Greenlaw's kind of tough, I think, just because he's been hurt so much.
Yeah, he looks... Yeah, but again, he ain't playing. That's when he gets hurt.
Debo played a lot last year for Washington, so I think he'll be out there. But that's why, where we started the show was I just thought it was strange the way that Kyle Shanahan was talking about Stribling.
Or not talking about it.
Or kind of downplaying him. But I think that it's because it sounds like Shanahan's almost just putting Debo Samuel back into where he was.
Oh, man.
And we saw what happened in 2024 when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Debo fell off a bit. The Niners fell off. They had a bad season. It's not all on Debo Samuel, but my point is it sounded like Shanahan was, and I could be reading too much into it, but it's like he's downplaying Stribling because Debo's back. And I think if this team is going to be at its best, it's going to be with Mike Evans and DeJon Stribling, with Debo Samuel taking a backseat. Because I think that's where he's at in his career. Not that Debo hasn't done great things as a Niner, and there'll certainly be some nostalgic aspect to him being back on the field. But if we're just talking about how to make this offense better, Stribling has to be, to me, their second most impactful receiver.
And that's a lot for a rookie, and I'm sure he can't wait, to...
Well, isn't that what Debo Samuel was in 2019?
No doubt about it. And no, I didn't see that coming, and that's why I just, #random. I don't know how many coaches, Evan, would have had the vision to use Debo, young Debo, the way that Kyle did, and have him get to the heights that he reached. Like, I think about that all the time. So that's brilliance on Kyle's part. But you're right. That's a lot of pressure on Stribling, but he's so happy he's in a situation to where, they don't got three veteran-laden, like the Rams. It's going to be hard. You got Puka and Devontae. But, man, this kid has the opportunity, you would think, to make his mark and his impression early. And they'll need it. And the fact that Debo, real quick, is being used on kickoff returns or punt returns, that kind of tells you, to me, you kind of protect the fine china. Because you remember, I don't like Debo on kickoffs. What are you doing? Special circumstances, I get. But now it's kind of like, I feel like they're telling us something with him handling punts. Or I expect him to handle punt returns.
So this is what Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk effectively did in their first years with the Niners. Deebo in 2019 and Ayuk the year after. They averaged, and their numbers are actually pretty similar, but they averaged about 60 receptions, 750 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Do you think that's a reasonable expectation for Stribling?
I do. Right now, with everything that's going on, and again, I think you called him or dubbed him the number 2 receiver. Evan, I could see that. I would hope for, and a little bit more on the touchdown side, but man.
I mean, I think that if this offense is going to take a leap, that's kind of what it has. That's what it has to look like.
McCaffrey can't be your leading receiver again. He just can't.
No,
that's an indictment. He's great. He's phenomenal, but I'm like Brock Purdy needs he's got that. They got that rapport, and it's beautiful. But damn, there's somebody on the outside. Come on now.
I mean, I guess why I'm putting so much on Stribling is also It's funny, like these nagging injuries for Mike Evans. I'm worried about him.
But now give me this. Let's double back. If you look at the Carfax report, the dude shows up. He's available.
Yeah, it's true.
But is what's worrying you now? He's getting older, and now the stuff's starting to happen, which could continue to happen.
Yeah, it's not the big stuff. I mean, he's never really dealt with anything.
But now we're talking about growing and the soft tissue stuff.
Yeah, he's had 3 different nagging injuries in camp. And he hasn't played any football yet. If he stays healthy the whole year, I have no doubt that Mike Evans is going to be a 1,000-yard receiver, 10 touchdowns, and he's going to help the Niners win a lot of games. But last year with the Bucs, he could only get on the field for 8 of them.
And I saw him be a warrior. Shout out the Dubs. He'll catch a ball, and then you could tell the hammy was tweaked a little bit, and he'd have to come off the field, but he made the play.
Yeah, and I guess that's why, you're thinking about their first week opponent, the Rams, and their star-studded cast. Okay, so if Puka missed games last year, the way that Mike Evans did, I would expect him to just go back to being Puka. But because of Mike Evans' age, I have to now wonder if that was just a blip on the radar or the norm. Same with even Myles Garrett, he's played in the NFL for a long time, but he's still relatively young. So if Myles Garrett was coming off an injury-riddled season, I would expect him to bounce back. Nick Bosa's tough because
I was just going to ask you.
He's not super old, but it's the second ACL in his leg. And you're just not sure what kind of impact that's going to have.
Right.
I mean, are the Niners a credit? So what Steve Weiss described them as being a credit card away.
Mm-hmm.
If you assume health.
Index card.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally fair.
They were a playoff team last year. If you miss me with the schedule, I get it. They were a playoff team last year and won 12 games in a hard-ass NFL league.
If you can guarantee me that the Niners get 14 to 15 games from the following: Trent, Kittle,
this is where
Bosa, Evans, McCaffrey. He's right. I don't think there's any reason that the Niners can't contend for the NFC West, that they can't be a Super Bowl contender. But it's hard for me to see, especially maybe it's recency bias, Scoo, but the things that happened last year, do they just go away? How much injury luck is now in their favor after getting completely destroyed by it last season?
Well, I would say this: if I was at the Niners headquarters, call all the players in, get a projector, and put the picture of Christian McCaffrey up and say, this is the standard. He was hurt the year before, came back and played 17 games. Not only played 17, Evan, amassed over 400 total touches. That's what type of luck they need to where when you went down the 14, that would be a beautiful thing. And then, man, if you're telling me we're going to get the best version of the Niners, hell yeah. Well, that's asking a lot.
Okay, but let's just say we get the best version of the Niners. Is it NFC Championship game?
Could be. Like, I won't rob them of that. If you're giving me health, I won't rob them of that. I just won't.
I think 2023 is a possibility. Absolutely. Especially for the quarterback. If you're telling me that you got Mike Evans, Stribling emerges,
Kirk
Samuel,
out there whenever he can go.
Yeah, Christian Kirk, who knows, maybe it's DeMarcus.
Kittle.
George Kittle. Yeah, Brock Purdy can absolutely return to his 2023 form. And he might be a better quarterback since then. He's got a little more skedaddle to his game.
Man. He don't get enough credit for the skedaddle, man. He gets out of Dodge.
Well, that's because he got hurt running last season, right? Yeah. Against Seattle.
Turf toe. Now, what if that thing, well, that's where I think they're just, nobody wants to hear this because you don't want your starting quarterback down, but I just really think they're loaded it with Mac Jones. Just how much of a luxury that is if something were to happen to Brock E.
They might. But, okay, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So Brock Purdy has missed, let's see, the last 2 seasons he's missed.
Give it to me.
2 starts, 3 starts. So the fact that Brock Purdy was hurt last year, I don't expect him to be hurt again this year. I don't, and he's played through pain. I think he played with a broken rib cage back in 2022. He played through injury last season after he returned.
But he missed about 5 or 6 last year, right?
Yeah, he only played 9 games.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, Mac played 8 of them.
Man.
Yeah, he played basically half the season, Mac Jones did. And they won 5 of those 8 games. But I expect Brock Purdy to have a healthy season. Is that...
No, I'm with you. And
he's not on the if board for me for the Niners.
No, I like that. I like how you phrase that. And you know what, Evan? He shouldn't be with this new weaponry. And when you say weaponry, this young stud looks like going to be a stud in Stribling. And again, I don't got to go down the roster. Mike Evans, Debo back, Christian Kirk, George Kittle, whenever he comes back, if it's week 1. So, and you got McCaffrey. So I'm with you. I don't think that's a stretch at all. It's almost having an expectation damn near.
They need it. Here's something else that Kyle Shanahan said yesterday. It was about travel to Australia.
Oh, here we go.
I thought this was kind of funny, and we got a few minutes left here before the break, so I want to get into it. Kyle Shanahan yesterday was asked about his travel plans.
I mean, I would love to just show up the day before and just play, but I'm not the best when it comes to the science and everything on that stuff. So you ask people who've done it a number of times, you ask people who study it, you take all their opinions in. We've been strongly recommended to, when you got a 19-hour flight and it's a 16-hour something difference. I forgot because I haven't asked since we were making these decisions. But it's a big adjustment on the body. So the recommendation for everybody has been to tell us when to go, and it's made a lot of sense. And I know how our players feel also. I was a little bit on the fence. Science wasn't what I was reported on, and our players weren't at all. So that helped me get off the fence.
I can't tell if that's a shot at the Niners medical staff or a shot at the Rams.
Not a doctor.
Man, you got a shot that Thursday when that ball kicks off. That'll be your shot at the Rams. But, I'm confused.
Okay, let's listen to that one more time. I really just want to hear the beginning of this.
Real quick, it sounds like he kind of lightweight was interested in just going one day and coming back.
I mean, I would love to just show up the day before and just play, but I'm not the best when it comes to the science and everything on that stuff. So you ask people who've done it.
If I could do it my way, we'd be there in one day and out the next.
So who was he talking about when he said,
He says, I want to be the Rams. That's exactly what they're doing.
You think he's jealous of McVay saying that?
I kind of am. Well, he and McVay are from the,
Yeah, but I'm no scientist. We had a caller tell us. But my body clock, I want to get down. I want to get down there so I can have some days to get acclimated to what's going on. The time, like that may not get off a plane that long of a flight and then go use my muscles right away. That's how you pull or tear something.
Apparently not. Right. And maybe that's why the Niners also got a better chance to beat the Rams in Australia. Because they're not taking this as seriously.
I am surprised it's only 2. Or you said 2.5, you last looked.
Well, what I'm surprised is that Kyle Shanahan is basically saying that our intelligent, highly intelligent medical staff, who's smarter than you, is saying that my idea, which is Sean McVay's idea and the Rams, is idiotic. So I would love to just go down the day before, show up, play the game, leave, like they do during any other football week. But their staff and the people that are smarter than him are saying, don't do that.
Regardless of the outcome, or to hell with that, if somehow they don't win this game, you don't think for both teams this will be revisited on when you got there and how you did it, do you think? Or should I just hit myself upside the head knowing Monday morning quarterbacks, they do everything?
Well, from what I've read, the one-day travel plan of the Rams for international games is a pretty recent thing. Most teams will get there early, especially if they've been playing in Europe. They haven't played in Australia.
I understand that.
They've also played in Mexico, but the time changes and is drastic. So, but what they have to deal with elevation game in Mexico City. I don't know. I just find it really interesting that the Rams are doing this the way they are. And it sounds like Shanahan, if he could have his way, would do the exact same thing.
And I can understand how you got to that conclusion.
And it sounds like there's medical experts, obviously, that are employed by the Rams who are saying, well, it's not as big of a deal as the 49ers guys are making it out to be. It's like the game within the game. And also, too, I do believe that the Rams will be at a disadvantage if their body clock is off. So if you're the 49ers and you don't win that football game, do we take that into account?
Without seeing how it plays out, I can't, but I could see people doing that once it's over and we find out, who won, who got bad, who got their ass kicked. But, man, this is why I don't like this stuff, these type of games, because now this is part of it. If they were playing in SoFi or even here in the Bay, you get here, you do your routine, and nobody questions, your travel. Now we got this as okay. Yeah, we got it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that on September 10th.
I got a question on the other side for you and Kenny and the listeners. Hashtag random. I kind of threw it out last night to you. We talked about it, but I want to make sure we get to it. It's just a quick question.
Okay, you want to do that on the other side?
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, we got a roster to talk about. Goose pretty hot on Niang and Williams.
Well,
and apparently Steph Curry was too. He recruited him personally.
Man.
Didn't recruit LeBron, but he wanted Brandon Williams. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Back after this on Steiny Goo, all presented by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
School season is here. Remember your driving ABCs. Stay alert for bicyclists and children crossing. Stop for students getting on or off the bus. Look out in school zones. Follow the posted speed limit. ABC. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're an adult, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you started telling me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
ever.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at OurRealSuccess.com.
Man, I don't know what to do. My girlfriend is amazing, but I just can't keep up with her in the bedroom.
Bro, you need Balanced Medical Solutions. They've got safe performance treatments.
Like stronger, longer, and more than once?
Yup. They customize treatments to boost your testosterone, blood flow, and stamina.
Sign me up because I definitely need to level up.
Supercharge your vigor and stamina and become a legend with the ladies. Call Balanced Medical Solutions at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Just take one bite. You're going to love it. Hey, my name is Ezekiel, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And the little thing I love about the new Chick-fil-A chicken and waffles is that I can enjoy it all day. It's the perfect combination of sweet and savory. The chicken, it was juicy, crispy, and all around it tasted amazing. The waffle is fluffy, and the syrup makes it 10 times better. You can have it for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Chicken and waffles is definitely the way to go.
Order chicken and waffles at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Menu switches from breakfast to lunch at 10:30 a.m. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibbs coming up 2 to 6. In fact, crossover coming up at 1:45. Now back to Steiny and Goo and Steiny. Crossover, 1:45. Will you just stay?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
I am envious of our partner, man, because if people in the know, and you don't know, I'll tell you, they own some property in Canada. It's like an island, and you got to take a boat to the corner store to like little canoe. Evan, he showed me some pictures. I'm like, and then he goes, you guys could use it if you ever need it, you know, the place, but the compound. But, man, that's peaceful, man. I grew up in the woods. I've deer hunted. I've camped. I know what it's like when you're just out there and it's you, your family, or you're by yourself just on a bump, log, just watching deer run by, squirrels, the fresh, crisp, natural air, no traffic. It's beautiful. Go take a dip if you need to because there's water. I didn't pass it down to my kids. We never went camping. Damn. Well, that's terrible, man. Damn me.
Yeah,
regret.
You got to pass it on. You know why I think that he said we can go anytime?
He did say it.
Is because he knows that we won't be able to figure out how to get there.
He's a man. He could film a movie where he's at X-Men and something.
He's described to us how to get to this so-called island of his, which is somewhere in Canada. And I got to tell you,
we tried to figure it out.
We'd have to Lewis and Clark that thing.
Look at
imbecile.
Yeah, we are. When it comes to navigation,
Steiner.
If you can't find it on Google Maps, I ain't going. That place is off the beaten path. All right, Goo. Talked about the San Francisco 49ers and what's been going on with them. I do want to transition to the Warriors now because we finally got a team.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the Warriors, Freudian slip, made their moves. They got Brandon Williams. They got George Niang. And they now have a team.
Yay!
So, I want to read the finalized roster.
Warriors! I'm sorry.
I do want to read the finalized roster for you, and I want to get your thoughts, okay? Guard position, Steph, Pods, Melton, Brandon Williams, Will Richard. Our forwards, Draymond Green, Yaxel Lendeborg, Guy Santos, George Niang, Gary Payton II, and then, of course, Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody. Your centers are Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, and Charles Bassey, with a couple of two-way guys being LJ Cryer and LeJay Jones. So, how you feeling? Warriors made a couple moves. No longer incognito this summer.
Well, you mentioned the Niners, and I'm going to use a word that we've been talking about, a two-letter word, and is if. And what we do know is a big portion of that roster that you just went over won't start the season in regard to Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody. So they'll be missed. But if guys not named Moody or Butler can stay healthy, I'm here for it, but I'm definitely not going to sit here and tell you, Evan, sit across from you and the listeners that this is enough to be a beast in the West. And my question marks still revolve around, I know we got the 29th coming up in regard to Steph Curry's contract extension and possibility, but that runner's knee, Porzingis, whatever he's dealing with, but we know he's dealing with something that can flare up at any time. And I do like Brandon Williams, and to find out Steph, I think he FaceTimed him. He went Mike Dunleavy and got it done and tried to recruit Brandon Williams. But the Niang, he didn't even play a minute last year, Evan.
No, he was hurt. But other than that, he's pretty durable.
Yeah, and he's in his 30s, so again, okay. But that's not going to make or break. I'm here for it, Evan, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm excited, especially about what I started. Who's not starting the season? But if you give me health and Porzingis, who loves Celebrini and can keep him upright, and Al Horford's Al Horford, Melton, we're small. I'd like a lot more, action at wing. But it's what you said about Stribling, and I keep bringing up the Niner comp. I'm so excited about Yaxel that I'm kind of blinded at what this team could be if they got healthy or stayed healthy before Jimmy Butler were to come back. But am I excited to tell you, they're going to be something more than just a play-in? I'm not seeing it right now because of Jimmy and Moody's absence.
No, but I think they'll be better than they were last year. The guys they got, Williams played 66 games. I know that Niang was out for last season, but he's typically pretty durable. 2025, 70 games. Year before, 82, 78, 76, 72. So he plays a lot. I think they're better equipped to handle what happened at the end of last year when the bottom completely fell out. I'm not going to tell you that they're a top 6 seed by any means, but I saw a projection on, I think it was ESPN, of what they are. And to be fair, this was before they signed Williams and Niang, but it was
probably didn't change. But go ahead.
No, it was 37 and 45.
Oh no,
they'll be better than that. They'll be better than that. They're just not going to be what people have expected for the better part of a decade, which is them to be in contention. At least not right now. I think they have a chance to exceed expectations based on where they were last year.
Now, what Steph Curry do we get? Or is that like...
Well, that I don't know.
That's an if for you, too.
Well, he's got 3 days between now and
That's wow.
Contract extension date to I don't want to say make a choice because it could linger. Hell, he could wait till the season.
Yeah.
He could wait as much time as possible.
That's interesting, Evan. I'll tell you this. Hey, I got my popcorn ready, and I'll give it the old college try in regard to do what I do. I'll root for him, go to games. But I'd be lying if I'm looking you dead in the face right now and not telling you for the first time in my life I've got stymied in regard to I'm almost fast-forwarding to next offseason to where the books are clear, they got money, and then it really, really could pop off. But I won't rob this team. Hey, who's to say they don't do what the Niners did in their 12 wins, right? In their season that we thought was going to go down the drain. Maybe this is the Warriors. Hold my beer. We're going to show you, Goo. Like, Evan, is there any part of you thinking, and I'm giving them all over, that this couldn't be a play-in team? Like, could they be a higher seed to avoid the play-in? That I just find, without Butler and Moody, that's where I'm just like, okay, so we're going to end up where we always end up, in the play-in.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility, but I think there's a big difference between being in the 7-8 game and being in the 9-10 game. If you're a 9-10...
We've been in both, yeah.
Yeah, if you're a 9-10, to me, it's virtually impossible to do anything because the best spot you can get is the 8. And you're not beating the top seed, especially after you saw, like, if the Warriors had somehow beat the Suns in April and gone on to play OKC, they probably would have got absolutely killed in game 1. And who knows if they would have won a game.
I wanted to see it, though.
Why would you want to see it?
Just to see how truly far off we are with the elite. You know, and when I say elite,
that sounds like youth. That sounds like sports masochism.
I kind of didn't disagree, but yeah, something to there. That's where, like, at least let me see it.
But you also wouldn't have got Yaxel Lendeborg.
Yeah,
You would have got a worse pick.
No, you're right.
I mean, and he's part of this too. It's funny. So we started the show talking about dribbling. And by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You know, Yaxel and Stribling, I think, are in similar spots where their teams are going to need them. And I think Lendeborg is in a better position to put up numbers, but Stribling is in a better position to impact winning early on.
Well said.
But they're both equally exciting in their own right. Yaxel's a big reason why I think that this, and by the way, thank you. This is from the YouTube chat. I think it was Valks that said the prediction was 35-47. Yaxel Lendeborg is a big reason, and Williams and Niang to some extent, but mainly Yaxel. He's a big reason why I don't think 35 wins is
on the table. Like,
no,
they're blowing past that.
Why can't they be a 500 team? Which, by the way, that doesn't excite people, but that's 7 wins more than what some are expecting them to do.
Yeah,
that's a pretty big change.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got to give you this, E, and it's probably in your calculations. The fact that Curry didn't play damn near 40 games, that's a big deal, man. To surpass that win total, the 37.
Well, but that's why, okay.
I mean, that math is simple. If he holds up and he doesn't miss, that's half the season.
Yeah, but filing under who cares? If Curry misses the same amount of games, which is, by the way, on the table because he's older.
Well, then, yeah.
No, but Brandon Williams is a player that at times started for the Mavericks last year, averaged 13 points in 22 minutes. He's somebody that scored 30 against the Warriors. Maybe he's 29, but.
See, I don't see us winning games. It'll look better than last year at times. We look like a G League outfit when those injuries start to pile up. And I love me some Williams. I do. But, Ev, I still feel like in the West, yeah, we give teams a better run for their money. But at the end, we wouldn't win as much as we would, obviously, with Steph.
My biggest problem with last year's team was they built a team for 16 games. They built a team for a 7-game series, and they, I believe, were relying too much on their older players to make it through the regular season before they even got to the playoffs.
Outside of Yaxel, what's changed?
Well, you replaced a couple of guys with younger players. Like Brandon Williams is a guy who can play a lot. And Santos is going to be better this year. You're looking at guys that are I think the Warriors are better equipped to handle the regular season this year going in than last season. I think last season they put too much faith in all of these guys being able to just remain healthy, and I think that problem still exists. It's not completely gone is what I'm telling you. Like two signings don't change that. But I guess I wonder, Goo, if there was excitement at the start of last season, is it just because of the final record that you're left here 365 days later and you don't feel even close to the same way?
It's some of that, but it's also the chef. And when he's not there, it's like Michael Jackson not being on stage with the Jacksons. They're pretty much nothing, talent, but not what you are when Michael puts you over the top. So I think a lot of that and a lot of trepidation I have is because that is a question that in years past, Evan, I could just pencil Steph down for 60, 65 games, but now I am so frightened on what happens if that were to repeat itself with the runner's knee. And again, I could be totally wrong, but when you talk about getting excited, it's mental prep. And I just can't allow myself to prep for this Warriors season and lie to myself and not say that the possibility is real that something could happen to Steph with that knee to where we'd be without. And then once that were to happen, yeah, you're right. You have got Brandon Williams who could play a lot, create his own shot. Not the biggest guy. Yeah, we'll be better. I guess, is it Operation Stay Afloat till Jimmy gets back? Even like would you have a problem if I said that's what the mantra is for me with the Warriors this season? Stay afloat until Jimmy can come back.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. And then you hope that he and if Moody returns, that they can give you the same juice or a similar sort of juice to what Jimmy did when he got here in the first place. Because that team was below 500.
Yeah. And would that be unfair that Jimmy's coming off an injury to expect Jimmy type things when he came back? Or with this new science, Kittle coming back, just months after tearing this, would you think that's fair or no? Goo, he's got a jersey. He's Jimmy Butler. He'll come out and ball, and hopefully he'll mirror himself.
Well, they won 47 games the year that Butler got here, and I don't think they'll win 47 games.
And knocked off Houston.
Yeah, they won a playoff series. But I can't even think about this team being in the playoffs. That's another.
Yeah, all right.
That's another thing that last year became apparent is that you can no longer just fast forward. And I don't know why people are doing it in the first place, but you can't just fast forward to the NBA playoffs with this team anymore.
I've learned my lesson on that.
You got to care about the regular season.
All right.
And I think they're trying to find, the middle ground in this, right? Where if Steph is in the playoffs, if, Porzingis and Jimmy and Draymond to some extent, that's where maybe the Warriors can surprise somebody. But they have to care about the 82. They don't have the luxury of just overlooking 6 months and saying, yeah, well, it's okay. We'll stay afloat. We'll just sneak in as a 7 seed.
Man.
That to me would be malpractice.
Now and I love that. We've been talking about windows being open, shut, stuck. But let's put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Evan, our first one of the day. In regard to the Warriors being championship contenders with what they're facing with their roster now, who's available, who's not, where's that window in Evan Giddings' prism?
Well, what's the window?
Championship or getting to the finals.
I don't think they're getting the finals, Goo.
I think it's shut.
Yeah, I don't think they can win a championship.
Yeah. And I wonder if they know that. Maybe that's why they didn't do too much. Or they tried and didn't come up with anything. And, now you got Williams and Niang.
Yeah, the Warriors roster was effectively finalized yesterday. They signed Brandon Williams and George Niang. So the Warriors got their 15 guys. Curry, Pods, Melton, Williams, Richard, Draymond, Butler, Lendeborg, Moody, Santos, Niang, Peyton, Porzingis, Horford, Bassie. Does the fact that they complete their summer have people feeling any different? What was the feeling at the end of last summer? We're discussing Kuminga every single day and his contract, but what was the feeling for Golden State?
And I love that you brought that up. And we had Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, on. Remember that during the summer and watching him work out, and he got his deal. But I still was blinded and naivete to the fact that Kuminga was going to bust out and be the Minnesota version when they played Minnesota in the playoffs that season. So I don't have that at my disposal to get excited about. I'm not necessarily, I know I'm not about Niang. I do like Wood. I like him. I've always liked him. So we'll see. But just the fact that we're asking Steph to carry us on that knee, that runner's knee, I don't feel good about that. And I guess that's why I'm skeptical, man. Like who's calling, and I'm not saying they're not, right now, who's saying, watch out for the Warriors?
Well, nobody is. But I think that's why they can exceed those expectations.
Right.
I don't think people expect anything out of the Warriors this year. Do you?
No.
So they can exceed that.
Yeah, I kind of likened it. Could they pull, I know it's different sports, a 12-win season off like the Niners did when we kind of counted them out in season with all the injuries?
Well, but see, all right, this is the difference. I think the Warriors can be better than what people are making them out to be. But you're leaping to them winning a playoff series. That's where I stop.
Well, no, I said Operation Play-In, and somebody's coming down my road, my boy B. Pena. Come on, Goo, it ain't that bad. Okay, hey, I'm here for it, but I know we don't have Jimmy and Moody. I know we made additions. I'd like to see Steph and that knee. But other than that, I just feel like this team, we're destined to get to the play-in.
Yeah, but you can still get into the play. Like, to me, it's about getting to the playoffs. And if it's through the play-in, then that's fine. Right. You've seen them win playoff series from the 7 seed. You haven't seen them win championships, and that's where I think we got to just leave that at the door. We talking titles and championships, hell,
that's on hold for me.
Well, Steph Curry said we got to recalibrate our thought process. We can't be talking championships right now until there's something to tangibly look at and at least see that they're a decent squad.
Yeah, and there's some fallout from my 90-win prediction with the Giants to where I've kind of learned my lesson, and I want to do something different this year in regard to my Warrior optimism. And now I'm just saying, hey, the play-in, and maybe that'll mean the second round, or they get to the Western Conference. Reverse devil tongue. That's all I got. So B. Pena, leave me alone. Like every year, I'm the pinata of optimism, and it's taking something out your boy. So now I'm just like, hey, what if they should? You got some names, some champs: Horford, Porzingis, Curry, Dre. And if you're telling me we get a healthy Melton and Potts takes another step, and now we got Yaxel, who's to say? And let's another rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control. If you want it on said night in the NBA, Evan, more than the other team, I don't think that plays well in the NFL. You can a good team could give you a C-plus effort and still win the game by 2 touchdowns or 10 points. Who's to say if the Warriors wanted more in the regular season on said night that they can't go get it?
I think there's going to be a talent gap on some nights, but you're right. Look, and maybe the schedule works out for them the way it did a couple of years ago when they took advantage of a soft schedule down the stretch and streaked to the 7 seed. It's just like
we needed that.
But being a play-in team doesn't mean that you can't be a playoff team. I mean, the top 6 is difficult for them. I just think that, again, seeing the roster as it stands today and with it being effectively finalized, it's like, okay, Yaxel Lendeborg has a chance to impact winning his rookie season. He looks like right now a good pick.
Right, like Strickland.
You got a couple players in here that are typically healthy and play a lot of games. Those are 3 obvious differences from last year's team when they came in. And that to me is why your optimism, it doesn't have to be conference finals or championship. I think that's what we need to look at.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I want to do the exercise with you.
But it's like that's almost not good enough. Like them making the playoffs is not good enough.
No, I'll fight against that or tell whoever's thinking that way, call me, come see me, Union City, Queen Anne Drive. Come see me, because who are you to think like that? We didn't make the playoffs. So who are we to say it's not good enough? And that's why I'm saying the play-in, Operation Play-in, I'll take, Evan, predicated on we use that as a bridge to get into the playoffs. But that's me growing up and being realistic. I was just going to ask you right now, I'm going to go over some teams in the West, and you just say yay or nay. if you think the Warriors are better than them. The Thunder.
Nay.
The Spurs.
Nay.
Shout out Nay. The Nuggets.
Hilario. Or was it Hilario? Hilario Nene.
I liked them. The Lakers.
Nay.
The Rockets.
Nay.
The Timberwolves.
Nay.
Now I'm going to pause the exercise and go to the bottom 5 of the West, teams that the Warriors finished ahead of, and we're going to use that batch for me to say, is there anybody in that batch that you might say have surpassed us? The Kings?
No.
The Jazz?
The Jazz will be better. The Jazz will be better. I don't think they'll pass the Warriors.
Okay, Memphis?
No.
Dallas?
No.
I feel like there's a possibility there. And the Pelicans?
No. Although you seem to really like Mathurin, who just signed with them today.
I don't know but maybe I can't make it GM. Dude, he was a bucket in Indiana. I like what he did against the Clippers.
Volume shooter who doesn't pass.
And can guard a little bit. Had he been Arden Niang, I would be like, Evan, we got something. But he cost a little more than Niang, too.
Well, he's not making a lot of money. I mean,
2 for 16.
I think it might have been 18. But the point is, he wanted 25 or 30. You know, it actually.
Get that.
No, but that is interesting, though, because I think that if the Warriors are negotiating with someone like Brandon Podziemski, that impacts his market price.
No, that's wow.
You know, Mathurin is a much different player than Pods is, but
I like him.
Pods ain't getting $20 million. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Also on the other side, there was a list put out today, written by Monty Poole, about some of the transactions. I know it feels like we might be coming down the Warriors road, so I want to use it. The first 5, the best transactions under the Lacob and Guber regime. Some of these, I want to see if we can guess, and then we're going to make our guesses for the final 5 to wrap up the show. And then, of course, we got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs coming up at 1:45. All that ahead on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. We're back after this on Stein and Guru.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it. Niners! It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
This hour is brought to you by Chase Inc. Credit Cards. Earn on everyday business purchases with Chase Inc. credit cards. It's cash back built for every business. Compare options and see details at chase.com/inc.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief.
1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any two offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on the DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Okay, hold up. What is that?
It's new Tide Evo.
That little white tile is laundry detergent?
Yep, Tide Evo is a super concentrated laundry detergent that's built different because it's packed with 6 layers of cleaning power that fight odors, stains, dinge, and extra work. And it smells so good.
New Tide Evo. Love it or your money back. Money back guarantee issued via prepaid card by mail. See Tide.com for details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, one more segment left till the crossover. I think
You
we're
and
doing
Will
pretty
are
well
good?
today.
You know what? You cool? Don't need me to do anything, do you?
I don't care.
Okay, I'm playing. That was fun.
No, he'll come in and tell me where where I was right and where I was wrong.
That's the best. Will.
That's all right, Willard. You know what? Actually, that made me feel like Steiny yesterday.
Oh, no, you were.
That is what made me feel like Steinmetz.
Yeah, that was great.
Well, I was listening to the show earlier, and here's what you said: boom, 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 boom. This one, I'm with you, kind of. This is where you were wrong, you were wrong, you were wronger, and you were wrongest.
Yeah, he was 0-6. He had nothing on the list. You had 6 things.
Yeah, it wasn't a good day.
And doing radio, you didn't ask, as long as I have, You learn something about yourself, man.
I would hope so. It's been like 10 years.
And I'm telling you, I have mastered and passed this down to my children. Don't let the haters get to you. Especially if you don't have any haters, you're doing something wrong. I got them, but I love the hate. Like, I don't like the nice stuff. I like the hate stuff. But it led me to think last night, and I'm being real because we've talked about this. Evan, I'm really into, I don't think Reggie Jackson, I don't think Magic Johnson, guys in that era, it would be more difficult to play in today's world with social media and so much written about you and your performance, that it's real. And I'm not calling anybody soft, but I just think about that era where it was just a local newspaper and somebody wrote something about you. I could catch Evan in the hallway, and that's it. Evan, this thing is so powerful on all, outfits of life. It can get to you. And I wonder how many athletes, and I'm not judging them if it's gotten to them, everybody's Durant. And everybody's got some Durant in them, if you say you're not. But it just got me to thinking, this is probably the hardest it's been to be a performer in any type of outfit in our society today. It doesn't go away. It just grows, But if you got the mechanism I ain't looking at that stuff because it could tell me I can't act or I can't hit or pitch or hit or tackle. But if you want to find out, and you never know what's real or not, it's hard, son.
So I'm not in Rikers, but I might be on an island about this.
I'll give you a 3.
I just think it's different. I don't think it's any worse or any better.
Ooh.
I think it's different. The pressure on athletes nowadays comes from the phone or the web
or the TV
or the television. Yeah. But people used to crush athletes. I mean, the stuff that people would write, like media members nowadays, we're talking on the radio.
Gotcha.
I can remember growing up just reading a few articles about how guys were bad human beings and, the steroid scandal, gambling, being involved in...
No, you're on fire.
Like, all of that was in paper and people would talk about it, so it's not on the internet. But they would still say terrible things.
No doubt.
You bring this up all the time. Bill Russell had people that wrecked his room and threw
with number 2 on his bed. Yeah.
On his bed. And there were people who would throw blood on athletes' houses. There were people that would, accost their loved ones in the street. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong that the internet is good or bad. But to me, it is a lot different.
Wow. All I can say to that is wow. But what if I told you what it sounds like you just described to me, and you're right. But Evan, I'm just talking about now with everybody on their phone. People can front and act like you're not on your phone. You got kids. It's your best friend now. And the days and the era that you're mentioning, those things happen, continue to happen. But Evan, there was just an X date, I believe, on it. You read the paper, you put the paper down. Now you got all these shows. You got all, like it's a 24/7. It used to go to sleep. The hate. I'll just call it the hate. Now the hate just grows. And I'm not saying anybody's weak, even Durant. But Evan, you can't tell me you wouldn't be up at night like, man, I had a bad performance. Let me just, it just continues to grow. And I just wonder, and we'll never really know, right, how much it really affects players or athletes game in, game out that we don't know. We've heard Curry told us, Steph Curry at halftime, Draymond said would get on the phone just to see what they're saying on Twitter. And he's Superman, so he could kind of, let me put my cape on, I'm going to shake it or do whatever if he had a bad half. But my point is, Evan, it's human nature for athletes to care. But now I'm just talking about everybody that is a performance-based. I mean, it's there for you. You can have the power and your prerogative to kind of, I'm going to go away from it. But my point is, it's just growing and it doesn't sleep.
No, but that's why, again, I find it to be different pressure, and you're right. Like,
different pressure.
I think people just nonchalantly say, hey, why would you look at that stuff? Why would you read bad things?
Right.
But you're right that it's totally human for you to hear a criticism of you and that to stick with you. that's who I am. Like, whenever I get praise, it goes through one ear out the other. But whenever someone says anything rude about me, that's not like, no, maybe it's because I wonder if they're right. Not because I don't, not because they're being mean.
Right now. I love it.
No, I don't mind people being mean. Is what hits you is when you wonder if they're right about you. Like, that's what sticks with me.
That's deep.
I think that's always been there. And I think that always will be there. Whether it's someone who's got an egg-shaped icon who's talking to you on X, whether it's one of our lovely members of our text line or YouTube chat.
Yeah, I got a lot of, right?
Yeah, but I think athletes dealt with that in sometimes harsher ways. It's just me. I think now there's more of a consistent feed, if you will, of criticism, whether it's constructive or not. But the idea that athletes back in the day had it easier, again, I don't know. Wow. I wasn't there. You dealt with it more than I did, so I defer to you. But there still was a lot of pressure to perform. I was watching this documentary about Jesse Owens and the Berlin Olympics that he had to race in. And the pressure on him, not just to perform in front of the Fuhrer, Hitler, because of what he was represented to his skin, but he represented America. And that to me is a pressure that if there was social media, if there were talking heads or pundits or shows, that pressure was still going to be there. And it was pressure that made things unbelievably difficult for him. And his anxiety, he talked about, he couldn't sleep. He had cold sweats. Hell, I believe it was, who's my guy? Roger Maris. When Roger Maris was chasing Babe Ruth's home run record, his hair fell out. And he was on the same, and Yankees fans, the fan of the team that he played for, didn't want him to break the record. They wanted Mickey Mantle to break the record.
That's incredible.
He was hearing about it in the streets. He was hearing about it in papers. I'm not comparing the two between Jesse Owens and Roger Maris, but I'm saying
I get it.
There's pressure no matter what era of sports you compete in.
That was elegant. That was well said, E. And it hit me like, man, my man's hair fell out, and some people on his team, didn't want him to break the record. Just think about that. I guess all I'm saying to you is everything that you're talking about, you would think you were the older one here, is so real. But I guess what I'm saying, Evan, is now this vessel of social media, I think, multiplies the natural and it being there times a million. And I know we're a sports station, but I'll just talk about like Siskel and Ebert, the actors. Back in the day, you had a column once a week and somebody would write about your movie in your review, and those were the guys, Shaq and Kobe, Siskel and Ebert. But now, Evan, this thing, if you're an actor, a producer, whatever, and you want to just get a critique, it doesn't die, it just grows. And I guess it's all on the individual on how much you let that stuff bother you.
Yeah,
but to hear Jesse Owens had anxiety, I didn't know that. I don't know why I'm shocked, but now I'm wondering if this were around, how much that anxiety would have, hurt his performance.
It might sound weird, but I think it would be normalized. Like, we have phones now, so you've become conditioned to this idea that everyone's going to talk about you. All right, Guru gives a take today. Some people are going to love it. Some people are going to say you're crazy. Some people are going to say mean things. Some people are going to say nice things. So you've been conditioned over time to expect a lot of feedback. Well, you meant, Siskel and Ebert? Yeah. The one column a week?
Yes.
Well, they were conditioned to when that column came out, it was appointment reading to find out what people think about you. And that might dictate your week or your day.
I love it. But what if, let me just interject here, but there wasn't a continuance of, and you're right, if you were the subject matter and it wasn't a good one, it follows you all week. But what if there was something new to your bad performance every day of the week? And that's what cycle we're in. And I'm not and I don't see it changing anytime soon, but I'm just thinking of these young high schoolers, even the ones before them. Well, what we're doing now just in our world, it is so easy. And I hope I'm not coming off soft here. It is so easy to try to get in someone's head. And you talk about, okay, hey, Guru, they clipped you and they put you on social media. Evan, what if I told you this part? Some people hate Goo, and no matter what I say, I got a cure for cancer, they're going to hate the take just because they hate me already. But that gives, you know what I'm saying? So you can't win in a sense.
Yeah, but I think that's a tale as old as time. I mean, there are people you went to middle school with you just didn't like. And they grow up and they're probably way different than they are when they were, 12 years old. You still don't like them, but that's your choice. I mean, you can choose to evolve and appreciate how they've matured as individuals, or you can just say, yeah, Tommy from 8th grade was a D.
Yeah,
that guy freaking sucked.
And I think Reggie Jackson, if I went up to him, Mr. Jackson, this you guys had it easy. He probably would want to rip me a new one.
Yeah, probably. Well, he called me Eric.
That was great.
No, that was. I actually found that quite endearing.
No, he was feeling you.
Yeah, the one time I got to talk to Reggie Jackson.
So a nothing burger-y with just the social media, or would you say, I can see where you're putting down?
No, I totally understand it. I'm not disagreeing with you as much as I just think it's a different kind of pressure. To me, it's like comparing athletes from different eras. So all the time. All right, you say...
and I hate it. I swear I do.
Well, you do it all the time.
No, I like comps.
Who's in your top 5?
It's Kobe.
Yeah.
And again, my top 5 is predicated on who my eyes saw in person. You have a problem with that premise?
No.
Like, I want to say Kobe.
Yeah.
Shaq.
Number 4.
Jordan.
Number 3.
That's 3. Who was my 4th?
Curry.
Steph.
Number 2.
Thank you, Evan. You know your boy.
Wilt.
No, and I had Hakeem.
Well, a couple of those guys are from different eras.
Yeah, but hold on, Evan.
Whoever's in your top 5, that's not the point.
Yeah.
Your top 5 is great.
Yeah.
I'm saying that some of those players are from different eras, and it's hard to compare what Steph did to what Olajuwon did to what Elgin Baylor did to what George Mikan did.
Right.
That's my point.
Yeah. And that's why I always say Shaquille O'Neal, forget, Hakeem had more of a bag than him. And other centers was the most unstoppable force I've ever seen on a basketball court, because I didn't see Wilt or, other guys. But Shaquille O'Neal, for me, Evan, I saw, it was like a monster on the court that couldn't be stopped. And they had to come up with Hack-a-Shaq. So I know you're like, where are you? Okay, thanks. You like Shaq. But Evan, I just think this phone or this thing we call social media is bigger than just sports, but the critique is there all the time. What you laughing at?
No, our guy Brendan in the chat said, what is Hakeem going to do with Shaq?
Like, dude, it's real.
Well,
Shaq,
he did do something against him.
He was almost 300, but it was muscle,
They beat
man.
him in the finals. He didn't beat evolved Shaq. He beat young Shaq.
But he swept him.
This is
but you get what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I do, kind of. From the 310.
Yeah.
Guru talks about how he's fueled by the haters, then turns around and says he wouldn't be able to handle all the haters. So which one is it?
No, I don't remember saying I'm fueled by the haters and couldn't handle the haters. I've mastered the haters.
You were telling people their tears are your PEDs, basically.
Then give it to me again.
Their tears, the haters, their tears are your anabolic steroids.
No, I said the haters are my food now. Like, I want I said that. I want the Kenny. Like I told my kids, never let nobody control how your day's going to go when I would drop them out of school. And I mean that. So nobody will ever get in my mind to where I'm going to be flummoxed and I'm like, I'm going to be bad. I'm going to be bad. That's on me. But Evan, there are some guys and gals we don't know in all sectors of life to where their job is based on performance, to where social media is a detriment if you allow it to be.
Well, that's why I give credit to people who put it past them more than
Do you respect Durant?
I take credit away.
Do you respect? I kind of respect Durant now more because because he tells us what he's doing, but then he goes out and balls.
Yeah, Durant doesn't really get a whole lot of respect from me. You know who does? Steph Curry. Because Steph lives in an era of social media.
I hear everything.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't respond to it. That's the difference to me. Okay, so someone who lives in an era where media coverage impacts everybody. And again,
I love that. What an umbrella.
You go back to the 1970s and maybe it's the newspaper or the radio, whatever is the medium that you consume back in your day. Okay, so every athlete has to live with that coverage. The ones that adjust to it and don't let it get to them are the ones that I give more respect to. It's not that I take away respect from other people.
I like that. That's real.
But Steph Curry lives in a cell phone, social media driven generation
and
of
he'll
sports.
check at halftime what they're saying. He's admitted that.
He's admitted to that.
Okay.
But he doesn't let it affect him.
Right.
Or at least not that we can tell.
But he's so gifted.
That's
at
why
that.
he gets credit.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's could we call that a personal skill, a mental skill, where Durant might let it affect him?
Well, LeBron and Draymond and other people don't have that.
Yeah, and it gets to them, but they're human. And our girl Estimated Eyes, I don't know if she's saying it because I'm getting some love, E, and it ain't love because I'm stating the obvious too.
Or you just interpret it as love.
No doubt.
Sure.
But she says, Goo, we've almost forgotten how to live without social media. And she's right.
Well, that's a fact. Yeah,
so
that is a fact.
I love that you admit that, man, because I'm like, it's like my new TV or news.
But again, you've been conditioned to it because you've lived long enough that you have lived without cell phones. And you're still on social media more than, maybe not all your friends, but more than a lot of people I know. You know, it's the same way. All right.
Well, I would like to see that listed. That's right. Well, damn, E. But anyway, I get what you're saying.
No, but that's, you've adapted in your way. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, it's like, okay, so I can be a young person. I have one of my best friends. I was in his wedding a couple years ago. He's from college. He doesn't do social media. He doesn't have LinkedIn. He doesn't have Instagram.
Seriously.
He doesn't have Facebook. X.
Nothing.
His wife posts all the stuff about their kids and their family. So I find out by following her, but I don't hear from him unless it's in our group chat and he's texting me his immaculate grid scores. Like I don't know what this guy does in his life.
Like I want to meet him because that's what I guess. But
well, he's pretty boring.
Evan, but see, I look at social media like it's for sports, one, and then the entertainment, two. But then I know you're not going to believe this. When I see guys in the media get into it that we know or whatever, I know you think, oh, let me go get some cheese and crackers and I'm going to watch Evan and Kenny fight. I kind of tune out now. Like I'm not in it for that part of it. I like, that's my news, and that's where the reporters are dropping their news first now. But it is just interesting maybe I need to take a page of what Estimated Eyes said. Evan, I got to tell you a story. I'm all over. This was Saturday.
That's why we love you.
Me and I were running late. She was driving. Oh, it was to the game. It was to the game. To the night game, Sunday night, Rockland. To my league game.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Okay, but
Your
we were
exhibition.
late. Okay, exhibition. But we were late.
Yeah.
We got to the light, and I didn't have my phone, and the 1980s Daryl wanted to say, it'll be there when I get back. I didn't yell, turn this thing around, because I needed the phone. I got there on time, but she couldn't believe that I couldn't go without the unit. Like Evan, I said, I'll get out the car. I need my phone. Busted a Huey, got the phone, got back in the car, and she kind of just gave me a look of like, you're in the system. An addict. I needed the phone, E.
Well, a lot of people do. I mean, the first thing I do every single day is wake up and it doesn't have to be Instagram, but it'll be something. I just tap it. All right, let me ask you this, though.
I'm sorry. I know TMI.
No, so it sounds like in order to get your cell phone, as you were headed to a basketball game, pick up league,
hour
league
and a half. I'll be back in 2.
You would be willing to turn around and show up in the second quarter of that game just to get your cell phone.
Now you're being dramatic and you're doing too much. Had I known it would have been, or there was a possibility.
People are tweeting about you in this game, Gil.
No, E, but what does that say? I needed it. And Kenny, I said, turn it around. And she turned, but she gave me a look of like, you need to look in the mirror. Well, but I know I'm not by myself.
Maybe we really do need to go to this island because I heard there's no Wi-Fi, there's no roaming, and we just need to get off the grid.
E, I camp deer hunt. I would have a good time.
But that's the thing. You tell me all these stories about how you go and you hunt for elk and you shoot squirrels and rabbits, and you're just off the grid for days. Things, You and Norm.
Well, we're older now, E.
Well,
Norm's retired, but I'm retired basically, but.
You're not retired.
The social media addiction is real. And I'm worried about this next generation, E, because it ain't going nowhere. It's just getting worse.
Yeah, it is only going to get worse, especially when they have those, like the what's it called? You can go into some sort of verse.
What are you saying?
No, you can put glasses on and They're like video games where you can go into what's it called?
Like the metaverse?
No, the virtual reality.
Virtual reality.
VR.
Yeah.
Rutherford's got it.
What?
Yeah, he watched a lot of stuff on it, but yeah, it's just like
in 15 years, kids will not be playing with each other in real life.
That's terrible.
This is what I believe wholly. They'll be on their VR machines. They'll be in these alternate places like, hey, you want to go get ice cream today? Yeah, sure. Okay, let's actually jump into a video game and go to a make-believe ice cream place to talk.
I am AI.
But you won't actually be next to each other.
Yeah, that's wow. And this guy, you jive, he fell for the Steiny jive. He's saying a guy like Steiny ignores social media. Goo has a social media obsession. Steiny's on IG, so that counts the bucket. You might not be on Twitter, but you're on Instagram, you're on social media. I'm sorry.
No, I got to tell you, what does piss me off about some old people, and I do very much respect my elders, but the idea that they're not on social media when they are is a lie. You're on Facebook. You scroll on Instagram. If you're watching your clips or your reels,
just own it.
It's okay.
Yes.
You're more like us than you realize.
That's all.
And I think that's the part that bugs older people.
I know I have a problem. I'm trying
it's
to
okay
fix it.
to be young.
Wow.
Or to cling to youth. That's why I asked Willard about that the other day. I bet he'll say the same thing. Hey, do you cling to youth? No, please, no.
That's a 4 for your Willard.
No, I wouldn't do that. No.
Yeah, we got to have you. I'm going to put you on the spot. That's a great Willard.
You cling to youth? Yeah, you absolutely do.
Oh,
just don't realize you do it. You've all been conditioned.
Yeah, but I feel better now. I got that out, man. But it's powerful vessel.
I'll be conditioned in 20 years. We'll be right there together. Yep. All right. The Valkyries, they're back in action tonight, taking on the Suns. The Sun in Connecticut at 4 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. All brought to you by Unstoppables. Unstoppables. The official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident. Stay in the moment. You hear that, Goo? Stay in the moment.
There it is.
Get off of social media and smell Unstoppable. So try Unstoppable's laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. Crossover coming up next. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. We're Caltrans on the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Hey, it's Willard for Kalshi. College football is back. And so are the predictions. Who makes the playoffs, wins their conference? How about the national title? Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, lets you trade those predictions in a live market. Ohio State is favored to win the national championship, currently trading at 13%, meaning a $100 trade pays out $725 if they win it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app. Use my code Willard to get $20 when you trade $20. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for details. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
The haters are my food now. Like I told my kids, never let nobody control how your day's going to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Evan Giddings, in for Matt Stein, Mr. Charlie Goober Johnson, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. What's going on, fellas? Yep, happy hump day.
Dan Stribley. Yeah,
I'll give you 3. That's pretty good.
We changed his name yesterday.
Yeah.
Dan Stribley.
It's strategic.
Right?
I think it'll help his brand.
And we actually talked yesterday. If he has a 10-catch game, I'm going to the courthouse and changing it legally. It'll be Dan Stribley.
Well, that also probably means that the boss would just say, well, you had 10 catches because, you're basically set up to do that, and the defense just sort of laid off to you. And you could probably be crisp on your routes and stuff, and, you probably should be better and stuff.
Are you trying to do a Kyle Shanahan impersonation right in front of Dan Stribley?
It was pretty good.
That is racy.
Well, he was
very, very forward.
He was about 3 ums away, and honestly, not quite monotone enough and stuff.
But that was okay. I just found out the man has in his pocket a Willard impression and did it on the fly. And I told on air that I'm going to have you do it in front of Mark. You got dibs. Just get ready.
It wasn't as an impression as much as it was just the response that I felt like.
Yesterday.
No. It wasn't from yesterday.
You were just mad. No, what? Yeah, okay, what was it?
No, actually, it was you were mad when I asked you if you cling to youth, and you're like, no, I don't cling to youth.
I don't even remember. You asked me if I cling to youth?
Well, you clearly don't because you don't remember. It's a couple weeks ago.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
No, it wasn't an impression. It was just a response.
Well, I had fun with it.
I know.
Before we get to sports, can I just tell you what Goose brought to the table?
A third person.
You bring a lot to the table.
The best hamburger in the States is the Baconator from Wendy's. And I said what I said. And I'd just like to know your number one and your number one when you used to partake in the burgers.
Well, I'm back partaking.
Oh, you're back.
I've been back.
What's the used to? I mean,
he went vegan.
No, I
30
know.
years.
Right,
Yeah.
you.
Oh, you're vegan for 30 years?
Not vegan, but vegetarian for 30.
Gotcha.
Yeah, clean 30. Yeah.
Shout out Steph.
That's why he's so angry.
Give us your
First of all,
He's
I'm
not
not that angry.
constipated, though.
If you want angry, talk about the Dodger owner, and you'll get angry from this guy. That's angry.
No.
And coming up at 4 o'clock,
An extra $80 million a year.
It's so tiny for me for Will.
I don't even care about the owner. I just want Dodger fans to eat it.
There you go.
Take your braggy, shove it in your hip pocket.
I don't think they're winning
and go. I don't care if they win it. They may win it again. But stop telling everybody, well, our owner's amazing. And don't you wish you had our owner?
The whole time.
And we would have won 8 in a row if it weren't for those mean Astros who do things that are under the table. Eat it, Dodger fan. You're dirty. Everybody's dirty. Just eat it. Admit it. Take a playoff. That's my take.
There it is.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's angry.
Yeah.
Give me the burger.
And that's coming up. It's not Wendy's. Wendy's is like the James Madison of burgers. Honestly,
it's my burger.
That's pretty good.
It's great.
That's a really good
Like
take.
it got invited to the championship, but it shouldn't have?
Right. I mean, the Wendy's burger is like the 12 seed.
That
and like,
patty is
I
mean,
mean, maybe
Diz.
you won the, I don't know, if it's the fast food bracket. Like, okay, the mid-major bracket.
Are they still doing square burgers?
Yeah, somebody reminded me. It's not
I
a
thought you
patty
meant the
Goose.
actual president, not the school.
Dude.
Which was still a good comparison.
That always bothered me. Just make a square bun
But
if
it's
you're going to
good,
make a
man,
square
and
burger.
it's real meat.
Don't have corners flying out the sides of the burger.
Where's Willard's number one burger at?
Oh, my God. Are we talking fast food or just in general?
Just in general.
Anywhere.
Evan came up with, good Lord.
The Culver's Butter Burger to me is elite.
Supermarket dibs.
It's not a supermarket.
But
it's a fast food chain in the Midwest. You got to live in undisclosed locations.
The other place that was a supermarket.
That's pretty neat.
Oh, Janum's Market, the one in Potrero Hill. Well, that was for the local guys and gals. Yeah. It's like a Royale with cheese.
So you don't have one. It's okay.
Thank you, Samuel L. Jackson.
I have like 25. Yeah, no, don't take that silence as like I don't have one.
I know Will like
I'm trying to work my way. Yeah.
That is true. The time of day does depend, or state of mind does kind of factor into how good the burger can be.
If you're doing quick burgers, to me, the most underrated that I think more people should talk about in this conversation is the Habit.
That's what Kenny said, and they make a damn good burger. Not Wendy's, though.
They rock this thing, and their burgers are round, which I appreciate. Gosh, as far as outside of that, there's a restaurant in Mill Valley called Bungalow 44 that has a jammin' burger.
Okay.
Jammin' burger.
There it is.
Yeah. But
got that out the way.
There's a bunch of those.
People are saying, for as much of a culinary artiste as you are, Goo, your favorite pizza's Round Table and your favorite burger's from Wendy's.
I'm simple. Someone said we know.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Round Table
is the last honest pizza.
Yeah, I mean,
it is incredible. I've been to Chicago, New York, chasing pizza.
Be careful.
Round Table is special, man. It just is. I'm
so
sorry.
good.
I'm getting
So
excited.
good.
Yeah.
I love Round Table. Sometimes they charge you $64
It's the
for
word.
a pizza.
It's expensive.
I'm like, what happened? I thought I was here to get a pizza. And they're like, yeah, that'd be $64.72.
It is high.
I'm like, what the hell just happened? But okay, all right.
I mean, what is not $64.72 anymore? Like, I was trying
Domino's.
I was trying to get lunch yesterday here in the
Niners
city.
receiver.
I'm looking at it like trying to figure out what I'm going to get, and it's like, oh yeah, that sounds good. boop, boop, boop. That's going to be like $27 for a this and that. Or you go there, it's going to be 19 plus tip. And, plus we got to pay the people for their health care. And I love that. And it's all a fee that I'm willing to pay. But if you come in the city, it's hard to get lunch for under 20 anymore.
Those days are over.
Right. Yeah.
Well, but you guys bring food to the office.
Yeah, you got to bring it.
He does.
I always bring it.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, okay, so something we were talking about before you came in. Goo believes that it is, and I'm not saying he's wrong, I just think it's different, that the introduction of social media has made the pressure on athletes nowadays much more difficult than, say, 20, 30 years, just prior generations.
And the whole spectrum, coaches, everything. No matter what, if you're an actor,
there's always a camera,
whatever.
People are always talking about you.
It's powerful.
It's tougher.
I buy that. I sort of feel like that for all human beings. Like,
that's what I said.
Go to a high school. The anxiety is absolutely off the charts because that's what everybody is staring at all day long and comparing themselves and dealing with people's responses to how they look and all. It's really rough. I think. But yeah, to your point on the sports angle, where my mind goes on that? That's always a nod I've given. I don't like doing the debate anymore. None of us do. It's too played out. But the whole LeBron MJ thing, one thing I always enter into that conversation is that LeBron played with social media and Michael didn't. And I think that's a significant difference.
Man.
I mean, Michael actually, he kind of got into the early days of it when, the thing happened with his dad, and it was, it was more not social media, but it was
imagine
more about
that being around
the Inquirer or whatever it was. And so the media attention was starting to ratchet up. And so I do think that it's kind of both ways where LeBron James, yes, he's much more of a victim of the era, but he's also able to weaponize it. And Steph Curry,
no question.
he's able to.
He's looking at it.
Steph Curry is able to go to China and have, his brand, and Klay Thompson, the same thing. And you're able to globalize and be much more of a presence based on social media.
They've both built shows on social media. I mean, LeBron and golf are completely right now our knowledge. Our knowledge of it is completely and totally through social media. And doesn't he have, I think, a show where he...
Yeah, YouTube channel now, just started.
And he brought the Cavalier championship team out there on the golf course, and they all had a competition. And, so I just, to me, it's a significant difference. I always felt like when LeBron got into the playoffs, his legacy was debated after every possession. Like, literally, if he turned the ball over, it's like, see, he not MJ. They're like, well, wait a minute. I mean,
with social media saying that, which it doesn't sleep. That's what I was just trying to tell Evan.
You have to learn to.
But Evan broke down back in the past. They had that, but it was papers. It went to bed.
Right.
But now it's just 24/7.
I just feel like we're conditioned, no matter what era we're in, to deal with whatever the media coverage is. No offense. To you guys, it sounds weird to be sometimes covered every single day or talked about every single day because. You didn't grow up with that in middle school or high school, just people tweeting about you or instant messaging, whatever it is. Whereas I'm not saying kids don't have more anxiety nowadays because they're exposed to more, but they're also going to be better prepared to deal with it when they grow up because they're conditioned by it. I think it's the same for athletes. I don't take away respect from guys that handle it poorly as much as I will give more respect to those that handle it with grace. Steph, to me, is one of one because he is in a generation where social media drives everything in sports, and yet it doesn't bother him. He's the outlier. He's the exception to the rule, and that's why, to me, he deserves to be given a lot of credit for that.
That's true, and I also think that, athletes especially have to comport themselves differently now as opposed to, in the Magic Johnson era where, the stories are that Magic would finish a game and shake hands and then go back to his own private room. And,
I heard him.
Magic would have his...
That's why he always had a smile.
Right. So, he would have his post-game moments, and now it's okay, there's a cooling off period, and then there's this, and there's that, and whatever. But everything now is scrutinized, whether it's, Chris Paul trying to, sneak through the tunnel and, fight somebody in an arena, or, Draymond Green in a podcast.
Funny you brought that up. So I don't know if you guys have heard this story. That wasn't the first time that tunnel had been used at Staples. And one of the teams that used that tunnel was the Golden State Warriors.
Wait, back up. What's the story?
So remember
What's the tunnel?
Remember Chris Paul? It was Clippers Rockets. I don't know if it was a playoff series or a regular season game. They got in a fight where Chris Paul used this, supposed secret tunnel that connects the locker rooms to go and get at James Harden or whoever it was. What I heard is that when the Warriors were playing the Clippers in the 2014 playoffs, that there was also a similar, and it wasn't discussed, the similar dust up. And there were two guys that led the charge on the Warriors. One of them was Jermaine O'Neal, and the other was Steph Curry.
Wow.
So he's the real Chris Paul, essentially. Is the original Chris Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah, he stole his ankles and then stole his tunnel.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like I need a therapist because Evan came up with a wonderful idea, and we paid homage, 10 years of Kaepernick kneeling?
Yeah.
And it's just fascinating when you just take a step back on sports life, on how people, they pop and then it goes away. And I just want to ask you to, Cap, I'll never unforget the kissing of the biceps. He was a star. What happened to his play? And do you think the kneeling was what happens to his play? Because I know it subsided before that drama popped off. But how often do you see a dude take a team to the Super Bowl, do what he did in the offs, and then just kind of just be gone?
I think it's twofold. I think when you become that big of a talking point in the public space for something that is sort of, I guess, not sports, that's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. Like, has anyone thought about this? And please, before you get mad, I'm not comparing the two people.
Right.
Not even a little bit. I'm a big fan of Colin Kaepernick. But why can't Deshaun Watson throw a football anymore?
I think I know why.
Okay, why?
He can't handle the screw.
There you go. And
you did it to yourself.
And what Colin dealt with was probably 5 times the size of what Deshaun is dealing with. Like, Fox News is talking about you nightly. You can't go to practice without Fox and CNN having an argument in the parking lot. I think that's a lot. But then there's a football side to it too, which is every time something pops in a league,
they make an adjustment.
Everybody goes to the lab and tries to figure you out. And so they went in there and tried to figure the read option out. And sometimes a player doesn't have, that adjustment pitch to throw
when they figure it out. Real quick, do you think it was fair that he got robbed of him making his adjustment to the adjustment? Like it was just the time, it was over. Like
I think he had a chance, but during that chance, all this other stuff is going on. And that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And I love what Steve Weiss said earlier about that. Like, all the quarterbacks who got jobs during that year.
That's when you knew something was up.
He was still out there, and all these bums who got jobs beyond that. But I do think that it goes back to my core point about quarterbacks, where you look at a quarterback and you have to look at the quarterback and who they had. So Kaepernick had Harbaugh, and they go 8-8, and then Harbaugh, goes after Jed York over a bathroom, or get out of this room, you're not a real man, and he gets fired, and then Kaepernick gets Jim Tomsula, and then they don't do well, and then he gets Chip Kelly, and he goes 1-11 as a starter, and so during all that was when he was kneeling and the rest of it, but I do think the narrative changes if he had, I don't know, Shanahan or, LaFleur or McVay, and so I look at put aside what he did, kneel, and if you feel how you feel about that, whatever, that's on you. You can feel however you want. But Kaepernick as a quarterback, he went from Jim Harbaugh, who got him, and he used him in the right way, and then you go Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly back to back. I do think that was a part of the narrative of like, oh, this guy's a bum. That they figured him out.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting for the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, the thing that I just kind of push back against is this idea that he wasn't a good quarterback. Like he was fantastic. Unbelievable for a couple of years. And that Green Bay game against in the divisional round is one that I will never forget. Like, we just kind of went down the list of what are those playoff performances from individuals that just stick out in your mind. It could
Sleepy
be
Floyd.
Yeah, it could be for the 49ers. Exactly. 40 rushes against the Packers. So that's a game that you can't tell me that Colin Kaepernick was not once a damn good football player.
I'm almost more impressed by what he did when he went to Lambeau in the snow and won a playoff game there too.
That was the one for
NFC title game on the road when you're down multiple scores. Like, I don't know, stuff like that.
I got you.
I mean, in a way, not to. I mean, these two could not be more different, but this is a constant conversation with the 49er fan base, which is, what did the quarterback actually do? Kaepernick, Jimmy Garoppolo, and,
when do you think that started? With Kyle's,
I guess that's what crystallized it. But we've had, forget the part in between Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan, but outside of that, 49ers have had a really good coach for a long time and have been to 3 Super Bowls during that window. And when you have a really, really good coach, I do think sometimes people are like, that's somewhat more of the engine than the quarterback. We're still playing that game here.
Well, and play that with Alex Smith, for example, who was here, and it's like, oh my God, number 1 overall, he's a bum, and he was not great here, and he had a different coach and a different coordinator, and then he goes and gets Andy Reid, and now you're a playoff quarterback every single year.
To the Titans, but yeah.
Right, but I mean, all of a sudden Alex Smith is like, oh my God, he must have gotten better. No, he got into a better situation.
Yeah, well, and then, of course, that bled into our conversation that Weiss sort of led us into about the gap, if you will. His point was, if you give the Niners health, and the word of the summer is if, he feels like there's a credit card between the 49ers, the Rams, and the Seahawks. And, I don't think a lot of people have given that credence just because, I don't know, like, do you guys think it's just recency bias, or there's just this assumption that whether it's the Warriors or the Niners, that these guys are just not going to stay healthy. And it's almost like getting your hopes up by saying, yeah, I think that George Kittle can play 15 games, or Christian McCaffrey can still touch the ball 300 times and be a good running back. It's like, no, you can't say that. You can't say that. Otherwise, you're living in fairyland.
I mean, it's completely wounding to me, and it's fair, I guess. The Rams and Seahawks both within recent memory have won a Super Bowl. They are younger, although the Rams are old in spots too. And the 49ers have been bitten by this bug. And how many times in a row is something going to happen before you just kind of shrug your shoulders and assume that's going to happen? Now, the other side to this is, no matter if Kittle, Bosa, and Trent Williams are more likely to get injured than their counterparts, I still don't know how you predict injury. And you can save this for Steiny when he gets back, because he does this to you every single day.
I mean, we've seen young guys get hurt.
Right, and we've also seen old guys play full seasons.
McCaffrey.
I'll submit to you that there might be a higher percentage, but there is a solid percentage chance for every single one of them in the whole league to get hurt. So I don't know how you predict that. How do you predict the number of games someone's going to play or not play? And I hear a lot of that. Like, I got Kittle for 9 games. It's like, I don't know where this comes from. I sit here. This is how I do August. I get excited about what's going to happen. And I think your mind works this way too, which is, what if it's great? What if it mostly works?
There, yeah.
And the 49ers have a really good roster. And outside of Ricky Pearsall, literally no one right now that projects to be
so you don't
trouble.
have a Jimmy Butler or Moses Moody right now.
Not at all.
You went through that last year. Michael Williams on his way back.
Well, and like Moses Moody was, 24? And it was just like, step, knee, gone. It's a little bit like Ricky Pearsall, and I know he had other injuries, but the one he sustained last year was not an injury that he had in camp. It was just one of those things where you step wrong, you get tackled, PCL. That's a bummer. That's more like Moses, and I think that you could look at the Jimmy Butler one and look a little bit more as, okay, old guy, never had an ACL, and I mean, you kind of can get that. I understand that might be an older player injury, but I don't think you look at those things and think, oh my God, you're injury prone. And we were talking earlier about the Giants, and they've got 19 players right now on the IL. And, they are young guys and they are middle-aged guys. It's not the old guys.
And they're Sacramento River Cats.
Right. So, I don't know. Injuries to me, like Mark was saying, it's really hard to, quote, predict, quote unquote. And so, yeah. I don't know.
I think they're a very good team. That's just, and I say that.
And they won 12 games.
Yeah, like I look at them this is how I look at them right now. There are position groups where I've got questions. I have no idea what Raheem Morris has got in his defensive backfield. I don't know what he's got lined up for us. I would hope the 49ers, I know we're all conditioned to be like, if Bosa's not there, we're going to get maybe 1 sack a game. It better be different than that. That better be their plan. But maybe Nick Bosa will play most of the games. I've got all kinds of questions. I just don't see anything in this moment that puts in Sharpie that the 49ers are injured or in trouble. They've got a really good roster. Is there some age on the offense? There's no question.
And the Rams got age.
Not as much. Their quarterback does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Real quick, speaking of the Niners and the Rams, did you guys hear what Shanahan said about Australia?
Ask you to play it, bro.
About Australia?
Yeah.
I swear, I haven't.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday. It was.
You gotta hear it.
Like in the middle of all the Jed stuff.
I was going to ask you to play it. I swear.
I don't know. This is just me. Okay, Kyle Shanahan.
I don't remember this. I was sitting right there. I don't remember this.
Hey, Kyle, do you want to go to Australia?
I mean, I would love to just show up the day before and just play, but I'm not the best when it comes to the science and everything on that stuff. So you ask people who've done it a number of times. You ask people who study it. We take all their opinions in. We've been strongly recommended to, when you got a 19-hour flight and it's a 16-hour something difference. I forgot because I haven't asked since we were making these decisions. But it's a big adjustment on the body. So the recommendation for everybody has been to tell us when to go, and it's made a lot of sense. And I know how our players feel also. I was a little bit on the fence. Science wasn't what I was reported on, and our players weren't at all. So that helped me get off the fence.
Yeah.
What is that? Just
interesting,
a shot at the Rams, or
I don't know if it's a shot at the Rams, but wouldn't you like to talk to their scientists?
Man,
I was going to say, I think they have them.
Yeah, they're not dumb. The Rams aren't like, oh gosh, we don't have any money for scientists, so we'll just guess on this whole thing. I don't know. I'm glad Kyle said that, because that's how all of us regular people would think,
but
right?
To get on a plane that long, because we know it's long, and then subject your body to go perform, I'm thinking pop, sprain, what have you. That's not how I want to do it. I'd want to be there, chill, get accustomed to my surroundings, and then go play some days later.
I get that, and I heard him say, tell me when to go.
He's 40.
Thank you. 40 water. And so I wonder what the question was, because if the question is, how do we go out there and win this game? Well, I think the question about how do you win this game is you go 8 days before, but what is the long-term benefit of going 8 days before or going the day before? I do think those two questions might be different, and I guess we can kind of see it play out, and the Niners have a benefit of their schedule and stuff, and they come home, they got 3 games, and we're going to be here for a long time and stuff, and we have a couple of soft opponents and stuff, and so I wonder what the real question is, because to win that game, I do believe you go a week early and you can win that game and stuff, but how does that affect you on the back end?
Well, some people think that jet lag doesn't hit you for a number of days. So I think my guess, I'm completely guessing.
They don't want to.
And I've referred to this as the hot coals sort of an idea, which is that if we get ahead of the jet lag affecting us, we can sort of outsmart it. The jet lag will hit us, but we'll already be on the way home. And then it'll hit us again, but we've got 10 days to recover. But I'm glad that Kyle talked about the fact that there are scientists who weighed in on this. Rams scientists, your move.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like he wanted to do what Sean McVay wanted to do. Yeah. And he was either talked off the ledge or just was like, yeah.
I'm excited ball is
back. Our guys have told us that if we go there, we might not play great in the front end, but I think, if we're able to fly in and fly out, I think that we have a better chance to recover and not actually acclimate.
It's really good.
That's getting better.
It's really getting better.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I've been working on it.
Do you work on it in the bathroom?
I don't, but in the moment, I try to, whenever the moment strikes, I try to go with it, and so
When does the moment strike, and what does your wife and daughter think about this when you start speaking like that?
Well, we actually don't talk about it at home because they don't know who Sean McVay is. And sometimes I talk really fast, and they don't know what I'm doing. But really, we thought if we fly right away and we fly back, we wouldn't have jet lag. And I think that our guys are up for it. And even if we lose that game, I think that we're more suited to come back and actually do well.
Somebody said you sound like Shasky.
That's
pretty
Sorry.
good.
My son's asleep upstairs.
That's right. That's a
For the next 15
We
years.
probably should do a Shanahan McVay joint press conference.
That would be great.
Upon arrival in Australia.
You got it, Tibbs.
Or maybe we do
You
a
got it.
McVay Shasky at the summit.
Dude, that's great.
What were you going to say?
No, I'm real quick. Evan doesn't know this. I'm mad at the NFL. I'm a 70s baby, so you guys can relate, I think. I remember week 1 used to be Labor Day. Dallas against the Redskins.
start of school used to be Labor Day,
1991.
right?
What happened? Why are we wasting a week? We could have Labor Day, friends, family, come over for barbecue and kick off the end. What happened? What am I missing?
Trying to push the Super Bowl to Valentine's Day. That's what.
That's what Evan said.
Yeah.
Well,
Those
that's
that
right.
know.
Everybody gets to save.
Wheeler knows,
Get
huh?
to save
Yeah,
your
he's locked in.
$300 on that fancy dinner this year.
Well, and once
Oh, geez, don't do that.
Once we get to 18 games and it's a 20-game schedule with 2 buys, we'll be back to Labor Day. But
20 games.
and we can get into like this year with the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day.
Evan he's nervous.
Like,
It's going to be Valentine's themed Super Bowl party. It's going to be everywhere, I promise.
Does you have to have like a big heart around your TV or something?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
there's going to be what's is it the bingo game? What's it? Quarters or what?
Quarters.
What do you guys? Yeah, squares.
Oh,
yeah, there's going to be
oh.
Valentine's themed squares with different love hearts and themes and things you got to go say to people during commercial breaks. I don't know.
February 13th.
Yeah.
Big night at the restaurants this year.
No doubt.
February 13th.
No doubt.
Seas Candy, get ready. We're coming early this year.
All right. Well, more discussion about Shannon coming up on 95.7.
Tim Kawakami in 15 minutes. Greg Cosell in an hour.
The game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's freaking go, okay? Let's get this week. Let's get through halftime of this week. Willard and Dibs, Tim Kawakami in 15 minutes, and Greg Cosell is coming up in an hour. So that's a big day. That's a big day. And I think that we could probably start out talking to Tim a little bit about this, and maybe even for a few minutes put it out to all of you at 888-957-9570. What are your concerns about the 49ers? I'd like to talk about this less and maybe listen a little bit more, because I've spent the last couple of days talking about how I really wish everybody would just stop worrying so much. I got up today. I took my kid to school. I love both of the Joes. I turned it on and I went, guys, come on. Mike Evans is not, air quotes, hurt. And they're doing a whole thing about, here we go again, about how Kittle shouldn't play and Mike Evans and this. And it's like, I don't know what to say about it anymore. Sure, everybody could get hurt. But I'd love to know the specific concerns about this roster that I think is really good, that you think could be a struggle for them this year, without sort of just doing the Eeyore, well, they're all going to get hurt because they're wearing Niner jerseys, so they're definitely getting hurt.
Right. And I wonder if you think that. My thing earlier today in our thread was, okay, if you assume that people will get hurt, like where are you more bolstered to actually withstand injuries? And I think about the running back position where Kalen Black has looked good, and you've got a running back from last year, and you look at the linebacker core where now you've got additional depth, I think, than, guys who actually flashed last year, and your D-line where you've got Osa Odigizua, and you've got other D linemen in the interior who might be able to withstand a possible injury, and even quarterback, where last year you lost Brock Purdy for 8 games, and you went 5-3 in those games. So if you assume that they will get hurt, and I don't assume that, where are you most likely to be able to hold the line and not completely fall apart?
I'll tell you what I feel like I don't know. There's two pieces of the San Francisco 49ers. You want to get into the X's and O's about it. There's two things that I really cannot tell you if they're going to be good, bad, or somewhere in between. And it's the offensive line and the defensive backfield. I don't know. We're going to have to find out. They could struggle. They could be amazing. Why would the offensive line be amazing? Well, they actually had the number 2 offense in DVOA last year without the benefit of the run game doing very well. And that's the way my brain always works. We'll sit here for an entire offseason and be like, the offensive line sucks, and they had the number 2 offense in the league. So they must have done something right.
Right.
They must have, right? They had to do something right.
And that's a defense-adjusted value over average,
right?
Is DVOA.
Yeah, but we can get into scoring and all of that. Like the 49ers were good, and they did so without the benefit of, for the most part, actual wide receivers that they meant to put out on the field.
And I think if you want to look at that from last year, you could look at a couple of things that are, realities. One was they were number 1 on third down. And the other one is you've got Kyle Shanahan calling the plays. And I'm not going to be the Shanistan that you are, and you live on his couch and the rest of it. But
it's a nice couch.
If you look at what he does and how he's able to scheme up offense, he does things that help you offset the fact that you had a backup quarterback for 8 games. You didn't have your tight end for a few games. You lost your wide receiver again, your number 1 wide receiver for a long time. And you made it work with Jawan Jennings, Jake Tonjes, and, guys who probably you wouldn't want to rely on.
Got a really good quarterback, a really good play caller, and they did, they got some good players back there. Christian McCaffrey's good at football. I think the receiving core this year, sure, they lost Ricky, and I don't know what the health of the whole group is going to be, but my gosh, they got a lot more interesting players this year than they did last year. Even if a couple of them get hurt, to be honest with you. That's how I'll talk about the wide receiver and running back room. You want to know what no one talks about? Instead of just going, oh my God, they might get hurt. Do you know what? They actually have people behind the people this year. If Kalen Black and Jordan James need to play football for a few weeks, I'm good with it. I really am. I don't know exactly how they're going to perform, but it's a wave, in my opinion, and just based on my eyes, and I know neither one of them have played a lot in the NFL, Kalen Black not at all, but I think that this to me could very much look like Jordan Mason did. If needed to be pressed into duty, I think those guys can put yards up for you. And we've already seen one wide receiver go down, and you might still be able to throw out Mike Evans and Deebo Samuel and Dejon Stribling and Demarcus Robinson. Their depth this year makes me way more comfortable in case 1 or 2 of those injuries come along again.
And they probably will. I'm not saying McCaffrey will get hurt, but if you look at his career, the other 2 times he's led the league in touches, that next year he has gotten hurt. And so it's not predictive, but when you get older, it can be something that you look at and think, okay, it's a possibility. It's not a likelihood, but it's something that you would want to definitely look at and defend against. And I think that's why they drafted Kalen Black where they did. And you've got James back from last year, and he's somebody who flashed in about, a quarter or half a quarter when he actually played in the end of the year. So I do think you've got a little bit more of a backing for that. And if you look at the wide receiver spot, you lose Pearsall, but you've got Stribling, and people love him, and maybe Kyle Shanahan loves him less than we do. I think he's being like what you always say, which is undersell and overdeliver, but you've got Evans and Kirk, and you've got Deebo and so many others.
Oh, yeah. Did that bother you yesterday?
No.
A lot of people want to know about Kyle Shanahan basically poo-pooing his kid, Dejon Stribling.
You know what would bother me would be if he came out and said, oh, my God, are you seeing this in the preseason? This guy is, amazing. The sky's the limit for this guy.
Kyle Shanahan asked if Stribling has done more than he expected. Keep that in mind. Important for everybody to know the question that was asked. Has he done more than expected?
I'm sure it is encouraging to see what Dejon Stribling has been able to do through the first 2 preseason games. And is it more than you guys expected at this point in the preseason?
No, the preseason games that don't mean that much to me. And the coverages went that way. He happened to get targeted, and he made those plays. But he's been doing that in practice too. So he's where we expected him to be, and we hope to not have to use him quite as much early on with Ricky and stuff out there. But we believed he was talented enough and made it the right stuff that he could be if needed. And just losing Ricky just ups that a little bit. You have to use him a little sooner than you prepared. That's stuff that happens all the time.
I mean, first of all, he's sort of, what he's downplaying is not Stribling. He was downplaying preseason stats. And this is a point I thought you and I were talking about a little bit yesterday. Those 2 preseason games are 2 of the, count them up, I don't know, maybe 23 days that Kyle Shanahan has had with Dejan Stribling. And he goes, yeah, no, that's not more than I expected. And I don't really care about preseason stats, but what you're seeing, we see every day in practice. But I do think as a head coach, the way most of them are wired, you got to run that through the prism of he's never played an NFL game before. What does the coach have to gain to go out there and gas this thing up? Everybody wants all of these compliments. But to me, that's very much from the cookies at halftime thing that so many of you don't like. What is the gain for Kyle Shanahan to just be like, you would not believe this. We thought he was good, but I mean, he's great. Sure, we made him our very first pick this year, so we already were incredibly thrilled with him. But now he's shown up, and we're even more amazed by what he's been able to do prior to you going to Australia to play the Rams. What's the gain? And does that sound like something Kyle has ever done before? I've never heard him gas someone up before they ever played a game.
Well, think about Brock Purdy, and we found out after the fact that he was gassing him up behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, Brock Purdy's the quarterback. He's QB3, and he's going to the people in the front office and saying, yeah, you know who the guy is? It's Mr. Irrelevant. And so he gassed him up behind the scenes. He never came out and said, you know what, Jimmy, Trey, I mean, they're good, but just wait for it. This guy, I'm going to gas him up. And so he will never gas up anybody, any rookie in that way. Stribling looks good in the preseason.
It's phenomenal.
We'll ask Greg Cosell at 3:15 about what he sees and what Kyle sees. It doesn't matter until week 1 anyway.
Look, we're going to dive into the state of this entire team with someone who is there every single day, and the Jed York part of this conversation is certainly on the table as well. The way I talk about him, to me, he's just as tapped in as there is of a media member in our entire area. That's Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, and he'll join us next. The Valkyries are in action this afternoon. Take on the Connecticut Sun at 4 o'clock. You can listen to it on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Kawakami next on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off the 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or anytime at CeremonyFord.com. That's the winning play call. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
That's Elena's family group chat. Someone's always sending a blessing.
Or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. And from now until September 1st, get free activation by skipping the access charge. Go to your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. My goodness, there are a lot of questions to get to, and
so many questions.
Whenever that's the case, this is the guy we love to go to. SF Standard obviously has the TK show, part of the Odyssey family. He is the great Tim Kawakami joining us on the River Islands guest line and on YouTube as well. So you can look Tim right in the eyes as he delivers these answers to you. Hi, Tim. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great. Hey, I'm just going to use this one as an example. I've seen it in many places. Pro Football Talk did a piece yesterday. And oddly,
my favorite website.
Here we go. And Chris Sims is one of the people having a discussion and literally seems to be saying things that directly fly in the face of what Kyle Shanahan said, and they're great friends. But they arrived at the conclusion there is a dark cloud hanging over the 49ers organization. What is your response to that?
I don't know. Is there one? I mean, they're deciding this, so I guess they're right. I mean, you can say whatever you want to say. There's not some ideal things happening, but that happens to other teams too. I don't really care what Mike Florio says. So, I mean, I'm pretty much on the record about that. He does it to get you guys mad. He does it to get fans mad. He does it to get the 49ers mad. What? There's a dark cloud over there's a dark cloud over 95.7, guys. There's a dark cloud. There's a dark cloud.
Yeah.
Like, what? So how do you unprove or prove it? I don't know. There's stuff that's happened. Stuff happens to teams. So I don't love talking about that speculation. You know, maybe I do it too much sometimes, but hey, there's a dark cloud over me. There's a dark cloud over San Francisco Standard. There's a dark cloud over the city of San Francisco. There's a dark cloud over America. There's a dark cloud over everything. Yeah. Okay. Next.
Well, I mean,
let's.
So, Tim, how would you put it into words? Because, my take is I see the stuff you're talking about. I don't really think it affects the football. Like, what's your take right now on the football?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it's set up. Now, listen, your owner getting arrested and spending a day or two in jail is a big deal. We've written about it. That is no question something that they're going to have to deal with. It is a huge existential issue about how he's run the team, what will happen in the future. But it's set up for he's not calling the plays here, right? He's not even involved in the cuts to 53 or what scheme they're going to play. Now, there's some discussion with him in the offseason, I'm sure, about what their plans are and how it's going to work. But for this season, for getting ready to play in Melbourne, Australia, in whatever it is, 15 days, whatever it is, very little to do with it. This football team is run by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Obviously, the Kyle Shanahan accident is thrown into this, which Kyle really enjoys, by the way. He loves the fact that his name is thrown into this. It's been some stuff they've had to deal with, and maybe there will be effects. But I don't know if you guys are deciding that there's a dark cloud over them, but like it's stuff that people deal with. It's human. People do stuff. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. We'll see if the football team is affected by it. There's injuries, whatever you want to deal with that. I have covered a lot of football teams. Football teams do get hurt. Sometimes they bunch in at a bad time, like they did for the 49ers last season and did 2 seasons before that. You got to figure out how to deal with that. So I don't know. It gets to be a little bit facetious, I think, on their part. And I think it gets to be a little way over anxious on 49er fans' part. Just deal with the stuff. Other teams have stuff to deal with. This stuff, the two things that have the most focus, which obviously were huge, the Kyle Shanahan accident. But we were told from the beginning it looks like he'd be back by the season. He's back. We'll see if there's any effects to that. And the other one is the owner was in jail, and that's not going to affect the season. It's going to affect everything about them at some point, no doubt. NFL owners are large figures, but it has nothing to do with this season. So if you got more Florio questions for me, I'm going to answer them in very similar ways.
We're not the Dark Cloud Show, Tim, and I think you know that about me and Mark. I mean, you know us pretty well, but I just wonder, being down there, like, what are the things that you would say, not that are dark clouds, but maybe wispy clouds or cumulus clouds? Like, what are the things that you'd be concerned about?
I'd be concerned about that offensive line. There's no question. They went into it with not knowing who's going to start at left guard, wanting to have a competition, and they still have a competition, and maybe they have some guys who've not exactly shown that they deserve that job. I don't know what they're going to do at left guard. Dominic Pudi was your set right guard, real solid. There was no questions. Now he's been in concussion protocol. I believe he's back in for the second time this summer. Obviously won't be playing tomorrow in the preseason finale. I don't what they're going to expect for him in Australia. That's two pretty important things there. And we know they have not invested in the interior offensive line. We know they're not layered with super talent. Certainly don't have first-round draft picks except for Trent Williams at left tackle. That would be a big deal. And, they're playing the Rams, who are really good on the defensive front, whether they have Aaron Donald or not. We know the interior offensive line is very important, but we know they don't put a big personnel evaluation on the interior offensive line. They think they can figure it out with Kyle Shanahan's system, Chris Furster. It's still a big deal. You can't just, because they don't put an emphasis on it, doesn't mean that it's not worth wondering what the hell they're doing there. So I guess I'll put it blankly. I think that's the big one. And then that's the positional one, I should say. The big one is they got a bunch of older players who are really good, who are really important, and I think, frankly, are going to miss some time during the season. Like, this happens. It's rare for older players to get through a 17-game season healthy into the playoffs. It's just going to be a matter of timing. Is Christian McCaffrey going to miss one game, or is he going to miss 3? I don't know. He missed none last season. We'll see how that works at 30. We've got George Kittle coming off an Achilles tear and has just been activated of the pup. Is he going to play 17? Is he going to play the first game? I would think the odds were against that. Nick Bosa coming off ACL still hasn't really practiced yet. We'll see going into this week. I don't know that they can count on 17 from him. There's a lot of these guys. Mike Evans, another one. These are all very good players. That's good. You want good players. It's also, I think, a list of players that you can't count on to play 17 games. It's just a matter of, do you draw the luck? Is it 16? Is it 14 for some of them? Or some of them going to be 8? That's a very thin line to walk. We saw them walk it quite well last season in wins and playoff win, but also in the end, you're not going to win a lot of playoff games when you have Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and George Kittle out. And Brock Purdy missing 9 games. If Brock Purdy misses 8 games again, I think they're in trouble. All these things are known, but doesn't mean that they're not extremely important to know about and understand that they're vulnerable there. Have they layered in enough talent underneath? I think they got more than they've had in the past. Doesn't mean that it's enough. It's just going to be almost a luck of the draw of how they play, how they get through it. But that's by far the biggest issue they're facing.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Tim, we had someone here at the station who I think was at a practice a couple of weeks ago and stated that to his eye, George Kittle was running on the side, but he saw a limp. Now, I was out there yesterday with you. He looks good to me, but I also understand the idea of, like, week 1 is certainly in doubt. What are you seeing with George's health? How do you think the Niners play this?
My co-host on the 49ers Plus Minus show, Matt Barrow, says George kind of always walks around and runs with a limp.
Okay.
Like he kind of has a swagger to him. I have noticed at times when he's been on the sideline, like he's surprised by a ball coming his direction because he's not in the play. He's on the sideline. He doesn't look super adept at that, but I just think it's kind of the way he moves. And then when he's in a game, he looks fine. But I've always said I think week 1 is a bit much, given that they have to fly out there early. They're going super early. It's a long flight. What's his body going to be like after a long flight out if he plays and then a long flight back? Are you going to lose him for week 2, week 3? And those are important games too. I think they're looking at him, realistically, back in week 2 or 3, and if it all goes well, if everything's great, week 1. But I don't think he's quite ready for that, in my opinion. He probably will violently disagree with me, but it's a big injury. He hasn't gone full speed into practice. Long flight. These are all decisions they have to make very early. Yeah, I would agree with whoever said that sometimes you go, is this guy going to go full speed, knocking into people? But also, I've thought that during the regular season sometimes, and when he's been super healthy. So if you're a 49er fan, I think don't expect week 1 and maybe even be cautious about week 2. And if he makes it back in week 2, all the better for the 49ers. If he makes it back for week 1 and is healthy through that, that's a bonus. That's like a bonus game. Might be starting to be it's a bonus game if they get Michael Williams back for that game. At this point, I don't think he's going to make it back for that game. I think he's going to stay on PUP. And then you got Bosa is the last one. And I think that one's more likely than not that he'll be there for week 1, but I don't think it's a guarantee either.
And speaking of Bosa and also Kittle, to the extent of like what is left, and so you fly to Vegas and you play Thursday and then nothing Friday, but what is the rest of the schedule like to where you could actually get these guys 1 more or 2 more practices before you get on the flight?
Yeah, it might be like there's only one more serious one because they got the cuts, right? So, they might have a walkthrough or something, but they're going to be busy cutting people through from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the official cut Sunday. And then they're flying out Wednesday. So I don't know exactly. The players need another day off in there somewhere. Maybe there's a practice on Tuesday. So It almost was like yesterday was the final day of training camp. Willard showed up, so they said if Willard's going to show up, forget this.
It's big, yeah. Big deal. Yeah.
Can't. This is it. We've hit the peak here. But yeah, it's not a lot of more work that can be done. I think they've done the work. Now, do they? They're going to want to see those guys at full speed before they feel good about bringing them to Australia. I don't know exactly. They'll be more like 50 to 75% speed. Maybe that's all you want to put them through at this point, but it's not much. It really isn't. Once they play this game on Thursday, there's not a lot of left of like evaluation time because they're going to practice. Their next real practices might be in Australia. And are those going to be real practices? The water's going to be spinning the other direction. And I don't all these things. And I think it was a guy from Australia who at the Shannon Press was like, do you realize it's going to be winter in Australia when you're there? And Shannon's like, genuinely surprised. Like, what? Like, is it going to be cold? I think it actually turns to spring while they're in the air. So I don't know. They'll have jackets on before they board the plane for Australia. I don't know. But my understanding is the temperature is going to be just fine. There is all indications in the high 60s, low 70s. But it's going to be different there. I don't know if they can expect to have full practices. They're not going to bring, obviously, all their players there because they're going to cut a lot of them on Sunday. It's going to be weird, but they'll have to adjust to it. They'll have to plan for it. I just think the sense would be not to push it because of this weird schedule for a lot of these guys. If they're borderline, get them ready to go week 2 or week 3. Those games count too.
Tim, it is currently 7 a.m. tomorrow in Melbourne, and apparently it is 46 degrees at this hour. But we're heading for 60. We're heading for 60, some clouds, a little wind out of the northwest at 4 miles an hour.
Okay. I'm not going, but I'll alert the 49ers. They are now aware that it is wintertime now, but will be spring when they get off that plane. So obviously everything's figured out there. It was funny just to see Kyle's face.
Right.
I said he went, winter? It's going to be wintertime? Eskimos? Are we going penguins? What's going on down there?
What are they trying to figure out tomorrow in this game? Like, if a Niner fan is sitting down to watch this, what should they be looking for?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. Who's going to be the third stringers? I think essentially left guard. They're going to look at. I don't know if they're really. Connor Colby, if he really plays well, he might be the starting right guard. Frankly, because Pooney is going to be out for that game for sure, and it doesn't really matter. But is he on pace to play in week 1? I don't know. If he's not, then Connor Colby's all of a sudden your right guard, and Carver Willis, the rookie who did not play guard in college, is your starting left guard. Maybe. They're waiting for Robert Jones. I think if Robert Jones is healthy, he has not been healthy. He's your starting left guard. He's obviously not going to play on Thursday. So I think maybe you're looking to see those 2 young guards play if they do, but almost like you're kind of scared to play him too much because they might get hurt. Austin Pleasance, I think, was a surprise entry into the left guard battle in the last game. And then he plays into the fourth quarter and he gets hurt. And now maybe he's not an option for this. So I just would look at some of the younger players, some of the guys who are up for some of the final spots, Tatum Bethune versus, Luke Gifford. All the Luke Gifford might be a linebacker spot. The corners, Price Sock, rookie corner. Is he, who's looking good as a special teams? I know people don't watch special teams, but I do sometimes in the preseason just to see who's on those teams, because sometimes it's a big hint about who their coaches are hoping to make the team. But beyond that, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot to see in that, because they don't want these guys that they're going to count on in week 1, which we have already said it's not everybody. They don't want to get anyone else hurt, because then you're going to have even more injury questions going into the Melbourne trip. I would just say the 2 guards, whoever's playing at guard, see if they can hold up. Those might be your starting guards, even if they're third string, quote unquote, third string, second string, going into guys are going to block the Los Angeles Rams in Melbourne on September 10.
I guess bigger picture, like last year they had injuries and they still went 12-5 and won a road playoff game. When you look at this team and this roster and a schedule that should be a little bit tougher, how do you size this year up? Not in light of a 12-5 year, but when you look at this team, what do you think about their chances?
Yeah, I think, it's what we kind of thought at the end of last year is that this is a team that could compete, but obviously wasn't as good as the Seattle Seahawks. Can they raise their game or hope that the Seahawks drop a little? I think both things could happen. I think, Mike Evans is a big step up for them as a wide receiver one. I think, they've got a rookie class that you can really see getting real snaps, real important snaps, maybe being good in those snaps. Deshaun Stribling is somebody who's been impressive every time he's hit the practice field. And also, as everyone's seen in the preseason games, I think he's going to get some real plays. I think he's going to be someone who's going to be important. Kalen Black, we saw him in the exhibition game. I think he's going to be important. Do they get enough from that group and maybe last year's rookies too, who were solid, to save them from a few games when their top guys are out, and who hold them up maybe while if Kittle and Michael Williams and Bosa aren't playing in week one? I don't know that. I'm not announcing that, but it's very possible. That's the X factor for them. Other teams have other X factors. All could, lift them above the 49ers. But I just think it's the veterans stay healthy enough, not all the way healthy enough. And then do they have the second line, which they haven't really had the last few years, where you can just count on their backups to make plays, to stay in there and throw punches with the Rams and the Seahawks and whoever else they're going to play. They were good enough to be in the mix last season. If you're good enough in the mix and you haven't lost anybody major, and you believe you have some new additions, I think Osa Odigizua is a major piece of this, then you got a shot at it. And then it's stay healthy, and it's Brock Purdy. Can you lift him up? And he's had a great camp. I think they can count on him. And then you take your shot in the playoffs. I think they're solid. I don't know that I would put them ahead of the Rams or the Seahawks. And Las Vegas does not put them ahead of the Rams or the Seahawks. But you wouldn't have thought they were going to win 12 games last year either, given those injuries. So I think you put them in there. Let's see how it plays out. Let's see who stays healthy. Let's see if McCaffrey can still be at the top of his game. Let's see what Raheem Morris's defense is going to look like. It's going to be different. It's definitely looked different in camp. But they have the talent to be right there. We've seen Shanahan pull off wins like the two ones, the one win in Seattle in the regular season, the win in LA in the regular season, when you thought that maybe they didn't have the same kind of talent level as the other team. I think they're at the same spot, and I put them behind those two, but you can't always count on the ordering in the preseason to tell you how it's going to go. We couldn't have done that last year with the Seahawks. You wouldn't have said for sure they're going to win a Super Bowl. I think the 49ers are there with those two teams, and then it's going to be where the dice roll from there. But I think they put themselves in a decent situation. And then these rookies, more so than any class in a lot of years, and maybe I haven't gone through every single one, but maybe since 2019, where you can go, that's Bosa and Debo, pretty big class, that you can go, these guys are going to play, and they're going to be playing not because they have to, but because the coaches want them to, which means maybe they can make significant, plays, significant moments. And Stribling, Black, Jaden Duggar, Grayson Halton, these guys have looked really solid, like real NFL players in camp. And again, I have not been able to say that for a lot of years with the 49ers draft class.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. Hey, I want to switch gears before you leave, and it's this. I find you to be really good in terms of understanding the thought process of a team in any given moment. So here's the question. A year from today, who's more likely to still be with the Giants, Tony Vitello or Rafi Devers?
I would have said I'll stick with. I think Devers is just because that contract, and now he's starting to hit. Now maybe him starting to hit makes him more tradable. I could throw that one out there, but I think that $31 million a year through 2033 is going to make him very likely to remain on the Giants, unless they're willing to pay some of it off, even with him hitting like this. And I don't know how much they're going to be willing to pay off. Let's see how the next season goes. Vitello could be there for 5 years, but I just think $31 million a year is what I'll go with, more so than on the other side with Vitello. I don't know how that's going to go. I think next season, he's going to go into next season, but then from then on, it's going to be under the microscope. That team starts off slowly. If there's any issues, maybe there's a chance for a change there where there wasn't going to be this year. But, let's see it. I don't really know how good Vitello is as a manager. The way I've said it is, like, I haven't seen any major issues to tell you who he isn't a good manager, but I sure haven't seen any to tell you that he is a good manager.
Yeah.
By this point, you usually know, like, you kind of know by now, or at least have a feeling. I think you knew for Stephen Vogt, in Cleveland. I think you knew for various other young ones that maybe they didn't have it. Don't know with him. I think, if you just throw the two together, who's more important, whose success is more important? It's Devers for sure. He's the most important player on that team because he does have this power. He's got 29 home runs this season after being terrible for 2 months. It's a hard thing to kind of evaluate, and I'll keep saying the 2 months did matter. Those were the 2 months that took him out of this. So him being terrible has to at some point be recorded here. But the stats since then have been great. They're paying him so much. I don't know if they're getting out of him for another year. And with Vitello, I think is much more of a question mark.
Tim, you're the best, man. We always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All good, guys. Good talking to you.
Yep, you too. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, with all the deets.
Yep.
From Niner practice and beyond.
All eyes on left guard and right guard tomorrow. I mean, Dominic Pooney, I think he has time to get out of the protocol, but you do need to figure out who your backup's going to be and your swing tackle and the rest.
He's got plenty of time, but you never like it when someone's in the protocol, comes out and goes back in.
Second time? I mean, exactly.
There's no question about it. All right, Greg Cosell's 20 minutes away. Definitely some further thoughts to get to on the Niners that we want to share. We'll do that next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. And it is Willard for Kalshi. College football's back, and so are the predictions. Who's going to make the playoffs? Who wins their conference? Who's going natty this year? Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, lets you trade those predictions in a live market. So, for example, Ohio State is favored to win the national championship and is currently trading at 13%, meaning a $100 trade pays out $725 if they win the whole banana. Not too bad. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there is no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use my code Willard, and you'll get $20 when you trade $20. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 or over, restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're in the game, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you started telling me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
on eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
So, Greg Cosell of NFL Films is going to be on in 15 minutes. For a living, he breaks down NFL film.
Mop.
I don't know that he wants to break down the NFL film that we just watched.
Well, I think he does NFL. I don't know if he does TMZ. So maybe I'm wrong. Like, he does his NFL show and he's in the lab. I don't know if he actually breaks down TMZ footage. We could ask him. I won't.
So what we're referring to is the fact that the body cam footage of Jed York's arrest has been released on the World Wide Web.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's 3 days after the incident.
Correct.
Kyle Shanahan had a car crash, and 11 days later, we actually found out about the accident.
That's really where your mind goes?
That's partly where my mind goes.
This is an arrest.
Right.
Something very illegal happened. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
It's not very illegal, but
it is very illegal. This was a sting operation.
It's illegal.
Yeah.
The thing that strikes me is when you're on the road and you do something that is noteworthy, then there's a certain amount of things that happen.
I think when you do something illegal, or if there is an intrigue in something that's going on, body cam footage of Kyle Shanahan, quite frankly, would have been wildly uncomfortable to watch. Apparently almost lost his eye. I don't even want to see that. But anyway, what stood out to you with the Jed York thing?
I'm pretty pedestrian sort of thing where it's you're getting cuffed and he's handcuffed and he's in a T-shirt and he's in, I think, sweatpants, and he just gets walked over to the police car. And then the last 10 seconds, you have the local officers kind of weigh in on their thoughts on the fact that he actually was here and he got arrested.
Well, they kind of weighed in with, I think, the same thought that goes through all of our minds. One of the officers, and I'm paraphrasing, this is not a direct quote, but he goes, "It's amazing how certain people go about doing this when they have the ability to do anything. They could do this any particular way, and they do this." And they're like, "Isn't that amazing?" And I think that 90% of us, that's probably one of the first thoughts that went through our heads. I don't know if you're offended by it. A lot of people were either offended by it. Some people, remember our caller is like, "This is what men do." It is just completely, so maybe you're not offended by it at all. But I do think it's a very normal response to be like, a billionaire on his phone in Palestine, Ohio, Palestine, I don't even know how to pronounce
East Palestine.
And he's in a parking lot. By the way, not just any T-shirt. A New York Yankees T-shirt.
Duh!
Yeah. That's what offended me the most.
The cops are here. What did I do wrong?
Very good. A few things. I mean, mainly one thing. But I would say the body cam footage went almost exactly as I would have imagined it.
Right.
Jed looks stunned. He does you can tell behind his eyes, it's bleep. They're like, "What are you doing here?" And he's kind of like, "I'm just driving." They're like, "You just driving around here?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Uh-huh." And then the body cam footage kind of skips forward to them cuffing him. Took him a minute to get the cuffs there on. But Jed was completely cooperative, again, appeared stunned, and I'm sure had some pretty racy thoughts going through his head in terms of, oh no, what have I done?
Right. And the other piece of it is you see the officer pull out the money and he can kind of flash it to the camera and he's like, "Yep." Basically, here's $160.
The exact amount.
And so he pulls out the money, and he's like, "Oh, yep." And so you can see a little bit of the glee from the sting because it was $160 and he brought $160. And I don't know if he didn't have more because when they arrested him, that's all he had. And so, the cops basically were like, "Yep, $160. We were charging him $160. We got him red-handed."
And they have the text messages.
Right.
Yeah, that's all you. There was a minute over the last couple of days where I thought to myself, okay, how did this look? You lure him to an address that doesn't exist. Therefore, how can you say that you've got him red-handed arriving at an address that doesn't exist? He ended up in a parking lot. I would think there's at least a reasonable doubt that could be created about what am I doing here? I took a wrong turn. You could do whatever, but the text messages, right? They have the text messages. You have the exact amount of money. It is beyond a reasonable doubt, and it appears that Jed York and his lawyers eventually agreed based on the way that they handled it.
Yeah, and I was talking to my father-in-law, Pop, about this earlier today, and he was asking me for my breakdown and as it pertained to Robert Kraft. And he said, "What about Robert Kraft?" And I said, "Well, Robert Kraft chose from his massage situation, he chose to fight it because he felt like there was inadmissible video. And so he spent 18 months going about fighting it, and he won. So if you want to go that route, like, could Jed York have said, I was just like driving around East Palestine looking for, aluminum cans because I'm passionate about recycling, and I heard there was a lot of cans there, and so that's why I was there. Like, he could have tried to fight it in a certain way, but he looked at it and said, you know what? I'd rather plead down and be done with it. But Robert Kraft, he fought it. So Robert Kraft was not ever charged or convicted, blah, blah, blah. But did that help his reputation there?
Well,
not at all.
To a degree, he gets to keep owning the team. He gets to keep being.
Well, and so does Jed for now.
For now. Does he continue to get to be the front-facing person with the Niners long term? I don't know. I really don't. This stuff gets affected by things like that. It really does. Here's a piece of it. This is the beginning of the arrest of Jed York over the weekend in Ohio.
Don't move. Don't do anything. Unbuckle slowly. Slowly. Do it. Step out of the car. Get out of the car. Put your hands on the car.
Can I ask what you're doing?
Spread your feet for me.
Can I ask what you're doing?
What are you doing here?
Just driving.
You meeting anybody?
No.
Just driving. Are you meeting anybody? No. Turns out I'm meeting you guys.
Right.
So that's all from TMZ, the body cam footage from the police officers.
I think the piece that actually, quote, helps him is he does not sound belligerent at 9:30 in the morning. Nope. He is not combative. He's not evasive. He's a little bit like I think anybody would be, which is like, what's the problem? What are you guys doing? I'm just driving. Yeah. And until they're like, well, you're not just driving, and you sought us out, and here we are. And so now we go from that to this. And so, I don't know. For me, it wasn't a situation where you hear him and he's like, well, I was just driving. No, he just was there.
Right. There's no DUI.
Right. And he got caught. And I don't think that beyond that, like what we played, then he gets out of the car and he gets cuffed and he just, he goes to the car.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I think all of our minds to a certain degree, when stuff like this happens, you wonder what's coming next. You know what I mean? You do wonder. Is this a one-time thing? Do you do this every day? Are people going to start coming forward? And I know a lot of people go, this wasn't the first time he did. Probably not, but that's not even relevant because there's no proof to it. In other words, that to me is all you're now waiting for if you are the 49er organization. Is this going to go somewhere next, or is this the end of the line where you got caught doing something one time and this body cam footage is another step on the staircase? And I think to your point, nothing really bad happened here. Not belligerent, did not resist. There was just nothing. It's a stunned person who realizes he just messed up something awful, got out of the car, had cuffs put on him, end of story. Like, the only way this can get worse is if 28 people come forward and suggest that this is happening constantly.
Yeah, and I was saying this to my father-in-law earlier about the Tiger Woods comp, and, Tiger Woods did not do this in terms of paying, but when we found out that he got in an accident and his then wife tried to rescue him from the car with a 9-iron, and then everything that unraveled beyond that was like, oh my goodness. And It seemed like one after another, it was like bam, bam, bam. And it turned out to be, I don't even remember how many other people who came forward. So if this becomes that, well, it's a different story. If this was a one-off and he made a mistake, I do think that he is a one-page statement away from, getting his six-week punishment, $1 million, whatever it is.
Yep. You're probably right. The other thing that's relevant, I hate talking about this stuff, to be honest with you, but what's like when you compare it to Tiger Woods or Deshaun Watson, in theory, the people who are the quote-unquote victims are not doing anything illegal. You're either a masseuse or a waitress or whatever. In this particular case, the people that, if Jed was going to see a lot of people, like, they're committing a crime too, in theory. So I sort of think this might be it. But the hell if I know. But that's kind of how I feel about it right now, based on seeing this.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot to freak out about on this one from the standpoint of Jed York. Just more, it's
he's real estate.
It's embarrassing. It already was. and now you get to go watch it if you want.
Yeah, and this to me is not any more embarrassing. I think that he, as far as being arrested, and I've never been arrested, he kind of comported himself in a pretty classy and normal fashion.
We're sponsored by Safeway. We will not break this video down with Greg Cosell. We'll look at other videos. We'll look at the tight end position and the rookies, Kalen Black, Dejon Stribling, all of that with our friend who joins us every single Wednesday from NFL Films. Greg Cosell joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select pork loin chops, bone-in packages. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Life is about growth. It's about challenging ourselves, pushing boundaries, and seeing what we're capable of. The Violet and Black know better than anyone, continuing to break records, rewrite expectations, and show us what's possible. And that spirit doesn't stop at the buzzer. At Sequoia Living, older adults continue to grow, learn, discover new passions, and challenge themselves every day. Because getting older doesn't mean standing still. It means there's always another goal, another adventure, another reason to keep going. Sequoia Living. Never stop growing. Learn more at sequoialiving.org.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You guys have heard me talking about him over the last year, and now I've got him with me, Jason Beam from Beam Law. Jason, I've said it before, no one plans on needing a lawyer.
That's right, Matt. But after an accident, a lot of people wish they'd called one sooner.
Why is that?
Insurance companies move fast. They call, ask questions, want recorded statements, and saying too much or agreeing to the wrong thing can hurt your case.
So what should someone do?
Get legal advice early, before you talk to insurance, before you agree to anything. This isn't just a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future.
And that's why I tell people to call Beam Law. They've recovered millions for Bay Area clients, and they've been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured, call today for a free, no-obligation case review. Call 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Okay, seriously, she turns 50 and somehow looks 10 years younger than last year.
Do you think she did Botox?
Maybe. Let's ask her.
What are you two whispering about?
You got Botox, didn't you?
No, I got a stem cell exosome IV for my back pain last March. I was pleasantly surprised to see my skin and eyesight improve too. I want to get one every year now.
Where?
At Balanced Medical Solutions in the East Bay. Best decision ever.
If you also want to access cutting-edge rejuvenating therapies, call 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer.
And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, road trip. Greg's on a roadie right now.
He's on a road trip?
Yeah. Went to go see the Tennessee Titans. Robert Sala's Tennessee Titans. He wants to know why Cam Ward is struggling so much. Number 1 pick in the draft last year. All of a sudden, I'm hearing a lot of buzz. People that are getting. Go ahead.
How do you know he's struggling? You watch 30 plays on 2 preseason games. How do you know he hasn't been great in camp every day? How do you know he's struggling?
Greg, because I'm going to ask you, but thank you for putting me in my place before I even before I even had an opportunity to give your unbelievable introduction on the River Islands guest line, which is our friend Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Okay, so you tell us, how's Cam Ward look? And then we'll do some Niners.
I don't know how he's done every day in training camp. And so, you know, that's the great thing about preseason is now we're in a situation where, and then, you know, it's funny because I don't know if you guys happen to see, and if you haven't, you should see it. You should see what Kevin O'Connell said regarding Kyler Murray, but it was a larger point about quarterback play in training camp. It's a phenomenal answer because the bottom line is, and I know this from having been to many training camps through the years, you have no idea what they're trying to work on any given day. So you have no idea. Just throwing a bad ball or throwing an interception does not necessarily mean a quarterback had a bad day. Now, to the beat writer watching that, it might mean the quarterback's having a bad day. But quite frankly, the beat reporter doesn't really have any idea what they're working on. I've been fortunate in my career, guys, to be in meetings where I know what they're trying to get done or not get done on a given practice, which obviously they don't announce publicly.
So you're in Tennessee, and you're obviously there for a reason and a purpose. And if the ones don't really necessarily get judged on what they're doing, what are you doing?
Well, they do get judged on that. What I'm saying is you don't know what they're being asked to do based on the meetings and the whole process. I'm here at the joint practice tomorrow with the Bears because I was very anxious to see Caleb Williams in person, live. So it's not just Tennessee, you know, it's a really good opportunity to see. And I happen to know some people, you know, in the organization with the Titans, so I was invited down. I didn't just show up, you know. So, no, I'm really looking forward to it.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, Greg, we really want to dive in on these rookies. People are getting very excited. At the same time, to the point you just made, I don't know if people really know what to make of preseason games, practice videos, and players who've never actually played an NFL game. So if a Niner fan came up to you and was like, I'm so excited about Dejon Stribling, What's your response?
I would say that what I've seen, and I've not seen practice, but what I've seen in the games is exactly what I saw on tape. And I think that's always a really good sign for a player when what you see, and then, like I said, I'm not there every day, but what I saw in the 2 preseason games was very representative of what I saw on his college tape, both at Ole Miss and Oklahoma State. And I think that's a really positive sign when a player looks the same, in his first year in the NFL as he did in college. Now, obviously, we haven't played a regular season game yet, so we're not going to anoint him an all-pro. But there's a couple of things that really stand out. Number one, he catches the ball with his hands. He's clearly got very, very strong hands because he catches the ball away from his frame. I also thought that on that 21-yarder that he caught this week on a third down play, it kind of came on a skinny post. He was in the slot. I thought he showed some very subtle nuance with his vertical stem to create separation. And he caught a tight window throw between the numbers, again, with his hands. So there's things that you look at, that I look at anyway, that, again, he looked like he did in college, which I view as a very positive sign, and we'll see if that continues. The other thing I really like what they're doing with him, which I assume they're doing in practice as well, is they're giving him meaningful snaps both outside and in the slot, which means they see him as a movement player within the context of their offense, because the bottom line is Mike Evans will be the boundary X.
So when you look at Stribling, not only now but in college, where do you think he fits better in the NFL?
I think down the road he'll be an X, but Evans is there now. So now he'll be a combination Z slot within the context of the 49er offense, and obviously they're asking him to do that with what they're showing, which I'm sure is a reflection of what they've been doing in practice. They're not going to get into a game and ask him to do something that they haven't practiced. So he's lined up meaningful snaps both outside and in the slot.
I want to talk to you about a position I don't think we've touched on so far this year, Greg, and that is tight end, especially as we get close. And Kittle is back at practice, but definitely still a question mark for the start of the year. It seems in practices that they're using Luke Farrell in the passing game a lot more. I'm also curious to know what you think of Tonjes's ability to block when compared to the way Kittle does it. So how would that position hold up if there's no Kittle to start?
I think Brent Jones has been doing a great job. Oh, is he not playing anymore?
Not to our knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Final roster's not been set yet, but not to our knowledge.
Well, I think Tonjes is more of a receiving type tight end than he is a pure blocker. I think he's the kind of tight end that you probably move around the formation. He can detach from the formation. I'm not saying he can never be attached, but I think that he's more of a more of a receiving tight end, whereas Farrell is more of a complete tight end in that he can do both. He was an interesting player in college. I thought he was a pretty good prospect coming out. Not an elite prospect, but a tight end who could both line up attached and be a blocker in the run game, and also be a quality receiver. Not a top 3 or 4 or 5 receiver as a tight end in the league, but a quality receiver. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if they plan on taking Kittle to Australia. Has that been determined yet?
It has not.
Nope.
I mean, again, I would have no idea. You'd have to be there to know that, and you'd have to know the whole situation. But if they don't take him, I would expect there'd be a little bit of a tight end rotation based on the personnel packages, based on the play call, based on down and distances, based on field location. All the factors that go into how you choose to deploy your personnel.
And when you look at a running back rotation, last year they didn't really have much of one with Christian McCaffrey. It was Brian Robinson who came in for just a little bit. Do you think that Kalen Black, based on what you've seen, has he earned more of a share this year than what Robinson got last year?
Well, another guy that looks the same as he did in college. We've talked about this. I mean, you guys saw it in the preseason game. He's a downhill, determined, competitive, urgent, physical, powerful runner. That's exactly who he is. He's a grinder and a sustainer. He gets hard yards. And that is a trait that cannot be talked about enough in the NFL. When it's blocked for 4, the guys that get 6 or 7, that's a big deal. Those runs don't seem like much when you're watching a game on TV. You don't come away from those runs going, wow, that's a great run. But you know what? Those are big deal runs. He also showed some sudden lateral quickness to defeat quick penetration. These are all traits he showed at Indiana. I mean, I remember when I first watched him, and I mentioned that I thought he was the third or fourth best running back in the draft class, probably fourth, because I really liked Mike Washington out of Arkansas, who's also done well in the games in the preseason. And people were like, what, are you crazy? You know, Kalen Black? You know, he wasn't even invited to the combine. Well, that's irrelevant to me. I'm just watching him play on tape. So I'm not surprised at all. And I think with his traits and attributes, he fits the 49ers run game profile very well. And it would not surprise me at all if he's the number 2 back. And I think a decision that they have to make, given McCaffrey's age and just his workload over the years, is, can they do that again with McCaffrey? Can he get over 400 touches again? Can he play 93% of the snaps? I mean, that's a lot of snaps. And he's 30 years old now. You know, he does have an injury history. So, you know, again, you guys and I can't make that decision, but I think that's something that they're probably thinking about and have thought about.
Greg, when you look at the Niner pass rush, the thought last year with how they struggled to rush the passer was that without Nick Bosa, there's just a trickle-down effect that makes this whole thing not work. I'm not saying Nick Bosa is not going to play this year. I know he's a little dinged up right now, but if Nick Bosa were to miss time, do you think that this defensive line, Odigizua, Grayson Holton, do you think that they're better equipped to handle that if it's just, you know, a short period of time?
Well, then it comes down to what they're going to do on the outside, because I think clearly they've upgraded the inside with Odigizua, and I think Grayson Halston will get snaps once the regular season starts inside based on situations. He's not going to be a starter in rundown situations, but I think Halton's going to play snaps in pass rush situations. So the question is, what do they do on the outside? You know, what is Mikael Williams' status as we speak? Is he going to be ready week 1 or not?
It is sounding like PUP list is likely, but not decided for sure.
Yeah, so let's assume he's ready. He's going to be ready early in the season. So what the decision they have to make then is, because as we discussed, when last year, when they went to their pass rush group in third down and pure pass situations, they moved Mikael Williams inside to D-tackle to rush the quarterback. I think they would ideally like to keep him outside as a pass rusher, but he needs work in that regard because he's a little straight line. He's a little linear. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be a good pass rusher. That just means you have to use your power, really know how to use your hands exceptionally well, because when you're an edge pass rusher who's kind of straight line linear, you have to be able to play off contact because you have to initiate the contact and then be able to play off of it. So they have to work with him because I think that they'll want to keep him on the outside. I mean, essentially, he was drafted as a defensive end, and he was a high first-round pick. So I think he's an important player in this conversation.
When you look at Raheem Morris, he likes to blitz more than what the 49ers traditionally have done. What players on the Niners are somebody you would look at on tape and say, yeah, you're pretty good at actually blitzing?
Well, Fred Warner has been a pass rusher at times throughout his 49er career, and he's been very, very good at it. So it would not surprise me if he becomes more of a pressure player, and he has great length, too. So even if he doesn't quite get there, he's got the length to get his hands up and impact throws. So I would expect him to do that. I'm not sure Greenlaw's that guy. So it'll be interesting, you know, if there's someone else that they feel can be a really effective blitzer. Well, you know, don't forget they did use Upton Stout last year quite a bit as a slot blitzer. He was among the top 5 in terms of number of blitzes, top 5 slot blitzers in the NFL a year ago. So obviously the previous coaching staff felt as a rookie that he could handle that. So I would imagine that Raheem Morris would think that was the case. And when you watch Atlanta's defense from a year ago where Raheem Morris was, the slot corner was a pretty significant factor in their pressure schemes.
Greg, I have eyes also on the secondary this year. Fascinating group to me because they did not have great metrics last year, but I also think that's not fair. Like if you're not rushing the passer, any secondary is going to really struggle. So there are some additions behind the starters, but from Lenore to Green, Upton Stout, the safety battle, and now Raheem Morris in the building, how equipped do you think that group currently is?
Well, it's interesting you say that because sometimes the secondary can help the pass rush. And by that I mean, under Robert Saleh, he had a definite way of how he wanted to play zone coverage. He was a landmark vision zone coverage coach, meaning that the underneath defenders would drop to a spot, eyes on the quarterback, not necessarily reading routes and not doing what we would call match, carry, deliver. So in other words, the match, carry, deliver principle means that you minimize the gray areas in coverage ideally. It doesn't work 100%, but you're matching routes instead of dropping to a spot. You're carrying them to a certain spot because it's zone, and then you're passing them along to someone else. So in an ideal world, that kind of coverage, which my guess is you'll see more from Raheem Morris, minimizes the gray areas and the conflict areas in what are essentially zone coverage concepts. And if you can do that really well, that then takes away clean throws for the quarterback, and that can help your pass rush. So it can work together. Now, again, I don't know exactly what Raheem Morris will do, but I think he will do more of that than just play landmark vision underneath zone coverage.
And when you look at this personnel, does it match up with that sort of an approach? Because last year, Greg, I was looking at the Niners and you lose Bosa, and so now Robert Saleh's playing a little bit of bend but don't break and not really doing much exotic. If healthy, do they have the personnel to play the way that Raheem Morris wants?
Well, Fred Warner can do anything, so I wouldn't be worried about him. Greenlaw, I think he can handle that. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. The things we don't know is because it's preseason and the starters aren't playing, we don't know if someone like Jaden Duggar, who was a safety and now is a converted being a converted linebacker, because he has a safety skill set, is he a factor when they go to their nickel defense? We'll see. We don't know the answer to that. We're not there every day. And then obviously in the preseason games, they're not playing the starters. I mean, you look at the athlete that he is, though, again, he's got the athleticism and range that he can probably do a lot of different things. But, hey, he could also just be a special teams player once the regular season starts. We do not know. But certainly we know Fred Warner can do anything.
Greg, I'm never going to stop the fight. I'm going to try every single August to get you to play fantasy football.
Oh, boy.
I'm never giving up.
Nah, I'm not playing fantasy football.
Come on, what's the right round to draft Dejon Stribling, Greg?
Well, I personally thought that he was a first-round talent based on this particular wide receiver class.
Okay. And therefore, what kind of numbers is he putting up this year? Let's hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, really, you're going to ask me that?
Yes.
No, just Guy, Greg. I would never put you in that sort of a box.
I mean, come on. That's just silly. There's no way to know that.
No, there's no possible way, Greg.
Of course.
I'll ask it this way, though. Is there somebody that you like more than, I don't know, the general consensus? And forget fantasy football, but is there a player that you have your eye on around the league that you probably are more in favor of than most people?
Well, I can think of one guy just because I've been conscious of who I'm seeing play tomorrow. And I know he's hurt now, but he'll be ready week one. I think Luther Burden is a big-time receiver, and I think that he will put up big numbers in the Ben Johnson pass game.
What about rookie wide receivers? Like if I just ask you, who are you most intrigued to see? Obviously, Stribling's on the list, but who else do you like?
Well, he'd be first on the list because, quite frankly, Tyson's out for at least 2 months. Mekhi Lemon hasn't practiced yet with the Eagles, I don't believe, or if he has, it's been minimal. So, Stribling to me, and he's practiced every day, and he's performed in the preseason games. So, I mean, Stribling to me right now is probably the number one receiver in this draft class as far as just as you look to the season getting started. What that means in terms of his volume targets and his numbers, that's hard to say, but he's going to play. I mean, it's not like he's not going to get snaps. He's going to play.
When you look at the NFC North, and I'm not asking you to do win totals or predictions, but I'm struck by the idea of Kyler Murray going there and being a Viking. What do you think about his fit in that system and Minnesota's ability to maximize his skill set?
Yeah, I rewatched a lot of Kyler Murray. I've been watching a ton of NFL tape from last year, just because that's what I've been doing the last month. Because I'm more into watching the NFL from games that matter than all these preseason games. But I think Kyler Murray is going to be really interesting because he's actually very good when he can play short rhythmically. In other words, 3-step drops and quick 5-step drops, and the ball can come out. He's very, very efficient when he can do that. It's the deeper drops that are concerning with him, because the longer he's in the pocket, the less likely he's to be effective as a pocket player. So obviously he has the great ability to get outside the pocket, but there's certain areas where he struggles. So I'm really curious to see what Kevin O'Connell, who I think is really, really good, and he knows all this, believe me. If I know it, he knows it. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out. But Murray's very good when he can play rhythmically in sort of a quicker pass game.
Greg, we've talked so much about Kalen Black and what's going on behind Christian McCaffrey, but Jordan James is back at practice as well. And I know this is not his rookie year, but super curious to know what you think of him, because they seem to be high on him as well.
Yeah, he's another guy that's smaller but physical. I like Black more than James. So, again, I don't know their feeling. But James, when he came out of Oregon, was a good prospect as well. Didn't think he was as good a prospect as Black. But he's another tough inside runner for his size. So, they're looking for guys that can get those hard yards. And it's cliched but true that if you stay on schedule, because this offense is built on the play caller, on Kyle Shanahan. So if you give Kyle Shanahan, normal down and distance situations, then there's so much he can do. No matter how good a play caller you are, there are limitations when it's 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 9.
So, Greg, next time we talk to you, next Wednesday, everybody here at 95.7 The Game will have just had their work draft the night before, so we're really looking forward to breaking that down with you next week.
Well, we'll know the roster next week when we talk. That's for sure.
That's right. We're going to know all of our rosters, and we're going to need your expertise.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. I love talking with you guys. It's one of the highlights of my week, if not the highlight.
Us too. Us too, Greg. Hey, enjoy the joint practice tomorrow. Travel safe.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Okay, there it is. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. He can't wait to dive into our fantasy rosters next Wednesday.
I love it. And he will have for us his stone cold lock on who wins the fantasy league.
Absolutely.
Based on the rosters.
Well, he loves this stuff. You can tell by talking to him. So anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We hit the over on laughs, right? Didn't we hit the?
I think so.
Yeah. What was the over under set at? 3.5?
3.5.
Okay. Yeah. It definitely hit the over.
Well, and the key is when he laughs, can you get to the 4? And if you can get if you can get a breath in there as well, that's even better. But you gotta
wow.
Well, it was terribly funny. So thank you.
There you go.
And the famous one we love, which is not qualifying, that's the one. Mop.
All right. Thank you. The Valkyries are back in action this afternoon. Take on the Connecticut Sun at 4 o'clock. Listen to it on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. It's all brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got a game for you that we can play coming up in a little bit.
I like games.
Yeah, I know you do. So I got a game for you. That and much more coming up on Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Habas. When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters. A trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust them, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of the Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for details. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-856-4300. That's 800-856-4300. 800-856-4300.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Stand Up to Cancer, with support from American Airlines, is charting a course towards a cure. Together we move towards our final destination, ending cancer once and for all. Go to standuptocancer.org/AA to learn more.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, you'll hear true stories that will intrigue you, inspire you, and make you laugh.
He said, is there anything in your diet that might be spiking your blood sugar? I said, sometimes I eat pizza until I'm unconscious. He said, I think that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Work on your material. There you go.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I wonder if Greg Cosell wants to call back in and break this down. He does love basketball.
I mean, what happened? It's like late August. There's no basketball unless he wants to break down like the Valkyries.
I would argue there's huge news, actually.
Well, I mean, let me Google it before you go any further.
You don't need to.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Jonathan Kuminga.
All roads.
Has signed with
the Lakers. The Clippers. A team in Europe?
The Minnesota Timberwolves. It is a 2-year, $13 million deal with the Wolves, and it includes a player option for the second year.
Wow.
And as Shams points out, or Shams, it was negotiated by agent Aaron Turner.
Mop, mop.
Your fave.
I mean,
your boy.
I don't really know him, and I've never interacted with him. All I was saying yesterday is he has not gotten his client a lot of money. He hasn't gotten him a Schmidt ton of cash, and so you get a 2-year, $13 million deal with an option for basically, I guess, 6.5 in year 2. And if you're Kuminga, you are hoping against hope that you don't have to opt into that.
I agree with you there. What's really actually interesting about this breaking news from Shams is not, to me, the money or the team. It is the second sentence in his tweet. Kuminga will be a starter alongside Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Jaden McDaniels, and Rudy Gobert. I don't know that I can remember, quite frankly, when free agents sign, I don't know if I can remember the tweet ever finishing that way. So-and-so has signed with a blah, 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 blah contract. Oh, by the way, he'll be a starter, and here's the rest of the lineup. On August 26th, we're getting the starting lineup for the Wolves. Do we need to make a tunnel and play some music?
Edwards, Ball, Gobert, and you said McDaniels?
Jaden McDaniels. So
and Kuminga.
They're saying Kuminga will be the starting small forward for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Okay. And I wonder if that was like a provision in the deal, or if Aaron Turner's just, going to Shams and saying, yeah, he's going to start. They made assurances that he's going to start.
Well, I mean, I would, if Shams is doing his job, he's not going to write that unless he got that covered from the team as well. I don't think he's going to write, here's the starting lineup this year for the Wolves without asking the Wolves. But maybe it's in the deal. I mean,
all right. I mean, I'm sure it's a starting lineup. Like the Warriors started, 36 different starting lineups last year?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how you can put this in there. The Wolves could change it in a day, but I get why it's in there. It kind of actually speaks to the triggering and the wounding of everything that has surrounded Kuminga throughout his career. I don't know right now that money or team is the most important thing to him. He wants an opportunity. Like, he's now been on 2 teams, and they haven't given him the minutes that he desires.
Right.
And so that must have been what I can only guess. Maybe that's what the holdup was. What took so long? I mean, the numbers were the numbers. You knew that the money was not going to be big. You just look at the landscape of the league. But what Jonathan wanted was, will you please play me? Like, play me. And so that's fascinating to me that's written in the breaking news that he's signing with the Wolves, that he will start.
In the tweet, yeah. And I guess you could look at that and say, all right, he started for the Warriors at the beginning of last year, and he started, and then all of a sudden he was not starting, and he got hurt, and he wasn't really starting again. So if that was what is important to him, then good on him. And he's still such a young player that I think that if he puts in the work, he can still have a good, long career. And honestly, you look at this deal, and it's a 1-year deal with a player option. And if you're the player and you're thinking, yeah, I'm going to go out there and prove it and show exactly who I am as a player, well, then you're not going to pick up that option for $6.5 million.
Kuminga reportedly chose the Wolves over offers from the Lakers, Bulls, and Blazers, bypassing a similar, this is straight from Shams, bypassing a similar starting role and $12 million plus annually over 3 years in LA to land in Minnesota for a shorter term deal and an ability to have more control of his future. There is more. Shams says over the last month, the Wolves persistently recruited Kuminga, offering their best financial tool in the taxpayer mid-level exception, plus a large on-court opportunity. Ant was apparently a major part of what they're calling a full-court recruiting press to sign Kuminga, while team president Tim Connolly traveled to Miami for a 4-hour in-person meeting with Kuminga earlier this month, along with productive conversations between Kuminga and head coach and Steiny's friend, Chris Finch.
Yeah, former teammate, or at least former classmate at Franklin and Marshall. And so, yeah, good. I mean, Kuminga goes in there, and hopefully he's able to get the minutes and the spot that he really wants, because you feel for the guy. It was here, and it didn't really work out for a number of different reasons. And then it felt like he got to go to Atlanta, and like it's a new lease on life. And then it was for about a week or two, and then back to the bench and a couple of good playoff games, and then no option picked up, and he's just been kind of languishing on the open market.
This is a fascinating series of tweets. You ever seen Shams do like 3 or 4 paragraphs on somebody signing for the mid-level?
No, not in late August. No. And I've never seen a tweet of like, and he's going to start. Like, okay, LeBron James goes to Philly and he's going to start. I get that. But Kuminga's going to go there and he's going to start? That must come from the agent and or the team or both. I
don't know where it comes from, but the whole thing, look, I'm happy for Jonathan. I think that's a good basketball team, potentially at least. They've got some changes that they're undergoing, no doubt. But it's a good basketball team. If he's going to get 25 minutes a night, let's see what he can do. I'm excited to see that. This series of tweets, though, suggests to me that whoever it is that's feeding Shams the information really wants to get this idea out there that Jonathan was very wanted.
I wonder who that would be.
Well, look, I
have a guess.
But I get it. The length of time that this took made it feel to the world like nobody likes Jonathan. Nobody wants Jonathan. And I don't really wrap up the financial totals here and then translate that as nobody cared about Jonathan Kuminga. I just think the landscape of the league and free agency has really, really changed. You know, look at what the Warriors did. Like, there's not a lot of teams right now that are out there with cap space handing out big deals. 1 minute, the Atlanta Hawks can't stop gushing over Jonathan Kuminga, and in the next minute, they're like, but we don't want him at that price. They just let him go. We don't want him at $24 million, which doesn't even feel like that big of a contract when some dudes are making 50 and 60. So, I never translated this to mean nobody wants Jonathan. I had no doubt that Jonathan was going to find a team. I didn't know about a starting role. But to have this whole series of Jonathan signs, oh, by the way, he's starting. Oh, by the way, he had a bunch of offers from other teams. Oh, by the way, they're for longer than this. Oh, by the way, the star player wants him. Oh, by the way, the team president's dying for him. Oh, by the way, the coach loves him too. It's like, whoa, you're really trying to paint a picture here. which is fine. This can all be true, but I don't know that I've ever seen it sound like that or look like that on Twitter when somebody signs.
It, to me, is a lot of back sell spinning where you had a guy who was going to make, $24 million in a team option in Atlanta, and he didn't get $24 million, and he sat there, and here we are in late August, and he settles for 2 years and $13 million. And so if you're the agent, and I don't know the agent, I don't pretend to know the agent, and I'm not saying that he's the one who is spitting all this out to Shams, but if I'm that guy and my client was standing to make $24 million on a team option, and now he's settling for 2 years and $13 million in totality, yeah, I'd be out there trying to spin every last bit of this, because think about it, Mark. If you go back to the beginning of the offseason, Quentin Post got $10 million a year.
Yeah, he did.
Quentin Post got 10, and Kuminga's getting 6.5.
I mean, look.
Those are just financial realities.
They're facts. They don't play the same position. 7-footers who can shoot. Plus,
shoot-ish.
Yeah, Memphis is nuts for that
But
team.
Kuminga's way better.
Right.
So I don't even know who Quentin Post's agent is, but if I had a choice between agents, I'd want Quentin's agent.
I get what I guess my point is, I agree with you. Kuminga is way better than Quentin Post, but there are more Kumingas than there are Quentin Posts. I think that's what drives it. 7-footers who at least apparently shoot 3-pointers. You know what I mean?
He shoots them.
He does.
He doesn't make a ton of them. They go in every third one.
He's all right.
1 for 3. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's not like a 40% 3-point shooter who can also rim protect.
Floor stretcher.
Right. And Kuminga's got the ha-ha, and he's a 6'7" wing who's only 24 years old now.
Look, to me, there's only really one thing that's all that interesting. I don't really, who cares what Jonathan is making financially? I'm not gonna go too deep into that in terms of, well, this means he's X, or this means he's valued or he's not valued. If there are teams willing to give him a starting role, then they value him. And to me, that's the most important thing right now. The most important thing for Jonathan is not the money. He's going to be fine financially. He made $24 million last year. He's all right. Even if he had to take a minimum salary this year, he's all right. Jonathan is a 22, 23-year-old man who does very, very well financially. The whole narrative has been about opportunity. And I think that it's been very well documented that he and the team both made mistakes in the way that they conducted the whole process. But the bottom line is I think Jonathan has cruised around for a period of time in the NBA, at least at the start. It was, I want more of an opportunity. Then it was, I deserve more of an opportunity. Then I think he reeled back again into, I just want an opportunity. And to me, now he gets it. So that's great. I don't know what took so long. And maybe all of these teams were offering starting roles. That's huge for Jonathan right now. 25 minutes. To me, that would be my one and only question if I were Jonathan.
Right. Do I get 25 minutes?
25 minutes.
I just wonder about the whole thing about he's going to be a starter. He's going to be a starter on this team. Does that come from the team? Did they call Chris Finch and say, hey, Finchy, we want to sign here, but we want an assurance that you're going to be the starter. And so, oh, yeah, he's going to be a starter. That's not the way that normally works. So that part of it to me is really curious. And so you signed for 2 years and $13 million, and you signed in the end of August, and now Minnesota's going to say, yeah, we've been waiting to sign you because we want you to be a starter. That's not usually the way this goes.
It's just a different look. It's a different look.
It's curious. At least.
That is a word for it. I don't look at it as curious because I think it's incredibly transparent. I think that for a long time, unfortunately, the Jonathan Kuminga situation has turned into something where people are worried about narratives. They're worried about look. They're worried about who's right. They're worried about who's wrong. They're trying to pitch this whole concept rather than just things are what they are and go play basketball. And I get it. That's not all on Jonathan. Some of it is. But I think that this, to me, rings as very transparent. It is August 26th, and he just got signed, and he is going to make $18 million fewer dollars this year than he did last year. and they would like the world to know that Jonathan is still very wanted. And that's okay. That's fine. A little bit of a distraction, I think. Jonathan's getting an opportunity. That's great. To me, that's kind of that's the start and the end of the story from where I sit.
I get it. I'm not saying that the story's even started. The fact that he signed for 2 years and $13 million should be below market for what he thinks that he should be and what his agent obviously thinks he should be. And I go back to, was it last offseason when, he and the Warriors were going back and forth on what it was going to be. And you know what? I'm going to play for the qualifying offer. We're going to play for the QO. And then finally you got to the point where you didn't play for that and you got a deal that was pretty sweet, but a team option, and then no team picked up that option. This feels to me like the spin zone after the fact, and whether or not he starts, I don't think he'll start 82 games for Minnesota. Oh. Maybe he starts the opener, but I'm not buying this whole notion of he's going to be a starter.
Listen,
I don't buy it.
Yeah, and that's fine. I hope he continues to get an opportunity. I hope he puts up big numbers.
Yeah, me too.
I hope he gets a big contract somewhere, whether it's next year or 2 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, the Valkyries tipping off right now against Connecticut. Listen to it on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all of the action. We have other breaking developments. Giants lost.
No, they didn't.
They did.
They were up 9-3.
In the ninth inning.
Right.
They lost.
No.
10-9.
They lost 10-9?
Yep.
I was just kind of glancing up because I'm locked in on content, and I saw the bases loaded and Drew Gilbert, number 0 in the program, number 1 in your heart. He hit a double, bases clearing double off the bricks, and then the next guy up got hit by a pitch, which is like the 11th or 17th Giant to get hit by a pitch. And I thought, look at you, Cincinnati. You're getting all mad because you're about to get swept. And the Giants are up 9-3, and I glance up again, and they lost.
They lost. Yeah, there was a grand slam in the ninth, and then there was other stuff too. Scored 7 runs, some errors. Giants are playing a bunch of people nobody's heard of.
Well, I mean, their fan favorite closer, Smith, came in and gave up a bunch of those, right?
Yeah, grand slam.
Yeah, he gave up the salami.
Yeah, he sure did. Yeah, so anyway, the Giants moved up Logan Webb today in the rotation in an effort to get their first sweep of the year, and then led 9-3 after 8 innings. And did not get their first sweep of the year. As far as the Reds, playing beanball all week long, I can only imagine people have forgotten about this. But if you do remember when the Giants went to Cincinnati earlier this year, there were a lot of problems. There were benches clearing. That is where Eric Miller famously closed out a game and went bleep you and bleep you and bleep you. And in a move that only a husband and wife could admire, the Reds held on to that grudge for months.
Oh, yeah.
And they brought it to Oracle Park this week, where two teams going absolutely nowhere got together, started throwing the ball at each other, and the Giants never really responded. Tony Vitello got thrown out 5 batters into the game.
Oh, yeah. So
he did have that emotion. It's funny. Guru and Evan were leaving at the end of the crossover, and I don't know, they were talking about, somebody bet on something or whatever, and he's like, I think the Giants are, I think they might sweep them today.
Once it was announced that Logan Webb was starting today, lock it up. They're getting their first sweep of the season. Lock it in. Is what Goo said.
And they were up, were up 9-3 after 8 innings. The last thing I said to him as he left the building, I said, Goo, just remember, the Giants bullpen is on the way. And here they are, 7 runs. 7 runs.
Totally.
In the top of the ninth for the Cincinnati Reds. And they win this thing 10-9. I have been wanting to say this all week. I'll say it right now. This is, without a doubt, unequivocally, the worst year that my adult life has ever experienced in terms of San Francisco Giants baseball. So frustrating, in fact, that the frustration is gone. I'm numb. I feel nothing. It's funny, quite frankly, when stuff like this happens. It's like, wow, Hey, you're really gonna give up 7 in the 9th? Yeah, it's the worst bullpen I've ever seen.
I mean, they gave up 7 in the 9th, and just the way you were talking about laughing in the face of not adversity, but like, oh my God, what kind of a day? Like I told you the story before when I got fired and then I got a parking ticket. All you could do is go out there and take pictures with the person who's giving you the parking ticket and laugh because it's that bad. And this Giant season is that bad. So just when you think you're going to pull off a sweep, and you've talked about it yesterday, and I know we wanted to play a game of, who's on the team that wasn't on the team.
It's still coming. It's coming.
I know, but even like looking at this game, you had people doing great things who you'd never have heard of. And then Drew Gilbert, it's like, oh yeah, Drew, I know you. You've been on the team most of the year. He hits the big bases clearing double, and you're thinking, right on, Giants, get the thing done. And Rafi Devers absolutely is on fire. He might end up hitting like 57 home runs. All he does is homer every day. And it's like, okay, Rafi, you're starting to feel like an actual Giant. And even Logan Webb, who was a little bit shaky, he got you to a spot where you still were in the game. And then you mentioned it, the bullpen. And you know what, Mark? Who could have seen this coming? Not Buster Posey. And I
mean, at a certain point, this is not the team Buster Posey put together, obviously.
Well, Spencer Bivens is a guy who came in and gave up a bunch of those.
He wasn't on the team.
No, but he's on the 40, man.
Well, he is now. Sometimes he is, sometimes he's not, whatever. Starting lineup today for the San Francisco Giants. Jonah Cox, Rafi Devers, Oslivas Basabe, Buddy Kennedy.
Buddy!
Turner Hill. Andrew Kisner, Kristen Koss, Grant McCray, Shea Whitcomb.
Who went deep?
Yes, he did. That's the starting lineup. The 3-4-5.
Whitcomb, we call him. That's a 1.
That's 2. The 3-4-5 that the Giants threw at the opponent today, Basabe, Kennedy, and Hill.
You guys want to hear a stat really quick?
Yeah.
That's a stat.
The Giants were previously 2,208 and 0 all time when leading by 6 or more runs entering the 9th inning.
Give me that number again. 2,000 what?
2,208 wins and 0 losses all time when leading by 6 or more runs entering the 9th.
Oh, congratulations, anybody on their way to their car.
History.
You just watched history. For the first time in 2,209 games, the Giants have coughed up a lead of 6 runs or more going into the 9th.
They were 22-08 and 0.
And 0.
Up 6.
Yep, going into the 9th. Yeah. They didn't even get to extra innings. They just lost this one in regulation.
Right. And that thing just, I'd say it escalated quickly, but it wasn't that quick. And there was a push bunt, and then with a wild throw, and then you mentioned the grand slam, and just it kind of went on and on and on. And, you and I are talking, and the game's on 2 screens, and all of a sudden we're doing our thing, and it's 9-4, and I'm thinking, okay, 9-4, whatever. And I look up, it's 9-8?
Uh-huh.
What the hell happened?
The grand slam made it 9-8.
I would figure.
I think they got to 9-8 and nobody was out. It was
correct.
It's 9-3 and then it's 9-8 and there's nobody out.
Well, there's a leadoff splash hit that was maybe the furthest splash hit I've seen in forever.
I've ever seen in my life.
That was a tank.
Okay, imagine you've all seen the camera pan for a splash hit, right? You couldn't see people anymore. There was no arcade. There was no walkway. There were no boats.
Right.
It was just way the hell out there. I've never seen a ball get hit there in my life.
It was retrieved by somebody in Alameda.
Barry Bonds was like, damn. Get the Schmidt out of that one.
It was tanked. And so it's like, okay, whatever, home run. That's fine. 9-4. We'll go ahead and eventually close this thing out.
Who hit that?
Not so much.
Who hit that? Was that Rodriguez?
Yes, his second of the game.
He hit 2. Hector Rodriguez.
I think he now has 3 on the season.
That's correct. He's a 182 hitter. I'm numb.
You're officially numb?
Yeah. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Okay. So look, I think that Kuminga and the Giants situation are both on the table because a bunch of you want to weigh in. So Marlon and Richie and Deborah and Aubrey, please stay right where you are. We'd love to connect with you. 888-957-9570. Plus, I do want to, this will stun you when we play this game. How many Giants on the opening day roster still are? This will stun you in the face. Okay? That's next on Willard and Dibs.
And the summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. After much ado, baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, the official prediction market partner of the LA Dodgers, Atlanta Braves, the San Francisco Giants, the Boston Red Sox, or the San Diego Padres. I won't give you the odds on the San Francisco Giants to go on and win it all because it's a absolutely monumental number. But I will tell you this. The Boston Red Sox right now are trading at 7% to win the whole thing, meaning a $100 trade would net you $1,373 if Boston was able to go out there and win it all in the end of October. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $20 when you trade 20. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Yeah. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
Toyota's national sales event is on now. Summer isn't over yet, and neither is your chance to explore California in a Toyota. Get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR on 2026 Tundra. Time's running out to take advantage of Toyota's national sales event before summer ends. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro. Ends 8/31/26.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park. Saturday, September 12th in History Park in San Jose. Browse antique and classic vehicles. Join author Matthew Kilkenny for a discussion of his book, Detroit Steel Artists, and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Half Moon Bay 68, Berkeley 79, and San Jose 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
This one's hit a long way. Fair ball way into the water. Suarez, it's a very high drive. Very deep and very gone. And you think we got a game? We got a game. He's going to bunt this one. And Devers can't get it. And it flips down the right field line. Well, what could go wrong here in the ninth has gone wrong.
Rodriguez, 2 home runs today, and he started off the ninth with a home run in the water.
Base hit. So McLean scores. And the Reds take the lead. Got him. And that's the ball game. So the Giants, with their chance finally to sweep a team, and had every opportunity to do so with a big lead in the ninth. And we talk about unbelievable wins. This was an unbelievable loss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All of those calls from NBC Sports Bay Area. And that was this year the most common form of Krukenkuip, which is called pissed off Krukenkuip. We've got a little bit too much of that this year for my taste. But it is funny. It's not that funny, but it's funny.
It's only funny because they are now 24 below 500, and you're about to sweep Cincinnati. And, you know, honestly, the way the whole series, the whole year has gone, it's been a little bit tense between the two. And all they did all series was throw the ball at your batters, and you didn't retaliate because you were going to retaliate by winning today. and then you gave up 7 runs in the 9th inning, and you lost.
3 more losses, and you guys win the bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I almost feel, no, I don't say that.
No, I know you're not.
I almost don't want to.
You don't feel bad.
Don't say that either. And you had already said, like, we're not going to resolve this until it's all said and done.
Yeah.
And we might have to do a secondary bet, like, once they lose their 81st, maybe we can talk about, will they lose 95?
You want to do a double or nothing?
Or not double or nothing, but maybe we put, like, dessert on it.
I'm not interested in, but yeah, no.
Dessert or an aperitif.
I'm not buying you more.
Or an appetizer.
Under any circumstances. I'm not buying you more.
Shrimp cocktail?
Calamari? I want to go to the phones, but real quick, can we have like some real quick game show music? Game show music, please. Dan Dibley, how many Giants on the current 26-man active roster were on the opening day active roster? How many Giants?
What's my plus or minus in order to not be completely wrong? Do I have to nail it? Bang on the number?
Yeah, you didn't nail it.
Okay.
No, I'll give you one in both directions.
I like that. And I'm not looking at anything other than today's box score. And I'm looking at it, and it's I feel like I'm going to do my Kevin Dana. Nah. Because of the hitters, I'm only seeing 1, maybe 2. And I guess Jung-Hoo Lee is still active. I don't think that he got de-elified. And so
he's active.
Thinking about it, I think my guy Gilby was on there too. So I'm going to say, I'm not going to go Scott Hansen, but I'm going to go 1 below and say 6. 6 Giants.
Remember how we were talking about whether or not you had to nail it? You nailed it.
Mike Breen on the call?
Bang.
Thank you.
On the number, 6 Giants on the active roster were on the opening day roster.
Devers, Gilbert, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Drew Gilbert was not on the opening day roster.
Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee, and
Christian Koss.
I'll make you.
Christian Koss is actually the other you forget because they didn't play him for like 37 days.
Oh, that's right.
But he was on the roster. So there are 3 position players and 3 pitchers. Christian Koss, Rafi Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee, Logan Webb, Landon Roop, Ryan Walker. And Ryan Walker has had to get recalled twice.
Right.
And he's currently on the roster.
There are more.
That's it.
There are more people on the 26-man that I've never heard of than were on the opening day roster.
Let me just throw out some names, then we're going to the phones. Spencer Bivens, Jason Foley, Trent Harris, Anthony Molina, Braxton Roxby.
You're making stuff up now.
Reaver San Martin, Carson Seymour, Blade Tidwell, Dylan Smith, Drew Kavanaugh.
There's a guy named Furman.
Sure. We'll get there. Andrew Kisner, Oslivas Basabe, Nate Furman. There he is. Buddy Kennedy, Shea Whitcomb.
Can't get him out.
Turner Hill, Jonah Cox, Grant McCrae. Those people are all Giants right now. Like, those people have lockers, and they're in the dugout.
They're in the starting lineup. Like, not only are they there.
It's the Giants.
Like, Whitcomb and Cox, and, they started today.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It just, this is where you are, and I know that we talk about Niner injuries all the time, and the Giants have 19 players right now on the IL. Now, if they didn't have 19 players on the IL, they probably would still be sub 500.
Do we have, and we'll go to the phones, but do we have Angry Tony? Do we have some Angry Tony?
I'm working on it.
Okay. Angry Tony Vitello after the game today. There's Angry Tony Vitello during the game.
Well, and I wonder why that he still has to speak when he got thrown out 5 batters in.
Because he's the manager of the Giants.
I get it, but let's hear from Tingler.
Let's not. I want to hear from Tingler. I want to hear from the dude who got thrown out.
He watched the game on TV.
So what? Let it rip, dude. Why'd you get thrown out? How you feeling, Skip?
I was on my way in. I actually heard that, and it was a check swing call that he didn't like.
Oh, he was right. I mean, he's completely right.
I didn't see
but
it.
It doesn't, that's neither here nor there.
And the beauty of nobody at the game is you got to hear the natural audio, and he used some words that I can't. Well, I mean, one of the words I've used before, but he used some words now.
You weren't supposed to, though.
No,
Did
neither
you
was
hear
he.
what he said that you can use on radio?
No.
He said, just get it right. And then right after that, he was ejected.
Oh.
Okay.
So that's what he said on the field. Just get it right. And then
bad words.
Bad words.
Yeah.
Like Crash Davis type bad words. Okay. Let's go to Richie in Queens. Hi, Richie. Thanks for calling. What's up?
You know what?
What?
I am not usually at a loss of words. I think you guys know that. We do have a law firm on this team. We've got Furman, Cox, and Koss.
Yeah.
I think I would definitely go to those guys if I needed some help in the legal profession. And I'm looking for all the positives. And I came up with 5. You guys, good job coming up with the 6. Forgot about Koss being on there. But what we're looking for now is positives. And I know the pitching staff stinks. It's beyond stink. This is 84 and 85, guys. I go back 40 years. And we lost 100 in games, and then we got Will Clark. Things turned around. So I got to think positive. But to lose a game like this, and Bevins comes up, looks okay in the 8th, show some guts, Spencer. You got a chance maybe to make the roster for the rest of the year. And even Smith, who I thought could be our guy next year. And we see Gilbert doing well, and obviously I think Turner Hill's going to be a good player. Devers is on a roll, but this is just typical of what this team is. Now, do you blame Vitello? Absolutely not. He's got what he's got, and what he has is horrendous. It's just horrendous, and it's so unfair to the fans, and obviously, I don't know the direction they're going. People say, like, I watch the Mets, and I know we've got Benj out there, and they've got Raley, and they got Soto coming back, and Lindor, and they got some good pitching. I look at this team and see nothing. We've got Webb, and we've got Roop, who's now a 5, who could have been, I thought, a 3. We have no bullpen. No, again, we have a law firm. We have Furman, Cox, and Koss. I mean, guys, is that a great name for a law firm?
Well,
I mean, this is just, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah,
it's just so horrible to watch, guys. And I don't want to make light of it. I know they're out there. They're professional players. But we're going to get Chapman back and Devers back, and we'll get Schmidt back, and obviously Adames back.
Eldridge.
And again, I look for positives, and there ain't many, guys. Always good talking to you.
Yeah, Richie, thanks. Appreciate it. I've arrived at a point. It's funny when people do this. I hear it a lot. We've heard it a lot for months now. Who do you blame? Okay, I've sort of arrived at a spot where you, like, dealer's choice. When you're this bad, I'm sorry, nobody gets to skate. Do I, quote, blame Tony Vitello? No, but I also don't not blame Tony Vitello. If you want to do a percentage.
I was thinking about a batting lineup.
Yeah.
Like, if you do it 1 through 9, like, forget, like, your number 3 hitter being the biggest blame guy. If you just went 1 through 9 on, like, your starting 9 of blame, for me, your leadoff hitter is Buster Posey. And he is responsible with composing the roster, and this roster composition was flawed.
There's no question. I do. There's questions, though, about ownership and how they factor into the strategy of how this all went that in this moment I can't really answer. So, therefore, okay, sure, I'll buy that. Buster. But people with the last name Johnson, you're on the list.
Yep.
Tony Vitello, is it your fault? No. Did you do a good job this year? No. And hey, players, is it your fault? No. Did you do a good job? No. Like, I mean, Luis Ariz. Like, we could do.
He's not in the starting lineup.
No, he's not on the Giants. But
he's not in the starting lineup of blame.
I don't think he's anywhere near it. My point is there's about 3 or 4 people who I could point to. Maybe that actually might be kind, where I can say you don't get any.
Right.
You were great. You were awesome. I have very little issue with Bryce Eldridge. He's a rookie. And he's been a lot more good than bad. And I think his attitude's been awesome. Ariz was awesome. There's a few other people, I don't know, throw in a Daniel Susak. Jung-Hoo Lee's been good. Devers has been back and forth. You're so bad that I can't make anyone just completely innocent. You can't be this bad and be like, this is completely someone else's fault. everybody with the organization, like, I don't know, I'm not mad at the marketing department or the ticket takers, but the whole organization has failed across the board. And I don't care if you're a AAA pitcher or not, you can protect a 6-run lead in the 9th inning.
You would hope.
Yeah, that's on you too.
Yeah, it's on so many different people. And today I think is just a microcosm of the season where, you had a 6-run lead going into the bottom of the 9th to get a sweep, and you don't sweep anybody, and yet you go out there and you give up 7 runs. And so I don't want to sit here and do the full starting 9 of who to blame, but I look at the top first, and you mentioned ownership, and I do think that's part of it. And, Buster Posey, I don't know if he saw this as a gap year or a rebuild year and thought, you know what, we don't want to, ahead of a possible lockout or a probable lockout, we don't want to go out there and, spend huge money on a starter or big money on a closer. But what they came back with, Molly and Hauser and bullpen arms who don't get anybody out, that to me is a 162-game recipe for failure.
Next up, let's go to Aubrey in Vallejo. Aubrey, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, yeah, I got to talk about that 9th inning. I personally feel for Logan Webb, it's like he did everything he could to help this team win and get their first sweep of the season, but this bullpen has let them down completely. It's like, especially toward the end of the season, this team has got to invest heavily on the bullpen if they want to get back in a positive direction.
Aubrey, thanks. I mean, that's fair. And actually, I think that's a much bigger issue that we're not talking about right now because it's not relevant in this moment, but it will become that. Logan Webb's still got 2 years on his deal. I don't think the Giants are interested in him going anywhere, but how does Logan feel about all this? Remember, he was the one that at the beginning of the year was like, I'm sick of going 500. Well, I bet he's having a great year then because they're not going to go 500 again. Yeah, he's got to be sick to his stomach. This is another year gone by, and the Giants have gotten further away, not closer, and now they're getting younger as opposed to positioned to be more competitive. And, oh, by the way, I don't even know what the hell's happening next season, if there will be baseball or when. So, yeah, Logan Webb's clock is ticking big time.
And think about just the Logan piece of it today. So he moves up because I guess you want the sweep and you want to give Landon Roop an extra day to kind of get his stuff together. And so you go to Logan and say, hey, would you mind moving up a day because you're really good and we'd love to win this one. And we also want to give Landon Roop an extra day. And so Logan, yeah, all right. First inning is shaky, but he is able to escape it. And he eventually goes a typical Logan outing, 6 innings, 5 hits. He only walked 1. He gave up 2 earned, and he kept you not only in the game, but he left with the lead. And so thank you, Logan. All we need is 9 outs from the rest of yous guys. Can you get 9 outs for us, bullpen? And the answer was a resounding no.
The San Francisco Giants moved Logan Webb up today to go for their first sweep of the year against the Cincinnati Reds. They were up 9-3 at the start of the 9th inning. And for the first time in 2,209 games, they were unable to close out a 6-run lead or better going into the 9th inning. They lose the game 10-9. Tony Vitello was ejected from the game, 5 hitters in. Here's Tony with regard to the 9th inning. This, remember, he watched from the clubhouse. But this is Tony on the 9th inning.
Don't really have a word for it. It's more than unfortunate, but what led up to that was a pretty good effort out of some guys, with the bat in particular, playing hard, but we kind of finished how we started the game there on the first pitch of the game, adding more stress to our life than we needed.
Okay, more from Tony on the mood of the clubhouse right now.
Dictated by, the guys that are in there. Rafi's done a really good job of leadership, but there's a lot more guys in there than just him, so the pitchers, being a bullpen pitcher in the big leagues is like being a part of fraternity of like no other. You always want to carry the load, do your job, pitch even when you're tired, do all kinds of different things. You're kind of, built almost kind of military style to never let anybody down. So it doesn't matter win or loss. Those guys are always kind of a different breed. So it's kind of up to the players what the mood is and what the response is.
You ready for angry, Tony?
I can't wait.
Okay. This is on the ejection. That's where it starts. But listen to where it goes.
Yeah, thought he swung. So I said I thought he swung. Like I said, the inning was more. Guy didn't throw very well in Fenway, and the attitude we play with is a reflection of us, and you need to be hooked up no matter who's pitching. But like I said, we added more stress to that inning than we needed to, so maybe that was a factor. But thought the guy swung. It's part of my role to say if that's what I thought, and then you can get into escalation versus de-escalation. But yeah, it's up to you guys. I don't know what the rules are there. I didn't throw 2 baseballs at anybody, I can tell you that.
Okay, so at the end, then he also brings the Reds into play, which I think speaks to why he kind of took this out on the umpire. He wasn't wrong to be mad at the umpire, but I think that he's also ticked off that these Cincinnati Reds have been throwing at the Giants all week. And it begs the question, because I think this stuff is just stupid. I have all along. Like this whole idea of we're just going to start throwing balls at you because I don't like you, or you hit the ball too hard last time, so now we have to throw at you. It's dumb. At the same time, you can't just sit there and let another team do this for 3 days, especially on getaway day. They're going to come after you hard because you got no chance to get back at them. And then you just sit there? You sit there and take it and then be mad about it after the game? You've been thrown out 3 hours ago and you're still mad about it. Like, I don't know. In that standpoint, I mean, you have to do something about it.
Right. And that's, you and I always go back and forth about, like, what you should do, and I'm always prone to say, like, you need to go out there and dot somebody. And I know that Webb hit Blade early in the game, and it was in a spot where it was no way intentional, and yet they come back and they hit not only one guy, but they hit 2 guys. One of them was early in the game on an 0-2 pitch. I think that was in the first inning. Okay, fine. It's an 0-2 count in the first inning, and you hit our guy with a curveball. That's not intentional, but at the same time, you get to a spot where you've been getting dotted all series long. You have to go out there and send a message. And even, Tony Vitello talking about it, and he didn't say that in no uncertain terms, but he mentioned the fact that, they had 2 guys who had gotten hit. And so what are you going to do about it as an organization? At some point, you got to stand up. And I even shared with the group on my way in, like, oh, there's going to be a fight today. The benches will clear today. And the Giants never got, to that point where they fired back.
What in the hell happened this year? This is like, I can't even forget playoffs and, that conversation about, chasing the Dodgers or the Padres or whatever. I'm like, this season it turned into a complete migraine headache. They've fallen to 8th in attendance, but I'm like, you sure about that? I mean, when you're watching the game and the ball goes to the outfield and the camera accidentally pans the stadium, and I know this was a day game on a Wednesday, but it's like, whoa, the internet still says they average 36,000 fans a night. This looked like not an A's game, but like related to it.
There might have been 20 at the peak, probably closer to 15.
Sure didn't look like it.
It didn't, especially as the game, wore on. And if you are a Giants fan and you went and you see that they're up 9-3 and it's about, 3:30 in the afternoon, you're thinking, all right, I got to get on that Bay Bridge and beat traffic. They're up 9-3. We can go ahead and leave now. It's safe to go home, but turns out it was not safe to go home. But to your point, yeah, there was not 30,000 people in there. So attendance is always a little bit dubious, but at the same time, tickets sold. And that's where, chalk went up for the Johnsons because they're going to end up drawing about 2.7 million this year comfortably.
With the state of the entire thing, knowing that, by the way, it's August 26th. And so we got September, we got October, we got November. We're about 3 months away from the lockout. And the lockout is happening. That's already a done deal. Conversation has been changed because of what the Dodgers ownership has been caught doing. I don't know how hard owners can even push for a salary cap anymore, but this is going to be a 10-round bout. And this is going to go January and February and March. It's going to do all of that. And so this is what a Giants fan is now treated to for an entire summer And then that's what's ahead. That's what the next 7 months are going to be about.
And quietly, it might be a little bit of a relief.
Maybe.
It might be a nice break.
Interesting way to say it.
When you asked, didn't ask, but you threw out almost, as a random thing, like, what went wrong this year?
Yeah.
And we could talk about it because I think there are about 6 or 7 things specifically that went wrong, and they don't always go that way, but what went wrong stayed wrong.
Yeah, well, Red and Gold Summit is next Thursday, a week from tomorrow, on the 3rd. All the hosts, including special guest Brian Baldinger from 4 to 6 at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. They've got great food, great drinks. The atmosphere is unmatched. Plus, you can win autographed items and a whole lot more. We'll be there starting at 2, Summit 4 to 6, all brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. A lot of things on the table coming up next, from this Giants frustration to another day closer to the 49ers departure across the world. Jonathan Kuminga is a Timberwolf. Those of you who want to talk about that, stay where you are. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to echo what Mark said about this being brought to you by Fremont Bank, because I'm here to talk more about Fremont Bank. And it's been my bank for a long time, more than 6 years, and I love being a part of a good family-owned bank that contributes to the community and the client's goals and empowering everything around them. They started this back in 1964 with 1 branch, and now it's grown to 21 branches, 20 here in the Bay Area, 1 in Carmel by the Sea. They built a local ecosystem that's created around all of us here in the Bay Area. You deposit your money with Fremont Bank, as I will on Friday, and that money gets reinvested into home ownership and philanthropy and so many other good things that make our Bay Area so strong. And this contributes to a more vibrant and enjoyable community for all of us. And by the way, they designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that happens right here in the Bay Area as well. Make the switch as I did, and you will not regret it. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're in the game, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you started telling me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi. We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit Xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, nope. That's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is the other reason that I'm optimistic about the 49ers. We have no choice.
Yeah. They're all we have left. Other than the Valks.
The 49ers could change their name to Obi-Wan.
I was just thinking that we need to spend more time apart. Help me, Obi-Wan.
You're our only
hope. Oh, my God.
37 wins for the Warriors. You come out frustrated from the NBA season only to realize the Warriors season was a damn picnic compared to this.
Yeah.
And listening to Kruk and Kipe be all bummed about a 7-run top of the 9th to lose a game 10-9 today has not happened in over 2,200 games for the San Francisco Giants. There's a piece of that too. Like, these are the last games that Mike Krukow will call. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is how we're sending the guy out? And I don't know what anybody out there in the dugout is supposed to do about that. They're trying. These are AAA players. Some of them might not even be that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not coming down Shea Whitcomb's road.
You better not.
And he homered.
And doubled.
Yeah. I just, like, this is unthinkable. I can't even, I don't know anymore how to put this into words. if you had said before the year, yeah, here's how this will all play out, I'd be like, the biggest pessimist in the world couldn't have predicted this. No chance. I don't know when this stopped actually feeling like it was about baseball, but it's been weeks since this felt like it was about baseball for me. It's about, you know what I mean? It's about roster construction, and it's about the college manager and whether or not he's ready to go. And then the stuff that was happening earlier in the year. It's about, Logan Webb is putting up his dukes against media people and what their negativity online. And, the trade deadline sell-off for the second year in a row, all of the little things that have happened this year, it's just like there's no way. There's no way it's this bad. But it is. It's this bad.
But even beyond that, and you're not wrong, so you get to today where, all right, you might have a chance to get yourself a tidy little sweep. And what, they took 1 of 3 against Boston, and no, they got swept by Boston.
Swept
Apologies.
by Boston, yeah.
And so you come back and it's like, all right, you might actually get a sweep of your own, and you've got a big lead. And it's like, yeah, even though you want to have like a minute little moment of, okay, this was cool. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Cincinnati's not great, but darn it, we got ourselves a sweep. And some of these young guys I've never heard of are actually doing good things. And you mentioned Whitcomb, and Drew Gilbert has quietly had himself a nice little second half of the year. And Jonah Cox looks like a real major leaguer, and blah, blah, blah. You could look at today and think, cool, they got a sweep. It's not going to lead to anything, but at least we got a nice little thing. We got that one thing, Mark. And, for a moment, for 3 days, we were able to put aside all of the negative slop all year. And by the way, Rafi Devers might be on his way to, a 70-homer year suddenly. All he does is hit home runs. And so you had a little bit of a tiny bit of positivity, and then the ninth inning happened, and you lose 10-9. It's like, we can't even have this one day.
Was today Rafi's 29th home run, or was it his 30th?
29.
Okay, so the numbers are already up to date. His OPS is up over 800.
Right.
Yeah, 29 homers, 76 driven in, OPS 810.
This will be the classic baseball card, back of the baseball card year when we look back in December, and we think about the year, and you'll look at Rafi Devers' numbers and you'll go, oh my God, he had 36 home runs and he drove in 85 and his OPS was 840.
Yeah.
Okay.
31 doubles, 29 homers.
Right. And if you want to take just what he's done from May 1st on, because his April was so bad. And that's one of the things that I was thinking about when you said earlier, man, how has this gone so wrong? Well, April, your stars were terrible. And as a team, you got off to a bad start. And then, it just kind of snowballed from there,
I mean, did you like the way, this is a fun one. Did you like the way Rafi Devers played last year with the Giants? Forget the team's record.
Yeah. I mean, he produced, as I remember it.
It's officially better this year than he was last year.
Right. And that includes his April this year that was dreadful.
Yeah.
And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but when he joined last year, it felt like he wasn't. And again, this might be the headline if you are Rafi Devers, it's not my fault. This stuff is not my fault.
It's not my fault. I don't know. I mean, does it matter? I guess that would be my thing. When we get to I don't blame him and whoever you're talking about. Devers, Vitello. I don't blame. I'm I don't care who you blame. I have no energy for whose fault this is. This is it's so bad that I've sort of lost the bandwidth to work my way through the weeds of what the problem is. I've never been this turned off by this team before. Never. I can't remember it ever in my life.
When you and I've talked off the air and maybe on the air as well about the other team that's been this bad in our lifetime, and it's the 85 Giants. And if you look at the 85 Giants versus this year's team, just from a roster standpoint, this year's team, you've got fancy Rafi Devers, who is an amazing hitter. You've got Willie Adames, who is proven. You've got Matt Chapman. You've got Logan Webb, who's been knocking on Cy Young's door. He's an all-star. You've got Robbie, I like to grunt Ray. You had Luis Ariz, who is going for the batting title. You had a lot of good and fancy things, and yet you still have been this bad. So the expectations of this year versus what that year was is wildly different.
In a way, I wonder, let me ask you first. How did it grab you when you found out today they're moving Logan Webb up? Get a sweep. The Diamondbacks come in for 4 starting tomorrow. They're moving Logan Webb up to see if they can get a sweep. How'd that grab you?
That grabbed me as something that he would have had to sign off on. And I also think that part of it was giving Landon Roop an extra day. So I felt good about it.
Okay.
If Logan wasn't ready, then they wouldn't have done it. I don't think that they did it thinking, you know what, if we can get a sweep here, this is going to catapult us to blah, blah, blah.
No, I don't think it's a catapult, but I think that there's some sort of positive PR. There's some sort of positivity, like you would have a day tomorrow where people were like, the Giants swept the Reds. The Giants swept the Reds. That's all I can think of. I'm going to leave room for there's something going on I don't know about. As you said, like maybe Landon Roop needed another day. But other than that, if that was the sole reason you moved up Logan Webb, I'd like to say, can we suspend the chase of statistical oddities? Like that? No. Don't start maneuvering so that you can get a sweep and move to 55 and 79 or whatever. Like, no. What did you think was going to happen? That we would be like, bravo. You swept the Reds. Not like you're moving people around for stats? For factoids? I don't know, man. Well,
if that's the reason, that's a little flimsy.
Yeah, just play the games. Just honestly, that's the mode that I've been in for a while now, and I hate this. I hate it with every fiber of my being, but can we get this over with? Can we get it over with? If the Giants were a 12-year-old, they would go to bed. Game over. You know how do you play games with Mila?
Yeah.
And if they're not going well, does she give up?
No, but at some point we pull the plug.
Yeah.
We have this matching game that it's like little ladybugs, and it's like matching. And we'll play the matching game, and you get to a point where it's like she's not only is she not paying attention, but she's starting to go rogue where, she'll take a little peek at this one, and then she'll pick the other one. It's like, no, you're not playing right, and you're getting a little out of pocket. We're going to pull the plug on whatever it is that this is going on. And, yeah, it's a little bit like that. You're trying to do too much, and I'm looking right now. Have they not swept anybody all year?
Nobody. That was the point. They have no sweeps.
Oh, then I'm in favor of the move. I mean,
you are.
Whatever, for the optics and maybe for the clubhouse.
Whatever is exactly right.
Let me ask you this, Mark.
In other words, if they had swept the Reds, would you be like, let's teen movie slow clap this thing? Yeah, Giants. Whatever.
Let me ask you this, and for Grandy and Risotto as well, because they were watching a little bit more closely. How many fans today showed up with brooms?
I didn't see any.
I wasn't watching that closely.
And are you still allowed to? Like back in the day, if they're going for the sweep, you'd bring a broom.
It's probably a good question.
More bags over faces than brooms.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're
I'm not joking.
Are you allowed to bring a long stick to a baseball game? They won't do bat day anymore because they're afraid that everybody starts swinging it at other people.
But you could bring one of those little umpire.
Can you?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
As long as
cannot.
As long as it fits in that little bag, that see-through bag that's 18 by 23.
No, it doesn't have to just fit. Those people get to look in there and act like they're looking for something.
I can bring in anything that fits in that bag. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's definitely not true. What, are you going to put a grenade in there?
What I'm telling you is
in my bag.
You can go to a WNBA game and bring a toy of some...
What kind of toy?
The kind of toy that is not for children, and they hurl it on the court.
Oh.
So...
Wow, you went there.
Well, I'm just talking about things that you can bring and you can't bring.
People sneak those in.
Right.
That's kind of something that you can...
you could also sneak in one of those mini brooms. Wow. What's going on?
Where are
you with your Bobby Fitz?
Yes, you could shove the broom in your pants.
For the love of God.
You could do that. I don't think it's not that important, is it?
That's kind of my point.
Like,
where
I'm going to shove a broom in my pants so that Kruk and Kipe will see me and be like, out of bed. They brought their broom. bring a broom, get a sweep. Like,
Right.
I don't know if we're doing that. Who cares is my point.
You made an earlier point about, like, is this how we're saying goodbye to Mike Krukow? My thing is, this is maybe why he's leaving.
I don't think that.
I agree. It's not really the real reason. But honestly, if you're Mike Krukow and you're thinking, how much more of this do I have to endure? Because this is bad.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Baseball coverage right now on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Yeah, it really is, and I mean this now in a very layered way. It's the season from hell. And it's all the stuff that we just detailed, and that's not news to anybody. I feel like for anybody who was with us around this time yesterday, it was actually at the very end of the show, I kind of threw some shade at the Jeff Passan and the Dodgers stuff. And I want to kind of reboot that for a second because I do sort of feel like it came out a little bit wrong, quite frankly. I'm not going to say I have no issue with the competitive advantage that the Dodgers clearly have with the finances. We could go into this. It's a little bit hard to understand on the radio, but Mark Walter, who has sold the Lakers and now is rumored to be selling Chelsea and his stake in the Dodgers, he's gotten caught up in some stuff, and the Dodgers have done a bunch of things behind the scenes with their money, kind of moving things around with insurance companies that have provided them a competitive advantage. That's not me, a Giants fan, saying that. That's the baseball world reporting that. And so he, not they, he is in a little bit of trouble. Are the Dodgers in trouble? No, probably not. Has this changed the conversation for next year and the lockout and the salary cap? Absolutely, it has. The point I wanted to get to is that I do think there are shady dealings at the top a lot of times. A lot of times. This is, unfortunately, the way sports works. Lane Kiffin's over there at LSU signing people off of the Browns training camp squad. 2 days later, I don't know if you saw this, all of the SEC commissioners got together and made it illegal. Now, Lane's already done it. I don't know if he has to go back on it. I bring that up just to say there's people pushing the envelope and trying to get an advantage. Individuals, teams, conferences, all the time. The only reason I brought it up is because I would like Dodger fans to sort of eat it a little bit, because I feel like for 5 years, they're always bragging about, well, our owner is just better than your owner, and we'd have even more championships if it weren't for those stupid Astros and their trash can. It's like you do stuff for a competitive advantage as well. I say all that to say, I put that in the same bucket. This is not what I want to be talking about. This baseball season has made it impossible to think about baseball. And that's the Giants. That's the lockout looming. Give me the story in baseball right now where you're like, this is a great story. Like, let's follow this. We're rooting for this. What are you rooting for?
It's hard when you look at it from a macro standpoint, but you can look at little moments like Pete Crow Armstrong going for the MVP.
I like that one.
I used to do a morning show with a guy named Mark Kreidler, and his kid, who is from Davis, came back to Sacramento, I guess it was 2 days ago, and he hit a home run. And he's kind of a classic 4A player. He's been a lot of AAA and not a lot of major leagues. And so in a micro personal way, that was pretty cool to see him hit a home run in front of his family. And, you know, in the post game pictures with his mom and dad, who I love. And so that's a very tiny thing. But you're right. Beyond that, like the big story of the year is what?
I don't know what I'm following.
Right.
Is that crazy person on the Mets, Jeffrey Yan, who like does gymnastics after every pitch or whatever? Am I supposed to, like, I think it's funny, but baseball right now is very, very difficult to get excited about. And yes, the centerpiece of that is, as a Giants fan, they have not done anything to grab our attention whatsoever. But I think it goes beyond that. It really does. And I've watched a lot of Dodger fans spend the year kind of, they're building toward the chase for the three-peat. And then all of a sudden it got a little bit quiet. And Bill Plaschke is down there writing articles about how everything's about to go to hell. And he might be right. And so even for them, the feel-good nature of what was going on, I think has been kind of tainted. And it just feels like, I love that you bring up PCA. That's for me almost as far as it goes. Pete Crow Armstrong. That's my list of what's fun this year, of what is enjoyable, is someone I can root for. Something in baseball where you're like, I'm impressed by that. I'd buy a ticket to see that. That's it. And they're all going to strike. It's just like,
well, there's that.
Y'all better not miss games.
Right.
Because you're having a hard enough time being cool as it is.
Baseball has gotten its cool factor back. And this year, I do think what you're saying is mostly true and from a national standpoint. But if you are, I don't know, if you're a fan of the Tampa Bay Rays, well, they're good again with, no money. But again, baseball is very much
seven people who root for the Rays.
Right. Baseball is very much a local and a regional sort of a product. And the other story that I'm really kind of connected to is the White Sox with Will Venable as their manager. And they've had a great year. And last year they were almost historically bad. And they stuck with Will Venable, a kid from San Rafael. His dad was a giant, Max Venable. I know you remember him from growing up, and one of those Giants that you love because he was kind of an underdog player. And this White Sox story is an underdog story. But again, these are micro stories. And you can look at the Phillies, who were so dreadful, and they fired their manager, and they've been amazing. And the other one that kind of hits close to home because Devers was a Red Sox, but Boston was also dreadful, and they turned it around. But again, these are not like, oh, my God, what a great, great story that we can all latch onto.
It's just hard. I don't, and maybe I'm naive on the other stuff. It's not like when I'm watching football, I'm like, I love this. This is so clean. Like, I know there's a lot of crap going on.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of crap going on. NFL Today released a big thing about CTE, and some of the numbers are very, very jarring. And they do the same thing every time, where they're like, we are totally committed to everything we can possibly do with regard to player safety, and it's getting better. It's still tough, but it's getting better. And then in the next breath, you're like, so you're going to keep the grass that the World Cup put in, right? Well, no, we're not doing that. It's like, okay, well, then you're not committed to player health and player safety. So I get that there's dirty stuff everywhere. And I really don't want to sound whiny and complaining because the Giants are one of the worst teams in baseball. That's obvious and has been there for quite some time. But if you're going to lock out Loom, if it turns out that the Dodgers have a ridiculous competitive advantage going on out there, you brought a few of them up. I think the Brewers are kind of easy to root for. Pete Crow Armstrong, Red Sox made a cool move. Okay, there's a few former Giants on the Braves that I'm like, attaboy, you know what I mean? Go get yourself a World Series or something. But the whole thing has this feel around it right now. And again, mainly because we know what's coming, which is just an ultra showdown fight. And they know damn well we're not rooting for either of you.
Right.
We're not. You're billionaires, millionaires, okay. I just, boy, they better get this done and miss minimal to no games next year, or they are running the risk of really losing millions and millions of people.
And losing momentum, because if you go back to, I don't know, post-COVID, where, COVID sucked for everyone, all sports, and then the year after that, the Giants won 107, so locally it was like, this is cool, and I went to a game with my then-girlfriend, my now wife, and then as you got out of COVID, baseball decided, okay, we're going to make the base a little bit bigger, no more shift, and the pitch clock is here, and it's here to stay. Games are faster. The action happens more quickly. More fans came back to the game. Attendance was up, and it's like, yeah, baseball, look at you. Yeah. Look at you coming into the modern day, and now you keep mentioning it, and you're not wrong, but the lockout's going to happen. Every time you say that, I want to just say, well, I mean, Mark, it doesn't have to, but the reality is it's probably like if you did, and I haven't looked at the Kalshi, and maybe I'll do that while you go to the phones, but I would imagine if Kalshi has odds on it, trade on anything, it's probably a 90% yes, if not higher.
99.999. Remember, a lockout doesn't happen in April when the season starts. A lockout happens league year-wise at the beginning of December. There's zero question as to whether or not there's going to be a lockout. This one will be more powerful coming from you. Let me read you this text and you go ahead and answer it.
Okay.
415. Stop being such a homer, Mark. San Francisco is not the only market. If you love baseball, you wouldn't think this way.
If you love baseball, you wouldn't think this way. Well, you do love baseball, and you only think this way because, I mean, baseball in general, there aren't a lot of phenomenal stories, I think.
I think baseball has been, you ask me this a lot, like, what do we love the most? And I really am so enthralled in every single thing that's going on as it unfolds. I love going to games of all kinds. I love watching games of all kinds. But if you ask me what got into my blood first, it was probably Giants baseball. My mom used to get mad at me because back in the day, boy, I'm going to age the living hell out of myself here. You pull out TV Guide and KTVU would let you know when the Giants game was on TV. That's right, kids. Not all the games were on TV.
Right.
Some of them were on TV. And if there was a Giants game that was on KTVU that night, I would not go out with my friends. I was not interested in leaving the house. All I wanted to do was watch Giants baseball. And when I was really young, I would take a transistor radio and put it under my pillow and listen to Hank Greenwald and Ron Fairley broadcast Giants games well after my mom and dad made me go to sleep. So with all due respect, I, capital Love, love baseball. I am hereby requesting that they stop making it so damn hard right now to want to go to games, to be interested in the games. This is a decade now where there's been one good season with the Giants, and we've got basically more stories of cheating by teams over the last decade than we've had good seasons, winning seasons by the Giants. So, and a lockout that's already done, that's coming in December, for sure. So, this isn't about my love of the game. This is about a sport right now that each year goes a little bit farther in making, I think, things harder for fans to just relax, have a freaking good time, and watch people that we want to root for and go out there and build a good roster and stop buying theaters. Will you please just play baseball? That's what I'm talking about. The Giants announced more partnerships this year than they hit home runs. Please make this easier on the fans. We love the game, and too much of this is no longer about the game.
I think for the Giants in a micro level, if you look at it, yes, this year has had many things that have distracted us from actually going out there and playing the game. And part of that is because they have not played well. And I do think if you go to the trade deadline as a bright spot, what they did at the trade deadline is a positive. You took some expiring assets and you got a lot of young players for the future. And does that help you in your major league roster now? Of course not. And the other piece of it is they have become the 49ers. They now are the team that gets injured. They've got 19 players on the IL. So we're all wringing our hands over the Niners and all their injuries, which actually haven't happened. But Chapman gone for the year, and now Adames, I don't know if he's going to return. And it's funny because you mentioned they need to shut him down. And then he homered in consecutive games, and then he actually got hurt. And then Baracotto against the outfield fence in left field, he got hurt. And on and on and on. Everybody seems to be getting hurt, and the team did not build a roster that was ready to win, and the rookie manager and Pride Night and all the other stuff that distracted us. If they were just, I don't know, last year's team, we would be a lot less frustrated. Last year's team was not very good, and they were frustrating, but at least it was okay, I could see you being an 81 team.
Yeah, I just, there's a likability quotient that's tough. I don't want to direct this at every Giant. Drew Gilbert went flying into the wall last night. Still playing his ass off. He's trying like crazy. Had a big hit in the 8th inning. Not big enough, apparently.
Right.
Logan Webb forever will have my respect with the way he plays baseball. Casey Schmidt, I thought this year, really, really painted himself in a wonderful way in terms of the way he conducted himself, the way he played baseball. I'm very excited about Bryce Eldridge. Nothing in life to me is all or nothing. So I'm not like pointing at every single person in the Giants organization. But the sport as a whole, and certainly with the way the Giants have focused their efforts, and this is where I do point to ownership. All you can do is make us feel a certain way. And I don't know if the Giants know this. You know, I think Buster Posey is Buster Posey. I'll never not love Buster Posey. I don't care what he does. I'll never not love Buster Posey as a Giants fan. And I think he's trying his ass off, and he's learning lessons. But the Giants, as a franchise, have made the fans feel many times recently like they are more interested in parking lots and buildings and food prices than they are in winning baseball games.
Yeah.
And I'm not even saying that's 1,000% true, but that's how it feels.
That's how it feels. Yeah, and that's how it looks. And I've said this all summer, and we'll go to the phones. I know many people want to chime in on this, but my whole thing since, I don't know, April on has been, who are you? What's your identity? And you're not pitching in defense. You have neither pitching nor defense. And I do think as we go forward, like the whole idea of Rafi Devers, he's a real one. Maybe that makes it so you can now trade him in the offseason. I'm not trying to pretend to know what they're going to do, but the one thing that they did at the deadline to me was, all right, our identity now is going to be about 2028 and maybe beyond that. And so, all right, let's go ahead and channel your identity and be good going forward.
Let's do that. Let's get out to the phones. Thank you for your patience. We're going to get to all of you. 888-957-9570. Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. Thank you for calling us.
Thank you for having me. And, you know, I never call and talk baseball, but your guys' conversation is interesting. And somebody who used to follow baseball much closely than I do now, you can tell me what you think, guys, and I know this is in your wheelhouse. I just think now the game is missing stars. I remember when I used to really be into baseball, they had stars damn near on every team. And the pitching, when I turn on baseball, I don't know if that pitcher's a starter or reliever. You know, I'm used to pitchers pitching 7 innings, 8 innings, Roger Clemens, Randy Johnson, you know, Pedro Martinez. Right now, I can only name 2 pitchers. That's the Miz and the guy in Pittsburgh.
You call him the guy, too.
Nowadays, a good season. Yeah. Nowadays, a good season, you bat 250, 30 home runs, and 80 RBIs. You're a star. You're good. Like, I remember we had Andrew Jones, Ken Griffey, Frank Thomas, Chipper Jones, Gary. Like, there were stars everywhere putting up great numbers. Now I feel like teams just identify, you know, I mean, fans identify through teams, like the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers. I think back then when it was more enjoyable, you had more identified players, pitching, hitting, all that stuff. So right now, it's just, to me, I don't understand the game. I know they're trying to limit the pitches and keep them healthy and all that, but I can't get into it because I just don't know anybody. Like, I know Shohei and I know Aaron Judge, and those are the stars. But outside of that, it doesn't help that your home team ain't doing so good either. So I'm with you on that, Will. It's just, the game is just weird and different than when I used to really, you know, follow the game. So maybe you can school me on something. Am I missing something? Because it's not what I used to watch.
Dave, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
41.
Okay, 41. The only thing I would say, I want to at least be open-minded for the idea that, you know, you're mentioning these magical sort of like we're wide-eyed baseball players from 10 and 15 and 20 years ago. Well, you know, same for me. Like, we were much younger men at that time, and maybe it kind of lands with us a different way. You turn 40, you turn 50, you're not wearing jerseys and buying baseball cards anymore. And so, like, I'm open-minded to that because I have 2 sons who love baseball, and they make fun of me all the time for the people I don't know. You know what I mean? If I had said, hey, the Reds are in town, I got a 12-year-old who would be able to tell me 6 players on the Reds. And I'm like, Ellie De La Cruz and Cool, they wear red. That's about what I know. So maybe it's a little bit of that, but I also think you're onto something. Dave, thanks so much. Like I think the style of the game, the 105-mile-an-hour fastball, the analytics of all of it are a piece of this conversation too. They're hard for a lot of us.
Yeah, and it's also, I think, the 3 true outcomes of walk, strikeout, or home run. So you don't have the same level of nuanced player. Like, that's why I think you and I both were, kind of smitten this year by, the plucky little Giants who were able to come out there and, get base hits and all the rest of it. Luis Ariz, somebody who did things a little bit differently. It feels like a lot of the games are our pitcher's going to throw 98 and your hitter is going to come out of his shoes to try to hit a home run. And one of them's going to win, and then after that, it's going to be on to the next.
The Giants today lost 10-9. They were up 9-3 going into the 9th inning. Never before in 2,208 games had they had a lead of 6 runs or more going into the 9th inning and lost a baseball game. They did it today. Logan Webb moved up seemingly so the Giants could go for a sweep. They had it. They blew it. You could almost set your watch to it. This is the way this bullpen performs. We played a game earlier that details that 6 current Giants were on the opening day roster. This thing has devolved to such a level. Tony Vitello was thrown out of the game and also was seemingly ticked off that the Reds were throwing at the Giants all week.
Yeah, thought he swung. So I said I thought he swung. Like I said, the inning was more, guy didn't throw very well in Fenway. And, the attitude we play with is a reflection of us, and you need to be hooked up no matter who's pitching. But like I said, we added more stress to that inning than we needed to, so maybe that was a factor. But thought the guy swung. It's part of my role to say if that's what I thought, and then you can get into escalation versus de-escalation. But yeah, it's up to you guys. I don't know what the rules are there. I didn't throw 2 baseballs at anybody. I can tell you that.
So look, I said off the top, I'm numb. I don't really have some major reaction this year anymore to Giants losses. At the same time, did today push me over some sort of an edge? I guess we could talk about that. We're talking about some of the grander issues right now. But yeah, the baseline of this is I have found this Giants season to be the most unpleasant one that I can ever remember. You can be bad, but this team is having a hard time looking even competent, functional, or likable. And so I don't know. I don't know where they go from here. It's cool that they've got a good farm system that people like. I hope that in a couple of years that brings some fruit. But this is about as down as I have felt as a Giants fan as an adult.
Yeah, and you just mentioned, competent and likable, and I think that some of the likability has been a little bit hard because you've got players who are making a lot of money who aren't playing well, and you've got Rafi Devers who doesn't normally meet the media, so we know nothing about him. You've got Willie Adames who has made, mistakes that are frustrating. Devers the same thing where you're not running out a pop fly. Matt Chapman is somebody who is likable, but he's had some moments that are not necessarily too likable. And Casey Schmidt's a guy that we all were really falling in love with, and he got hurt. And Jung-Hoo Lee doesn't have enough command of the English language to go out there and speak as well. And Logan Webb has been very frustrated on his own, and for good reason. And so if you look at the year, there have been so many games, and I can't even run through the list of them, but games where you should have won and you didn't. Yeah. And I go all the way back to early in the year where we talked about the third base coach, Hector Borg, a lot. Hector Borg with bad sense and the manager who doesn't really know who's up in the bullpen. And there have been so many of these little micro mistakes that have led to losses that, you can't help but pinpoint all these things in your frustration.
Kevin in Oakland is next. Hi, Kevin. We appreciate your call, man. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I think baseball has a fundamental problem that's going to be extremely hard to fix. And that is the attention span of the common fan has changed so much where the story actually becomes something other than baseball. and they've been trying to do it, as you guys mentioned, with the pitch count and everything. I have read an article that, right now this generation's attention span is broken every 1 minute and 18 seconds. So when we were growing up listening to radio, there was a commercial every 20 minutes, and the TV was every whatever it was, 15 or whatever. Now the attention span just doesn't keep up. So the play is too slow, the storyline is too slow. Baseball is trying to do a bunch of gimmicks to kind of speed up that, but I just don't think it can catch up. And what the other caller stated, therefore, there's no stars. It's just a lot for baseball as a sport to compete with the basketball, soccer, football, regular football, even pickleball. I mean, it's more interesting than baseball now because it just can't keep up with the attention span. That's my point.
Yeah, Kevin, I think you're on to something that I kind of feel too. Kevin, thanks so much. Listen, I don't think it's fair as fans to demand that all athletes play well every day. Like that's not realistic. And so it's not just a simplistic, they're not very good, so let's jump up and down and rip them. You can get into the structure and how you got here and roster construction, all of that. That's all fair. But the way I look at it is this particular Giants team has made it difficult well beyond just losing, okay? I should not walk out of a season with, we hired a third base coach that doesn't know what he's doing. I should not walk out of a season where I've got multiple stories. You asked me, you go, hey, remember when that Giant forgot how many outs there are? And my answer is, which time?
Right.
This is the kind of stuff that gets me. Right? I love Logan Webb forever, but he's upset that they're getting ripped on social media. Pride Night sent this conversation in a certain direction. There's no escaping that. I think it was worse, actually, the way they handled Pride Night after Pride Night.
Yeah, and that's our guy, Buster Posey.
It was way worse than Pride Night, to be honest with you. And so that's sort of what I'm looking for. I am looking for sports to make it easy for a fan
great point.
To like you and to root for you and to have your back even when you have a bad day. And this team has not done that.
And I think about the team that is like number one in our market at doing that, and it's the Golden State Valkyries. You go to Valhalla, and it's going to be sold out. It's going to be fun. Everyone's wearing lavender. Not only Nakase's team is going to play their ass off on defense, and they'll win more than they lose, but it's a pretty easy watch. It's WNBA, 4 10-minute quarters. They're good. They compete. You get to know the team. That is an easy watch. And even the Golden State Warriors themselves, a little bit tougher, but still pretty easy. The problem with that is you have an older team. Is Steph going to play? Is Kristaps in? Well, they played last night, so that means Al won't play. And so the Golden State Warriors is a little bit tougher. The 49ers, I think, because it's football, is still pretty easy, but now we unfortunately have some off-field stuff that takes our attention away a little bit. But honestly, come Thursday, not tomorrow, but in 2 weeks?
2 weeks from tomorrow.
It'll be a real game, and it'll be weird because it's in Melbourne and it's not in Levi's South or Levi's itself, but it'll be easy because it's football.
Totally off subject since you brought up football. Jeremy Fowler, 45 minutes ago, tweets 49ers wide receiver Mike Evans plans to play week 1. Despite dealing with injuries this camp, per source. His latest, a groin issue, is considered minor.
Okay. His latest.
Yeah.
How's the quad?
I think the quad's fine. I think the ankle's fine. I think the groin's fine. If Jeremy Fowler's going to tweet 2 weeks in a day ahead of the game that Mike Evans is playing, then I'm going to go with what David Lombardi said to us yesterday. This is load management. So Mike Evans is not hurt.
Right.
Mike Evans is getting himself ready for the game against the Rams in the way that they feel is the best way to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's the majority of those guys. Like,
I agree.
Kittle's a different story, and Bosa as well.
Sure.
And, you mentioned earlier when Greg Cosell asked us about Mykel Williams, and I think that you're right about how they approach it. It might be where he starts on the PUP list, which is physically unable to perform for 4 weeks, and that's okay. But other than that, the people who are quoted as injured. Like McCaffrey's going to play, and Evans, he's going to play, and Trent Williams. Kyle Juszczyk, who I guess he's got a broken
He broke
finger.
a finger, yeah.
And he hasn't played that much, I don't think. Even if he's been in joint practices, I don't think he has been, but he's going to play. Most of this is, to quote John Lynch, a big nothing burger.
Let's get back to the phones. 888-957-9570. Niner football, a lot of discussion about things as we move into their final preseason game. Roster cutdowns this weekend. Jonathan Kuminga is a member of the Minnesota Timberwolves, a 2-year deal for the mid-level exception. The second year is a player option. The San Francisco Giants entered the 9th inning today looking for the first sweep of the season, up 9-3, and found a way to lose the baseball game. Tony Vitello was ejected. So that's what we're talking out today here on 95.7 The Game, and we're glad you're with us. Safe at Third in San Francisco is next. Hi, Safe at Third. How are you?
I'm doing real good, you guys. You guys are hitting on all cylinders, man. You're talking about things that was on my mind I wanted to indulge in. I'm 78, and I come from New York City when the Giants played at the Polo Grounds, and I grew up 7 blocks from Yankee Stadium. Let me tell you, the baseball game then, when you watch it on black and white TV in the early 50s, is far different from now, what it is now. Right now, there are so many things, like the young man said, get the people's interest in the game. I mean, I go nuts when the pitch counter doesn't work and they stop the whole game. What about the fingers? What did we do over 130 years? But put 2 fingers down, 1 finger fastball, 2 fingers curve, so on and so on. What happened to that? We're losing what was then and still is for the most part. If you bring it back, we don't have to stop a whole inning because the pitch counter doesn't work. It drives me crazy. The game has changed dramatically. Another young man said something that was vital. The star content. When you had stars on your team, you knew, and they stayed there and they played their butts off, and they were hitting like 270, 280, 290. If you get a guy hitting 240 now, like the young man said, with 20 home runs, he's a star. It wasn't like that. They're doing too much to try to get the attention. You'll never beat the computer, the phones. You'll never beat that. You can't. So obviously you try to do the best you can. But I'm telling you guys, we got to get back to some kind of originality, go back to some originality with the game, and get these people to realize that, hey, this is not as bad as I thought. Maybe I need to sit here and look at it. As far as the Giants, Giant fans since 1953 will continue to be the Giants fan till the daisies push up. Let me tell you, I'll call you guys back on another time. Thank you.
Save it Third, thank you. Appreciate it. There's a lot of energy in that one, but there's a lot of fair points. And I get it. There's a generational thing going on here, too, with regard to the game is trying to catch the attention of a younger audience. Does that then put out the older audience? That's kind of a normal thing, I think, in the process of entertainment and the flow of the dollar and all of those things. So I don't know. In general, I'm cool with change, but it has to be fun. So, quick example. The NFL has made it damn near impossible to hit the quarterback. And some people, especially the older generation, are like, this is foofy. But the truth of the matter is what's fun is when the quarterback is healthy. And people like to play fantasy football, and they like it when their team still has a chance. They like it when the quarterback plays. So that's a move, whether you like it or not, it's for fun. Baseball has allowed itself to go through all of these changes that aren't fun. It's not fun to watch people strike out every other at bat. It's not fun to watch left-handed hitters hit the ball to the right side and there's 8 people waiting for them. It's not fun to watch a game that's sped up in terms of the pitch clock, but then slowed down in terms of how much action it's giving you because you're damn near not allowed to hit the ball anymore. So that's the one thing that I would love to see baseball really kind of dive into. Like, don't be afraid to make rules that don't sound fair, but they make it fun. Like, that's what the NFL does it every year, does it every single year. And we're there. with a spoon in our mouth ready to go.
No doubt. And I think that the rule that came out today, and I could be wrong in saying that it was today, and I could be wrong about all the details, but I think you're going to be faced with a 1-game suspension now if you have I think it's a helmet-to-helmet or a hip drop tackle. I think that there are 4 different things that can lead to you being suspended for a game. So defensively, you're going to have to really watch your P's and Q's. And the other thing I was thinking about when you were laying that out is the NBA is going down this road of having a problem. And I mentioned this before, that this past year in the association, 42% of all shots were 3-point shots. 42% were attempts. And so the league has become, high screen, make a switch. I beat the big man. You help. I get in the painted area. I kick it out to the wing. You close out. I kick it to the corner. And my guy tries the corner 3 because it's the best shot in basketball. It's the one that most people make the most often. So the NBA has become, how do we get our corner 3 guy open for a corner 3? We've lost the nuance of the NBA.
You know who sells out all their baseball games?
No, who?
The Savannah Bananas.
Right.
That's who sells out their baseball games.
You know that if you're a fan in the stands that you can make an out?
Yes.
And after every pitch, that one ump who's at every game, he does what that Jeffrey Yan does. He does the splits and he's dancing and boogieing.
There's dancing. There's interactivity. I'm not suggesting the Giants games start playing like the Savannah Bananas. But
the pitcher gets the ball back and he immediately goes in the windup.
Can you just be fun? Let's find some fun. Baseball always is it's ended up in this spot where, I don't know, everybody seems mad all the time. Even the Reds are throwing at the Giants. Everybody's all, kind of, I don't know.
It's gotten more fun, though, I think, with bat flips and even the Jeffrey Yan guy we're talking about with the Mets who does the jump kick splits after a strikeout.
Yeah, it's not bad. What if your next round of golf could change lives? It can. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for their 11th annual charity golf tournament at Harding Park, supporting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area on Friday, September 11th. Learn more at PettinelliFP.com. Also, the Red and Gold Summit is set, I can't wait, next Thursday, a week from tomorrow. We're going to be out in Pleasant Hill with Baldy and the boys. Okay? Thursday, September 3rd, Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts, including Brian Balding, are from 4 to 6. We'll be there from 2 to 6. The key to getting a good seat is to come to see Willie and Dibby.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're in place for 4 to 6. And by the way, if last time at Jack's was any indicator, you're going to need to come early if you want to get a good seat.
Yeah, probably about 1:15.
That thing was jammed.
Yep.
Jammed with people. It was fantastic. Great food, great drinks, great vibe, your chance to win autograph items, and much more. It is all brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can keep going on this and more next on Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
If your night out includes a drink, make sure your plan includes a sober ride home. Choose a designated sober driver, rideshare, or public transit before you go. End your night right. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, it's Willard for Habas Law. When you get injured, you're not facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters. A trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog when the insurance company unleashes its pack. Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust them, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it.
Niners.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing. What comes next? Who you trust. Have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
That's Elena's family group chat. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always on the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. And from now until September 1st, get free activation by skipping the access charge. Go to your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Uh, 707 wants the ball to be juiced again.
Well, I mean, they can bring that back very easily.
Yeah.
Such as 2021 when the Giants were second in baseball in home runs. So
that was crazy.
It was.
Although, like, were they only juiced in Giants games?
No.
Like how Oracle Park housed one of the best home run hitting teams in baseball when they didn't have a lot of good home run hitters on the team, I'll never understand.
Well, they had a fresh, I didn't play during COVID, Buster Posey.
Correct.
They had Brandon Belt, Brandon Belt? He played actually a whole season of healthiness.
Until the end, until the playoffs started.
Brandon Crawford had a career year. And then you sprinkle in your late night Lamonts and your Dickersons, your Yaz.
Slates.
Donnie Barrels. Like you got 10 or more home runs from, I think, 9 different guys.
Everybody.
So the ball was juiced, and they were awesome. My big solution is you lower the mound. And I don't quite go back to the days of Bob Gibson. I was born that year, but he was so dominant, and it was so hard to hit that they decided, you know what, we're going to lower the mound. So you either lower the mound or you back that thing up.
Well, I mean, it's funny that, like, and baseball is probably more this way than all the other sports because it's so, like, steeped in tradition. And so its longtime fans have a really hard time with, hey, we're going to do something new. Like, remember how much hand-wringing there was of, wait, what? The DH in the National League? Raise your hand if you miss the pitcher's hitting. You miss it. You miss it like crazy, don't you? You don't. Now, do you want a runner at second base in the 10th inning? Some of us don't, but you'll get over it. So what you're proposing, for example, we see in sports all the time. All the time. Tiger Woods makes a joke of Augusta. Change the course. Next year, they're changing the ball so that the ball won't fly nearly as far anymore in golf. Like, you make changes all of the time when the technology and the bigger, stronger, faster sort of get to a point where you're like, well, this is overwhelming our sport. I don't know that we're there yet, but we're sure getting close. If The Miz is going to keep throwing 105, nobody's going to hit that.
That's the thing.
Ever.
Right. And it's not like you're going to get teams to shorten up and, hit and run and bunt and run anymore because the old spreadsheet tells you that that's a losing proposition. After the 1968 year, they lowered the mound from 15 inches to 10. In that year, teams hit 230 collectively. Well, this year, teams are hitting 244, which is, I think, higher than last year. It certainly isn't 230, but if you're not going to move the mound back, maybe you lower it a little bit because, honestly, you mentioned it, when a guy's throwing, like Mason Miller, he comes in fresh and he's throwing 103, 104 with movement. It's just impossible to hit. And maybe I'm just jealous because the Giants don't have that. And I was looking at, was it old Tugboat? And Tugboat's out there. And I was watching the game. I was watching the game and the announcers were like, the fastball tops out at like 90, 91, 92, maybe. And I'm thinking, 92?
That used to be really fast.
Right. But, I mean, that thing gets Casey Schmidt on at 92.
Yeah, but I mean, like it depends on what you pair it with. Trevor Hoffman didn't throw very hard, but he had a crazy changeup.
Greg Maddux,
Big Daddy Rick Russell. Don't forget about him. And I know we got to go ways back for that stuff. But, yeah, it's just kind of we're in a time and a space where it's overpower everything. But, okay, so what does that mean for the San Francisco Giants? I think that they've adjusted on the fly. And I said this to you a couple of weeks ago. I feel like, without telling anyone, they kind of started a rebuild. They're not going to call it that. But, I mean, look around. What would you call it? And I know they've got these 3 bloated infield contracts, and everyone's focused on that. But outside of those 3 guys and Logan Webb, they don't have anything established in any spot in the diamond. And what they are most excited about is what's happening in San Jose, not in San Francisco. They got some serious prospect capital on the farm, but it's really, really young. And so buckle up. This is going to take a while.
Right. It's going to take until those teenagers come up, or you'll probably end up dealing one of them or maybe more of them to get some additional help. But just even thinking about next year, okay, you're going to have Devers and Adames and Chapman, most likely, and Logan Webb. Okay, you need to go out and probably find 3, if not 4 starting pitchers, and you need to find a bullpen, and you need to figure out, is Casey Schmidt going to be good to go? Will he play second base? And what's your catcher situation? Are you going to keep rotating 3 different guys? They have a lot of roster spots to fill, and the thing that I keep going back to is, what is your philosophy? Like, next year, what are you looking to do? Are you looking to, take a step forward in a rebuild, or are you going to try to, throw stuff at the wall and be good all of a sudden?
Well, I think they're always going to, quote unquote, try to be good. But I hope that, and again, we got on this because the Giants lost 10-9 today after being up 9-3 going into the 9th inning. So they don't get their first sweep of the year. And comedy of errors and problems and bullpens, and Tony Vitello is furious, and he got thrown out of the game, and Giants are getting hit by pitches all week long and didn't do anything about it. For me, the Giants next year, I'm not going to sit here right now and talk about 85 wins or 90 wins. I would love to see them just conduct themselves in a much different manner. There's too many times this year where the Giants kind of looked, the best word I can come up with is unprofessional. There's too many times where it looked that way. I just met my third base coach there in spring training. Never met him before. Didn't know that, he couldn't third base coach, or not knowing how many outs there are, or having umpires laugh at you in Tampa, and on and on and on. And, Buster's handling of the week after Pride Night. It's just, there was a lot of stuff that happened this year that made people have a hard time getting to the baseball, because instead we're stuck going, do you guys know what you're doing? And too many times it felt like they didn't.
Right.
So that's almost like, let's do baby steps. I would just love them to come back buttoned up, and then we're worried about the record from there.
Yeah, and I think that Tony Vitello coming back for year 2, and I'm certain that he will be back for year 2, then he'll be more buttoned up, because now he's gone through it, and going into spring training, it'll be his second spring training camp. And, there won't be questions about the whole Tennessee departure and how awkward that was when he's asking reporters how you knew and how upset he was that they knew without him actually having told his staff and made a decision. So there was a lot of growth for Tony Vitello. And there also, I think, was growth with the veterans, especially trying to figure out what Tony Vitello was about and who he is. And so today I was kind of happy that he got ejected, because, yeah, Tony, you guys you're done. You're dead on arrival. You're going nowhere, and you didn't like something, so go ahead and get ejected. And then the team response was good. They went out there and played a great, checks the box score, 8 innings of baseball. But I would like to see